In the realm of battle soul, strength reigns supreme. Only those endowed with a battle soul may embark upon the path of cultivation, otherwise, they are destined to remain mere mortals. Moreover, the potency of one's battle soul signifies the distance a cultivator may traverse. Battle souls are categorized into 9 tiers, with the first tier being the weakest and the 9th tier the most formidable, predominantly derived from beasts, artifacts, and flora. Those possessing extraordinary battle souls, such as those embodying flames or lightning, are exceedingly rare and regarded as unparalleled geniuses, seldom seen over the course of centuries. In the city of Xiao, at the residence of the Xiao family, Xiao Fan gradually opened his eyes, gazing at the throng of familiar, yet unfamiliar figures surrounding him. A look of bewilderment crossed his face. How had he found himself here, when he was clearly at his doorstep? Useless is indeed useless. This marks the 9th awakening of his battle soul, and he nearly brought about his own demise. Furthermore, he was actually expelled from the battle soul hall. What a sight to behold. Truly, he deserves the title of the greatest fool in Xiao City. Not only the greatest fool in Xiao City, but also the most oblivious. He lacks even the slightest self-awareness. Everyone is afforded only 3 chances to awaken their battle soul. A basic piece of knowledge he seems incapable of grasping. If he were to perish, he would have no one to blame but himself. As Xiao Fan overheard the derisive whispers of those around him, he furrowed his brow, an influx of memories flooding his mind. In that instant, he comprehended that he had inexplicably reincarnated into the body of a boy named Xiao Fan, who shared his name. The original Xiao Fan was a paragon of virtue in the 21st century on Earth. In his 20s, he had garnered renown as a distinguished healer, thanks to the medical knowledge passed down through generations. He harbored 2 passions: collecting eccentric artifacts and delving into the study of medicine. By chance, he had stumbled upon a peculiar stone at his doorstep. On a day of clear skies, an inexplicable thunderclap had echoed, coinciding with a bolt of lightning striking his head. When he regained consciousness, he found himself inexplicably reborn in the body of the young Xiao Fan. Though the circumstances seemed contrived, Xiao Fan was compelled to accept the irrevocable nature of his predicament. Xiao Fan was regarded as a true waste of talent within the Xiao family. Since awakening his battle soul at the age of 7, he had failed in all his attempts over the past 9 years. This time, during his 9th attempt to awaken his battle soul at the Battle Soul Hall, he met with an untimely demise, which ultimately granted him the opportunity for this rebirth. Just as Xiao Fan was about to rise, he suddenly felt a surge of formidable soul energy emanating from his dantian, coursing through his meridians. In that moment, he experienced an overwhelming sensation of power, as if he had broken free from some unseen constraint. Xiao Fan's gaze became momentarily vacant, filled with astonishment as he perceived a shadowy figure within his dantian, reminiscent of Spectre. He realized that this was indeed his awakened battle soul. "I shall call you the Phantom Battle Soul from now on," Xiao Fan mused inwardly. In a fleeting moment, a flash of white light caught his attention, drawing his focus to a white stone nestled deep within his dantian. This stone radiated a mysterious aura, as if it could ensnare the very souls of the unwary. Astonishment washed over Xiao Fan as he nearly exclaimed, "Isn't this the peculiar stone I encountered before?" "Third young master, cease this display of embarrassment and return." A figure clad in black emerged from the crowd, striding toward Xiao Fan with an expression rife with contempt and disdain. Xiao Fan gazed coldly at the elderly man in black, instantly recognizing him as Xiao Zhong, the steward responsible for his daily affairs. "Useless wretch, why do you linger?" As Xiao Fan ignored him, Xiao Zhong's expression grew increasingly frigid, dropping even the title of third young master. Inwardly cursing, "I cannot fathom why the clan leader favors this good-for-nothing. Breathing merely wastes, air dying would wasteland." "What did you say? Repeat that." Xiao Fan collected his thoughts and slowly rose to his feet, his gaze icy. Despite being labeled a waste for 9 years, he was still the young master of the Xiao family. The grandson of the clan leader, he would not allow a mere servant to insult him. Moreover, in his previous life, he had been an exceptionally formidable individual, having built a vast enterprise with his own hands, commanding respect from all. It was outrageous that this old man dared to treat him with such disrespect. His anger was entirely justified. I said you were a waste. Xiao Zhong pronounced each word deliberately, completely disregarding Xiao Fan's status, believing that a person unable to awaken their battle spirit held no standing within the family. Slap! The moment the words left his mouth, a crisp sound echoed through the air, and a deep red imprint of 5 fingers appeared on Xiao Zhong's face, searing with pain. This slap not only stunned Xiao Zhong, but also left the onlookers bewildered when had this supposed good for nothing ever dared to lay a hand on the steward. Most astonishingly, Xiao Fan's speed had rendered them speechless. Xiao Zhong was at least in the mid-stage of battle spirit, yet he was struck by someone who had not even awakened their battle spirit. For reasons unknown, a chill crept through the crowd. The look in Xiao Fan's eyes had instilled a sense of trepidation in them, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. With the awakening of my battle spirit, the phantom battle spirit allowed me to instantly break through to the mid-stage of battle spirit. Although I was labeled a waste for 9 years, I have consistently persevered in my training. The physical strength and speed of this body quickly adapted to my current realm. Xiao Fan marveled inwardly. The speed he had unleashed was significantly faster than that of an ordinary mid-stage battle spirit, explaining why Xiao Zhong had been caught off guard. A servant must conduct themselves appropriately when your master slaps you. You ought to be grateful. Xiao Fan shot a cold glare at Xiao Zhong, preparing to leave. Stop! Xiao Zhong, regaining his composure, shouted furiously, You, a waste without anyone to support you. Dare strike me? Do you even know who I am? Xiao Fan remained silent, striding toward Xiao Zhong, his jet-black eyes glinting with an icy chill. In his past life, he had lost his family at a young age. And in this life, he had never known his parents either. Xiao Zhong's words struck deep into Xiao Fan's most profound pain, igniting an inferno of rage within him. Seeing the dark depths of Xiao Fan's eyes and the erupting aura, Xiao Zhong felt an overwhelming dread. The current Xiao Fan bore no resemblance to a mere waste. His gaze was utterly terrifying. You are nothing but a waste. Must I truly fear you? Gathering his courage, Xiao Zhong summoned a shadowy wolf behind him. Its gaping maw poised to lunge at Xiao Fan, the supreme battle soul, the Black Wind Wolf. A flicker of ferocity flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. With a mere thought, a pitch-black specter materialized behind him, unleashing a tempestuous and chilling aura. In an instant, Xiao Fan felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, leaving him momentarily astonished. The might of the phantom battle soul exceeded his expectations, elevating his spirit and energy to their zenith. Even against adversaries at the pinnacle of the battle spirit realm, he felt emboldened to confront them. The phantom battle soul coalesced into a colossal claw, hurtling towards the Black Wind Wolf with a fearsome howl. The claw, razor sharp, tore through the shadowy wolf, which shattered into a cloud of black mist, dissipating into the void. Xiao Zhong let out a blood-curdling scream, blood gushing from his mouth, his complexion turning ashen as he collapsed, unconscious. Battle soul? The crowd gazed in horror at the shadow behind Xiao Fan, their scalps tingling in disbelief. Was this not a mere waste of space? How could he possibly awaken such a formidable battle soul? Xiao Fan cast a disdainful glare at Xiao Zhong, contemptuously declaring, I know who you are, merely a dog that would even bite its master. What purpose do you serve? He may be a dog, but he is still my dog, Xiao Tian's. When it comes to disciplining a dog, one must consider its owner. When did it become your place? You worthless fool, to teach my dog a lesson? A voice suddenly emerged from the rear of the crowd. Upon hearing the name Xiao Tian, the crowd exhibited an expression of reverence, instinctively parting to create a path. Approaching them was a man clad in a flowing white fur robe. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, his visage resembled that of a jade crown, exuding an air of exceptional grace. The elegant flutter of his folding fan further accentuated his otherworldly demeanor. This individual was none other than Xiao Tian, the eldest son of the Xiao family and the most prodigious talent of his generation, possessing a fourth-grade battle spirit, the wind-chasing wolf. At the tender age of 18, he had already reached the pinnacle of the warrior realm, rendering him nearly unrivaled among his peers in Xiao City. In the realm of Battle Spirit Continent, the cultivation stages ascend from the humble beginnings of Battle Spirit to the exalted realms of Battle Emperor and Battle Saint. With the legendary Battle God existing only in tales long forgotten, Each stage is further divided into 4 substages: early, mid, late, and peak, within Xiao City. The number of battle sovereigns could be counted on one's fingers, and for those aspiring to reach the battle sect, possessing a 5th-grade battle spirit was nearly a prerequisite. It is no wonder then that Xiao Tian carried himself with such pride. As a small border town, Xiao City had barely seen a 4th-grade battle spirit, and individuals within the Xiao family who possessed such a spirit were exceedingly rare. Xiao Tian was one of them, and as long as he did not falter, he was destined to become a figure akin to a battle sovereign. Rumors even suggested that he was the undisputed heir to the position of family head. "My lord, you must intercede for me. I am but your servant. How can I allow outsiders to bully me?" Upon the arrival of Xiao Tian, Xiao Zhong suddenly roused from his stupor, clinging to Xiao Tian's leg and weeping profusely. Xiao Fan shot Xiao Zhong a cold glance. This fellow had feigned death only moments ago, and now he dared to shift blame. Xiao Fan, unreserved, retorted with a fierce glare, "Control your dog. Do not let it roam freely to bite others." With that, he turned to depart, eager to discern the state of his own battle spirit after its recent awakening. Being merely at the mid-stage of battle spirit, he was acutely aware that challenging Xiao Tian, who had already attained the late stage of warrior, would be folly. "Did I permit you to leave?" Xiao Tian scoffed, swiftly blocking Xiao Fan's path with a knowing smile gracing his lips. A good dog does not obstruct the way. Aware that the day would not conclude amicably, Xiao Fan resolved to confront the situation head-on. With a resounding thud, Xiao Fan felt a sharp pain in his palm. And before he could react, a heavy fist struck his chest, causing his internal organs to convulse violently, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He staggered several steps back, kneeling on one knee with his eyes reddened, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, the veins on his forehead pulsating like wriggling worms. "You dare to insult me as a dog?" Xiao Tian's eyes glinted with a chilling coldness, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from him. Clutching his chest, Xiao Fan struggled to rise, finally grasping the chasm that lay between the mid-stage of battle spirit and the late stage of warrior. The disparity was nothing short of monumental, and he had scarcely seen how Xiao Tian had struck. "You rely solely on your superior realm to oppress me. Were we of equal standing, I would extinguish you like a mere dog." Xiao Fan sneered, wiping the blood from his lips, refusing to yield in the slightest. "Are you dreaming? With your ineptitude, you dare to compare yourself to the young master?" Xiao Zhong could hardly believe that Xiao Fan had the audacity to speak to Xiao Tian in such a manner, prompting him to mock. "You little wretch, I shall not stoop to your level today. If you truly possess courage, make your presence known at the family gathering in a month. I shall await your challenge." Noticing Xiao Fan's silence, Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Waving his hand dismissively, "Let us depart." "Young master, please take care." Xiao Zhong scurried after Xiao Tian, resembling a loyal hound. A waste is merely a waste, incapable of even withstanding a single blow from the young master. By next month, the young master would likely have ascended to the pinnacle of warrior status, while this so-called waste had merely awakened his battle spirit, deluding himself into thinking he was formidable. At that time, a mere finger from the young master could extinguish him. Indeed, today was merely a stroke of luck for this waste. The young master was in good spirits. Otherwise, he would have suffered far worse, perhaps even bettered in for half a year. The crowd buzzed with gossip, their gazes converging on Xiao Fan, rife with mockery and disdain. Unfazed, Xiao Fan's eyes gleamed with determination as he resolved within himself, "Rest assured, I shall attend the family gathering in a month, and at that time, I will trample upon your so-called genius beneath my feet." Upon returning to his dilapidated dwelling, Xiao Fan furrowed his brow. Although the young Xiao Fan was deemed a waste, he was still one of the 3 young masters of the Xiao family, yet his living conditions were even worse than a dog's. One could not help but admire the young Xiao Fan, who, having lost both parents, had lived independently since the age of 7, enduring hardships that would daunt even an adult. This world is indeed merciless, strength reigns supreme, and familial bonds hold little significance. A trace of disdain flickered in Xiao Fan's eyes. He then commenced his training, preparing for the family gathering in a month. All the disciples training abroad would return, and many would undoubtedly seek to humiliate him. Having been struck away by Xiao Tian, Xiao Fan recognized the chasm between them. Achieving a breakthrough in warrior rank within a month was a daunting task, and time was of the essence. As night descended, tranquil yet lonely, Xiao Fan sat cross-legged in a shabby abode. Behind him, a shadowy figure melded seamlessly with the darkness, embodying the phantom battle spirit. Xiao Fan discovered that when harnessing the phantom battle spirit, his vitality surged to its zenith, significantly accelerating his training speed. However, The continued use of the phantom battle spirit drained his soul power considerably, yet he persevered, given the second chance bestowed upon him. He was determined to live life to the fullest. Spiritual energy surged from the heavens and earth, and within his dantian, a white stone emitted a faint glow. His internal injuries healed rapidly, as the mysterious white stone proved remarkably beneficial for recovery, leaving Xiao Fan in awe. As he focused his mind, the spiritual energy permeated his body, coalescing into a powerful soul force, more refined than before. Although the consumption of soul power was swift, Xiao Fan could distinctly sense his strength burgeoning. With steady breaths and a calm demeanor, Xiao Fan's internal soul power flowed continuously, cleansing his muscles and meridians. For a considerable time, his body absorbed the ethereal energies of the surrounding world with an insatiable fervor, until at last, this powerful aura began to subside. As his eyes fluttered open, a glimmer of brilliance flickered momentarily. He rose slowly, a satisfied smile gracing his features. In a single night, he had achieved a breakthrough, now standing at the pinnacle of the battle spirit realm. Yet, he remained unsatisfied. The battle spirit realm was merely the starting point of cultivation in the battle soul continent. And Xiao Tian was not his ultimate ambition. The true stronghold of power lay in soaring through the skies and commanding the universe, a realm he genuinely aspired to attain. As Xiao Fan gazed at the now brightening horizon, he greedily inhaled a few deep breaths and mused aloud, having reached the late stage of the battle spirit realm. It is time to select some battle techniques from the Technique Pavilion. The Technique Pavilion was accessible only to the members of the Xiao family who had awakened their battle souls, and the techniques within were often commonplace. The truly exceptional skills were not housed there. Furthermore, with Xiao Fan's cultivation at the late stage of the battle spirit realm, he could only peruse the most ordinary of techniques. Good day, Elder. Outside the Technique Pavilion, an elderly man with white hair sat at the entrance, engrossed in a book. Every member of the Xiao family entering the pavilion greeted him with respect. As Xiao Fan approached the entrance, expecting to undergo a lengthy process, the elder tossed him a wooden token, saying, "You may choose 3 techniques. Should you find anything of interest, bring it here for registration." "Thank you, Elder." Xiao Fan bowed slightly, accepting the token and stepping into the Technique Pavilion. The pavilion was divided into 3 levels. Xiao Fan was astonished at the vast collection of texts the Xiao family possessed. The first floor boasted 3 rows of bookshelves, each laden with hundreds of tomes. After perusing a few, he found the selection to be quite lackluster, shaking his head in disappointment. These hold little nutritional value. The real techniques must be on the second floor. The second floor of the Technique Pavilion housed a modest collection of just over 100 books. Xiao Fan's soul force swept across the shelves, ultimately resting upon a second-tier technique titled Phantom Steps. This technique, categorized as a movement skill, comprised 4 levels. When mastered to perfection, it would allow one to move like a ghost. As Xiao Fan opened the book, he began to mutter the contents. He had some understanding of battle techniques, recognizing that they were divided into 9 tiers and categorized into attack, defense, healing, and movement types. The Phantom Steps, being a movement technique of the second tier, was not overly powerful, yet both healing and movement techniques were exceedingly rare, rendering this second-tier skill quite valuable. I'll choose this one. Movement techniques are far more precious than defensive ones. Next, I shall select a cultivation technique and a defensive technique. As for healing techniques, they likely do not exist in the entirety of Xiao City. Pondering quietly, Xiao Fan quickly browsed through the ancient tome, imprinting the contents of the Phantom Steps firmly in his mind. Perhaps due to his intense focus, he began to mentally simulate the technique, unwittingly stirring the ghostly battle soul within him. After a short incense's worth of time, he suddenly awoke, taking a leap forward, leaving behind a shadow in his wake, and instantaneously appearing in another location, only to feel 1/3 of his soul force dissipate. Xiao Fan stood dazed, murmuring to himself, "Could it be that I have already mastered the 4th level?" It is no wonder that he was so astonished. The second-tier battle technique, while not difficult for those of great strength, posed a considerable challenge for someone at the late stage of the battle spirit realm like him. Yet, in such a short span of time, he had remarkably mastered the 4th level of the second-tier technique, the Misty Steps. Had he not truly felt it just moments ago? He would have thought himself to be dreaming. Could it be that I am the legendary prodigy of martial arts, with an extraordinary memory and the ability to learn without a teacher? A hint of self-admiration flickered in Xiao Fan's eyes as he declared, "Let me give it another try." He then selected a first-tier offensive technique known as the Triple Waves. This technique consists of 3 levels, and upon reaching the third level, it possesses the might of ocean waves. However, this time he required even less time, mastering the third level in under half a tea break. With every detail executed to perfection, and even gleaning some new insights. Though he had suspected as much, he was still taken aback. He then cast his gaze upon the other techniques on the bookshelf, pondering, it is impossible to cultivate over 100 techniques here. I shall memorize their contents and practice them slowly once I am outside. The techniques included the breaking waves palm, the gentle wind blade technique, the flying rainbow 7 swords, and the diamond finger. Over 100 techniques were at his disposal, with around 50 forms of fist techniques alone, and more than 20 sword and blade techniques each, alongside 7 or 8 leg and palm techniques, with the finger techniques being the least, numbering only 4. The breaking waves palm requires a harmonious balance of rigidity and flexibility to achieve the state of overcoming strength with gentleness. The gentle wind blade technique demands high standards of personal strength and agility, comprising 5 moves, each necessitating a combination of overwhelming power and lightness of movement. The flying rainbow 7 swords requires exceptional speed, otherwise, its power cannot be unleashed. Xiao Fan had memorized these techniques, but felt an overwhelming anticipation. By the end of the day, he had only a mere 10 techniques left to review. The Endless Battle Classic? Suddenly, his gaze fell upon an exceedingly worn tome at the bottom of the shelf, drawn in by its formidable title. Upon opening it, he furrowed his brow. The manual offered no introductions, merely simple descriptions of the techniques, appearing almost too simplistic. Had it not been for its imposing name, he would not have given it a second glance. Suddenly, Xiao Fan nearly gasped in surprise when his gaze landed on the Endless Battle Classic. He bizarrely observed the illustrations above as if they had come to life, demonstrating the techniques before his very eyes. Shaking his head in disbelief, he thought, this technique must be extraordinary. Bringing it out could prove troublesome. If it doesn't work, I should find a way to copy it down first. Casting a quick glance at the staircase leading to the 3rd floor, he dismissed it and approached the Grand Elder to register the Endless Battle Classic. The Endless Battle Classic? You wish to select this one? The Grand Elder frowned, noting the dust that had settled on the tome over the years. Do you believe anyone has managed to cultivate it? If others have failed, do you think you can succeed? You ought to choose 3 other books instead. Do not waste your time and end up with nothing to show for your efforts. Xiao Fan understood that the Grand Elder meant well. With a respectful bow, his voice resolute, he replied, Grand Elder, I want this one. The Great Elder, observing the confident Xiao Fan, shook his head and remarked, since you choose not to heed my advice, I shall refrain from saying more. This tattered tome requires no registration. Take it with you. Startled, Xiao Fan quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Great Elder. He tucked away the Endless Battle Manual and stepped out of the Battle Skill Pavilion, his mind rife with confusion, soon replaced by exhilaration. The Great Elder sighed as he watched Xiao Fan's disappearing figure, lamenting, those who cultivate the Endless Battle Manual ultimately drive themselves to madness. Take it if you must, but I hope you never return it. Unaware of the Great Elder's thoughts, Xiao Fan joyously cradled the Endless Battle Manual as he returned to his courtyard, diving headfirst into fervent training. In comparison to other battle techniques, this Endless Battle Manual was indeed peculiar. After an entire night, he had yet to grasp its essence. However, he was not entirely empty-handed, as he faintly caught a glimmer of understanding, albeit not quite clear. With other techniques, he would have been well-versed by now, since he could not comprehend this one. He decided to set it aside for the moment. With less than a month until the family annual meeting, the foremost priority for Xiao Fan was to enhance his own strength. At dawn the following day, armed with a steel sword and provisions, Xiao Fan set forth towards the deep mountains beyond Xiao City, accompanied by the Endless Battle Manual. The Sunset Mountain range stretched for hundreds of miles, perpetually shrouded in mist. Ethereal and elusive, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth coalesced here to an extraordinary degree, making cultivation remarkably efficient. However, this place proved to be far more perilous than one might imagine, as numerous soul beasts roamed the mountains, many of which possessed formidable power, causing even battle sovereigns to exercise caution. Yet, it was precisely this danger that rendered the area a paradise for cultivators. Many strong warriors ventured into these mountains to hunt soul beasts and seize the soul crystals contained within them. Soul crystals are vital resources for cultivators in the Battle Soul Continent, rich in soul power. Absorbing the energy within them is a swift path to enhancing one's own soul strength. Xiao Fan's voice echoed through the Sunset Mountain range as he charged forward like a ferocious tiger, delivering a mighty punch to a large stone. With a resounding crash, the stone shattered, sending dust swirling into the air. Within the shadowy depths of the Sunset Mountain Range, Xiao Fan embarked on his monotonous training. Several days during which he trained tirelessly, almost to the point of madness. Through his relentless efforts, he gradually approached the pinnacle of the battle spirit realm. The second-tier battle technique. Breaking waves proved to be quite formidable, an exquisite blend of rigidity and flexibility. Even without harnessing the power of his battle soul, he could easily defeat others at the peak of the battle spirit realm. With the battle soul at his disposal, he felt confident that he could contend with early-stage warriors. Xiao Fan gazed at his hands, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Over the past few days, he had mastered 18 battle techniques, including 6 second-tier techniques and 12 first-tier techniques. If anyone were to learn of this, they would surely find it unbelievable. Are there not soul beasts in the Sunset Mountain Range? Why have I not encountered any in these past few days? Xiao Fan furrowed his brow and continued onward. After a while, he finally spotted a soul beast, a second-tier, initial-stage fire spirit bird, seemingly gravely wounded. Had it not been soaring above, Xiao Fan would have relished the opportunity to engage in a contest with the fire spirit bird. Suddenly, Xiao Fan halted his steps, his soul power radiating outward as his ears twitched slightly. The sounds of combat reached him, suggesting a fierce struggle between humans and soul beasts. The most significant distinction between practitioners and ordinary individuals lies in the cultivation of soul power, which grants them heightened senses. Even without relying on sight, they can perceive subtle movements around them and easily discern their origins. Following the sounds, Xiao Fan cautiously approached, the noise growing increasingly pronounced. After a brief moment, several figures came into view. 30 to 40 meters away, a massive black tiger, resembling a piece of black jade, exuded an overwhelming aura with its 4-meter-long, imposing physique. It was a second-tier pinnacle soul beast, the black jade tiger. Xiao Fan immediately recognized the formidable creature, aware that its strength was comparable to that of a peak warrior. Given his current capabilities, he would undoubtedly be no match for it. Opposite him stood 4 figures, 2 men and 2 women, surrounding the black jade tiger from all directions. Although their individual strengths were relatively modest, none could contend with the tiger alone. However, their teamwork was remarkably seamless, indicating they had likely trained together for a considerable period. Otherwise, even 4 individuals would struggle to contain the tiger. Su Jun of the Su family and Lin Xiaoyang of the Lin family? Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes, quickly identifying 2 of the young combatants. Among them, the youth clad in black, around 17 or 18 years old, bore a dagger at his waist. Even without his weapon, his attacks were the most formidable among the 4. He was none other than Su Jun Lin Xiaoyang, dressed in a black combat outfit, wielded a large blade with powerful strikes that forced the black jade tiger to retreat, leaving trails of blood on its hide. The Su, Lin, and Xiao families constituted the 3 dominant clans of Xiao City. In terms of strength, the Xiao family held the foremost position. However, the other 2 families had long since allied, even causing the Xiao family to harbor some trepidation. Su Jun and Lin Xiaoyang, the young masters of these 2 families, were collectively known as the 3 prodigies of Xiao City alongside Xiao Tian. The combat prowess they exhibited at that moment clearly indicated they were at the late stages of warrior cultivation. The black jade tiger roared in frustration, utterly fatigued, its once fearsome claws no longer posing a threat to Su Jun and his companions. As a second-tier pinnacle beast, it felt an immense sense of humiliation being overwhelmed by 4 humans, yearning to flee, yet finding no opportunity to escape. Die! Su Jun shouted furiously, his gaze sharp as a hawk. Like a great rock, he leaped into the air, striking down upon the black jade tiger's skull with a powerful palm, the force akin to a blade slicing through the air. With a crack, the sound of shattering bones echoed. The black jade tiger let out a mournful cry as its massive body soared through the air like a broken kite, its skull fracturing upon impact. Brother Su, you are truly formidable. With your current strength, I dare say even Xiao Tian may not be your match, Lin Xiaoyang remarked with a smile, though a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Brother Lin, you are too modest. This second-tier soul crystal is essential for my breakthrough to the peak of warrior level. The next one shall be yours. How does that sound? Su Jun replied nonchalantly, his tone tinged with an air of finality. Brother Su, I also require it for my own advancement to the peak of warrior level. How about this? I will take this one, and upon my breakthrough, I shall accompany you in the search for a second-tier pinnacle soul beast, Lin Xiaoyang retorted, equally unwilling to concede. They had exerted considerable effort to obtain this second-tier pinnacle soul crystal, and there was no way they would let it slip through their fingers so easily. Furthermore, the second-tier peak soul beasts are exceedingly rare, considered a true treasure on the outskirts of the Sunset Mountain Range, though they may be found deeper within. However, what if one were to encounter a third-tier soul beast? Before me lies a readily available second-tier peak soul crystal. Only a fool would relinquish such an opportunity. Lin Xiaoyang. Do not forget, it was I who dealt the final blow to the black jade tiger. Su Jun's expression shifted dramatically. He was resolute in obtaining this second-tier peak soul crystal. Without our assistance, could you have vanquished it? Lin Xiaoyang retorted, prepared for a fierce confrontation. At that moment, from the nearby thicket, a figure stealthily approached the corpse of the black jade tiger. Xiao Fan found himself mere meters away from the beast. Initially frightened and ready to retreat, only to discover that Su Jun and Lin Xiaoyang were embroiled in a fierce dispute. Is this the classic case of the clam fighting while the fisherman profits? Xiao Fan held his breath, striving to conceal his presence, as he deftly searched the shattered skull of the black jade tiger. Moments later, a fist-sized black crystal emerged in his. This was the soul crystal unique to soul beasts, brimming with immense soul power, highly beneficial for cultivating soul energy. A marvelous find. With this second-tier peak soul crystal, I could sufficiently elevate myself to the early stages of a warrior. Xiao Fan's face brightened, and he cautiously began to retreat. Suddenly, the sound of a snapping twig echoed, and Xiao Fan's heart sank. Indeed, at that very moment, for pairs of chilling eyes turned toward him, the icy aura sending a shiver down his spine. His expression changed dramatically. Employing the mysterious step technique, he turned and fled, well aware that he was no match for the 4 late-stage warriors pursuing him. A mere boy at the pinnacle of the soul spirit realm dares to snatch food from the tigress' mouth? Su Jun sneered coldly, a cruel smile gracing his lips as he launched himself forward like a sharpened sword. Pursue. Lin Xiaoyang followed suit without hesitation. The second-tier peak soul crystal was far too precious to let slip away so easily. Gazing at the soul crystal in his hand, Xiao Fan took a deep breath and resolutely declared, "What I have acquired shall not be surrendered." He then glanced back, observing Su Jun, Lin Xiaoyang, and their 3 companions relentlessly chasing after him, their murderous intent palpable. The corpse of the black jade tiger had long been cast aside in their minds. Compared to the soul crystal, the remains of the soul beast held little value. Fortunately, they were amidst dense foliage. Otherwise, given Xiao Fan's speed, he would have met his demise countless times over, executing the mysterious step to perfection. Only a fleeting shadow remained in the forest where Xiao Fan had passed, leaving not a single leaf disturbed. They truly are relentless. I am heading deeper into the Sunset Mountain Range. Xiao Fan gritted his teeth, exasperated by Su Jun and Lin Xiaoyang's dogged pursuit over a second-tier peak soul crystal. After half an hour, he was already utterly fatigued. The second-tier movement technique, mysterious step, demanded a significant expenditure of soul energy. And this was under his meticulous control of soul power. Any other warrior at the soul spirit level would have already been drained. During this half hour, his mind remained taut, not only wary of his pursuers, but also alert to the potential threats posed by other beasts lurking in the area. I must replenish my soul energy immediately. They will inevitably catch up with me. Xiao Fan spoke in a low voice, gazing intently at the translucent soul stone in his hand, a hint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. In the next moment, he swallowed the soul stone whole. Suddenly, an immense surge of soul power rushed into Xiao Fan's meridians like a torrential flood, causing his dantian to tremble violently. The soul power contained within this pinnacle second-tier soul crystal was enough to obliterate any battle spirit practitioner. Xiao Fan had never anticipated this. He felt as though his dantian might explode, a wave of excruciating pain coursing through him. Just then, the phantom battle soul stirred, voraciously absorbing the excess soul power within his dantian. Remarkably, the amount of soul power Xiao Fan could endure had reached its critical threshold. Boom! A thunderous roar resounded as torrents of soul power surged forth from within Xiao Fan, akin to a mighty river, instantly amplifying his aura. He had reached the initial stage of a warrior. Blood trickled from the corner of Xiao Fan's mouth, yet he smiled, realizing he had indeed placed the right bet. A pinnacle second-tier soul crystal had truly facilitated his breakthrough to the initial stage of a warrior. However, he also discovered something intriguing. After absorbing the surplus soul power, the phantom battle soul seemed to grow increasingly profound, with wisps of soul power seeping out, continuously cleansing his meridians. The process was slow, yet Xiao Fan could genuinely feel it, meaning he was perpetually cultivating. While immediate results may not be apparent, what about the accumulation over time? With this thought, an inexplicable excitement welled up within him. Just as he pondered, a beastly roar erupted nearby. Howl. 20 meters ahead, a colossal wolf, standing 2 meters tall and nearly 4 meters long, bellowed towards the sky. Its blood-red eyes radiated a murderous intent, and its entire body was crimson, resembling a spiny iron spear, sharp and deadly. It was evident that this soul beast possessed formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. Xiao Fan quickly halted, his face betraying a look of horror. Could it be that just after achieving a fortuitous breakthrough to the initial stage of a warrior, he had immediately encountered a third-tier blood pattern wolf? Though he was unaware of the specific strength of this blood pattern wolf, he could sense that it was far more powerful than the black jade tiger that Su Jun and his companions had previously slain. The disparity between a third-tier soul beast and a second-tier soul beast was akin to the chasm between a warrior and a battle master. They were simply not of the same caliber. Little turtle, let us see where you can escape. At that moment, Su Jun's furious voice echoed. It was indeed a dire situation, trapped between a wolf in front and a tiger behind, with virtually nowhere to flee. A glint of malice flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes as he picked up a stone and hurled it at the blood pattern wolf. With a powerful push off the ground, he leaped into the air and swiftly vanished into the nearby thicket. Howl. Upon noticing someone daring to provoke it, the blood pattern wolf roared in rage, its lantern-like blood-red eyes fixating intensely on Xiao Fan's location. A third-tier soul beast, the blood pattern wolf? At the same time, Su Jun suddenly appeared within the wolf's line of sight. Seeing the mockery reflected in the wolf's eyes, Su Jun gulped nervously. He had struggled immensely against a pinnacle second-tier black jade tiger. How could he possibly contend with a third-tier blood pattern wolf? In his heart, he had already cursed Xiao Fan's ancestors 100 times over. Master, run. The man beside Su Jun gulped nervously, fear evident in his eyes. Su-san, stop him for me. From now on, your family will be my trusted allies. Su Jun nodded, casting a satisfied glance at the middle-aged man before vanishing into the woods. Not far away, Xiao Fan observed this scene with a cold smile. If given the chance, the man named Su-san would undoubtedly flee, but if he did, his family would surely face certain death. The blood pattern wolf let out a low growl, its massive form leaping forward to pounce on Su-san, swiftly severing his head with a single strike. Useless. Can't even withstand a few breaths. Su Jun cursed angrily, disappearing rapidly into the thicket. Despite the blood pattern wolf's formidable strength, its large size hindered its speed in the forest, allowing Su Jun to narrowly escape with his life. The plight of low-tier cultivators is indeed lamentable. Their deaths often occur in vain. Xiao Fan shook his head with a sigh, feeling a sense of pity that Su Jun had managed to evade capture. This world is truly one where the strong devour the weak. Without sufficient power, one can only become cannon fodder for others. From the earlier attack, Xiao Fan recognized the immense strength of the third-tier blood pattern wolf, which was certainly not an ordinary specimen. It might be at the late stage, or even the peak of the third tier. After a while, the blood pattern wolf gradually retreated to its original spot, prompting a curious expression from Xiao Fan. A soul beast, although possessing its territory, rarely remains in the same place for long. Suddenly, Xiao Fan's eyes brightened as he caught a whiff of something, his gaze falling upon a small patch of green grass beside the blood pattern wolf, which had begun to sprout a flower bud, ready to bloom at any moment. Dragon saliva grass. This must be at least 100 years old. Xiao Fan was utterly astonished. Although dragon saliva grass is merely a fourth-tier herb, it serves as a primary ingredient for many potions, and specimens from the entire Setting Sun Mountain range are exceedingly rare, especially those aged a century or more. If sold, it could fetch at least tens of thousands of low-grade soulstones, enough for him to advance to the Battle Master realm. However, Xiao Fan was also acutely aware that with a third-tier blood pattern wolf guarding it, his chances of obtaining the fourth-tier dragon saliva grass were practically non-existent. This dragon saliva grass is beyond my reach. Shaking his head, Xiao Fan crawled on the ground, slowly retreating from the thicket, casting reluctant glances at the dragon saliva grass. Suddenly, the blood pattern wolf let out a thunderous roar, its furious growl sending a shiver down Xiao Fan's spine as he prepared to flee with all his might. Glancing back in a panic, to his astonishment, a massive black python dangled from an ancient tree, its length at least 20 meters. Covered in a layer of dark scales that resembled battle armor, emanating a terrifying aura as it flicked its tongue toward the blood. Just a glance at the giant python was enough for Xiao Fan to recognize its origin. A peak, third-tier soul beast, the black-armored giant python. Upon witnessing the emergence of the black-armored giant python, Xiao Fan gasped in shock. A single third-tier blood pattern wolf had already frightened him. And now there was a third-tier black-armored giant python as well. For him, these two third-tier soul beasts were colossal threats. And his first instinct was to flee. When deities clash, mere mortals suffer. In the eyes of these two third-tier soul beasts, he might not even be considered a minor nuisance. As he turned to flee, the black-armored python and the blood pattern wolf were already locked in a fierce struggle. The form of the blood pattern wolf was insignificant before the black-armored python, yet its speed and ferocity of attack were unmatched by the latter. Clearly, both soul beasts were vying for the elusive dragon-S saliva grass, deliberately avoiding the area where it thrived, while Xiao Fan initially intended to escape. Witnessing this spectacle filled him with unexpected joy. The two formidable soul beasts were drifting further apart, presenting him an opportunity. He was well aware of the immense value of the fourth-tier dragon-S saliva grass, worth tens of thousands of low-grade soulstones. As the grandson of the Xiao family patriarch, he received a mere 10 low-grade soulstones as monthly allowance, sufficient for an ordinary family of 3 to live comfortably for a month. This demonstrated the extraordinary rarity of the dragon-S saliva grass. However, before Xiao Fan could make a move, a series of rustling sounds reached his ears from a distance. He instinctively recoiled, his gaze sharpening. He was utterly astonished to discover that others were also eyeing the dragon-S saliva grass, and their numbers were considerable, at least 4 or 5 individuals. Xiao Fan's tension peaked, and he held his breath, daring not to make a sound, as it was evident that these newcomers aspired to play the role of opportunistic scavengers to reap the final rewards. Suddenly, a violent wave surged forth, and lying low to the ground, distinctly felt the tremor in the air, followed by the anguished howl of the blood pattern wolf. In the distance, the black-armored python, its scales shedding and drenched in blood, tightly coiled around the blood pattern wolf, producing ominous sounds of bones cracking. While the black-armored python could not match the speed of the blood pattern wolf, its constricting strength was terrifying. Even pinnacle third-tier soul beasts would tread carefully in its presence. Once ensnared, escape was nearly impossible. However, the blood pattern wolf still fought back valiantly, its vicious fangs and claws tearing away at the flesh of the black-armored python, ultimately sinking its jaws into the serpent's head. The black-armored python, constraining the blood pattern wolf, continued to roll in the air, exerting all its strength to tighten its grip. The two beasts were locked in a deadly stalemate. If one relaxed even slightly, the other would surely perish. Time passed, and after what felt like an eternity, neither beast showed signs of yielding, having reached a point of relentless determination. At that moment, the bud of the dragon-S saliva grass began to bloom slowly, its vibrant purple petals radiating a resplendent glow, resembling a small dragon. Mature? Xiao Fan's gaze intensified, nearly compelling him to rush forward, yet he ultimately restrained himself. While he could exercise restraint, he could not guarantee that others would do the same. As the petals of the dragon-S saliva grass unfurled, 5 figures burst forth from the underbrush, charging towards it. With a roar, the blood pattern wolf and the black-armored python released their grip on each other and lunged towards the 5 intruders. Luer, block them. A commanding voice rang out as 2 men charged forward, brimming with murderous intent towards the 2 third-tier soul beasts. Among them, a youth clad in white, around 18 years of age, halted before the dragon-S saliva grass, bending down to pluck it, flanked by 2 vigilant middle-aged men, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Bang! The serpent's tail of the black-armored python swept through the air, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. One man was abruptly struck by the tail, his body crashing violently against a stone, his skull shattered upon impact. Another individual was seized by the blood-patterned wolf, its fangs sinking into his neck, blood gushing forth in a brutal display of violence. Xiao Fan gained a profound understanding of the formidable strength possessed by these 2 third-tier soul beasts. Even in a severely injured state, they could effortlessly eliminate peak warriors. It was no wonder that Su Jun had fled without a second thought. Young master, we must flee. The 2 subordinates, witnessing this gruesome scene, turned pale with fright. They could hardly have anticipated the sheer power of these third-tier soul beasts. However, before they could finish their warning, the young man in white, his expression hardened, thrust his hands against the backs of his 2 companions, seizing the dragon's saliva herb, and turned to escape. This lad was even more shameless than Su Jun. Judging by his strength, he seemed merely a late-stage warrior. Without his subordinates, he would likely have perished long ago. Xiao Fan looked disdainfully at the white-clad youth as he vanished into the thicket. The two subordinates he had sent forth managed to stall for only a few breaths before meeting their end. The two soul beasts roared in fury, rampaging after the white youth, uprooting earth and toppling trees in their wake, as if they had completely lost their minds. Although third-tier soul beasts were formidable, they should not possess such terrifying ferocity. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. These creatures appeared to be expending their final reserves of vitality. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, and a flicker of joy illuminated his gaze. These two beasts were clearly mutually wounded in their earlier struggle, their strength significantly diminished. They must have expended their life force in battle. In this state, they cannot hold out for long. With this thought, Xiao Fan pursued them without hesitation. Indeed, after half a tea's worth of time, the blood-patterned wolf collapsed, its eyes closing for eternity, silence enveloping it. As for the black-armored python, it had vanished without a trace, evidently in pursuit of the white youth. The third-tier soul crystal appeared to be worth several thousand low-grade soul stones. Xiao Fan drew forth his steel sword and severed the blood-patterned wolf's head, extracting a translucent blood-colored soul crystal, a smile of excitement gracing his features. It seems I shall be the one to emerge victorious. Yet, before he could finish his thought, a shiver ran down his spine. Instinctively, he executed the misty steps to their utmost, retreating 5 meters in an instant. In the next moment, a colossal head appeared above the corpse of the blood-patterned wolf, its cavernous maw gaping wide, consuming the massive carcass whole. Who else could it be but the black-armored python? Xiao Fan felt a surge of dread. He had not anticipated the python's return. However, he could distinctly sense that its life force was waning, posing no immediate threat to him. Brother, the blood-patterned wolf lies just ahead, and the black-armored python is gravely wounded. It cannot escape. Suddenly, an excited voice echoed from the distant thicket, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Second brother, you have achieved a great feat this time. With 2 third-tier soul crystals, we can both break through to the rank of martial artist. Another hearty laugh followed. Moments later, a dozen figures emerged into Xiao Fan's line of sight, led by 2 men, one of whom was the white-clad youth who had fled with the dragon's saliva herb. Another individual, a robust young man clad in black armor, bore a massive axe upon his shoulder, his footsteps resonating with a heavy, powerful cadence. Observing the attire of the others and recalling the earlier address of the white-clad youth toward his subordinates, Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes abruptly. How could members of the Lu family from Lu City be present here? Lu City, much like Xiao City, relied upon the resources of the setting sun mountain range, yet the two cities were separated by a considerable distance. The appearance of the Lu family here was indeed peculiar. Both cities depended on the resources of the mountain range for survival, and although there was no explicit territorial division, this area unmistakably belonged to Xiao City. Xiao Fan reined in his thoughts, his cold gaze fixed on the Lu family members not far away. Where is the corpse of the blood-patterned? Why is only the black-armored giant python left? The white-clad youth frowned as he surveyed a pool of blood in the distance. Brother, it is of no consequence that the blood-patterned wolf's corpse is missing, as long as we acquire the soul crystal of this black-armored giant python. My breakthrough to a battle master will allow me to seek a third-tier soul beast for you, the imposing man declared with confidence, seemingly unfazed by the bloody giant python. Very well, the white-clad youth nodded, then gestured, capture this black-armored giant python. Each of you shall receive 200 low-grade soul stones as a reward. Fear not. Second young master, this black-armored giant python is severely injured. Slaying it will be effortless. One of the Lu family's subordinates chuckled dismissively. The others exuded an overwhelming confidence. For the aura of the black-armored giant python had significantly diminished, rendering it incapable of exhibiting the strength expected of a third-tier soul beast. All 8 of them were peak warriors. Together, they deemed even a mid-tier third-tier soul beast in its prime to be no great threat. Kill. The robust man swung his battle axe, swiftly positioning himself before the black-armored giant python. The axe descended, sparks flying, as the python emitted a series of anguished roars. Indeed, it was merely a fade of strength. Observing this from the shadows, Xiao Fan furrowed his brow. Something felt amiss. The black-armored giant python, having consumed the blood-patterned wolf's corpse, should not appear so emaciated. However, in the next moment, Xiao Fan understood. As the 8 approached the black-armored giant python, it suddenly unleashed a furious roar, its formidable body thrashing outwards, a tempest of force surging through the air, sending 9 figures hurtling backward, blood spewing forth. It still possessed the strength to fight. Run. The burly man bellowed. At this juncture, he realized the black-armored giant python had deceived them into approaching, intending to strike with lethal force. Despite its diminished power, it had feigned weakness to lure them in. Alas, it was too late to flee. The enraged black-armored giant python opened its maw and instantaneously consumed 2 cultivators, its serpentine tail thrashing, soul power surging toward the white-clad youth. "Brother, save me." The white-clad youth paled, trembling in fear. In a heartbeat, the burly man leaped to shield him, a white phantom suddenly materializing behind him. A battle axe, the 4th-tier battle thunder axe. He soared into the air, channeling the power of his battle soul, merging it with the axe in hand, unleashing a ferocious, explosive axe strike. Bang! A torrential downpour of blood cascaded down as a burly man was sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth incessantly. The black-armored giant python, with its chilling gaze, fixated on them, gliding forward until it stood before the two, yet it showed no intention of attacking. The young man in white, pale and trembling, stood frozen. "Lu Yin, have you taken its possession? Return it at once." The burly man bellowed, spitting out more blood. The strike from the black-armored python had nearly rendered him powerless. Lu Yin, with a look of trepidation, slowly retrieved a droplet of verdant grass from his hands. It was none other than the dragon spittle grass. The black-armored python let out a low growl, flicking its forked tongue, its eyes fixated intently on the dragon spittle grass. "I shall give you the dragon spittle grass if you allow us to leave." Although deeply reluctant, Lu Yin understood the immense value of the grass, far surpassing that of a 3rd-tier pinnacle soul crystal. The black-armored python nodded, appearing almost sentient, wary that Lu Yin might destroy the precious grass. "Go," the burly man shouted, and the other severely injured members of the Lu family retreated hastily. Lu Yin gently placed down the dragon spittle grass and turned to flee. The black-armored python let out a low roar but did not pursue them. Its sole focus was on the grass, which, despite its grievous wounds, could restore it to its peak, or even further. Its icy gaze scanned the jungle, confirming that Lu Yin and the others had departed. And its imposing aura diminished in an instant, collapsing to the ground, barely clinging to life. "This black-armored python is indeed clever," Xiao Fan mused. Every action of the python had not escaped his observation, and it was likely that it had not even retained the strength of a 2nd-tier pinnacle warrior. As the black-armored python slithered toward the dragon spittle grass, Xiao Fan sprang into action. The phantom battle soul materialized behind him, unleashing a terrifying surge of soul power. He executed the mysterious step, reaching his utmost speed, and in an instant, appeared behind the black-armored python. The 2nd-tier combat technique, Flying Rainbow, was unleashed with a resounding whoosh of sword energy. With a sharp thrust, the blade hovered above the black-armored python's head, a gash opening up, blood gushing forth. Roar! The black-armored python howled, its massive tail sweeping violently toward Xiao Fan. He felt the fierce gust of wind rushing toward him. Should that strike connect, he would either perish or be gravely injured. Despite the python being severely wounded, its formidable physique remained overwhelmingly powerful. Even a pinnacle warrior could not withstand such an assault. In a flash of lightning, Xiao Fan executed the mysterious step, advancing rather than retreating, and sidestepped to appear beneath the python's raised head, avoiding the sweeping tail. Grateful in his heart, he realized that had he still been at the peak of the battle spirit tier, he would not have evaded that attack. The 2nd-tier technique consumed considerable soul power, a feat only a warrior could sustain. "Diamond Finger," Xiao Fan shouted, unleashing an immense surge of soul power upon his steel sword. Transforming the blade into a finger, concentrating all his assault into a singular point as he thrust upward. With a piercing sound, the steel sword penetrated the black-armored python's jaw, piercing through and causing blood to spurt, staining Xiao Fan's body. The black-armored python struggled futilely a couple of times before falling silent, evidently dead beyond resurrection. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Fan's soul energy was completely depleted, and the ghostly battle spirit entered his dantian. His legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. He unsteadily picked up the dragon-scented grass from the ground, carefully stowing it away, and then grasped the soul crystal of the blood-patterned wolf in his hand, beginning to swiftly absorb and refine it. In this battle, he truly felt the might of a 3rd-tier soul beast. Had it not been severely injured, he would have found himself utterly inadequate against it. Moments later, he opened his eyes. a grave expression crossing his face as he gazed at the nearby corpse of the black-armored giant python, slowly making his way towards it. After a brief moment, he held in his hand a black soul crystal emanating a ghostly glow, which was even purer than that of the blood-patterned wolf. Alas, the black-armored giant python was a treasure trove in itself, yet its massive form was beyond his capacity to transport. Xiao Fan sighed inwardly. The scales and fangs of the black-armored giant python were excellent materials for crafting weapons, and its blood was immensely valuable to alchemists. Captain. The sounds of battle came from this direction. A voice suddenly broke the silence as Xiao Fan was preparing to leave, followed by several figures swiftly entering their line of sight. Upon seeing the approaching individuals, Xiao Fan tightened his grip on the steel sword. He realized it was too late to escape now. With his other hand concealed within his sleeve, he continued to absorb the soul energy from the crystal. The black-armored giant python? The distant figures gasped in astonishment at the sight of the colossal creature. The leader, a man clad in black armor, instantly turned his gaze to Xiao Fan, exclaiming in surprise, "The first waste, no, the third young master of the Xiao family?" Though once regarded as a waste, Xiao Fan's name was well known throughout Xiao City, with many having witnessed his true appearance, including this armored man. It was no wonder he was so astonished. Before him stood the so-called first waste of Xiao City, who had failed to awaken a battle spirit successfully after 9 attempts. Yet here was a person capable of slaying a third-tier soul beast, labeled as a waste for 9 years? If such individuals were considered waste, what would that make the people of Xiao City? This was evidently a prodigy. At merely 16, he could defeat a third-tier soul beast equivalent to a battle master. Given time, who could fathom his potential? The armored man did not dwell on these thoughts further, instead directing a gaze filled with reverence towards Xiao Fan. "Third young master Xiao, I am Wang Lai, the leader of the Sunset Soul Hunting Team. Did you slay this black-armored giant python?" Upon hearing the name of the hunting team, Xiao Fan was slightly taken aback. He had been pondering how to deal with the python's corpse and had unexpectedly encountered the soul hunting team. The soul hunting team was one of the 3 specialized professions on the Soul Battle Continent, dedicated to hunting soul beasts, seizing soul crystals, and collecting the remains of these creatures. They also acquired soul beasts killed by others, profiting from such endeavors. Thus, they roamed the dense forest year-round, dancing with soul beasts. This profession, however, was not considered particularly noble on the Soul Battle Continent, as those with influence and backing lived in luxury and would rarely take such risks. "Can you handle this black-armored python?" Xiao Fan stated decisively. The others, believing he had independently slain the creature, naturally harbored a sense of trepidation regarding his strength and dared not entertain any malicious intentions. "Why, yes." Wang Lai nodded eagerly. Although he was merely at the initial stage of a battle master, in the presence of the black-armored python, his only option was to flee. Since the establishment of the Sunset Soul Hunting Team, they had never managed to capture a third-tier soul beast. How could he let such an opportunity slip away? "Name your price," Xiao Fan remarked indifferently. Wang Lai pondered for a moment, taking a deep breath before responding. The corpse of this black-armored python should be at the late 3rd tier, valued at approximately 8,000 low-grade soul stones in the market. However, since we are assisting with the disposal, let us settle on 5,000 low-grade soul stones. Xiao Fan waved his hand dismissively, appreciating Wang Lai's straightforward nature, which aligned well with his own preferences. "Thank you, third young master," Wang Lai exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy and excitement. "I mentioned 5,000, but that is merely half the worth," Xiao Fan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Lai's expression faltered, and a slender man beside him, Wang Yin, darkened with displeasure. "Third young master Xiao, are you implying that the black-armored python is worth 10,000 low-grade soul stones? Do not presume that just because you belong to the Xiao family, you can bully us." "Wang Yin, be silent," Wang Lai bellowed, casting a cold glare at the slender man before turning back to Xiao Fan. Third young master, however, Xiao Fan paid him no heed. He approached the belly of the black-armored python, drawing his steel sword to commence his task. Moments later, a vividly crimson corpse was extracted from within. A third-tier blood-pattern wolf? Wang Lai's pupils contracted with astonishment as he gazed at the wolf's remains. The slender man, Wang Yin, fell silent, his expression off. "If 5,000 does not satisfy, then let us settle on 4,000, totaling 8,000, Xiao Fan stated calmly. "Totaling 8,000? Wang Lai looked at Xiao Fan in disbelief. Although the blood-pattern wolf's body had decayed significantly, it was still undoubtedly worth 4,000 to 5,000 low-grade soul stones. By selling both third-tier soul beasts to them for merely 8,000, Was Xiao Fan not practically gifting them the blood pattern wolf? Why not consider this a gesture of friendship? Xiao Fan smiled. Additionally, my affairs are best kept within your knowledge. Rest assured, third young master. Before Wang Lai could speak, Wang Yin interjected fiercely, whoever dares to divulge today's events to others, I, Wang Yin, shall be the first to ensure they suffer the consequences. Do you understand? Yes. Vice team leader. The others quickly nodded in agreement. Third young master, when shall we provide you with the soul stones? Wang Lai inquired. For they had not brought such a sum, having come solely to hunt soul beasts. There's no rush. You may deliver them to my residence at your convenience. Also, let us see if we can forge a fine weapon from the 2 soul beasts. The soul stones required will be deducted from the total. And I will compensate for any deficit later, Xiao Fan replied. Your words are too kind, Wang Lai chuckled, his heart brimming with excitement. Originally, they had only hoped to hunt a few ordinary second-tier soul beasts, never anticipating they would acquire the corpses of third-tier beasts. With a net profit of 4,000 to 5,000 soul stones, it was equivalent to the value of 5 or 6 peak second-tier soul beast corpses. Xiao Fan exchanged farewells with Wang Lai and ventured deeper into the Sunset Mountains. Having secured 2 third-tier soul crystals, he needed to expedite his breakthrough. As the family annual meeting was merely 20 days away, brother, what shall we do? Wang Yin observed as Xiao Fan departed, and immediately exchanged a meaningful glance with Wang Lai. Do not even entertain such thoughts? Wang Lai shot a fierce glare at Wang Yin. After all, a person who could endure for so many years was not to be underestimated. 9 years prior, he was but 7 years old. Upon hearing this, the members of the Setting Sun Soul Hunter group straightened their expressions, casting their gazes toward the direction Xiao Fan had vanished, filled with a sense of reverence. Unbeknownst to Xiao Fan, the significance of it all escaped him. His decision to hand over the corpses of the 2 soul beasts was merely a transaction without investment, and thus he harbored no concerns. An hour later, Xiao Fan discovered a spot that was exceedingly secluded and remarkably tranquil. He set several traps around the area and commenced his cultivation. Having learned from past experiences, he proceeded with utmost caution, channeling his family's technique, the thunderous decision. The ghostly essence erupted forth, and the soul crystals transformed into strands of pure soul energy, permeating his being. Xiao Fan also noted an intriguing phenomenon. While utilizing the ghostly battle spirit, the soul energy he conjured was notably pure, as if it could refine the impurities within the soul crystals. However, there was a downside. The majority of the soul energy contained within the crystals was consumed by the ghostly battle spirit. Naturally, Xiao Fan preferred quality over quantity. The increasingly refined soul energy brought greater benefits to him. As a master of medicine in his previous life, he understood well that even the most potent medicine harbors a degree of toxicity. The same principle applies to the soul crystals of soul beasts. Absorbing impure energy for cultivation would inevitably hinder one's growth. By employing the ghostly battle spirit for training, he effectively eliminated all impurities, retaining only the purest soul energy for his development. Although the consumption of soul crystals was considerable, a solid foundation was essential for far-reaching advancement. Xiao Fan mused silently before soon entering a state of deep meditation. 7 days swiftly passed, and the 2 third-tier soul crystals he had acquired were nearly expended. At the moment the last traces of the crystals dissipated, a resounding roar erupted from within Xiao Fan. A late-stage warrior. He opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance momentarily illuminating his gaze. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of power within himself, as torrents of soul energy surged through his meridians, invigorating every pore of his body, leaving him utterly exhilarated. Remarkably, the 2 third-tier soul crystals had only propelled him through 2 minor realms. It seemed that relying on the refinement of soul crystals for future breakthroughs would indeed prove to be a daunting task, Xiao Fan thought with a bittersweet smile. Typically, the soul energy contained within a late-stage second-tier soul crystal is sufficient for a warrior in the early stages to advance to the mid-level. Not to mention, 2 third-tier soul crystals, if refined by another, would be ample to ascend to the rank of a soul master. Moreover, the terrifying soul energy housed in third-tier crystals, if absorbed as swiftly as Xiao Fan had done, could potentially rupture one's meridians. Furthermore, these were 2 soul crystals, possibly of late-stage or even peak third-tier quality. That Xiao Fan did not suffer a rupture was indeed fortunate. He finally comprehended why certain scions from prominent families, possessing countless talents, could effortlessly advance to higher realms, provided their battle spirits were sufficiently elevated and they had access to ample soul crystals. What he remained unaware of, however, was that most individuals could not refine soul crystals at such a rapid pace, nor would they dare to attempt it. Moreover, the higher the rank of the soul beast, the stronger its combat power. It is exceedingly difficult to slay a soul beast to obtain high-grade soul crystals. To acquire 2 third-grade soul crystals this time, he must have been extraordinarily fortunate. With my current strength, if Xiao Tian were still at the late stage of a warrior, a single punch would suffice to defeat him. Regrettably, the Thunder Decision is of too low a grade, becoming obsolete upon breaking through to the warrior realm. A cold glimmer flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes as he once again circulated the Thunder Decision for several cycles, stabilizing his cultivation before rising to leave. After a breakthrough, adapting to newfound strength can only be achieved through battle. The combat capability within the same realm is not fixed. Battle experience is a crucial aspect of power, which is why practitioners engage in training after breaking through. Only through combat can one continuously grow. The forest remained eerily silent as Xiao Fan ventured deeper into the Sunset Mountain range, where soul beasts became increasingly abundant. After half a day, he had already dispatched 3 mid-stage second-grade soul beasts, along with 2 late-stage second-grade soul beasts. Xiao Fan had developed a solid understanding of his own strength. He could now face late-stage second-grade soul beasts with composure, and even contend against peak second-grade soul beasts. Suddenly, a sound of flowing water reached his ears, causing excitement to surface on his face. This was the sound of a stream. After slaying the black-armored giant python, he had longed to cleanse himself, and had he not been focused on his breakthrough, he would have sought a water source much earlier. Moments later, a crystal-clear stream came into view, winding gracefully, with a deep pool ahead. Without hesitation, Xiao Fan plunged into the water, holding his breath as he scrubbed his entire body, relishing a sense of refreshment he had not felt in ages. Suddenly, splashes erupted in the air, and as Xiao Fan brushed his face, he initially thought it was raining. However, when he turned to look, a breathtaking scene unfolded before his eyes. A young woman emerged from the depths of the pool, her lustrous black hair cascading down her shoulders, her delicate arms resembling jade, and her radiant beauty ethereal and untainted, akin to a lotus emerging from the water. The luminous sheen on her skin glimmered upon the water's surface, enchanting and dreamlike, igniting a surge of fervor within Xiao Fan, who stood entranced. As he gazed, her sparkling eyes met his, her long lashes fluttering, a perfect nose, and lips like cherries, reminiscent of an angel from legends, an enchanting little sprite. A sharp scream pierced the air, startling the birds and beasts of the forest. The girl pressed one hand against her chest, while the other flicked her finger, sending forth a torrent of waves that surged toward Xiao Fan like a multitude of arrows. Alarmed, Xiao Fan instinctively countered with a palm strike, unleashing the second-grade combat technique, breaking waves, causing the water to rise and part, before launching at the girl like a ravenous wolf. "You rogue, I shall slay you," the girl roared. Akin to a frenzied wild beast, an overwhelming aura of soul power erupting from her, sending Xiao Fan flying with tremendous force. As she emerged from the water, her graceful form glided like a nimble mermaid, sending shimmering droplets cascading around her, which settled gently upon the stones at the shore. With a wave of her hand, a flowing white gown enveloped her figure. Xiao Fan, unwilling to wait for her to don her attire before confronting him, understood that the label of a rogue could no longer be shed. Moreover, the girl's prowess far exceeded his expectations. She was at least a battle master, for it was impossible for anyone of lesser skill to effortlessly escape his clutches. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fervently swam towards the opposite bank. Aware that reasoning with her in her current fury would be futile, his immediate priority was to flee the scene. Yet, the girl was swift, with a single leap. She skimmed across the surface like a dragonfly, deftly making her way to the other side of the river. With a few delicate touches upon the water, she gracefully appeared on the opposite shore, her movements light and agile, reminiscent of a fleeting swallow. What an extraordinary martial technique! Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback, and a sense of helplessness washed over him. While the girl may only be a battle master, her agility was extraordinary. Certainly not something one would expect from an ordinary family. Although she did not soar through the air, even a battle sovereign could not achieve such feats without employing martial techniques. The girl's skill allowed her to momentarily traverse the air, effortlessly crossing the river. Her martial prowess was undoubtedly remarkable. Xiao Fan did not hesitate to turn and flee. Perhaps he had a slim chance in the water, but on land, he stood no chance against the girl. "You shall not escape today," she snarled, her expression a grimace of fury, as she soared once more towards the opposite bank. Xiao Fan felt a wave of resignation. He knew that evasion was nearly impossible now. My lady, please allow me to explain. This is truly a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? The girl regarded Xiao Fan coldly, clearly skeptical. If it were merely a misunderstanding, why did you lunge at me earlier? Water dragon wave. The girl, uninterested in further discourse, uttered a sharp command as she struck the water's surface. The water surged violently, and a colossal dragon of water erupted, roaring forth as it lunged towards Xiao Fan with fierce intent. Upon witnessing the massive water dragon, Xiao Fan's expression shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, he unleashed his second-tier mark, the breaking wave palm, striking with forceful blows. The water dragon trembled, its momentum unabated. However, he had gravely underestimated the water dragon's power. His technique was ineffectual as the overwhelming force barreled towards him. This water dragon wave was at least a third-tier martial technique. Xiao Fan's pupils contracted, and he swiftly darted to the side. Even so, he was still shaken by the water dragon's impact, his insides churning violently. My lady, this is truly a misunderstanding. Xiao Fan struggled to rise from the water, his face pale as he attempted to explain. Stranded on land and powerless in the water. Would he really have to risk his life here? Xiao Fan understood that this incident was unlikely to resolve amicably. He felt deeply frustrated that even a simple bath had led to such calamity. Get up here. The girl's expression was anything but pleasant the moment Xiao Fan spoke. Her anger flared anew at the mention of their earlier encounter. At that moment, a sudden roar echoed through the mountains and forests, and before him appeared a lion, its body shimmering with golden light. The lion, approximately 4 meters long and 2 meters tall, exuded an imposing presence, embodying extraordinary might. Its golden eyes fixed contemptuously upon the young woman. Xiao Fan's expression shifted, revealing a spark of excitement. This was a third-tier soul beast, the golden mad lion, its combat prowess rivaling that of the blood-pattern wolf. The aura irradiating from it was undoubtedly far more complex than that of a mere early-stage third-tier beast. With his own strength, even while wielding the phantom battle soul, he believed he could withstand a blow from an early-stage third-tier soul beast, and if it came to that, he could escape with all his might. However, before the golden mad lion, he felt no certainty. Similarly, the young woman, presumably at the warrior master level, might not stand a chance against the golden mad lion either. Should they engage in mutual destruction, it might afford him an opportunity to flee. Yet, the reality proved far more intricate. Suddenly, the young woman moved, employing her combat techniques to tread upon the water's surface. Appearing on the opposite riverbank with a look of malicious delight. Water dragon wave. Once again, she unleashed a powerful strike, summoning a massive water dragon that surged toward him, propelling him toward the opposite shore. Xiao Fan felt an impulse to curse. It was often said that women were as fierce as tigers. But this young woman was more treacherous than a tiger, intent on making him the golden mad lion's meal. He had no wish to confront the water dragon head-on, for that blow would surely sap his strength. Resolutely, he harnessed the push of the wave and swam toward the bank where the golden mad lion awaited. Little witch, next time you better not fall into my hands, or I shall ensure your immediate reckoning. Xiao Fan's anger flared as he glared at the young woman and leaped toward the shore. The golden mad lion's cold gaze fixed upon Xiao Fan, as if it anticipated the prey willingly approaching. At the moment of his ascent, a shadow appeared behind him as the phantom battle soul erupted forth. Utilizing the second-tier combat technique, Flying Rainbow Sword, he struck down with overwhelming force, the sonic boom resounding with unparalleled dominance, nearly exhausting all his strength. Roar. The golden mad lion, enraged by the audacity of this challenger, unleashed a furious roar, its sharp claws sweeping through the air. Simultaneously, Xiao Fan sidestepped, raising his steel sword in defense. Bang! The claws collided with the steel sword, shattering it with a resounding crack. His body was sent flying, crashing into a tree, which collapsed under the impact, and blood gushed forth as his internal organs suffered injury. Nevertheless, he hesitated not for a moment. With a swift maneuver, he executed the misty steps to their utmost, darting into the depths of the forest. Rogue, don't run. The young woman fumed, initially believing Xiao Fan to be doomed, only to discover that the golden mad lion had failed to slay him in a single strike. Without a moment's hesitation, she activated her combat techniques and reappeared on the opposite riverbank, intent on pursuing Xiao Fan. At that juncture, the golden mad lion roared in fury, charging straight for the young woman. Xiao Fan's escape from its claws had ignited its wrath, which it now redirected toward her. The young woman, pale with fright, recognized that although she was at the mid-level of the warrior master, the golden mad lion stood at the pinnacle of that realm. She dared not confront it directly. Vanishing into the thicket in a flash. Roar. The golden savage lion let out a low growl and immediately pursued. Clearly more intrigued by the girl of the battle master realm than by the warrior-level Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan fled at a breakneck pace, occasionally spitting blood. This time, his injuries were severe, the might of the third-tier soul beast exceeding his expectations. He swiftly retrieved a second-tier soul crystal from his backpack and consumed it. The surging soul power seeping into his meridians, with the white stone emanating faint glimmers of light, mending his veins. What exactly was this white stone? It bore no resemblance to battle souls, yet rivaled healing-type battle souls. Xiao Fan was filled with confusion, unable to unravel the mystery, yet he found solace in its presence. For it promised a swift recovery from his wounds. Get away. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out behind him, unmistakably that of the little demoness. Had she become entangled with the golden savage lion? A surge of inexplicable joy filled Xiao Fan's heart as he silently approached, employing his stealthy steps. Moments later, two figures came into view, the little demoness and the golden savage lion, locked in a fierce battle. The lion's overwhelming strength pressed, yet the little demoness exhibited remarkable prowess, evading several of its lethal attacks with her agile combat techniques. Seeing that it could not easily subdue her, the golden savage lion nearly went berserk, its body shimmering with golden light as its speed suddenly doubled, though its attacks noticeably weakened. In a flash, the little demoness was caught off guard and sent flying by the lion's claws, her white dress torn, and blood flowed from her porcelain-like arms, a striking crimson. I shall slay you. The little demoness was filled with fury as a white longsword shot forth from her hand, and behind her, a silver-white phantom materialized. Tendrils of silvery light erupted, swiftly ensnaring the lion's limbs and head, as her sword pierced through its foreleg. 8th tier battle soul, Silver Emperor Vine? Xiao Fan's pupils constricted in astonishment as he beheld the little demoness, realizing he had gravely underestimated. No wonder she had ascended to the battle master realm at such a young age. She possessed an 8th tier battle soul. In the entire Great Yin dynasty, individuals with 8th tier battle souls were nearly extinct. The Great Yin dynasty boasted numerous cities, yet news of 8th tier battle souls was rare, particularly in small towns like Xiao City. The nature of 8th tier battle souls was something Xiao Fan had only read about in books. With its foreleg nearly severed, the golden savage lion succumbed to madness, howling to the heavens, its massive body rolling in the void. Although it could not immediately break free from the Silver Emperor Vine's restraint, it managed to snap several of its tendrils. The little demoness appeared pale, clearly drained from wielding the 8th tier battle soul. Silver Moon Slash. She suddenly cried out, as countless tendrils of the Silver Emperor Vine surged forth, resembling unmatched blades, striking towards the golden savage lion. In an instant, the speed of the 8th tier battle soul's tendrils was terrifying, the air filled with the sound of slicing wind, signaling the immense power of this assault. As events have unfolded, it is evident that the little witch has fought valiantly. A peak 3rd tier soul beast is indeed a formidable adversary. With a thunderous roar, the golden mad lion charged towards her, fully aware that evading the attack of an 8th tier battle spirit was futile. To flee would be to court death, while attacking might afford a glimmer of survival. Blood blossomed in the void as several Silver Emperor vines pierced the lion's abdomen, crimson streams gushing forth. The golden mad lion, in a fit of rage, ultimately succumbed and collapsed. The little witch's complexion turned pale. That single strike had nearly drained her entire soul power. Despite her strength allowing her to slay a peak 3rd tier soul beast, the battle had taken a tremendous toll. The 3rd tier peak soul crystal should suffice for my advancement to the late stages of a battle master. After a brief moment, she regained her composure and approached the slain beast. Concealed in the shadows, Xiao Fan was astonished. The little witch's prowess was indeed terrifying. Capable of vanquishing a peak 3rd tier soul beast, surpassing 2 minor realms in the process. Is it truly dead? Suddenly, Xiao Fan focused intently on the body of the golden mad lion, noticing the subtle rise and fall of its abdomen, indicating it was still breathing. With a sudden roar, the lion sprang back to life, its massive jaws gaping as it lunged at the little witch, blood spraying everywhere, creating a scene of sheer horror. Help! The little witch screamed in terror, on the verge of tears, completely paralyzed with fear. At such close proximity, escape was impossible. Her delicate body trembled, instinctively recoiling. Yet she could not evade the lion's lethal strike. In a moment of panic, She mustered all her strength and thrust her jade hand. By employing a stroke of cleverness, she managed to repel the lion's head momentarily. Though she blocked the attack, the lion's claws viciously grazed her arm, causing blood to spatter. With two anguished cries, both the little witch and the golden mad lion fell to the ground. Had they truly perished together? Xiao Fan gazed in astonishment at the fallen pair, and after a pause, emerged from the underbrush to approach the lion. To his relief, the golden mad lion was irrevocably dead. Extracting the peak third-tier soul crystal from its head, a radiant smile illuminated Xiao Fan's face. However, when his gaze shifted to the little witch, he felt a sense of conflict. Although her breaths were weak, she had not yet succumbed. If he were to leave her there, she would inevitably become prey for other soul beasts. Yet, the thought of intervening to save her left him somewhat displeased. After all, she had nearly caused his demise with a mere glance, and now, he was expected to rescue her? In truth, saving her was not beyond Xiao Fan's capabilities, but he pondered the potential consequences. Should he revive her? What if she sought vengeance upon awakening? A fierce internal battle raged in his mind. After a prolonged deliberation, he sighed and addressed the unconscious little witch. Let it be known, should I save you this time, our previous encounter shall be forgotten. And this peak third-tier soul crystal is mine. As he murmured to himself while adjusting the delicate form of the young sorceress, his right hand inadvertently brushed against her body. This is an act of rescue, he reassured himself internally as he carried her towards the riverbank. The young sorceress was severely injured, and it was imperative to tend to her wounds to prevent infection. Upon reaching the river, he carefully placed her upon a clean stone, filled a flask with water, and returned to her side. However, a wave of hesitation washed over him. The sorceress bore numerous injuries, several of which were in rather intimate areas. Having already seen them, he reasoned, what did it matter to gaze upon them once more? After all, this was a matter of saving a life. He bolstered his resolve. While he was not a paragon of virtue, he was also not one to exploit another's misfortune. He adhered to the ethical standards befitting a healer. Yet, he could not deny that despite her malevolent nature, the young sorceress was breathtakingly beautiful, and once matured, she would undoubtedly be a rare gem of exquisite allure. As for treating her wounds, he was quite adept, and he swiftly cleaned them, gathering some herbs nearby to crush and apply to her injury. He then took out his last remaining set of clean garments and draped them over her. Having completed these tasks, he finally exhaled in relief, retrieving the soul crystal of the golden rampaging lion from his pack. At the peak of the third tier, he mused. The pinnacle of warrior status should not be far off. With a smile, he settled a short distance from the sorceress and began to absorb and refine the energy contained within the crystal. Compared to absorbing the natural essence of the world for cultivation, directly drawing upon the power of the soul crystal was indeed far more expedient. In recent days, he had come to understand the nature of soul power and realms. If one were to liken a realm to a reservoir, then soul power would be the source of its water. Each time a breakthrough occurred, the reservoir expanded, necessitating a greater influx of soul power. Once filled, the reservoir would require further expansion to facilitate another breakthrough. However, the ability to expand the reservoir depended on innate talent. The stronger the talent, the easier the breakthroughs. The determinant of such talent was the battle soul. The higher the tier of the battle soul, the easier it became to break through and reach elevated realms capable of containing greater volumes of soul power. Although he was unaware of the tier of his ghostly battle soul, he could distinctly feel that within the warrior realm, his progress was remarkably swift. Days slipped by, and aside from his training, he immersed himself in learning combat techniques. He had already grasped half of the techniques he had observed in the combat technique pavilion. Moreover, he had perfected each one to its zenith. Such talent was indeed rare, not just in Xiao City, but throughout the entire Great Yin dynasty. It could almost be described as monstrous. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed from within him, the sound of soul power flowing freely and recklessly through his meridians. As this sound resonated, a smile graced his lips. He recognized it as the sensation of a breakthrough. Gazing at the diminutive remnant of the third-tier soul crystal in his hand, he swallowed it whole, proclaiming, "At last, I have reached the pinnacle of the warrior realm." However, soul crystals are becoming increasingly scarce. To achieve a swift breakthrough now, I will likely require at least a fourth-tier soul crystal. As he spoke, a bitter smile graced Xiao Fan's face. When he turned his gaze towards the direction of the little demoness, he discovered her had she been taken away by a soul beast? Xiao Fan murmured, and as the words left his lips, he felt a chill run down his spine. A powerful force was descending from behind. Though he had recently ascended to the pinnacle of warrior strength and his soul power had significantly increased, his earlier excitement had blinded him to the presence behind him. As the impending danger drew near, instinctively, Xiao Fan performed a somersault forward. With a resounding crash, the stone he had been seated upon exploded, and it was evident that had he not evaded in time, this strike would have surely cost him dearly. "What are you doing, little demoness?" Xiao Fan exclaimed, his anger palpable as he glared at the feeble figure ahead, clearly the one who had just attacked him. "You shameless scoundrel! I shall take your life." The little demoness glared back, her teeth clenched, her words laced with fury, yet they soon turned to tears. Xiao Fan, perplexed, raised an eyebrow. "What have I done to provoke you? Why are you crying? Stop your nonsense." "I am not crying over anything. I merely glanced at you," Xiao Fan replied impatiently, recognizing the little demoness' spoiled temperament, a reflection of her noble upbringing. "You lecherous scoundrel! You vile rogue!" she retorted fiercely, advancing towards him, albeit with great difficulty due to her injuries. "How have I acted like a rogue? I was merely trying to save you. I only glanced, it cost me nothing." "You scoundrel! Now I understand. Good deeds go unrewarded. Had it been anyone else, they would have claimed your life long ago. Good souls like mine are rare. Vile rogue, now that you're feeling better, let us proceed. Do not expect me to carry you. I have no desire to be ambushed. Who wants you to carry me? Get lost." They bickered like sworn enemies, their exchanges relentless until Xiao Fan, weary of the quarrel, decided to cease the argument. With the family gathering approaching, remaining in the Sunset Mountain range held little significance for Xiao Fan. Hunting a 4th-level soul beast was beyond his capabilities, and slaying a 3rd-level beast would not suffice for his continued advancement. After wandering for some time, the little demoness finally grew fatigued, compelling Xiao Fan to pause for a moment of respite. "I'm hungry," she lamented, gazing at Xiao Fan with a pitiful expression. After spending the day together, she realized that he was not as despicable as she had initially believed. However, as soon as the words escaped her lips, regret washed over her, and she thought to herself, "Why am I asking him for help? He is a scoundrel. I only seek his aid because I am hungry, and once I recover, I shall make him pay. Do not look at me like that. I will find something to eat. You had best not wander off, or else you might become a meal for a soul beast, and I shall not come to your aid," Xiao Fan warned, casting a stern glance at her. For a moment, she had displayed a touch of femininity. "Humph, scoundrel. I am a woman after all." The little demoness blushed in indignation, but alas, Xiao Fan had already vanished from sight. She could not help but add, "Humph, you show no appreciation for a lady." As Xiao Fan traversed the forest, he searched for low-level soul beasts. Through his recent training, he had mastered the art of silent movement, allowing him to navigate without a sound. "Su Jun, remember this. The next 2nd-tier pinnacle soul stone is mine." Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from ahead, prompting Xiao Fan to halt his steps and cautiously conceal himself within the thicket. A mere dozen meters away, he observed a group of 10 figures. 4 of them were familiar to him, Su Jun, Lin Xiaoyang, and the 2 men from Lu Cheng, while the others were servants of the Lu family. Xiao Fan's expression hardened as an ominous premonition gripped his heart. He pondered, how did the Su family and the Lin family align themselves with the Lu family? Rest assured, I, Su Jun, am a man of my word. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Su Jun's cold voice rang out. "I must ask you both. What time is it now to be squabbling over such trivial matters?" A burly man from the Lu family raised an eyebrow, his voice tinged with barely "Lu Tao, do not stand there idly. Without the 3rd-tier soul crystal, could you truly break through to the Battle Master realm?" Lin Xiaoyang retorted with scorn, dismissing the burly man entirely. "Lin Xiaoyang, let us not forget that it was your Lin family and the Su family who called upon my Lu family. Without the Lu family, do you honestly believe you could acquire the snow lion cubs? It is nothing short of a fantasy." Before Lu Tao could respond, Lu Yin interjected, clearly displeased. "Snow lion cubs?" Xiao Fan, concealed in the underbrush, felt his pupils constrict, nearly crying out. Were the 3 great families conspiring together solely to seize the snow lion cubs? It is crucial to remember that the snow lion is a 5th-tier soul beast. Once matured, it would rival the existence of a battle sovereign. In the entirety of Xiao City and Lu City, there were no battle sovereign-level powerhouses. If the Su and Lin families were to acquire them, what future would remain for the Xiao family in Xiao City? They must not be allowed to succeed. Xiao Fan resolutely thought, fearful of detection, holding his breath and straining to listen intently. "Let it be. Our task is to eliminate the surrounding soul beasts. We will inevitably obtain some 2nd or third-tier soul crystals in the process. Our current objective is to wait for the elders of our families to lure the snow lion away, allowing the three of us to infiltrate the lair of the snow lions. There should be at least 3 cubs. Each of us can carry one back, Lu Tao proclaimed. Breaking the stalemate. What if there are more than 3? Lin Xiaoyang asked, a hint of reluctance in his tone. If there are more than 3, I will not concern myself. My Lu family requires but 1. Lu Tao's gaze remained calm, yet he silently scoffed. My Su family will also settle for just 1. Su Jun declared without hesitation, his intent unmistakable. If the total did not exceed 3, he would claim 1 without fail. Very well. It is settled then. If there are fewer than 3, they belong to you. But if there are more than 3, the rest shall belong to my Lin family. Lin Xiaoyang chuckled heartily, and thus the 3 reached a simple accord. What machinations lay within their minds remained a mystery. Moments later, a rustling sound emanated from afar as the group of figures emerged. Upon reaching Su Jun and his companions, they divided into 3 clusters. Xiao Fan sensed the formidable auras emanating from these individuals. They were all at the Battle Master realm. The bloodstains adorning their bodies indicated that they too were engaged in the elimination of the surrounding third-tier soul beasts. Xiao Fan finally comprehended why he had encountered so many third-tier soul beasts in recent days. It was likely due to their expulsion. All for the sake of the 5th-tier snow lion cubs. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the sky, and brilliant fireworks erupted above, capturing the attention of all who gazed in awe, their faces illuminated by radiant smiles. Time's up, let us proceed, Lin Xiaoyang declared with palpable excitement. Leading, Su Jun and Lu Tao exchanged glances, frowning slightly before quickly following suit. Observing the group depart, Xiao Fan felt a profound hesitation within. Alone, his strength was insufficient to contend with the 3 prominent families, even if he were to break through to the rank of a battle master. The elite combatants of these families might be dispatched for the 5th-tier snow lion cubs, while he remained merely a fledgling warrior. Realizing this, Xiao Fan shook his head in resignation. Yet, just as he prepared to rise, a sensation akin to an electric shock coursed through his shoulder, startling him greatly. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively struck out. Rogue, it's me, a voice called out. And Xiao Fan's hand halted midair as he gazed in astonishment at the figure before him. Was it not the little demoness? What brings you here? Xiao Fan stammered, his complexion paling. The thought of someone appearing behind him unnoticed was unsettling. If her intent were to harm him, he would have been doomed. The little demoness glared at him, her expression filled with indignation. I thought you had gone in search of food. After not seeing you for ages, I stealthily made my way over. So, what do you say? Are you interested? She flashed a mischievous grin, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, her lively eyes sparkling with charm and allure. What are you plotting? Xiao Fan took several cautious steps back, fully aware of the little demoness' intentions. What do you think? She replied, her smile growing more sinister. The 5th-tier soul beast cubs are incredibly valuable. If we don't capture one, it would be a shame. Valuable? Xiao Fan's expression darkened as he quickly cautioned, Little demoness, you must think this through. These 3 families have summoned their battle sovereigns. A 5th-tier snow lion. Even a battle sovereign of the same rank may not be able to face it. I am aware of that, she retorted. Which is precisely why we cannot miss this opportunity. The battle sovereigns are preoccupied. Only the battle masters remain. Besides, we can launch a sneak attack. Her smile was radiant. Xiao Fan regarded her warily. This audacious individual sought to seize something from a throng of battle masters, a venture fraught with peril. Come on, if you're this, are you even a man? Before Xiao Fan could collect his thoughts, the little demoness had already dashed towards the figures of the 3 families. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Fan contemplated, to grow stronger, one must possess immense courage. Every endeavor carries its risks, and the greater the risk, the higher the potential reward. He resolutely pursued her, acknowledging his own tendency to overthink, but some opportunities do not afford the luxury of time for contemplation. Miss them, and they vanish. Little demoness, are you not hungry? Xiao Fan inquired as he caught up with her. I just dispatched 2 first-tier wind rabbits. Though the meat is scant, it is still quite decent. She replied with a smile. Xiao Fan was utterly defeated by the little demoness, cursing inwardly, you may not be hungry, but I am. Suddenly, a deafening roar of a lion echoed from afar, where an intense battle was unfolding. Hurry, the 5th-tier snow lion is ensnared. Lin Xiaoyang and the others hurried forward, aware that time was of the essence. If the 5th-tier snow lion regained its composure, it would spell doom for them. The formidable warriors of the 3 prominent families were certainly not a match for the 5th-tier snow lion. Their only hope was to buy time while Su Jun and his companions stealthily extracted the snow lion cub. Before long, a massive cave appeared before them. The warriors from the three families halted, but Su Jun, Lin Chaoyang, and Lu Tao pressed on toward the cave's entrance, while the others remained on high alert. As if facing a grave threat, the audacity of sending their young master to pilfer a fifth-tier snow lion was truly reckless. The little demoness sneered at the trio disappearing into the cave. Do you not comprehend what a fifth-tier spirit beast signifies for the three families? It's no wonder you, with your eighth-tier battle soul, cannot fathom its importance. Xiao Fan cast a sidelong glance at the little demoness. He recognized her extraordinary status, with an eighth-tier battle soul. She naturally regarded the fifth-tier spirit beast with disdain. However, for their smaller families, the fifth-tier spirit beast was akin to a foundational pillar. What if they sent their subordinates to steal the spirit beast's cub and made off with it? The heads of the three families would certainly not take kindly to such a transgression. Thus, entrusting the task to their sons was the most prudent choice. You scoundrel, what do you think would happen if we fired a signal flare? The little demoness suddenly asked, her sweet smile sending shivers down his spine, causing cold sweat to soak his garments. Just let me get a bit further away, and don't call me scoundrel. My name is Xiao Fan. He replied hastily before darting off into the distance, knowing well what chaos would ensue once the little demoness unleashed the signal flare. Coward. The little demoness shot him a glare, then executed a peculiar movement technique, stealthily approaching the warriors of the three families. Her skill was impressive, as many warriors failed to perceive her presence. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh sounded, and a streak of light shot into the sky, leaving the warriors stunned. What happened? Who fired the signal flare? They exclaimed. Young master, come quickly, the snow lion is returning. The warriors of the three families shouted, exchanging glances filled with murderous intent. Meanwhile, several miles away in the ancient forest, chaos reigned. Countless ancient trees lay toppled, and dust swirled around. A snow-white lion, measuring 7 to 8, glared wrathfully at the 6 formidable warriors, its eyes bloodshot and its visage ferocious, baring its teeth. Bloodstains marred its fur, clearly indicating that the 6 warriors had not been idle, inflicting some injury upon it. Nonetheless, the warriors were in no better state, appearing utterly disheveled. At that moment, a piercing howl echoed from afar, followed by the sound of fireworks bursting. It worked. Retreat, one of the warriors declared, leaving those words behind as he and another fled without looking back. Let's go? The other 4 did not hesitate. None of the 6 stood a chance against the snow lion, especially now that only 4 remained. Moreover, the snow lion cub was already in their possession, allowing them to withdraw triumphantly, just as the 6 formidable warriors were about to depart. The battle masters of the 3 great families in the distance were in a state of utter panic, akin to ants on a hot pan, incessantly calling out the names of Su Jun and his companions. It was no wonder they were so anxious. If the 5th-tier snow lion returned, they would likely meet their doom there. Isn't this intriguing? The little enchantress appeared beside Xiao Fan, a triumphant smile gracing her face. You truly are a sorceress. This prank is rather cruel, but I must admit, I enjoy it, Xiao Fan chuckled. The Su and Lin families, both part of the 3 great families of Xiao City, had often toyed with the former Xiao Fan. If they were to perish here, it would spare him the trouble of intervening. The little enchantress's face flushed crimson, suddenly shooting a fierce glare at Xiao Fan. Who said I wanted your approval? Humph. Be careful not to be too fierce as a woman. You might end up unmarried. Xiao Fan remarked, realizing he had misspoken. There are plenty of suitors lining up to marry me. The little enchantress retorted dismissively, her face brightening as she observed the anxious members of the 3 great families in the distance. At that moment, 3 figures finally emerged from the cave, each cradling a snow-white cub in their arms, fluffy and adorable, with their eyes narrowed in sleep. What's the rush? Are you eager to reincarnate? Lin Chaoyang bellowed coldly at the crowd. However, the next moment, he felt a chill run down his spine as he glanced upwards, his hair standing on end. Everyone turned to look, and there they beheld a colossal snow lion, 8 meters long, advancing with measured steps, baring its fangs, and its crimson eyes fixed. This was the instinctive thought that raced through everyone's minds. Before the 5th-tier soul beast snow lion, all present felt their insignificance. It was a being comparable to a battle sage, and how could these battle masters hope to compete? The snow lion roared, its icy gaze fixated on Su Jun and his companions, for they were the ones holding her cub. Su Jun, Lin Chaoyang, and Lu Tao trembled uncontrollably, their bodies betraying them, their hands and feet cold as ice, their backs drenched in sweat. They cursed inwardly. wondering how the snow lion had returned so swiftly when it was supposed to be entangled. Young master, someone must have fired a signal flare. The head of the family must believe we have successfully escaped, one battle master from the Su family said with a bitter smile, his face devoid of color. Which fool did that? Lin Chaoyang and Lu Tao roared in anger, their piercing gazes sweeping over everyone present, their rage overcoming their fear. The battle masters exchanged terrified glances, none of them knowing the culprit, while the little enchantress concealed in the shadows could hardly contain her laughter. How can you still find this amusing? What if the snow lion fixates on us? Xiao Fan glared at the little enchantress with irritation. Ah, indeed, the little enchantress's carefree smile faltered, realizing that if they were to flee now, they would undoubtedly be seen as thieves trying to snatch her cub, and the snow lion would never let them go. In the distance, the snow lion advanced step by step towards Lin Chaoyang and his companions, the overwhelming pressure it exuded rendering them breathless. In the presence of a fifth-tier spirit beast, they were vastly inferior in both cultivation and size, akin to mere ants. Do not come any closer. If you do, I shall slay it. Lin Chaoyang suddenly glared fiercely, gripping the neck of the snow lion cub in his hand, his face contorted in a menacing snarl. The cub struggled in pain, and Lin Chaoyang drew a sword, positioning it against the cub's belly. Indeed, upon witnessing this, the snow lion halted, baring its teeth and letting out a furious roar. The trembling warriors let out a sigh of relief. It appeared the snow lion was wary of the threat to its offspring. Esteemed snow lion, we are willing to release your child. Please grant us our lives. At that moment, Su Jun stepped forward, cradling the sleeping snow lion cub in his arms and taking several steps ahead. Su Jun, what are you doing? Lin Chaoyang exclaimed, both furious and incredulous. You are surrendering? Undoubtedly, Su Jun's actions displeased Lin's family, yet the Su clan felt a stirring within, for they recognized this decision as the correct one. Could they truly contend with a fifth-tier spirit beast? Even 10 lives would not suffice. The snow lion growled lowly, nodding in a manner reminiscent of human understanding. Having reached the 5th tier, it had attained a level of intelligence, albeit unable to articulate words. Without hesitation, Su Jun departed with his kin, prompting Lu Tao to follow suit, embracing the snow lion cub and bowing respectfully. I too wish to release your child. I implore you. Esteemed snow lion, spare our lives. Lu Tao you. Lin Chaoyang's complexion flushed crimson, the veins on his forehead writhing like tiny worms. Lu Tao cast a cold glance at Lin Chaoyang before leading the warriors of the Lu family away. Moments later, only Lin Chaoyang and the warriors of the Lin family remained, standing in a daze. Esteemed snow lion, I too am willing to release your child. Lin Chaoyang finally stammered after a moment of hesitation, trembling, for he realized that he had made the gravest mistake by threatening a 5th-tier snow lion. Yet before he could finish his plea, the snow lion sprang into action, its sharp claws slashing towards Lin Chaoyang with unfathomable speed, a blaze of lethal light flashing forth, severing the Lin family's warriors in half. Lin Chaoyang's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively shielded the snow lion cub with his body, though the snow lion had reacted swiftly. The cub was nearly disemboweled. In sheer terror, Lin Chaoyang hurled the cub away and turned to flee. The snow lion, now utterly enraged, would not permit Lin Chaoyang to escape, striking downwards with a mighty paw. Do not harm my child. A furious voice echoed from afar as 6 powerful warriors returned, having awaited the 3 great families at their appointed place. After a lengthy wait, with the families yet to arrive, the 6 warriors hastily made their way back, confirming their suspicions that something had gone awry. Particularly enraged was the head of the Lin family, for the pool of corpses on the ground belonged to his clan, and his son Lin Chaoyang was on the brink of death. The snow lion disregarded everything, its claws sweeping through the air as Lin Chaoyang's body was abruptly reduced to mere flesh and blood, splattering across the sky. Hardly anyone lingered. The snow lion swiftly turned to attack the Lin family patriarch and others, with her 2 cubs following closely behind. If you kill my son, you shall meet your demise. The Lin family patriarch roared in fury. Behind him loomed a colossal shadow, indistinct yet resembling a tiger. It was the phantom of a 4th-tier battle soul, the illusion tiger. Assist me in slaying this beast, and the 2 snow lion cubs shall be yours. The Lin family patriarch was nearly driven to madness. In his quest for vengeance for his son Lin Chaoyang and the Lin family, he had cast aside all caution. Very well, may your words hold true. Su Hanya, the patriarch of the Su family, nodded, a spectral monkey appearing behind him, its claws bared, exuding a sharp aura. It was the 4th-tier battle soul, the Azure Wind Monkey. Likewise, The patriarch of the Liu family unleashed his battle soul, leading a powerful warrior from the Liu family to join the fray. As 6 formidable warriors surrounded the snow lion yet again. In the distance, Xiao Fan and the little demoness observed the battle, preparing to retreat when their gazes fell upon the lifeless body of a snow lion cub not far away. What a pity! A 5th-tier snow lion cub has perished just like that, the little demoness sighed, shaking her head. She understood that with the emergence of the 6 powerful warriors, they could no longer hope to obtain the snow lion cub. Is it truly dead? Xiao Fan furrowed his brow, feeling inexplicably that the snow lion cub had not completely succumbed. You rogue, what are you doing? This cub is merely at the battle spirit level. Its soul crystal is of little value. Seeing Xiao Fan approach the snow lion cub, the little demoness growled, concern evident in her eyes. Xiao Fan paid her no heed. He was not drawn by the soul crystal but sensed that the snow lion cub still clung to life. The moment his soul energy reached the cub, he felt the white stone within him tremble slightly. After a few breaths, Xiao Fan finally reached the snow lion cub, carefully cradling it in his arms. Observing the ghastly wound on its belly, his brow furrowed tightly. The sensation from the white stone was indeed accurate. The snow lion cub was not dead yet, and the white stone had the ability to heal itself. He wondered if it could save the cub. He then unleashed his soul energy, directing it toward the wound of the snow lion cub. Within his dantian, the white stone emitted a faint glow, and in that moment, Xiao Fan felt an overwhelming sense of relief. However, what shocked him most was that the wound on the cub's abdomen was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Had he not witnessed it himself, he would never have believed it to be true. Why has the fur of this snow lion cub turned a pale golden color? In the next instant, Xiao Fan noticed something peculiar, rubbing his eyes and confirming several times before realizing he was not mistaken. A sudden thought struck him. Perhaps this snow lion cub had mutated, transforming into an entirely different soul beast. Mutated soul beast? Xiao Fan was astonished. He knew that any soul beast mutation would surpass its original tier, meaning this snow lion cub had at least transformed into a 6th-tier soul beast, or perhaps even a higher-tier beast. Upon this realization, Xiao Fan found it difficult to contain the exhilaration surging within him. He was acutely aware of what a 6th-tier soul beast represented. When this snow lion cub matured, it would equate to a formidable warrior of the Battle King rank. Should it anomalously evolve into a 7th-tier soul beast, reaching its zenith, it would be akin to an unparalleled master of the Battle Emperor level. Throughout the vast expanse of the Great Yin dynasty, Xiao Fan had never heard of an existence possessing a Battle Emperor. Could this be yet another extraordinary ability of the White Stone, enabling the mutation of soul beasts? Xiao Fan pondered further, if initially he merely wished to prevent the premature demise of a 5th-tier soul beast cub. At this moment, he had resolved to clandestinely abscond with the snow lion cub. Perverse rogue. What are you doing? Aren't you leaving? The little sorceress approached Xiao Fan from behind, her face betraying urgency. In the next instant, her eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the snow lion cub, nearly exclaiming, "Isn't this cub dead?" "It is not dead. You must have misjudged." Xiao Fan replied with a smile. "Did you bring it back to life?" The little sorceress gazed at Xiao Fan in astonishment, scrutinizing him as if attempting to see through his very essence. "My battle soul possesses healing abilities," Xiao Fan affirmed with a nod. As long as he did not reveal the fact that he caused the snow lion cub's mutation, it was of no consequence. After all, in this world, although rare, individuals with healing battle souls did exist. A resounding roar echoed from afar, the snow lion unleashing a thunderous cry, vowing to protect her cub at all costs. To shield her offspring from harm, she bore numerous gruesome wounds across her body. However, the 6 formidable battle lords facing her were not faring any better. The Lin family patriarch was grievously injured, bloodied and battered, seemingly ready to perish alongside the snow lion. "Patriarch Lin, this snow lion has gone mad. If we remain here any longer, we shall all perish." The patriarch of the Liu family, Lu Qing, remarked with a grim countenance, evidently having entertained thoughts of retreat. "You cannot renege on your word." Patriarch Lin glared furiously, consumed by a deep-seated resentment. For he had witnessed his son die before his very eyes, yet was powerless to exact revenge. "Renege on my word? While a 5th-tier soul beast cub is indeed precious, I refuse to gamble our lives here. It is better to abandon the snow lion cub." Lu Qing scoffed, then turned to another battle lord of the Liu family, commanding, "Let us depart." Without hesitation, the two swiftly retreated into the depths of the forest, vanishing within mere breaths. "Scoundrels!" Patriarch Lin bellowed, yet the outcome was already sealed. Brother Lin, my apologies. We have done our utmost. The patriarch of the Su family remarked solemnly. The six were no match for the snow lion. And how could four hope to vanquish it? Patriarch, we must flee. Another battle lord of the Lin family shouted, his form resolutely retreating. Patriarch Lin's face contorted with despair as he gritted his teeth, preparing to withdraw. However, the snow lion suddenly leaped high, its razor-sharp claws slashing toward him with such speed that evasion was impossible. Let us meet our end together. Patriarch Lin roared, fully aware of his inability to escape. He could only resign himself to a shared fate. Behind him, his fourth-tier battle soul, the phantom tiger, let out a fearsome roar, unleashing a terrifying surge of soul power toward the snow lion. With a resounding crack, the phantom tiger battle soul was torn asunder by the snow, dissipating into a cloud of soul energy that enveloped the surroundings. Patriarch Lin coughed up a mouthful of blood, with his battle soul obliterated. He found himself at the end of his rope. Yet, the snow lion showed no mercy, its fierce claws continued to strike, tearing the head of the Lin family patriarch into a mist of crimson. Observing this, another formidable member of the Lin family turned and fled in panic. The little sorceress, realizing the gravity of the situation, understood that with one of the 6 grand masters fallen and 5 escaping, they could hardly contend with the snow lion. Witnessing this, Xiao Fan, cradling the snow lion cub, hastily took flight. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently as a colossal figure crashed to the earth, blocking their path. The snow lion's blood-red eyes fixated on Xiao Fan, instilling a profound terror within him and the little sorceress, rendering their bodies cold as ice. In the presence of a 5th-tier soul beast, mere battle masters and warriors seemed inconsequential, existing on entirely different planes of existence. I mean no harm. I only wish to heal your offspring, Xiao Fan hastily declared, though he himself doubted the sincerity of his words, fully aware that retaining the cub would seal his fate. The little sorceress, in a state of utmost tension, paled slightly, beads of sweat soaking her attire. Typically fearless, she now dared not even draw a breath in the presence of the snow lion. With great caution, Xiao Fan gently set down the snow lion cub. And at that moment, the snow lion let out a thunderous roar, its claws poised to strike at Xiao Fan. They felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Even gravely injured, the 5th-tier soul beast was far beyond their capabilities, and they were bereft of any chance to fight back. Terrified, they shut their eyes, resigned to their fates. However, an unexpected roar erupted from the snow lion cub, its pale golden fur standing on end as it furiously glared at the snow lion, positioning itself defiantly before Xiao Fan. A fierce gust of wind whipped past their faces, nearly piercing their skin, causing their hearts to race as they slowly opened their eyes. To their astonishment, the snow lion's lethal claws had halted merely a foot from them. Had they descended a fraction further, their demise would have been inevitable. For the first time, Xiao Fan felt the chilling proximity of death. His heart thumped violently, nearly rising to his throat. A series of low growls emanated from beneath Xiao Fan as the snow lion cub affectionately nudged his calf, a look of pure contentment adorning its face. Observing this, the snow lion gradually retracted its claws, issuing a low growl before turning away. Xiao Fan and the little sorceress felt as though they had danced on the brink of death, their heartbeats only gradually returning to normal. However, as Xiao Fan turned to leave, he noticed the little creature tugging at his pant leg, urging him toward the cave. Are you suggesting I follow? Xiao Fan's expression turned bitter. He longed to escape this perilous place. Suddenly, the snow lion halted, glancing back at Xiao Fan and nodding. With no room for hesitation, he proceeded forward, the little sorceress swiftly following, unwilling to remain behind alone. The snow lion carried the 2 cubs into the cave, where the pale golden cub bounced joyfully, exuding exuberance. Xiao Fan cautiously followed them inside. The cave was expansive and spacious, leading downward, not as dim as he had anticipated, but rather brilliantly illuminated, with glistening stalactites on either side, emanating a rich aura of spiritual energy. Uncertain of how far they had journeyed, the snow lion finally came to a halt. Xiao Fan and the little sorceress stood a short distance from the majestic beast, hardly daring to breathe. Is that spiritual milk? Its hue suggests it must be at least a century old. The little sorceress exclaimed suddenly, startling Xiao Fan, who quickly covered her mouth. Following her gaze, he spotted, several meters away, a pool of viscous liquid resembling celestial nectar, crystalline and shimmering with resplendent hues. Even from such a distance, a faint, refreshing. Although Xiao Fan had never encountered spiritual milk, he was well aware of its rarity. The essence contained within it was far more refined than that of soul crystals. However, The snow lion showed no signs of aggression, and even if they had the inclination to seize the spiritual milk, they dared not act recklessly. With a swift flick of its head, the snow lion tossed 2 of its cubs into the pool of spiritual milk. Xiao Fan and the little sorceress swallowed hard, their faces betraying a mixture of envy and jealousy. Just then, one of the snow lion cubs at Xiao Fan's feet tugged at Yichen's pant leg, attempting to drag him towards the pool. A bitter smile crept onto Xiao Fan's face as he glanced at the snow lion, which nodded gently in acknowledgement. "Thank you, esteemed one," he said, drawing a deep breath and bowing slightly, his heart racing with excitement. "Xiao Fan, take me with you," the little sorceress, her eyes sparkling with hope. Xiao Fan shot her a disdainful look. This girl was as tenacious as a stubborn lamb when there was something to gain, yet transformed into a fierce tigress when there was none. Nevertheless, he turned to the snow lion and said, "Esteemed one, it was she who assisted me in rescuing your son." The snow lion cast a glance at the little sorceress but said nothing further. The little sorceress beamed with joy, bowing to the snow lion. "Thank you, venerable snow lion." The pale golden cub, upon witnessing this, joyfully dashed towards the pool of spiritual milk. And Xiao Fan and the little sorceress wasted no time in following suit. Such an opportunity was too precious to squander. Spiritual milk over a century old was a treasure that even those of the martial sovereign rank would covet fiercely. Moments later, they leapt into the pool, and without hesitation, the little sorceress summoned her 8th grade battle spirit, the Silver Emperor Vine. The snow lion's pupils constricted sharply, clearly recognizing the 8th grade spirit, which could potentially elevate one to the rank of martial emperor. Yet, in the next moment, the snow lion was even more astounded as the formidable essence of nature surged violently into Xiao Fan's body, his absorption rate far exceeding that of the little sorceress. "You rascal, what is your battle spirit? How can you absorb spiritual energy so swiftly?" The little sorceress gazed at Xiao Fan in astonishment. His rate of absorption was not merely fast but utterly terrifying. Despite possessing an 8th grade battle spirit herself, her capacity to absorb spiritual energy paled in comparison, indicating that Xiao Fan's spirit might even surpass the 8th grade. "I don't know," Xiao Fan replied with a wry smile. "If you don't want to share, then don't." The little sorceress pouted, feeling somewhat displeased but unwilling to waste any time in absorbing the spiritual milk. In a pool of ethereal milk measuring a yard in both length and breadth, the liquid diminished at a visibly rapid pace, while the snow lion showing little interest in the milk. She had previously undergone the baptism of this mystical substance, rendering it of little significance to her, serving merely as a means for healing. As time languidly passed, when the milk level fell to a third, a resounding rumble echoed from within Xiao Fan, as if a shackle had been shattered. The snow lion narrowed her eyes, aware that Xiao Fan had achieved a breakthrough to the warrior master realm. Xiao Fan remained remarkably tranquil. His eyes closed as he keenly sensed the transformations coursing through him, yet he felt an unsatisfied yearning even after his ascension. Nevertheless, he could perceive that his soul power had grown tenfold beyond the peak of a warrior, and his ghostly battle spirit seemed to expand, taking on a more enigmatic presence. The solitary white stone lay quietly in the corner of his dantian, emitting only a faint white glow, devoid of any other disturbances. Moments later, the little demoness also reached the late stage of the warrior master realm, her injuries fully healed, and she appeared more refined and agile. However, Xiao Fan was not swayed by her exterior. This little demoness, although resembling a celestial being, harbored the true essence of a demon, brimming with malevolence. Simultaneously, the 3 young snow lions were rapidly advancing, their sizes increasing at a visibly astonishing rate. And it was clear that the cub rescued by Yichen had grown significantly larger than the other 2. The snow lion observed this with a glint of brilliance in her eyes, her gaze occasionally sweeping over Xiao Fan, as if attempting to see through him. Alas, despite her scrutiny, Xiao Fan exhibited no extraordinary traits aside from his slightly accelerated absorption of spiritual energy, appearing as an ordinary person. After a day, the pool of ethereal milk was finally drained, and a shift in Xiao Fan's aura occurred once more, accompanied by a thunderous sound from within, akin to tumultuous waves crashing against the shore, resounding with grandeur. The powerful waves of energy surged around him, nearly sweeping the 3 young snow lions and the little demoness off their feet. Without hesitation, the snow lion scooped up her cubs, while the little demoness glared at Xiao Fan, on the verge of an angry outburst. However, she ultimately restrained herself, having also reached the pinnacle of the warrior master. Further advancement with the remaining ethereal milk was now impossible. Without Xiao Fan's assistance, not only would her breakthrough have been unattainable, But even a swift recovery from her injuries would have been exceedingly challenging. Moreover, the baptism of the ethereal milk had fortified her foundation for cultivation, promising immense benefits for her future endeavors. In the mid-stage of the warrior master realm, Xiao Fan soon opened his eyes, a flash of golden light igniting within them. Overwhelmed with excitement, he then exited the ethereal milk pool and addressed the snow lion, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder." With a soft growl, the snow lion's gaze flitted over her 3 cubs. Xiao Fan's attention fell upon the trio, and he was astonished to discover that the cub he had saved had already attained the warrior master realm, its length nearing 2 meters and exuding an air of regal authority. However, this was not the most astonishing revelation for Xiao Fan. After all, it was quite normal for the offspring of a 5th-tier soul beast to be born at the warrior level and subsequently ascend to the warrior master realm after being nurtured by spirit milk. What truly left him in awe was the fact that the snow lion cub had lost its entire coat, revealing sparse strands of golden fur beneath. Xiao Fan seemed to grasp the snow lion's intent and nodded, stating, "I shall give it a try, but whether I succeed is a matter of fortune." The little sorceress looked curiously at both Xiao Fan and the snow lion, clearly unaware of the unique nature of the golden snow lion cub. With a gentle roar, the snow lion nodded at Xiao Fan. He approached one of the snow lion cubs and affectionately stroked its head. The cub appeared to revel in the attention. Channeling the soul power within him, the white stone emitted a soft glow, and a mysterious force began to permeate the cub's body. The little sorceress, puzzled, could only wait quietly at a distance. After a brief moment, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The cub's fur gradually transformed into a pale golden. As Xiao Fan withdrew his hand, he sensed that the glow of the white stone had significantly diminished. Yet he was overwhelmed with excitement. Could this white stone truly induce a metamorphosis in soul beasts? Such a power was terrifying. Subsequently, Xiao Fan approached another snow lion cub and employed the same method to elicit a slight change. However, as the cub's fur turned golden, he felt himself on the brink of exhaustion. Inducing a transformation in a soul beast not only consumed the energy of the white stone, but also heavily drained his soul power. "Senior, this is my limit," Xiao Fan said with a bittersweet smile, nearly collapsing. The little sorceress rushed to support him, her eyes reflecting a strange expression. The snow lion, its gaze filled with gratitude, before moving aside and uncovering a handful of shimmering stones before Xiao Fan. His eyes brightened. He had not anticipated these to be soul crystals, and several were 4th tier. Without hesitation, he seized one and began to absorb and refine it to restore his soul power. When Xiao Fan and his companions finally exited the cave, a full day had passed. His cultivation had stabilized firmly at the mid-warrior master level, and he still possessed several 4th-tier soul crystals he was reluctant to use, as they were crucial for his continued advancement. "Senior, until we meet again," Xiao Fan said, offering a slight bow to the snow lion. The snow lion nodded, gazing deeply at Xiao Fan, before nudging the cub it had saved toward him, leaving Xiao Fan momentarily stunned. The snow lion cub began to howl incessantly, its eyes filled with urgency. It was clear it understood that its mother was urging it to leave. Likewise, the snow lion roared in protest, its gaze resolute. The low, mournful cries of the cub were heart-wrenching, and moments later, the snow lion, accompanied by its other 2 cubs, vanished from sight. Xiao Fan stood frozen in place. Fully aware of the snow lion's intent, it was entrusting the cub to follow him away from the setting sun mountain range. "You lucky rogue. The snow lion has entrusted its cub to you without hesitation," the little sorceress remarked, her eyes brimming with envy. Xiao Fan remained silent, acutely aware that the snow lion entrusted its cubs to him for reasons that transcended mere gratitude. It was evident that it coveted something intrinsic to him, perhaps the ability of the white stone. He quietly observed as the snow lion, accompanied by 2 other cubs, ventured deeper into the sunset mountain range until they disappeared from his sight. Only then did he gather his thoughts. Gazing down at the snow-white cub that was softly growling beneath him, he inquired, "Are you willing to accompany me? If not, you may stay here in these mountains. If you are, then you shall henceforth be my friend." He gently patted the cub's head, noting that after a day's time, its golden fur had grown considerably, rendering it far less unsightly. With a low growl, the cub nodded, affectionately rubbing its head against Xiao Fan's thigh. "Then let us depart together. Where I dine in abundance, you shall partake of the bounty as well. From this moment forth, I shall call you Little Jean," Xiao Fan declared with a smile, his heart brimming with joy. Curiosity piqued within him. He wondered how a mutated 5th-tier soul beast cub would evolve in the future. Dismissing its sorrow, the snow lion cub prostrated itself before Xiao Fan. After a brief moment of hesitation, he mounted it, and they transformed into a streak of light, shooting towards the distance. "Rascal! Stupid lion! Wait for me!" the little witch exclaimed, her foot stamping with frustration, her chest heaving with emotion, a veil of snow white barely concealed. She swiftly activated her movement technique and hurried after them. Together, the duo galloped through the forest, their sights set on the direction of Xiao City. A sharp glint sparkled in Xiao Fan's eyes as he mused, "Xiao family, I am on my way." The annual gathering of the Xiao family had finally arrived, and the family estate buzzed with activity, filled with returning cultivators eager to showcase their skills. Everyone was brimming with anticipation after a year of diligent training. This was their opportunity to shine. Rumors circulated that the eldest young master had reached the pinnacle of warrior status, possibly even on the verge of breaking into the initial phase of a battle master. It seemed this year as champion would undoubtedly be him. "Not so fast," another interjected. "Have you forgotten someone? She left Xiao City 3 years ago for Yin City to cultivate, and it is said she will return for this gathering, having long since achieved battle master rank." "Are you referring to the young lady, Xiao? Her talents rival those of the eldest young master, and she wields a 4th-tier battle soul, the Frost Sword. This year's gathering promises to be quite the spectacle. Indeed, I have heard that should Xiao Fan dare to ascend the battle platform, the eldest young master intends to personally break his legs, condemning him to a life bedridden. Even the family head would be hard-pressed to intervene." Within the Xiao estate, discussions flourished, with everyone harboring great expectations and aspirations for the upcoming family gathering. Meanwhile, outside the estate, 5 golden wolves, each measuring 2 meters in height and 4 meters in length, arrived amidst a whirlwind, capturing everyone's attention. These majestic creatures were peak 3rd-tier soul beasts, yet now they served merely as mounts. At the forefront, atop one of the golden wolves, sat an extraordinarily enchanting woman, draped in a resplendent golden phoenix tail gown, which accentuated her regal presence, reminiscent of a celestial being descended from the heavens. Her expression was one of haughty pride, her gaze icy and dismissive, as she commanded the golden wolves with grace. "Lady, the young lady," the gatekeeper of the Xiao family respectfully called out, showing more courtesy than even towards Xiao Tian. Their gazes did not dare to meet that of the woman, who was evidently Xiao Yu, on her journey to Yinqing for cultivation. With unwavering focus, Xiao Yu mounted her golden song wolf and strode into the Xiao estate, exuding an air of regality akin to that of a princess, followed closely by her 4 companions. The servants of the Xiao family were scarcely acknowledged by her. The eldest lady was more formidable than ever. This year's annual meeting champion would undoubtedly be her. One guard, gazing at Xiao Yu, expressed his sentiments, prompting nods of agreement from the others. The Xiao family's martial arts arena was bustling with activity. At its center stood 16 stone platforms, surrounded by numerous young members of the Xiao clan. Today marked the Xiao family annual meeting, and anticipation filled the air as everyone prepared to showcase their skills and earn the recognition of the higher echelons of the family. At that, Xiao Yu and her companions, riding the golden song wolf, approached with a commanding presence, causing the crowd to part in fear, their eyes predominantly fixed on the leading figure of Xiao Yu. Among the throng, Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes, a shadow of seriousness crossing his countenance as he thought to himself, "Xiao Yu, how dare you return?" While the majority regarded Xiao Yu with awe, some senior members of the Xiao family exhibited icy expressions, a few nearly rushing forward, filled with a desire for vengeance. Yet, there would always be those who relished in the misfortune of others. The family head has arrived, with a stern command. A venerable elder with graying hair stepped into the martial arts arena, making his way directly to the high platform. This elder was none other than Xiao Haoyan, the head of the Xiao family. As Xiao Haoyan made his entrance, the atmosphere fell silent. He took his place at the center of the high platform and cast a glance at Xiao Yu in the distance, then turned to a middle-aged man clad in black beside him, stating, "Now that everyone is here, let us commence the annual meeting." A tradition among most families in the Battle Soul continent, served to assess the cultivation progress of the family's younger generation over the past year. After all, the youth represented the family's hopes, and this meeting also functioned as a means of oversight. Those outstanding young members would receive ample recognition and rewards from the family. The essence of the meeting lay in practical combat, as true strength could only be gauged in the heat of battle. The middle-aged man in black nodded, proclaiming, "The rules of the annual meeting remain unchanged from previous years. In the first round, the defense platforms consist of 16 battle stages. You may choose any stage at will. Those who endure until the end shall advance to the next round. No sooner had he spoken than the young members of the Xiao family surged toward the 16 battle stages, the annual meeting at last unfolding. On the 16 platforms, over 100 young contenders quickly gathered. Curiously, 2 platforms were occupied by only a single individual each, Xiao Tian and Xiao Yu. It appeared that no one among the Xiao family was willing to challenge them, as they dared not provoke either. In the first round, only 16 would successfully advance to the second round, with the stronger individuals remaining unchallenged unless they sought their own demise. Undoubtedly, Xiao Tian and Xiao Yu stand as 2 of the most formidable youths of the Xiao clan, individuals whom the crowd shies away from, let alone daring to confront. Once the battle platform is chosen, it cannot be altered. Are you certain of your decision? The middle-aged man in black robes spoke with a grave tone, his gaze piercing through Xiao Yu, revealing a flicker of coldness in his eyes. The crowd nodded silently, exhibiting no signs of, while Xiao Tian's sharp eyes scanned the gathering, as if searching for something. That waste indeed lacks the courage to show up. He surely wouldn't dare to come. The young master has declared that should he appear, his legs shall be broken. If it were me, I would not dare to walk into my own demise. The crowd engaged in reckless chatter, many displaying a glimmer of schadenfreude. Wait, the rest still me. Suddenly, a robust voice resonated from the entrance of the training ground, prompting the people to turn and behold 2 disheveled figures rushing forward, accompanied by a 2-meter-tall lion. Lo and behold, it is the first waste. He has truly arrived. And he even brings along a little beggar and a hairless beast. Huh, how audacious to come here to meet his end. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. It is clear these 3, 1 man, 1 girl, and 1 beast, are of a kind. What, does he genuinely intend to participate in the annual gathering? Did his battle spirit not just awaken? The crowd recognized the newcomers, erupting into laughter, their words dripping with derision. The arrivals were none other than Xiao Fan, the little sorceress, and the young snow lion, Xiao Jin. The trio had hastened from the Sunset Mountains, their garments tattered, hair unkempt, and appearing quite filthy, akin to little beggars. Upon hearing the scornful remarks surrounding them, the little sorceress nearly erupted in anger, but Xiao Fan's mere glance quelled her fury, and Xiao Jin let out a low growl of indignation before quickly regaining its composure. I seem to have arrived just in time, Xiao Fan remarked with a smile, casting a glance towards the distant high platform. Wasteful Xiao Fan, are you certain you wish to participate in the annual gathering? The middle-aged man in black frowned, his expression laced with disdain, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Xiao Haoyan behind him. Xiao Haoyan remained calm, observing Xiao Fan with a subtle intensity, attempting to glean some insight. Yet he was met with disappointment as Xiao Fan displayed no abnormality, appearing just like an ordinary person. I am certain, Xiao Fan replied with unwavering determination. Choose any battle platform you wish. The middle-aged man in black replied with a hint of impatience, inwardly thinking, if you seek your own demise, then you cannot. Xiao Fan, if you have the audacity, come forth. I assure you I shall not break your legs. At that moment, a domineering and icy voice echoed through the air. Following the sound, the crowd's gaze converged upon Xiao Tian. Xiao Haoyan furrowed his brow, a hint of concern in his eyes, while the elders beside him reveled in the situation, as if they had anticipated such an occurrence. Third brother, do you not dare to come up? Fear not, for I will ensure your hands merely touch the ground. Observing Xiao Fan's indifference, Xiao Tian burst into a brilliant smile, internally adding, merely touch the ground. But there could also be unforeseen consequences. What is this? As a scion of the Xiao family, do you lack even this modicum of courage? If I were in your position, I would rather meet an early demise. As a member of the Xiao family, I feel nothing but shame for you. Hearing the cold taunts of the surrounding crowd, Xiao Fan couldn't help but smirk inwardly. In his earlier days, he might have succumbed to such provocations. Beside him, the little sorceress displayed an odd expression. Was Xiao Fan truly so insignificant? How could even some warriors, and even spirit warriors, disregard him to the extent of openly mocking him? Dear brother, must you be so imposing? You possess a 4th-tier battle soul. While my third brother awakened his battle soul merely a month ago, how could he possibly rival you? Just as Xiao Fan prepared to approach Xiao Tian, a voice emerged from a nearby fighting platform. Xiao Fan halted, turning to find a remarkably gaunt young man clad in gray standing at the edge of the platform, swaying unsteadily with a pale complexion, yet his eyes sparkled with extraordinary clarity. Second brother? A warmth enveloped Xiao Fan's heart. The gray-clad youth was indeed Xiao Han, the second-ranked member of the Xiao family. Xiao Han and Xiao Tian were half-brothers, yet Xiao Han had been frail since childhood. Nevertheless, his cultivation was not to be underestimated. Having awakened a third-tier battle soul, he had now reached the mid-stage of warrior status, a testament to his relentless efforts. If anyone among their peers treated Xiao Fan as a family member, it was solely Xiao Han. Gratefully, Xiao Fan cast a glance at Xiao Han before resolutely advancing toward the platform where Xiao Tian stood. Third brother. Xiao Han's expression shifted. Thank you, second brother. Xiao Fan replied with a carefree smile, leaping high like a monkey, instantly landing on the fighting platform with movements as fluid as flowing water. Xiao Tian gazed at Xiao Fan, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes, and then turned to the middle-aged man in a black robe, saying, Second Elder, what if an accident occurs and harms my third brother? Sustaining minor injuries during a match is quite ordinary. The second elder responded in a tone that was remarkably calm, tacitly approving of Xiao Tian's actions. That is good to know. My third brother has just awakened his battle soul. I fear for his life in case of an untoward incident, Xiao Tian replied with a sinister smile, exuding an aura of killing intent. You speak too much, Xiao Fan remarked with a frigid expression. Just as Xiao Tian was about to erupt in fury, Xiao Fan turned to the second elder on the podium, sneering, Second Elder. According to the annual meeting's regulations, is it not true that no one is allowed to intervene during the match? The second elder, momentarily taken aback, failed to grasp Xiao Fan's intent but nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, no one may intervene until only one person remains on the fighting platform. Excellent. Amidst the crowd's confusion and astonishment, Xiao Fan smiled coldly, declaring, Then I shall rest easy. Soon, I will shatter your legs. The audience was momentarily stunned, then erupted into laughter. A so-called waste, labeled as such for 9 years, dared to claim he would break the legs of a genius? Was this not comical? The crowd seemed to have heard the grandest of jokes. Many laughed until they could hardly contain themselves, their mirth filled with derision and scorn. What did you say? You intend to break my legs? Xiao Tian crossed his arms, clearly dismissive of Xiao Fan. Yet, before he could finish his words, a figure suddenly surged forward, appearing before him in an instant, causing Xiao Tian's expression to change. Disbelief etched across his features. The figure moved with astonishing speed, rendering any attempt to evade futile. A punch struck directly against his chest, the sound of cracking bones resonating through the air, causing Xiao Tian to spew a mouthful of blood. In that fleeting moment, the laughter of the crowd ceased abruptly, their expressions stiffening in shock as they beheld the lightning-like silhouette. Who else could it be but Xiao Fan? The onlookers were filled with disbelief. The swiftness of Xiao Fan's earlier attack was simply inconceivable. How could this be? How could he be so fast? Surely, I must be dreaming. Xiao Tian stared in horror at Xiao Fan, shaking his head vigorously. Yet the excruciating pain in his chest confirmed the reality of what had just transpired. But how could Xiao Fan let such a golden opportunity slip away? With a menacing glare directed at Xiao Tian, he unleashed a kick that cut through the air like a divine whip. Stop. Suddenly, the second elder on the platform shouted. Equally astonished by the preceding scene, his voice filled with fury. At such a young age, you've already mastered the art of ambush. What will become of you as you grow older? However, Xiao Fan paid him no heed, his speed intensifying as he aimed a kick at Xiao Tian's thigh, the air resonating with a fierce whoosh. Vajra leg? Let me show you what true Vajra leg is. Xiao Tian scoffed, now prepared for the encounter, dismissing Xiao Fan entirely. In an instant, he retaliated with a kick of his own, radiating golden light and accompanied by a deafening sound wave. This fool dares to compare himself to Brother Zhao's second-tier Vajra leg? He is courting death. Brother Xiao has already mastered the second level and is on the verge of breaking through to the third. Some in the crowd derisively commented. Crack. A sound of bones fracturing echoed, prompting the crowd to collectively gasp as they witnessed Xiao Tian suddenly contort in pain, collapsing to his knees. Kneeling before me is futile. Did you not declare that you would render me helpless? Do you still wish to shatter my legs? Today, I shall grant your wish. Xiao Fan's expression was frigid. He vividly recalled the humiliation he had endured a month prior, not only being ridiculed before so many but also threatened with the breaking of his legs. Since you have shown no mercy, I, Xiao Fan, shall not be bound by righteousness. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Xiao Tian's Vajra leg had indeed been cultivated to the second level, yet it had been shattered by Xiao Fan's kick. What immense power did Xiao Fan possess? Xiao narrowed his eyes, but in an instant, he regained his composure, as if he had never taken Xiao Fan seriously. Waste. I will kill you. Xiao Tian erupted in fury, his voice booming. Behind him, a colossal white phantom emerged, revealing his fourth-tier battle spirit, the Gale Wolf. A torrent of soul energy burst forth. elevating Xiao Tian's aura to its zenith as he leaped forward, aiming to strike Xiao Fan's chest. Battle Master Realm? Xiao Tian truly lives up to the title of the greatest genius of the Xiao family. Some of the elders of the Xiao family stood up in astonishment at the podium, their eyes wide with surprise. Now, the annual meeting officially commences. The second elder, witnessing Xiao Tian's fist about to collide with Xiao Fan, urgently called out, his gaze turning icy. Simultaneously, the fighters on the other 15 battle platforms regained their senses, warily observing their surroundings. However, many refrained from intervening, instead focusing intently on the clash between Xiao Fan and Xiao Tian. Indeed, having a good father is quite advantageous. Xiao Fan grinned savagely, casting a chilling glance at the second elder. Just moments ago, when he held the upper hand, the elder had commanded him to cease, and now, witnessing Xiao Tian's fist poised to strike him down, the elder hurriedly announced the official commencement of the duel. Was this not a ploy to bring about his demise? Suddenly, with a flash, Xiao Fan appeared behind Xiao Tian, executing the second-tier martial technique, the breaking wave palm. A pain scream escaped Xiao Tian as he crashed violently onto the arena floor, landing in a most undignified manner. The fourth level of the second-tier technique, the phantom steps? Such astonishing speed. How did he evade that? The crowd was left in utter astonishment, unable to fathom how Xiao Fan had so swiftly transformed from a mere wastrel into a prodigy. Xiao Haoyan's eyes glinted with surprise. He had long borne immense pressure, allowing Xiao Fan, who had not awakened a battle soul, to share the family's resources reserved for the direct lineage. Deep down, he harbored a flicker of hope that Xiao Fan was not truly a waste, believing that one day he would awaken his battle soul. Although that day had come later than expected, it had finally arrived. Xiao Tian scrambled to his feet, his face flushed and his eyes bloodshot, resembling a bloodthirsty beast. While the others looked on in shock, his own gaze burned with shame and rage. Previously, he had vowed to break Xiao Fan's legs. Yet now he couldn't even touch him? After all, he was an early-stage battle master. Was this truly the same individual who had been derided for 9 years? Or had he been biding his time all along? If so, Xiao Fan was indeed formidable. Xiao Tian let out a roar, veins bulging on his forehead like writhing insects, as he charged towards Xiao Fan in a frenzy. His sole thought was to eliminate Xiao Fan. He was the genius of the Xiao family, even if he killed him. No one would dare to hold him accountable, let alone blame him. As Xiao Tian barreled forward, Xiao Fan's eyes remained cold and detached. This time, he chose not to defend himself. A terrifying surge of soul power erupted from his being, instantly elevating his aura to that of an early stage. Under the gaze of all present, he met Xiao Tian head-on. Fierce tiger fist. Xiao Tian bellowed, the fourth-tier battle soul, the Gale Wolf, howling into existence. A terrifying fist force radiated outward, causing the air to erupt with explosive sounds. Third-tier techniques, perhaps? Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes, as images of various boxing techniques he had mastered flashed through his mind, each honed to perfection. In an instant, he moved, unleashing a punch of his own, devoid of any tricks, yet perfectly melding speed and power. Boom. The sound resonated as Xiao Tian staggered backward, blood spewing from his mouth, while Xiao Fan stood steadfast, unmoving. Within his mind, images of the boxing techniques he had previously studied materialized. Simultaneously, a searing heat radiated from his chest. Xiao Fan placed his hand over that spot, where infinite battle tomes were enshrined. That fleeting moment had been extraordinary, as if the infinite battle tomes had fused several boxing techniques into one, simplifying the complex and perfectly integrating the various advantages of each style. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Fan felt a tempest of emotion stirring within him. He was not astonished by his victory over Xiao Tian, for it was well within the realm of his expectations. Rather, he contemplated the remarkable potential of the endless battle codex, eager to ascertain whether it truly functioned as he had envisioned. With this thought in mind, Xiao Fan moved once more, this time forming his hands and his sword fingers, while countless sword techniques he had previously mastered surged through his mind. In the next, Xiao Fan's aura transformed dramatically, his entire being resembling a legendary divine sword as he lunged toward the grounded Xiao Tian. Stop. The second elder, incensed, employed his combat techniques, leaping from the high platform, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water, appearing on the battle stage just in time to shield Xiao Tian from Xiao Fan's descending strike. Flash. Xiao Fan roared, and in an instant, a torrent of soul energy erupted, coalescing in the void into a sword shadow that cleaved toward the second elder. Wind blade slash. The second elder howled, sensing the extreme peril emanating from the sword shadow. he was compelled to summon his third-tier battle spirit, the Wind Blade Leopard, and similarly unleashed a third-tier technique to counter Xiao Fan's assault. The razor-sharp wind blade surged upward, colliding with Xiao Fan's sword shadow. Yet, to the astonishment of the onlookers, the endless wind blades were shattered by a single strike, sending both the second elder and Xiao Tian hurtling backward, violently expelled from the battle stage, blood gushing from their mouths. What a formidable strike! The crowd gasped in awe. The second elder was a pinnacle, yet he had been vanquished by Xiao Fan. The elders of the Xiao clan rose in unison, their expressions filled with disbelief as they regarded Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan maintained an air of tranquility, though his heart brimmed with astonishment. The endless battle codex could indeed amalgamate other techniques, giving rise to entirely new forms. Just moments ago, several second-tier fist techniques had fused into a third-tier fist technique. Now, if 7 or 8 second-tier sword techniques could similarly coalesce into a third-tier sword technique, could it be that a combination of several third-tier techniques might yield a fourth-tier technique? With this realization, a surge of inexplicable excitement coursed through Xiao Fan. Previously, he had not regarded the endless battle codex with much importance, but now it felt like a priceless treasure. Its value was immeasurable. In the martial arts arena, silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes fixed on Xiao Fan as if beholding a prodigy. After a prolonged moment, the crowd erupted into chaos. How is this possible? Xiao Fan is a battle master? Just a month ago, he had yet to awaken his battle spirit. Has he been biding his time? Waiting for this day to unleash his potential? Biding time? How could he have concealed his power for 9 years? Surely he must have achieved this breakthrough within the last month. Advancing to the initial stage of Battle Master in such a short span is simply terrifying. Initial stage of Battle Master? Do you truly believe that one at the initial stage could defeat a pinnacle Battle Master? The crowd was left dumbfounded, and the elders of the Xiao clan were equally astonished. A previously deemed useless individual had triumphed over a genius. This was utterly inconceivable, yet they were witnessing it firsthand. Even the second elder, at the peak of his prowess, was no match for Xiao Fan, being sent flying by his sword. Those who had once mocked Xiao Fan now wished for nothing more than to vanish into the earth. If Xiao Fan was deemed useless, then what did that make them? How does it feel to be a once self-proclaimed genius, now trampled underfoot? Xiao Fan regained his composure, casting a cold, disdainful gaze upon the fallen Xiao Tian and the second elder. A hint of contempt flickered in his eyes. With a sudden cough, Xiao Tian spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly losing consciousness. The second elder glared at Xiao Fan, his murderous intent palpable, yet, at that moment, he dared not utter a word, for the ferocity in Xiao Fan's gaze was utterly terrifying. The sword strike from earlier had even wounded him. What if this were not Xiao Fan's ultimate limit? Useless, worthless. Xiao Fan scoffed, striding purposefully away from the arena without casting another glance at the father-son duo. Typically, these two were incredibly sharp-tongued towards him. Were it not for the favor of Xiao Han, Xiao Fan would not have let them off so easily. At the very least, he would ensure that Xiao Tian's legs would remain as a reminder. Xiao Tian's face turned ashen. To be called worthless by a mere waste of space was a humiliation beyond measure. Winner of Arena 1, Xiao Fan. As the announcement echoed, the first victors list emerged. Surprising all, for no one anticipated Xiao Fan would be the second to triumph, the first being, of course, Xiao Yu. With the second elder injured, the third elder took over the proceedings of the annual meeting. Observing Xiao Fan as he descended from the arena, the third elder's eyes glimmered with a trace of disdain. The rogue has finally turned the tables, he mused. Meanwhile, the little demon girl smiled mischievously at Xiao Fan, relishing the chaos. Xiao Fan's expression remained serene, his gaze occasionally drifting toward Xiao Yu. He had heard whispers about her. She was rumored to be merely the adopted daughter of the second elder, considered the sister of both Xiao Tian and Xiao Han. 3 years prior, Xiao Yu had absconded with a 5th-tier soul crystal and a millennium-old blood ginseng, prompting the Xiao family to dispatch pursuers. Ultimately, she was rescued by a scion from a prominent family in the capital of the Dian dynasty. The Xiao family, wary of offending that clan, publicly declared that Xiao Yu had gone to Yin City for cultivation. Yet, he never expected that Xiao Yu would return today, accompanied by 4 individuals whose auras were evidently stronger than the second elders. Noticing Xiao Fan's gaze sweep over, the little demon girl remarked, "It seems these individuals harbor ill intentions. Do you recognize them?" Xiao Fan inquired softly, his brow furrowed in concern. "I do not know them. But that third-tier soul beast, the Golden Song Wolf, is likely the exclusive mount of the Huang family from Yin City," the little demon girl replied, her tone betraying no trepidation regarding the Huang family. The Huang family of Yin City? It appears the real drama is just beginning, Xiao Fan mused, his expression grave. It was clear that Xiao Yu had allied herself with the Huang family, though the reasons for her presence in Xiao City remained a mystery to him. After a brief interval, the results of the first round were announced. 16 individuals had managed to hold their ground until the end, most of whom were warriors of mid-level cultivation or above. The second round of the competition was divided into 4 groups, each consisting of 4 participants, who would engage in battles against the other 3, with the highest number of victories advancing to the next round. Xiao Fan was placed in the first group, alongside Xiao Han, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Mei. Upon hearing the third elder announce the second round's lineup, the second elder's expression darkened. Xiao Yin, my son Xiao Tian has been defeated. Did you deliberately arrange for my son Xiao Han and Xiao Fan to be in the same group, intending to humiliate me? Elder Xiao Yin smiled faintly, feigning surprise as he remarked, Second elder, your statement is quite erroneous. The pairings for the second round of the competition were determined by drawing lots, not by my personal discretion. Today's events shall be etched in my memory, thought Elder Xiaowen. It is hardly surprising that he was incensed. His prodigious son had been bested by the seemingly inept Xiao Fan, leaving him utterly humiliated. If Xiao Han were to falter again, it would imply that his own son was inferior to mere trash. Yet, Elder Xiaoyin did not even cast a glance in his direction, continuing to announce the matchups. In the first group, Xiao Fan faces Xiao Han. In the second group, Xiao Yu battles Xiao Zheng. In the third group, Xiao Li contends with Xiao Nan. In the fourth group, Xiao Hai confronts Xiao Tao. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes gleamed with intrigue. The first match was a focal point, with Xiao Fan and Xiao Yu being particularly noteworthy, one a perceived failure, the other a genius, inherently captivating. The third group featuring Xiao Nan and Xiao Li, as well as the fourth group with Xiao Hai and Xiao Tao, also consisted of Xiao family's minor prodigies, just shy of Xiao Tian's prowess. The 8 participants ascended the 4 grand stages, with the audience's keenest interest centered on the duels of Xiao Fan and Xiao Yu. They were eager to gauge the strength of Xiao Yu after 3 years and to discern the true limits of the so-called family waste, Xiao Fan, who had managed to defeat Xiao Tian. I concede, Xiao Zheng declared, gazing at Xiao Yu, and promptly exited the stage. Second group, victory to Xiao Yu. Elder Xiaoyin stated with a faint smile, seemingly pleased with the outcome. On the stage where Xiao Fan stood, Xiao Han looked at him with a wry smile, saying, Third brother, I did not realize you had concealed your talents so deeply, causing second brother unnecessary worry. Xiao Fan remained silent, uncertain of how to articulate his situation, feeling no need to explain. Indeed, he was currently at the rank of a battle master and had not even exerted his full strength in the previous engagement. I am no match for you. I concede, Xiao Han remarked with a casual smile, gracefully stepping down from the stage, his body swaying as if it might collapse at any moment. Xiao Fan watched Xiao Han's retreating figure in silence, within the Xiao family. He regarded Xiao Han as a brother, and it was precisely because of this bond that he had refrained from breaking Xiao Tian's legs. First group, victory to Xiao Fan. Elder Xiaoyin grinned sinisterly, as if his scheme had come to fruition, inwardly chuckling. A genius who defeats Xiao Tian? When he encounters Miss Xiao Yu, he shall learn what true genius entails. A waste shall forever remain a waste. The second round concluded swiftly, leaving Xiao Fan astonished at the ease with which another competitor had conceded, seemingly facilitating his progression to the third round. This perplexed him, leading to speculations that Elder Xiao Yin had orchestrated such an arrangement. But what could be their underlying motive? For reasons unknown, a profound unease gripped Xiao Fan. He sensed that this year's gathering bore a distinct flavor, thick with tension and tinged with the sin of conspiracy. When the list of 4 for the third round was unveiled, Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had caught a glimpse of something significant. Third round, Xiao Fan, Xiao Yu, Xiao Nan, and Xiao Tao, Elder Xiao Yin proclaimed, his face aglow with self-satisfaction. I concede, came the voices of both Xiao Nan and Xiao Tao abruptly declared their withdrawal from the competition, leaving only Xiao Fan and Xiao Yu to contend. At the chairman's table, Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a cold, piercing glance at the third elder, Xiao Yin, who bore a chilling glint of malice. As disciples of the Xiao family, one should possess the clarity to recognize the prevailing circumstances. Conceding defeat voluntarily is not disgraceful. I take pride in you. Unlike certain individuals who, fully aware of their impending demise, still rush headlong into danger. The third elder chuckled heartily, while many within the Xiao family dared not voice their dissent. The path of cultivation inherently requires a courageous heart that presses onward. When has it necessitated surrender? If one lacks the resolve to strive, what purpose does cultivation serve? Yet, The third elder Xiao Yin audaciously cloaked his rhetoric of defeat without battle in grandiloquent terms, primarily because Xiao Nan and Xiao Tao were his own lineage's descendants. Moreover, Xiao Fan discerned the underlying implication in Xiao Yan's words, insinuating he was akin to a moth, lacking self-awareness. In this year's gathering, the final battle would determine the champion. The head of the family decreed that the victor would receive a 5th-grade soul crystal. The third elder proclaimed, "A 5th-grade soul crystal?" The crowd's pupils dilated in shock. Such a prize could only be obtained by vanquishing a 5th-grade soul beast, whose strength rivals that of a martial grandmaster. Could the family truly possess a 5th-grade soul crystal? Furthermore, this was merely the primary reward. Additionally, the head of the family, in declining health, intended to relinquish his position. Whoever triumphs in the annual meeting would ascend as the new patriarch of the Xiao family. The third elder added with sudden emphasis. His words sent ripples of excitement through the Xiao family, all eyes instinctively turning towards Xiao Haotian. His expression darkened slightly. Before he could respond, the second elder, Xiao Wen, rose abruptly, exclaiming fiercely, "Xiao Yan, who granted you the audacity? When did the matter of the patriarch's position become solely for you to decide?" The second elder continued, "This is a decision made by our council of elders. While the patriarch represents the family, the council retains the right to impeach him. Given the patriarch's declining health, he is no longer fit to carry out his duties." Xiao Yan's demeanor remained remarkably composed. Indeed, due to the death of Xiao Changfeng, the patriarch has grown increasingly frail and should be given time to recuperate. Rather than continue to bear the burdens, another elder at the chairman's table interjected. "I share the same sentiment. I second that." More voices chimed in. While a handful of elders remained silent, their heads bowed in shame. Was a conspiracy finally about to unfold? Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed slightly as he surveyed Xiao Yu from a distance, a glint of sharpness flickering within. Xiao Wen trembled with indignation, pointing at various elders of the Xiao family, rendered speechless by anger, while Xiao Haotian remained remarkably tranquil, ultimately directing his gaze towards Xiao Yu, stating coolly, "The Xiao family has shown you kindness, yet you repay it with ingratitude and malice? Repay it with malice?" Xiao Yu laughed scornfully. "I have always considered myself a part of the Xiao family, but what of you? Have you ever regarded me as one of your own? You have withheld half of any cultivation resources from me, despite my status as a 5th-grade battle spirit, and have concealed from the entire family that I am merely a 4th-grade battle spirit wielding the frost blade." Xiao Yu finally unveiled her true colors, glaring furiously at Xiao Haotian. "The dog that cannot be nurtured, offering you cultivation resources, is indeed the greatest favor one could bestow upon you. Were it not for my intervention, you would have long succumbed to the cold on the streets." The second elder, Xiao Wen, bellowed, his face twisted with malice. "Indeed, I am grateful to you, and have refrained from taking action against you. Nor shall I end your life," Xiao Yu replied with a cold smile, turning to Xiao Haotian and inquiring, "Have you not noticed how your soul power has become increasingly obstructed of late? Even your seclusion and cultivation yield no results? Is it you?" Xiao Haotian's pupils constricted. Xiao Yu merely smiled in silence, clearly acknowledging the implication. Xiao Fan turned his gaze to Xiao Haotian and, as he suspected, saw the vacant stare in Xiao Haotian's eyes. His forehead darkened with shadow, and a wisp of malevolent energy enveloping his face, an unmistakable sign of poison. The heart of a woman can be the deadliest poison. Xiao Fan sighed softly, only to be met with the fierce glare of the little demoness. If looks could kill, he would have perished countless times. Nevertheless, he paid her no mind and steadily approached the battle platform, capturing the attention of the majority present. What does this waste intend to do? Does he dare to challenge the young lady? He truly possesses the audacity of youth. But even in the late stages of a battle master, I am no match for her. How could he, a mere novice? His earlier strike that repelled Xiao Wen was merely a stroke of luck, and that blow must have consumed most of his soul power. Advancing now would be tantamount to seeking death. The crowd regarded Xiao Fan with disdain. Most had already been swayed by Xiao Yu, leaving only a few who still sided with Xiao Haotian, albeit lacking faith in Xiao Fan's chances. "Boy, do you still wish to fight?" The third elder declared sternly upon seeing Xiao Fan ascend the battle platform. "Have I conceded?" Xiao Fan replied calmly, his eyes steady. "It is a disgrace to be a member of the Xiao family and witness this." "Humph. Boy, do you understand to whom you are speaking?" The third elder's brow furrowed, a palpable aura of menace flashing in his eyes. "Merely a dog, and a dog that bites its master." Xiao Fan remained unfazed. Although he felt little allegiance to the Xiao family, his gratitude and affection for Xiao Haotian ran deep. Had it not been for Xiao Haoyan's protection, he would have long since perished. Now that Xiao Haoyan had been poisoned and the elders of the Xiao family had turned against him, how could he remain silent? Despite his own comparatively weak cultivation, being only at the mid-stage of a battle master, he still possessed the strength to fight against anyone below the battle sovereign level. He was aware that only 2 battle sovereigns resided within the Xiao family, Xiao Haoyan and the enigmatic Grand Elder. The Grand Elder seldom left the combat techniques pavilion. Yet Xiao Fan understood that he must already be aware of the events unfolding. The fact that he had not yet intervened suggested he had no intention of doing so. Thus, Xiao Fan felt compelled to step forward. Seeking death, the third elder roared upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, leaping high into the air, employing the mystical steps, and charging towards Xiao Fan with lethal intent. Xiao Fan remained composed, standing firmly in place, coldly observing the third elder's approach. When the distance between them dwindled to a mere 3 meters, Xiao Fan made his move. He too executed the mystical steps, unleashing a torrent of soul power. A terrifying aura erupting forth. Mid-stage battle master. Elder Xiao gasped in astonishment, his eyes reflecting disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Xiao Fan had become so formidable, surpassing even the early stages of a battle master. What of the mid-stage battle master? The elder sneered, declaring, "I'm a late-stage battle master." With that, he bellowed. Foam break slash. Behind him, a shadowy figure emerged, emanating a sharp, piercing light, clearly indicating that his battle spirit was a third-tier sword. With a chilling smirk, Xiao Fan executed the same sword strike that had previously sent Xiao Wan and Xiao Tian flying, but this time, his aura was magnified several times, as he had only previously unleashed the power of a beginner battle master. The sword's brilliance surged forth with remarkable speed, melding attack, strength, and velocity into a flawless synergy, piercing through the third elder's brow and shattering his battle spirit. The elder's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, blood and brain matter bursting forth from his forehead. His eyes filled with boundless rage and reluctance. For a moment, the arena fell silent, all eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Xiao Fan. One stroke, and the third elder was vanquished. Xiao Fan's decisive and ruthless action, slaying a late-stage battle master in a single blow while he was merely in the mid-stage, instilled a profound awe in all present. The third elder had perished? The crowd was struck with horror, taking a sharp intake of breath before gradually regaining their senses. All eyes converging on Xiao Fan. None had anticipated such merciless decisiveness from him. After all, the third elder was a respected member of the clan. Yet he had been slain before their eyes. Xiao Hao Tian stared at Xiao Fan in astonishment, feeling an unfamiliarity. The usually timid Xiao, who scarcely dared to breathe loudly, had displayed such resolute ferocity. Is this truly my grandson? The temperament of Fan resembles that of his father, Chang Feng. Xiao Hao Tian mused, excitement swelling within him. This is indeed the lineage of Xiao Changfeng. Standing upon the battle platform, Xiao Fan resembled an unparalleled sword. Coldly surveying the assembly of elders on the podium, finally directing his gaze at Xiao Yu. When did the affairs of the Xiao clan become the prerogative of outsiders? You, Xiao Yu, disregarding kindness and forgetting the source of your sustenance, wish to usurp my position as the head of the Xiao family? I, Xiao Fan, rarely take the life of a woman, but today, if I do not slay you, how can I uphold the honor of the Xiao clan? If I do not eliminate you, how can I justify the dignity of my kin? His final words were nearly a roar, as he stood resolute, one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, coldly fixing his gaze upon Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's eyes were frigid as she surveyed the elders on the podium, only to find them silent, all heads bowed. The death of the third elder had thoroughly extinguished their arrogance. Xiao Fan, you have indeed endured. For 9 years. You have been branded as worthless, and now you mistakenly believe you can become my stumbling block. If you seek death, I shall gladly grant it, Xiao Yu sneered, dismissing Xiao Fan entirely. Her gaze then returned to the podium as she coldly declared, do you think that with Xiao Yan's demise, you can wash your hands of everything? Xiao Hao Tian has presided over the Xiao clan for over a decade, yet the clan remains stagnant. What qualifications do you possess to claim the position of leader? Or do you think you are worthy? Xiao Wan was unreserved in his stance. Despite his indifference towards Xiao Fan, he immediately sided with Xiao Haoyan. Not for any other reason than the fact that Xiao Haoyan was his uncle. Within the entire Xiao family, apart from Xiao Fan, his bond with Xiao Haoyan was the most intimate, and the likelihood of their father-son duo assuming leadership of the Xiao clan was the greatest. Enough of this noise. Xiao Yu coldly directed her finger at Xiao Wan. In the next moment, a streak of light whizzed forth, revealing a man from the Huang family riding a golden wolf. soaring high and suddenly appearing before Xiao. Xiaowen's expression shifted dramatically. Not only was the golden wolf a third-tier spirit beast, but the man was also a pinnacle warrior. With such a formidable combination, he knew he stood no chance alone. Get lost, Xiao Fan bellowed. In that instant, the small golden wolf erupted with a furious roar, exuding an overwhelming aura, causing the golden wolf to tremble violently and prostrate itself in fear. The man atop the wolf jolted and fell off its back. In the next moment, all eyes converged upon the small. No one had anticipated that this seemingly underdeveloped spirit beast could possess such terrifying power, subtly radiating the might of a beast king. Xiao gasped in surprise, casting a complex gaze at Xiao Fan. He had never imagined that the one to save him would be Xiao Fan, although Xiao Yu would not kill him. Being struck earlier would have undoubtedly resulted in severe injury. I shall claim this spirit beast, Xiao Yu declared with an air of dominance. Roar. The small golden wolf growled, disdainfully regarding Xiao Yu, which only intensified her desire for possession. I believe my husband would greatly appreciate this spirit beast, Xiao Yu retorted with a smile, her demeanor unperturbed. She then turned to the assembly of elders on the platform and stated, "You may reconsider now, however, from this moment forth. Whether you live or die is of no concern to me." Upon hearing this, the elders trembled violently, and after a while, one stepped forward, saying, "Family head, please consider the Xiao family's interests and step down. We implore you to think carefully." The other elders followed suit, bowing in agreement. Xiao Haotian shuddered, appearing as though he had aged decades in an instant. "Dare you gamble with me, Xiao Yu? If you win, the position of family head will be yours. If you lose, you shall immediately leave Xiao City and never set foot here again." Xiao Fan stepped forward, coldly regarding Xiao Yu. "Very well, if I win. The spirit beast will belong to me," Xiao Yu nodded, her gaze intensely fixed on the small golden wolf. Xiao Fan shook his head. Yet the small golden wolf gave a light growl, and Xiao Fan understood its intent. Taking a deep breath, he acquiesced. "All right, grandfather. Can you place your trust in me just this once?" He then looked towards Xiao Haotian. Knowing that Xiao Yu would not resort to extreme measures to usurp the family head position, as this was her only bargaining chip. Otherwise, if Xiao Yu truly desired to seize the position by any means necessary, the Xiao family would be powerless to resist, especially considering her backing from the Huang family, a prominent clan in Yin City, far surpassing the Xiao family. Xiao Haotian furrowed his brows, seemingly attempting to see through Xiao Fan. At that moment, Xiao Yu, fearing that Xiao Haotian might refuse, quickly interjected, "What is this? The head of the Xiao family lacks even this minimal resolve? With such a demeanor, how can you possibly lead the Xiao clan?" Xiao Haotian's gaze fell upon Xiao Fan, where he discovered an unwavering determination in Xiao Fan's eyes, radiating an air of invincible confidence. Suddenly, he broke into a hearty laugh and declared, "You are my grandson. If I cannot trust you, who else can I believe in? Truly, as the head of the Xiao family, you possess great courage. Since the family head has given his endorsement, you, a mere waste, may now come forth to meet your demise." Xiao Yu, filled with self-satisfaction, ascended the battle platform, her golden gown billowing around her, exuding an arrogant aura. Xiao Fan approached the stage with remarkable calmness, emanating an indescribable, enigmatic presence. "Allow me to offer you a merciful choice. If you willingly step down from the stage, I may spare your life." Xiao Yu's expression suddenly turned cold, dismissing Xiao Fan entirely. In that moment, Xiao Fan smiled. Indeed, Xiao Yu exuded a unique confidence that even an ordinary battle sovereign might find daunting. "What is so amusing?" she retorted. "Do you think I jest? Or do you believe that defeating your genius, Xiao Tian, grants you the right to challenge me? You will soon realize how laughable your thoughts are. Moreover, your smile is quite displeasing." Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan's smile widened in amusement as he sarcastically replied, "You could have simply told me that you have already reached the threshold of a half-step battle sovereign, rather than wasting breath with such trivialities." Indeed, upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Xiao Yu's body trembled, her expression stiffening before gradually turning cold. A powerful aura erupted from her, declaring, "What of it? You too shall be nothing more than a corpse. Peak battle master? No, a half-step battle sovereign." She had already placed one foot upon the threshold of the sovereign realm. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Many members of the Xiao family and elders began to waver. Xiao Yu was so young and on the cusp of becoming a battle sovereign. Given time, with her 5th-grade battle soul, she could surpass even Xiao Haotian. If Xiao Yu were to assume leadership, perhaps the Xiao family could truly thrive, sweeping through all families and factions in Xiao City to become the foremost family. Having initially anticipated that her ultimate opponent would be Xiao Tian, she was instead confronted by a mere waste who had languished for 9 years. Today, I shall inform you that you will forever remain a mere accompaniment, easily vanquished. Xiao Yu emanated a formidable aura, a chilling coldness sweeping towards Xiao Fan. On the battle platform, Xiao Yu's icy presence unfurled, a layer of white frost subtly appearing around her, the frigid air advancing toward Xiao Fan. Flying, Xiao Fan shouted with fervor, taking the initiative as he swiftly appeared before Xiao Yu, his hands forming sword fingers. His soul power emanating to coalesce into a sword of spiritual energy. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment, witnessing a flash of sword light that moved at an unfathomable speed. No one having anticipated that Xiao Fan would take the offensive. In that instant, no one dared to associate the term waste with Xiao Fan, if he were a waste. Who in all of Xiao City could claim to be a genius? Merely a trivial skill. Frost. Xiao Yu replied indifferently, unbothered, as she casually waved her hand, unleashing a wave of icy energy towards Xiao Fan. What a domineering chill. What kind of battle soul does Xiao Yu possess? The crowd's pupils constricted, their gazes towards Xiao Yu filled with trepidation. In the audience, the little witch wore a grave expression, unconsciously clenching her fists in concern for Xiao Fan. Feeling troubled within, why am I worried about this rogue? Yet, despite his flaws, I do not wish for his demise. Xiao Tian tightened his fists, his nails digging painfully into his palms, a trickle of blood seeping forth as he simmered with resentment. I should be the one standing on that stage today. Why must it be him, Xiao Fan? The more he dwelled on this thought, the more enraged he became, nearly on the verge of an explosive outburst. Xiao Fan's arms trembled, the frost enveloping his body shattered instantly, his sword momentum undiminished as it collided with Xiao Yu's palm. Both of them swiftly retreated. A tremendous gust of wind surged forth, causing Xiao Fan to stumble back several paces until he finally halted at the edge of the battle platform, his internal energy roiling tumultuously. Truly, he was worthy of being a formidable force on the brink of the battle's sovereign realm, with an immensely powerful soul force capable of manifesting into physical form, far surpassing that of a battle master. Sensing the overwhelming power of the ice, Xiao Fan mused inwardly. Yet, I too possess my advantages, with my pure soul force and over 100 martial techniques. The diamond finger. Focusing his mind, he thrust out his right hand, fingers together, striking forth to coalesce into a golden finger in the air, radiating an aura of ferocity and invincibility. The firefly dares to compete for brilliance with the sun and moon? The diamond finger, you say? I can wield it as well. Xiao Yu regarded him with disdain. Her half-step battle sovereign prowess was no jest, invulnerable to anyone beneath the battle sovereign tier. Boom. The two diamond finger strikes collided, and in the next moment, Xiao Yu's expression shifted, incredulity dawning upon her as she gazed at Xiao Fan. Have you perfected your diamond finger? What do you— Xiao Fan replied with a faint smile, his form once more jolted backward, though compared to before, it was markedly improved, retreating merely a single step this time. In terms of soul force control, even Xiao Yu could not surpass Xiao Fan, having honed over 100 martial techniques to their pinnacle, a feat beyond mere terror. Not even a battle sovereign or a battle sect could achieve such mastery. Moreover, Xiao Fan accomplished this in a mere month, a feat that would undoubtedly astound the world. Even if you have perfected the diamond finger, it changes nothing. You will still perish. Xiao Yu exclaimed, dismissing Xiao Fan with her cultivation level still not taking him seriously. Snowflakes danced through the air, the frost raging, forming powerful ice storms that swept in all directions. Breaking wave hand, Xiao Fan declared sharply, remaining as steady as a mountain. Thunder rumbling as he thrust his right hand forward, waves of energy swirling in the void, his surging soul force roaring like the ocean. Another pinnacle martial technique? Xiao Yu's expression finally changed. Even she had only perfected 3 second-tier techniques, each consuming nearly a year of her time. She understood all too well the terror of pinnacle martial techniques. Even second-tier techniques, once perfected, could rival the might of third-tier techniques. On the chairman's platform, Xiao Haotian was equally astonished, gazing at the heavens, his heart roaring. Long phone, do you see this? This is your son, the genius of the Xiao family. Finally, our lineage has a successor. In a rather inconspicuous corner of the martial arts arena, an elderly man with white hair observed Xiao Fan on the battle platform, a peculiar expression crossing his face. This young man has only entered the martial arts pavilion once. How could he possess so many techniques? Could it be that he learned them illicitly? If the members of the Xiao family were to witness this, they would undoubtedly recognize him as the esteemed elder of their clan. However, if he had merely stolen the skills, it would be impossible for him to execute them with such perfection, There were no flaws whatsoever. Some combat techniques, even I find challenging to master. The elder took a deep breath. And suddenly his pupils quivered as he pondered. Could it be that he memorized all the combat techniques during his last visit to the martial arts pavilion? If that is indeed the case, then this young man's talent is truly monstrous. It is no wonder the elder is so astounded. Mastering a single combat technique to its pinnacle requires time for refinement and practice, no matter how exceptional one's talent may be. Achieving such mastery in a brief period is inconceivable. It is essential to recognize that Xiao Fan is merely 16 years old. Even if he began cultivating right after his first awakening of the battle spirit, it has only been 9 years. Within 9 years, honing 2 or 3 combat techniques to their zenith is not daunting for a genius. Yet Xiao Fan has managed to master an astonishing array of 20 to 30 peak combat techniques, which is quite terrifying. The Xiao family may very well no longer remain silent. Xiao Feng, your son may rival your own prowess. After a long pause, the elder sighed. On the battle stage, Xiao Fan and Xiao Yu exchanged blows for dozens, if not hundreds, of rounds. Throughout the exchange, Xiao Fan executed over 30 peak combat techniques, leaving the spectators in utter astonishment. Over 30 peak techniques, such a feat is scarcely achievable even by the most prodigious talents. Xiao Yu, too, grew increasingly astonished as the battle continued. Although Xiao Fan's strength was not overwhelming, his tenacity was remarkable. He relied solely on second-tier combat techniques to withstand a half-step battle sovereign. Should he master third-tier techniques and elevate them to their pinnacle, how formidable would he become? Ice Blade Slash. Xiao Yu called out, her heart heavy with the realization that she had underestimated Xiao Fan significantly. This is the true extent of his capability. His agility in martial arts techniques is unparalleled, while his offensive techniques are swift, precise, and ruthless. Flowing Cloud Sword. Xiao Fan remained calm. His movements graceful and devoid of ostentation, yet his strikes were exceptionally sharp and fierce. Bang! The two swords clashed once more, the frosty air and endless sword energy colliding, producing resounding sonic booms. Strangely, this time, Xiao Fan only retreated 2 steps, while Xiao Yu also took a step back. Have you noticed? Xiao Fan grows stronger with each exchange. But what does it matter? He is merely at the mid-stage of the Battle Master realm, while Xiao Yu stands at the pinnacle, on the verge of entering the Battle Sovereign realm. Moreover, she has yet to unleash the power of her battle spirit. Could Xiao Fan have tapped into the power of his battle spirit? To engage a Battle Master at the mid-stage against one at the peak stage. If he were to unleash his battle spirit, Xiao Yu might not even stand a chance. The crowd erupted in astonishment, their perceptions of Xiao Fan irrevocably altered, many displaying expressions of awe. I will see you dead. Xiao Yu was utterly enraged. Before her words had fully left her lips, a massive wolf, 6 meters in length with fearsome fangs, suddenly appeared behind her, its menacing gaze fixed upon Xiao Fan. A 5th-tier battle spirit, Frost Giant Wolf. Upon witnessing the colossal shadow of the wolf behind Xiao Yu, the crowd gasped in shock. The overwhelming chill emanating from the giant wolf sent shivers down the spines of all present. The aura of a 5th-tier battle spirit rivaled that of even 4th-tier soul beasts. Possessing a 5th-grade battle soul, Xiao Yu, as long as she does not fall, signifies that one day she could become a formidable warrior in the entire Xiao city. She stands as a nearly invincible entity. The members of the Xiao family have finally comprehended Xiao Yu's confidence, and many have begun to contemplate her ascension to the position of family head, believing it could indeed lead the Xiao family to prosperity and greatness. It is astonishing that elder sister Xiao Yu truly possesses a 5th-grade battle soul. She is destined to be a powerful figure in the battle sect, making her an even more suitable candidate for the family leader. Indeed, there seems to be no need for competition, even if Xiao Fan were to win by mere chance. What would it matter? The essence of a family head lies in potential. While combat prowess is one aspect, it is undeniable that Xiao Yu is more suitable to lead the Xiao family, especially as she is the daughter-in-law of the Huang family from Yin City, which further benefits the development of our Xiao lineage. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Xiao Haoyin trembled uncontrollably, his face ashen, and he furiously addressed the elders of the Xiao family. Silence. Do you still see me as the family head? The family head? It is precisely because you hold that title that you should prioritize the greater good. Our Xiao family can only grow stronger under Xiao Yu's leadership. One elder sneered. But she must be a member of the Xiao family. Xiao Haotian glared in anger, his body shaking with fury. Unfazed, the elder responded, Xiao Yu bears the Xiao surname. Is she not one of us? Xiao Fan shares the same surname, yet dares to kill even a third elder. If he were to become the family head, what would ensue? Are we elders merely fodder for his blade? Xiao Haoyan found himself unable to counter, spitting a mouthful of blood, his pallor deepening. Grandfather! Xiao Fan cried out, knowing that Xiao Haoyan's fury was exacerbating the spread of poison within him. Do not forget, if you leave the battle stage, you are defeated. Xiao Yu remarked coldly. Xiao Fan abruptly halted, his foot suspended in midair. Should he take another step forward, he would indeed exit the stage. If he were to lose, the title of family head would undoubtedly belong to Xiao Yu. Previously, Xiao Fan might have valued the position of family head. Yet after witnessing the vile countenance of the Xiao elders, he realized that remaining within such a family held little significance. Nevertheless, he could not afford to lose this battle. Should he falter, little Jean would certainly be forcibly taken away by Xiao Yu, whose strength he did not fear. However, the 4 individuals from the Huang family compelled him to tread cautiously, as among them were formidable warriors of the battle sect. Furthermore, the members of the Xiao family would rather serve as Xiao Yu's hounds. Should he fail, it was certain they would turn against him. A notion Xiao Fan had no doubt about. A 5th-grade battle soul, the frost giant wolf? Is it truly formidable? Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. A chilling smile gracing his lips as he bellowed, Phantom battle soul, arise. In an instant, a massive shadow emerged from behind Xiao Fan, undulating with an ominous presence that sent a shiver down the spine of any who beheld it. Although the size of the phantom battle soul was negligible when compared to that of the frost giant wolf, the aura it radiated was immensely powerful. What kind of battle soul is this? I have never seen such a thing. How strong can such a small battle soul truly be? It must only be a 3rd-grade battle soul, considering that Xiao Fan has also reached the level of a battle master. This aura emanating from the battle soul is not inferior to that of a 5th-tier battle soul. Could it possibly be a 6th? The crowd gazed in astonishment at the ethereal figure behind Xiao Fan, with most expressing skepticism and disdain, while only a few appeared mildly surprised. After all, while a battle soul signifies an individual's potential and talent, it also often reflects their combat prowess. Xiao Fan's battle soul seemed exceedingly feeble and inconspicuous, likely incapable of enduring even a single strike from Xiao Yu's 5th-tier frost giant wolf, rendering him no match for her. What kind of battle soul does this? The little sorceress's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she observed the spectacle. She was well aware that, even without unleashing his battle soul, Xiao Fan absorbed the essence of heaven and earth at a speed surpassing her own. Logically, his battle soul should be formidable, yet it appeared rather unimpressive at this moment. If anyone could perceive the extraordinary nature of Xiao Fan's battle soul, it would be the elder in the corner. The instant Xiao Fan summoned his battle soul, the elder's pupils quivered intensely, and he stammered, "A dark-type battle soul?" A dark-type battle soul is indeed a rare phenomenon. In the entirety of the Great Yin dynasty, none have ever manifested, which understandably left the elder astounded. However, the aura did not entirely align with that of a typical dark-type battle soul. Regardless, if this young man could gain admission to the Divine Wind Academy, that rascal Lu Yu would undoubtedly cherish him as a treasure. With this in mind, the elder contemplated departing from the Xiao family, for remaining here held no further significance. Perhaps, if he grew stronger one day, he might assist his... Observing Xiao Fan's spectral battle soul, the elder chuckled, having initially intended to intervene at a pivotal moment, but now he chose to withdraw. On the battle platform, Xiao Yu reveled in the adulation from the surrounding cultivators. With her 5th-tier battle soul, she was considered a notable figure in Yin City. However, upon witnessing Xiao Fan's frail and insubstantial spectral battle soul, she couldn't help but sneer. I expected you to deliver some surprising twist. But it seems you are merely a facade of strength. In that case, you may as well perish. As her words fell, an avalanche of frost erupted, engulfing the space around her in an aura of chilling cold, with snowflakes swirling about, the temperature plummeting several degrees. The cultivators surrounding the arena instinctively recoiled in shock, overwhelmed by the sheer power of a 5th-tier battle soul. You wish to kill me? You lack the qualification. Xiao Fan's expression remained as tranquil as a still pond. The frigid air coalesced into a thin layer of frost upon his form, yet peculiarly, he felt no chill whatsoever. Even as his hair and brows froze, his eyes, dark as the abyss, remained resolute. In the next moment, Xiao Fan took a step forward, executing the elusive misty steps, leaving a phantom in his wake. With the augmentation of his spectral battle soul, his movements became increasingly unpredictable, and rather than diminishing in strength due to the cold, his aura surged. As if nothing could impede his advance. Die! Xiao Yu bellowed, as a tempest of snowflakes coalesced into a lethal frost energy, surging toward Xiao Fan in a relentless wave. Break. Xiao Fan advanced rather than retreated, his mind racing with the martial techniques he had previously merged with the endless battle cannon. All his momentum coalesced into his which he launched skyward with tremendous force. Empowered by the spectral battle spirit, his aura surged severfold, with a punch that seemed to shake the heavens like thunder. The flurry of snowflakes exploded, and the chilling frost of the void was shattered. Under the might of this strike, everything was rendered insignificant. Both its power and intensity reached the zenith of a mid-stage battle master, just as his sword had previously forced Elder Xiao Wen to retreat. This punch similarly sent Xiaoyu staggering back. Xiaoyu's pupils constricted sharply. This punch was terrifying, far more so than the sword that had just sent Xiao Wen flying. She found herself retreating step by step. Yet, Xiao Fan granted her no respite. He surged forward, his soul power manifesting as a sword of spiritual energy. With the winds and thunder swirling, the sword's aura sliced through everything, obliterating all in its path. With a sudden thrust, a bloodied sword shot forth from Xiaoyu's arm. Had she not retreated swiftly, she would have lost her entire limb. However, as she regained her composure, she found herself beneath the battle platform. The training ground fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixated upon Xiao Fan, who had just triumphed. Xiao Fan had emerged victorious? How could that be? His battle spirit surpassed even that of Xiaoyu. Was it truly a 6th-grade battle spirit? A 6th-grade battle spirit could potentially ascend to the rank of a battle king. In the vast expanse of the Yin dynasty, how many battle kings could there be? The members of the Xiao family were left in a state of disbelief. Many filled with regret. Had they known, they would have sided with Xiao Haotian, and now, in this moment of reckoning, what would happen if Xiao Fan grew powerful enough to seek vengeance against them? Xiaoyu's 5th-grade battle spirit was indeed rare in Xiao City, but in Yin City, it was not particularly remarkable. There were many with 6th-grade battle spirits, though few could attain the status of a battle king. Thus, a 5th-grade battle spirit paled in comparison to a 6th-grade one. You have been defeated. Xiao Fan regarded Xiaoyu with a calm demeanor. Defeated? I am not yet vanquished. Xiaoyu retorted coldly, spitting blood as her words fell. In an instant, several figures rushed to her side. Xiaoyu cast a frosty glare at Xiao Fan before sweeping her gaze over the gathered dignitaries at the podium. I offer you one final chance. Head of the Xiao family, you must yield, whether you wish to or not. Simultaneously, the 4 individuals beside her glared menacingly at the podium, ready to act at her command. Head of the family, please consider stepping down. The 4th elder of the Xiao family spoke up timely. Please think twice. Head of the family, echoed the other elders. Second uncle, I implore you to relinquish your position as head. I believe Xiaoyu is far more suited for the role. And after all, she is my sister. I trust her. Xiao Tian, who had remained silent until now, interjected. Your words ring true, nephew. It would be wise for you to enjoy your retirement. The Xiao family requires new blood, Xiao Wen added, promptly aligning himself with Xiaoyu. Xiao Fan's expression was icy. Though he had not anticipated that Xiaoyu would keep her word, he realized that at least the members of the Xiao family would reconsider their decisions. However, the reality exceeded his expectations, for the members of the Xiao family were utterly shameless. This revelation made him realize that in the face of genuine strength, the notion of familial dignity had been reduced to the lowest of lows. Suddenly, Xiao Haotian let out a wild laugh, a formidable aura radiating from him as his eyes turned crimson, coldly gazing at the members of the Xiao family. Indeed, you are worthy of being called good sons of the Xiao family. Cowardly and self-serving, you have tarnished the family's honor. The position of the family head shall not be relinquished by me, Xiao Haotian. If you possess the capability, come and take it yourselves. Xiao Haotian was somewhat deranged. His body swaying unsteadily, he was poisoned, and any attempt to mobilize his soul power would hasten the spread of the toxin. Yet at this moment, he could no longer afford to concern himself with such matters. Whoever killed him would ascend as the head of the Xiao family. Xiaoyu smirked coldly. She held little regard for the position of family head, merely yearning to reclaim her dignity from 3 years prior, having been hunted by the Xiao family back then. She had resolved to make them pay dearly, and Xiao Haotian must die. Uncle, forgive me. Xiao Wen inhaled deeply and charged toward the podium. He had long coveted the position of family head, and now that an opportunity had presented itself, how could he let it slip away? Wretched fool! Xiao Haotian roared, revealing an overwhelming aura of a battle lord, unleashing a terrifying wave of soul power as he struck out with a palm, sending Xiao Wen flying. His fury reached a boiling point. He had never anticipated that the first to attack him would be his own nephew. He had intended to pass the position of family head to Xiao Wen or Xiao Tian in his old age. Since you are so obstinate, then perish. The four elders on the podium sprang into action, rushing toward Xiao Haoyan like ravenous wolves. Sweep away 1,000 troops. Xiao Haoyan bellowed. A colossal phantom hammer manifesting above his head, his battle intent surging forth with powerful momentum. Indeed, it was the fourth-grade battle soul, the meteor hammer. Bang! Shadows were sent flying. The air filled with sprays of blood. At this juncture, Xiao Haoyan showed no mercy, however, as he drew upon his soul power. The toxins within him began to spread rapidly, causing him to spew black blood. Old bastard, die. Suddenly, Xiao Tian erupted, launching a surprise attack from behind. Xiao Haoyan glared fiercely, a palpable killing intent emanating from him, sending Xiao Tian hurtling backward. Die. In an instant, Xiao Wen charged, a ferocious force surging toward Xiao Haoyan. Shameless wretch, your existence is a disgrace to the Xiao family. Meteor suppression. Xiao Haoyan howled, the meteor hammer soaring above him. Descending like a small mountain, a tempestuous wave of soul power swept through the surroundings, causing Xiao Wen's expression to stiffen as he trembled and shouted, "Aid me." But before he could finish, without hesitation, Xiao Haoyan as fourth-grade battle soul, the meteor hammer, came crashing down, its terrifying force causing Xiao Wen to cough up blood. Before the battle lord, he had virtually no means of resistance. You dare to kill me? Xiao Wen managed to utter as his body was abruptly reduced to a puddle of flesh. Even in summoning his battle soul, he could not withstand the onslaught for even a breath's time. The second elder is dead. The Xiao family's descendants trembled in fear, their gazes froze. In this moment, all eyes were filled with trepidation as they gazed upon Xiao Haoyan. Only formidable strength could instill such fear in others, while the family head had gone mad. Quick, eliminate him. He is unworthy of his position. The fourth elder, regaining his composure, sought to curry favor with Xiao Yu. Today, I shall cleanse the Xiao family of its traitors. You treacherous beings dare to betray the clan and become lackeys for others. Let justice be served. Xiao Haoyan bellowed, his body swaying precariously, yet not a soul dared to underestimate him. Xiao Haoyan, what do you intend to do? As he approached, the fourth elder and others turned pale, exclaiming in alarm, what do I intend to do? I shall eliminate you, the disgrace of the family. Not a single one shall be spared. Xiao Haoyan's cold gaze swept across the crowd, icy and unyielding. Haoyan, you have gone too far. Suddenly, from a corner of the Xiao residence, an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy erupted forth. In an instant, a figure materialized amidst the crowd, swiftly alighting upon the stage. It was an elder, tall, with deep-set eyes that burned like torches. Strangely, he bore a resemblance to Xiao Haoyan, especially in the formidable power radiating from him. A force that even Xiao Haoyan found daunting. Xiao Haoyan staggered, his smile fading into one of despair, for the newcomer was none other than Xiao Yun, the revered elder of the Xiao family and his uncle, a peak battle sovereign. Given Xiao Haoyan's current state, he stood no chance again. As the foremost family in Xiao City, how could the Xiao clan be limited to just Xiao Haoyan and the Grand Elder as their only battle sovereigns? It was merely that Xiao Yun had been engrossed in his cultivation, seldom attending to family matters. Elder, save us. The family head has completely lost his mind and intends to slaughter all the Xiao descendants. The fourth elder and others cried out in alarm, playing the victim. Elder Xiao Yun's gaze was frigid as he fixed his eyes upon Xiao Haoyan. Haoyan, you have indeed crossed the line. Xiao Wen was your own and you killed him. Feeling the murderous intent emanating from Xiao Yun, Xiao Haoyan suddenly laughed bitterly. Am I not also your nephew? How could you conspire with outsiders to poison me? Is that not excessive on your part? Impudence. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Xiao Yun roared, a wave of lethal energy radiating from him. From a distance, the Xiao family disciples displayed expressions of shock, yet a few appeared to be already aware of the situation. A family such as this, with such a corrupt leadership, deserves no mercy. Suddenly, Xiao Fan, who had remained silent until now, spoke up, his eyes ablaze with fury. Today, how could he not understand that Xiao Yu's audacity and the elder's actions were not only supported by the Huang family but also backed by Xiao Yun himself? Even if Xiao Yun had not actively participated, he had at least tacitly approved of their actions. Whose offspring are you? Xiao Yun shouted coldly, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy toward Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's expression shifted as he felt the intense pressure emanating from the peak battle sovereign's power, even from a distance. Uncle, why bother with a mere junior? Xiao Haoyan interposed himself before Xiao Yun. Humph, as the eldest of the Xiao family. What harm is there in teaching a lesson to a younger generation? Xiao Yun cast a cold glance at Xiao Haoyan, his icy gaze then sweeping over to Xiao Fan. In the next moment, he lunged towards Xiao Fan. Xiao Haoyan's expression shifted dramatically as he summoned the soul power within him, reaching an unparalleled speed. Arriving before Xiao Fan even quicker than Xiao Yun, shielding Xiao Fan with his back. A resounding thud echoed as Xiao Haoyan, clutching Xiao Fan, was sent flying. Blood gushing from his mouth, splattering over Xiao Fan's body. Xiao Fan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury. He could hardly fathom that Xiao Yun truly intended to kill him. Had he endured that strike, his death would have been. He was even more astonished that at such a critical moment, it was Xiao Haoyan who took the blow for him. Uncle, I have borne this strike for Xiao Fan. From now on, we shall have no ties with you or the Xiao family, Xiao Haoyan uttered, black blood spilling from his lips. His body trembling violently as he turned his back to Xiao Yun. Xiao Fan steadfastly supported Xiao Haoyan, realizing that those words signified his uncle's utter despair towards the Xiao family. Humph, considering you are of my bloodline, I shall spare you today. Depart, Xiao scoffed. Surprised that Xiao Haoyan did not resist and endured his attack. Although his heart, once as solid as rock, was momentarily stirred, it soon regained its composure. In his eyes, only with Xiao Yu at the helm could the Xiao family truly rise. Grandfather, let us go. Xiao Fan helped Xiao Haoyan, his crimson eyes scanning every person present, as if he wished to etch their faces into his memory. His gaze was frigid and eerie, reminiscent of the Eye of Death, causing none to dare. Though he had defeated Xiao Yu, it was merely a clever use of powerful combat skills. Xiao Yu possessed a fifth-grade battle soul, a being whom even he would need to look up to in the future, far beyond Xiao Fan's reach. Xiao Yun silently mused, his gaze resolute. I have not yet permitted your departure. Xiao Yu sneered, as the four individuals behind him sprang into action, encircling Xiao Haoyan and Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan glared fiercely, his heart racing with urgency. Xiao Haoyan was gravely injured, and if not treated promptly, he would undoubtedly perish within an hour. Leave a threat of life for a person. Do not push matters to the brink. Suddenly, the little witch, accompanied by the small golden figure, approached Xiao Fan step by step. Her eyes icy as she regarded Xiao Yu. What are you? Xiao Yu barked, dismissing the little witch, who resembled a beggar. What am I? Do not presume that by allying with the Huang family, you can look down upon everyone. I believe that even if I were to slay you, the Huang family would not bat an eye. As for avenging you, that is merely a jest, the little witch replied, her demeanor chilling and devoid of fear. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yu involuntarily retreated several steps, her expression dark as she regarded the little witch. Who are you? If the little witch had timidly uttered those words, Xiao Yu would not have taken them to heart. But the calmness with which she spoke suggested she was no ordinary person. Who I am is not important. I trust there will be ample opportunities for our paths to cross in the future, the little witch replied, her tone remarkably tranquil. Who is this wild girl, spewing nonsense? Seize her. Xiao Yun suddenly shouted coldly. One must exercise mercy when possible. At that moment, a faint voice echoed through the void. The crowd, upon hearing this, began to search in all directions, only to be met with disappointment as no figure was to be found. Who? Xiao Yun's gaze turned icy as he scrutinized his surroundings, unleashing his soul energy to permeate the area. To his astonishment, he detected no presence whatsoever. In the next instant, Xiao Yun's expression darkened, with his strength. Not a single formidable being within Xiao City should have been able to escape his soul's grasp, unless they were of the battle sect's caliber, capable of concealing themselves effortlessly. His eyes fell upon the little demon girl, flickering with uncertainty, as an overwhelming sense of unease washed over him. Perhaps aligning with the Huang family had not been the wisest decision. Yet, given the circumstances, there was no turning back. Xiao Fan and Xiao Haotian shared expressions of disbelief. Who could possibly aid them at this juncture? Xiao family, one day I shall return. I have etched your faces into my memory. Xiao Yun, my grandfather's strike will surely be repaid 100-fold one day, Xiao Fan declared, supporting Xiao Haotian as they slowly exited the training grounds. The members of the Xiao family trembled inwardly, for reasons unknown. They found themselves unsettled by Xiao Fan's icy gaze. Huang Yi, eliminate them. Let no one be the wiser, Xiao Yu whispered softly. Rest assured, madam. My subordinates will execute the task without a trace. A man beside Xiao Yu nodded, his eyes glinting with a hint of malice as he watched Xiao Fan and the others depart. After leaving the Xiao family, Xiao Fan and his companions did not immediately exit Xiao City. Instead, they sought refuge in an inn. Inside the room, Xiao Haotian lay unconscious on the bed, prompting a frown from Xiao Fan. The door creaked open, and the little demon girl hurried in, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! I went to procure medicinal herbs, but none of the major apothecaries would sell to me. In the end, I managed to find these." With that, she produced dozens of golden needles from her hand. "It seems the Xiao family wishes to eliminate us entirely." A cold glint flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes as he gratefully regarded the little demon girl, saying, "Thank you." "No need for thanks. I merely detest the Xiao family," she replied, momentarily taken aback by the gratitude expressed by Xiao Fan. "Then I must trouble you once more to protect me," he said. Taking a deep breath before carefully retrieving a small blue herb from his pack, it was the dragon saliva grass he had previously acquired in the Sunset Mountain range. Fourth grade dragon saliva grass. The little demon girl gasped. "You scoundrel, do you intend to use this to save your grandfather? Are you an alchemist?" This dragon saliva grass should not be used recklessly. Alchemists, akin to soul hunters, are a unique profession within the Battle Soul Continent. Many potions crafted by alchemists can expedite a cultivator's breakthrough in soul power. In fact, some potions can even expand a cultivator's meridians, making alchemists an indispensable part of the Battle Soul Continent. Through countless years of development, alchemy has evolved into a systematic profession classified into 9 ranks, with the first rank being the lowest and the 9th rank the highest. It is no wonder that the little witch is so concerned. Dragon spittle grass is a 4th-grade herb. Even a 3rd-grade alchemist would hesitate to use it lightly. A slight miscalculation in dosage could lead to consequences that are incalculable. Although I am not an alchemist, I must make an attempt. Xiao Fan's eyes were filled with gravity. He had prepared for 2 possible courses of action, one of which involved using medicine to detoxify. The other option was the acupuncture technique from his previous life. In his past existence, Xiao Fan was a master in the medical field, possessing an unparalleled understanding of the human body's meridians and acupoints. This was his final trump card in treating Xiao. But employing acupuncture for detoxification would also prove to be a considerable challenge for him. Should the little witch become anxious, the soul crystal cannot be consumed indiscriminately. And medications must not be misused. This is a consensus among practitioners in the Battle Spirit Continent. There is no alternative if I do not attempt it. My grandfather is undoubtedly doomed. If I try, there remains a chance for survival. Xiao Fan spoke with resolute determination. Then I shall remain here. If there is anything you need me to do, I am willing to assist. The little witch still harbored doubts about Xiao Fan. During the detoxification process, no one is permitted to disturb me. Otherwise, all efforts could be in vain. Therefore, no one must enter, Xiao Fan stated solemnly. This matter was also quite precarious for him. Were it not for Xiao Haoyan's physical constitution, which far exceeded that of an ordinary person from Earth, and the powerful soul energy within him, he might have already succumbed to death. This time, the little witch did not hesitate, although she felt quite displeased. She walked directly to the door, muttering softly, "You despicable rogue, you dare to treat me like a servant. This time I will let you off, but next time, I shall make you pay." Xiao Fan, unaware of the little witch's thoughts, turned to the nearby little Jean and commanded, "Little Jean, guard me." With a low growl, little Jean lay down at the entrance, its keen eyes scanning the surroundings, exuding an air of utmost vigilance. Xiao Fan took a deep breath and carefully removed the robes from Xiao Haoyan's body. Upon seeing the ghastly palm imprint on his back, Xiao Fan's eyes turned bloodshot. "This blow, I shall make Xiaoyan repay 10-fold, 100-fold. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to calm down and pondered. The poison has already spread throughout the body. In my past life, I would have been helpless, but now, controlling the poison with soul energy should still be feasible. Gazing at the shimmering golden needles beside him, Xiao Fan inhaled deeply. Supporting Xiao Haoyan with one hand, he swiftly manipulated the other, and moments later, dozens of golden needles were embedded in Xiao Haoyan's back. Each needle emitted a faint golden glow, gently vibrating, while strands of black blood oozed from them, releasing a nauseating stench. Controlling the golden needles with soul energy proves far more precise than relying solely on sight and experience. However, the consumption of soul energy is immense. Fortunately, the white stone is present, and my soul energy is significantly purer than that of an average person. Xiao Fan murmured, his speed finally slowing. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, as though he had endured an epic battle. Even in combat with Xiaoyu, he had not exerted himself to such a degree. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Fan retrieved a 3rd-grade soul crystal and swallowed it, simultaneously refining the crystal while performing acupuncture. As time flowed steadily, Xiao Fan had consumed 3 3rd-grade soul crystals, while the number of golden needles embedded in Xiao Haoyan's body had grown to several hundred. Blood cascading forth and soaking the ground. Were he an ordinary person, he would likely have perished from blood loss by now. Xiao Fan spoke solemnly. Since becoming a master of medicine, he had never encountered such a formidable predicament. The dragon saliva grass possessed potent abilities to regenerate blood and replenish soul, and he hoped it would prove effective. With a swift motion, Xiao Fan tore off a leaf of the dragon saliva grass and placed it in Xiao Haoyan's mouth, instantly refining it with the power of his soul. In the next moment, a surge of vitality emanated from Xiao Haoyan's body, the soul power circulating steadily, and the blood flowing along the golden needles gradually transformed into a deep crimson hue. A grave expression crossed Xiao Fan's face. He realized that expelling the toxins from Xiao Haoyan's body in such a short time was impossible. Fortunately, he had obtained the dragon saliva grass in the Sunset Mountains. Otherwise, Xiao Haoyan would undoubtedly meet his demise. Just as Xiao Fan was engaged in detoxifying Xiao Haoyan, a man clad in golden robes suddenly appeared outside the inn. He cast a cursory glance at the establishment, a cold smile creeping onto his face. On this dark, windy night of murder, tonight marks the end for you and your grandfather. After uttering this ominous statement, the golden-robed man slowly entered the adjacent tavern, quietly observing the inn's activities. 3 hours had passed, and the little demon girl was filled with anxiety, pacing outside the room, her hands nervously tugging at her clothing. The earlier displeasure had long dissipated, replaced solely by concern. I must see for myself. She could no longer hold back and pushed open the door, only to be met with a pungent stench. Roar. In the next moment, a pair of golden eyes fixed on her, emitting a fierce growl that startled the little demon girl. Had she not recognized her, Xiao Jin would have attacked without hesitation. Simultaneously, Xiao Fan coughed up a mouthful of blood, casting a cold glare at the little demon girl at the door. Stinky Xiao Fan, I'm sorry. The little demon girl had intended to berate him, but upon seeing his condition, her confidence waned. It's fine, close the door tightly. I do not wish for a repeat of this, Xiao Fan replied in a deep voice, his tone firm and undeniable, before immersing his focus back into controlling the golden needles. Over 200 acupoints were punctured with needles, and the blood that flowed had turned a vibrant red. Final cycle. Xiao Fan took a deep breath, retrieving a 4th-grade soul crystal and placing it in his mouth. He had exhausted all the 3rd-grade soul crystals given by Xiao Jin's mother, leaving only 4th and 5th-grade ones. He then tore off another leaf of the dragon saliva grass and placed it in Xiao Haoyan's mouth. The little demon girl and Xiao Jin waited in silence, the former's heart restless as the room was already drenched in blood, reeking of a strong metallic odor. Remarkably, the little demon girl kept her gaze fixed on astonished. Could it be that he truly was an apothecary? After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Xiao Fan took a deep breath, his complexion ashen, struggling to rise. With a movement of his soul power, over 200 golden needles shot forth, all expelled from Xiao Haoyan's body. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, Xiao Haoyan abruptly opened his eyes, a formidable aura emanating from within him, as torrents of soul energy coursed through his meridians. The little enchantress gazed at Xiao Haoyan in astonishment, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue, before turning to Xiao Fan and inquiring, Xiao Fan, are you truly an alchemist? Sort of, Xiao Fan replied with a bittersweet smile, relieved to see Xiao Haoyan awake. After circulating his energy for several cycles, Xiao Haoyan finally came to a halt, his astonished gaze fixed upon Xiao Fan. Fanner, was it you who saved me? Grandfather, do not be overly excited. My body is still quite weak, Xiao Fan said, feeling dizzy from Xiao Haoyan's fervent shaking. The healing process had already drained a significant amount of his soul energy, and he was left with barely enough strength to breathe. Xiao Haoyan quickly ceased his movements, noticing the pool of blood on the ground, his brow furrowing in concern. I sought the help of 3 or 4 alchemists, yet they were all powerless against the toxins within me, claiming only a 3rd-tier alchemist could remedy it. Does that not mean, Fanner, that you are a 3rd-tier alchemist? A 3rd-tier alchemist? The little enchantress stared at Xiao Fan in disbelief, exclaiming, even in Yin City, there seem to be few 3rd-tier alchemists. You rogue. Are you truly a 3rd-tier alchemist? Fanner, is this my granddaughter-in-law? Before Xiao Fan could respond, Xiao Haoyan looked at the little enchantress in surprise, a jovial smile spreading across his face, dispelling any previous gloom. Grandfather, Xiao Fan said with a bitter smile, if the little enchantress were to become my woman, I fear my days of peace would be numbered. However, before he could finish his thought, the little enchantress interrupted, her cheeks flushed. Grandfather, my name is Shiyu. Shiyu. A lovely name, Xiao Haoyan remarked with a chuckle. Xiao Fan rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath, indeed, one should not judge a book by its cover. The aptly named Little Enchantress possesses a poetic name. The Little Enchantress shot a sharp glance at Xiao Fan, which Xiao Haotian interpreted as a playful exchange between the young couple. "Fanner, what has happened to you?" After a while, Xiao Haotian turned his gaze back to Xiao Fan. Concern etched on his face. In just a few short months, Xiao Fan had not only advanced to the warrior master realm, but had also become a third-tier alchemist. This was truly astonishing. "Grandfather, do not worry. My battle spirit had awakened long ago. I merely spent these years learning alchemy under my master, which caused my cultivation to stagnate," Xiao Fan quickly explained. "Your master? Who might they be?" Xiao Haotian's eyes brightened with astonishment. Surely, anyone capable of nurturing a young third-tier alchemist like Xiao Fan must be extraordinary. Xiao Fan fell silent. But the Little Enchantress interjected with curiosity, "Is it the person who secretly aided our escape before?" "Indeed," Xiao Fan replied, his expression darkening, surprised that the Little Enchantress had pieced it together. Nonetheless, he nodded, making it easier to explain his circumstances. Noting that Xiao Haotian was about to inquire further, Xiao Fan promptly added, "My master enjoys a life of wandering like a carefree crane. He has recently returned to Xiao City, but I suspect he has already departed. Furthermore, he prefers that I do not mention him in the presence of others. Fanner, you must heed your master's words." Xiao Haotian solemnly nodded, advising, "By the way, your identity as a third-tier alchemist should not be easily revealed. Otherwise, it may attract unnecessary troubles, unless you possess sufficient strength." "I understand, grandfather, rest assured," Xiao Fan replied, feeling exceedingly weak and merely wishing for a moment of respite. Suddenly, a streak of black light shot forth, hurtling towards Xiao Fan's forehead with incredible speed, far beyond what he could defend against in his current frail state. Seeking death, Xiao Haotian barked coldly, extending his hand towards Xiao Fan's brow. In an instant, a throwing knife appeared in his grasp, emanating a dark mist. "Be careful, it's poisoned," Xiao Fan exclaimed, his back drenched in sweat. He had not anticipated an ambush at such a critical moment. Had Xiao Haotian not awakened just in time, he would have surely met his demise. Without hesitation, Xiao Haotian flicked his fingers, sending the knife hurtling back along its original path like a bolt of black lightning. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed. And in the next moment, a shadow flickered, moving with the swiftness of a specter, its movements both agile and eerie. "It's you." Xiao Fan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Despite being cloaked in black robes, he recognized the identity of the assailant at once. They had already departed from the Xiao family. Yet Xiao Yu still sought to eliminate them entirely. "To think you still recognize me?" The black-clad man wore a sinister smile. In his efforts to execute the deed undetected, he had deliberately altered his appearance, yet he was still recognized by Xiao Fan. "Are you from the Huang family?" Xiao Haotian seethed with fury, his gaze fierce as an overwhelming aura erupted from him. Though he had been expelled from he had not been this enraged until now. Xiao Yu's intent to eradicate them had driven him to the brink of madness. Above him, a fourth-tier battle spirit meteor hammer materialized, its peak battle sovereign aura unmistakable, a tempest of soul power sweeping through the entire room. "Peak battle sovereign? Weren't you poisoned?" The smile on the black-clad man's face faltered, and he turned to flee. He dismissed the injured Xiao Haotian. But the peak battle sovereign was not something he could contend with as a mid-tier battle sovereign. "Thinking of escaping? Don't you find it too late?" Xiao Haotian chuckled coldly. Despite his lingering weakness, he truly had no regard for a mid-tier battle sovereign. The meteor hammer flashed, descending like a thunderous strike. The black-clad man hurriedly dodged, but was still struck on the left shoulder, turning his arm to mush. He crashed heavily against the wall, coughing blood incessantly. "Impossible. The first-tier red poison. How could you have dispelled it?" Fear flickered in the black-clad man's eyes. Xiao Haotian approached him step by step, instilling dread within the man. "Xiao Haotian, I am from the Huang family. If you kill me, the Xiao family will also suffer." "The Xiao family? We have already been expelled. Their fate is of no concern to us," Xiao Fan retorted with a cold smile. Yet, Xiao Haotian furrowed his brow, clearly reluctant to see the annihilation of the Xiao family, even at this juncture. Yet, Xiao Haotian regarded the man in black with unwavering ruthlessness. The man, sprawled on the ground, pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, "Master Xiao, please spare my life. I was merely following orders." "Following orders?" A fierce glint flashed in Xiao Haotian's eyes as he raised the meteor hammer once more. The man let out a blood-curdling scream, instantly reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Xiao Haotian intoned solemnly, "Your demise cannot extinguish the Xiao clan. The Dian dynasty stretched over 1,000 miles. With Yin City located 500 to 600 miles away, how could they possibly concern themselves with the trivial matters of Xiao City? Even the Huang clan, despite their immense power, would not undertake such a genocidal act over a mere servant. Grandfather, we should depart swiftly, Xiao Fan remarked, frowning at the gruesome sight before him. Aware that Xiao Yu would not easily let them off the hook. Someone is approaching. We must flee. Xiao Haoyan nodded and quickly exited through a nearby window, with Xiao Fan, the little witch, and Xiao Jin following suit without hesitation. Indeed, mere moments after their departure, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the door being forcefully kicked open. Xiao Yu strode in first, her gaze falling upon the dark stains of blood and flesh on the ground. A chilling glimmer of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Inform everyone to immediately seal the city gates and locate them, regardless of life or death. Xiao Yu's voice was as frigid as ice. The trio, accompanied by their beast, hastened towards the city gates. After a brief interval, they arrived at the entrance, only to find it heavily fortified and under meticulous scrutiny. The city has been sealed? The little witch's eyes sparkled with displeasure. It should not be, Xiao Fan replied, shaking his head. Xiao Yu previously allowed us to escape due to her apprehension, her fear of my master, which is why she refrained from taking action. However, she does not genuinely wish to let us go, hence the rigorous inspections at the gates to prevent our exit from Xiao City. At the mention of his master, Xiao Fan's face flushed with embarrassment. He had no actual master. Nevertheless, it was evident that Xiao Yu's insistence on inspecting those exiting the city indicated her determination to eliminate both him and Xiao Haoyan. How shall we escape? The little witch inquired, her worry apparent. If Xiao Yu intended to eradicate them entirely, even with Xiao Haoyan's full strength, they might not be able to force their way out. Haha, Captain, fortune has favored us in recent days. Last time, we acquired 2 third-tier soul beasts, and this time, we stumbled upon the corpse of a third-tier soul beast, the golden mad lion. Indeed, this year, our 1-month yield surpasses that of a full year in the past. I hope our expedition to the setting sun mountain will yield further rewards, allowing us ample time to cultivate in the remaining days of the year. But Captain, why venture to the setting sun mountain at such a late hour? Couldn't it wait until dawn? Just as Xiao Fan was deep in thought, a series of hearty voices echoed from a distance as a dozen figures strode towards the city gate with an imposing presence. In the next moment, Xiao Fan sprang into action, swiftly closing the distance to the group and appearing behind a man clad in black armor. The armored man turned abruptly, shock evident on his face as he beheld Xiao Fan, exclaiming in a hushed tone, "Third young master? What brings you here? Just days ago, we were preparing to deliver soul stones to you. Can you assist me in exiting the city?" Xiao Fan took a deep breath, interrupting Wang Lai's words. The person before him was none other than the sunsetting soul hunting team he had encountered in the Sunset Mountain Range not long ago. The others also sensed something amiss behind them and swiftly turned around. When their gazes landed on Xiao Fan, astonishment filled their faces. Wang Ming, ergo, Sandan. Follow me, Wang Lai commanded with a piercing look. Yes, Captain, the 3 replied, though confusion lingered in their hearts. Subsequently, Wang Lai led Xiao Fan and the 3 members of the sunsetting soul hunting team into the alley, where Xiao Haotian, the little witch, and Xiao Jin awaited them. Old Master Xiao, Wang Lai exclaimed upon seeing Xiao Haoyan, his pupils contracting in surprise. It was no small feat to meet Xiao Haoyan, and he had heard of the rumors surrounding the Xiao family. Wasn't Xiao Haoyan supposed to have succumbed to poison? How was he still alive and well? With a wry smile, Xiao Haotian nodded and remarked, "Now, I am merely an old man. Old Master Xiao, we should change our clothes and leave the city promptly. The city gates will close in half an hour," Wang Lai urged, forcing himself to remain calm. "All right. I appreciate your assistance, young man," Xiao Haoyan replied, casting an appreciative glance at Wang Lai. This tall fellow appeared rather earnest, and such a person was worth befriending. As for me, Wang Lai, I believe in repaying even the slightest kindness with boundless gratitude, he said gratefully, looking at Xiao Fan. "Brother Wang, I'm no longer a young master. Just call me by my name," Xiao Fan said, having swiftly changed his attire. "Then I shall call you Brother Xiao," Wang Lai replied with a hearty smile. At that moment, Xiao Jin approached, its fur dyed white, much to its displeasure, but fortunately, Xiao Fan provided comfort. Moments later, the little witch also appeared, having changed her clothes. "Wang Ming, ergo, Sandan, today you must not leave the city. Find a place to conceal yourselves with our families, and we shall depart in a few days. We will meet at our usual spot," Wang Lai instructed the 3 members of the sunsetting soul hunting team. Rest assured, Captain. They replied with smiles before swiftly disappearing into the alley. Xiao Fan and the others hurried towards the city gates, as time was of the essence. Once Xiao Yu discovered that their assailants had been eliminated, he would undoubtedly pursue them relentlessly. At that point, Xiao Yu's immediate course of action would be to close the city gates, effectively trapping them. Captain Wang, venturing out this late? I hear your sunsetting soul hunting team has been quite successful lately, a soldier at the city gate remarked, familiar with Wang Lai and his companions. Not at all, merely making a living. By the way, Captain Li, why are you personally manning the city gate? Has something significant occurred? Though Wang Lai was straightforward, he managed well in dealing with acquaintances. Captain Wang, you are still unaware? Captain Li replied, looking at Wang Lai with surprise, then waved his hand dismissively. It's probably better that you're unaware, given your years spent in the mountains with soul beasts. But it is indeed a fortunate ignorance. Next time you return, remember to invite me for a drink. Rest assured, I will not leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated. For now, we must take our leave. Wang Lai said with a smile, cupping his hands in farewell. Very well, I shall await the fine wine from Captain Wang, Captain Li remarked with a grin, waving his hand to signal the soldiers to let them pass. Xiao Fan and his companions were on edge, despite the seemingly amicable conversation between Wang Lai and Captain Li. Should Li detect any flaw, he would undoubtedly turn against them. Suddenly, Captain Li's voice echoed from behind, causing Wang Lai to shudder while Xiao Fan and the others clenched their fists, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Captain Wang, what kind of soul beast? Can you procure one for me next time? Captain Li's gaze fixed on Xiao Jin, who at that moment looked rather disheveled in a silver. It's merely a second-tier soul beast, a white lion. Next time we encounter one, I shall certainly reserve it for you. Captain Li, Wang Lai responded, visibly relieved. Then I thank you in advance, Captain Wang. Captain Li laughed heartily. Although a second-tier soul beast may seem modest, it still commanded several thousand low-grade soul stones. For the living beasts were worth far more than the deceased. Moreover, utilizing soul beasts for transportation had become a status symbol on the soul battle continent. A third-tier mount appeared significantly more prestigious than a second-tier one. Xiao Fan internally cursed Captain Li's ancestors for putting them in such a tense predicament, with each step quickening their heartbeats. By the order of the city lord, close the city gates immediately. A booming voice resounded from afar. Hurry, Xiao Haoyan urged, accelerating their pace. Stop, Captain Li bellowed, witnessing Xiao Haoyan and the others hastening their steps, his fury boiling over. However, Xiao Haoyan paid him no heed, swiftly departing the city gates with Xiao Fan, the little witch, and Xiao Jin following suit, while only a few members of the Sunset Soul Hunting team remained, one of whom was Wang Lai. Wang Lai, do you wish to court death? Captain Li glared coldly at him, menace evident in his demeanor. Upon hearing Li's words, Wang Lai trembled slightly but quickly regained his composure, responding, Captain Li, we have already undergone your inspection. Surely there can be no errors? Did you not hear the city lord's command to close the gates? Captain Li's expression darkened, realizing the implications behind Wang Lai's words. If there is an issue, you shall not escape unscathed. We agreed to rendezvous with another soul hunting team at Sunset Mountain. We cannot afford to delay any longer. Farewell, Wang Lai said, bowing slightly before turning and declaring, Brothers, let us depart. Wang Lai. Captain Li screamed in a fit of rage, but Wang Lai paid him no mind, gradually vanishing into the night at the city gates. Captain, you were incredibly impressive. This was the most dashing moment I have ever witnessed. Members of the Sunset Soul Hunting team exclaimed, giving Wang Lai a thumbs up. It's likely to become increasingly difficult to navigate in Xiao City from now on, Wang Lai sighed, realizing that he had offended not only Captain Li but also the Xiao family. If need be, I shall simply leave Xiao City. I can have Wang Meng and ergo arrange for the family back home. Frankly, I have long held disdain for the families in Xiao City, Wang Yin remarked coldly. Brother Wang Lai, everyone, I apologize for implicating you, Wang Lai's companion lamented. Xiao Fan appeared beside Wang Lai and the others, offering a slight bow. Brother Xiao, your politeness is unwarranted, Wang Lai admonished with a hint of annoyance, before continuing, by the way, regarding the soul stones from last time. We estimate that we won't be able to provide them to you anytime soon. Please keep those soul stones. We are grateful for your assistance in helping us leave Xiao City. Otherwise, we might have lost our lives there, Xiao Fan replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed to accept the soul stones, as they had not weighed heavily on his mind. While we cannot offer you the soul stones, I can certainly provide you with the weapon you requested right away, Wang Lai said with a smile, and the group swiftly made their way towards the Sunset Mountains. An hour later, they had traveled roughly 20 to 30 miles from Xiao City and arrived at a gorge within the Sunset Mountains. Brother Xiao, this is the habitat of our soul hunting team. Have you considered joining us? With your strength, you could easily assume the role of leader, Wang Lai remarked, approaching with a gleaming longsword in hand. Brother Wang, I fear I am not ready for that just yet. I must first reclaim my honor from the Xiao family. Until then, my only desire is to grow stronger, Xiao Fan declared, his voice filled with resolve as anger surged at the thought of the Xiao family. I knew it. An eagle is destined to soar high one day. The Xiao family cannot hold you back, and neither can my soul hunting team, Wang Lai replied with a grin, tossing the long sword to Xiao Fan. Here, this is a second-grade soul weapon forged from the fangs of a black armored python. Be cautious, it is quite sharp. Xiao Fan grasped the sword, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. A fine sword, since it is crafted from the fangs of a black armored python. I shall name it Venom Fang. As he examined the exquisite sword, Xiao Fan gained a newfound understanding of the weapons within the Soul Combat Continent. Soul weapons are categorized into 9 grades, with the first being the lowest and the 9th the highest. A second-grade soul weapon typically costs at least 1,000 low-grade soul stones, and in some cases, even several thousand, requiring at least a second-grade blacksmith to forge. Over countless years, blacksmiths have emerged as one of the 3 principal professions in the Soul Combat Continent. The 3 renowned professions, soul hunters, alchemists, and blacksmiths, are well known even to children. That Wang Lai managed to find a second-grade blacksmith to forge a second-grade soul weapon was no small feat. This kindness would remain etched in Xiao Fan's heart. Brother Xiao, what are your plans moving forward? Wang Lai inquired once more. Xiao Fan hesitated, his knowledge of the Soul Combat Continent being limited. He turned his gaze towards Xiao Haoyan, who was staring into the sky with a look of contemplation. After a long pause, he looked at Xiao Fan and said, Fanner, you should go to Yin City and join the War King Academy. The War King Academy? Wang Lai and the others gasped, their eyes wide with astonishment as they stared at Xiao Fan. They understood the significance of the War King Academy. Those who emerged from there were typically at least battle sovereign level, with many graduates being even stronger at the battle sect level or above. Could it be that Xiao Fan possessed such extraordinary talent, awakening a battle soul of grade 4 or above? The War King Academy? Is it truly that formidable? Xiao Fan asked, his expression one of confusion, for he was entirely unfamiliar with such matters. However, upon hearing the words War King, an unwavering determination ignited within him. Brother Xiao, do you comprehend the significance of the Battle King Academy within the Great Yin Dynasty? At Xiao Fan's words, Wang Lai's expression shifted, and he elucidated. In the vast expanse of the Great Yin Dynasty, the most formidable entity is neither the royal family nor the renowned clans, but rather the Battle King Academy. For centuries, 90% of the Battle Kings of the Great Yin have emerged from this esteemed institution. To gain admission, one must awaken a battle spirit of at least the 4th rank, a stipulation that primarily applies to the royal family and prominent clans. For individuals like us, hailing from smaller towns, the requirement escalates to a 5th rank battle spirit. The existence of the Battle King Academy is what allows the Great Yin Dynasty to stand proudly among its peers. Wang Lai's fervor grew as he spoke, filled with admiration and reverence for the academy. Sadly, he lamented, they would never have the opportunity to join it, as their battle spirits had largely predetermined their futures. The Battle King Academy holds little merit. It is the Divine Wind Academy that reigns supreme, the little sorceress murmured, her expression one of defiance. Dear sister, if you had proclaimed that the Divine Wind Academy was the strongest several centuries ago, we might have believed you. However, with the rise of the Battle King Academy, the Divine Wind Academy has languished for 100 or 200 years. I have even heard that it has struggled to recruit students for decades, Wang Lai replied, shaking his head with a sigh in his eyes. I believe that affiliation with any academy is inconsequential. Ultimately, success hinges on one's own efforts, Xiao Fan remarked, nodding as he committed the names of both academies to memory. As a talent from the 21st century, he perceived that while the infrastructure of an academy is vital, without personal diligence, even the finest conditions are of no avail. Fanner, your insight into this matter brings me great comfort, Xiao Haoyan observed with satisfaction as he regarded Xiao Fan. Grandfather, are you not going to Yin City? Xiao Fan furrowed his brow, realizing the implication of Xiao Haoyan's word. Rest assured, I merely wish to take a stroll. I shall seek you out in due time, Xiao Haoyan replied with a smile. though a glimmer of resolve flickered in his eyes as he pondered the matters at hand. Now that I need not concern myself with the safety of the Xiao family, I must uncover the truth behind Changfeng. Were Xiao Fan to grasp Xiao Haoyan's thoughts, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. The elder's reluctance to engage in disputes with the family stemmed solely from his desire to distance himself from them. The following dawn, upon awakening, Xiao Fan found that Xiao Haoyan had vanished. A wave of concern washed over him, for he sensed that significant events were on the horizon. After bidding farewell to the Sunset Soul Hunting team, Xiao Fan, the little sorceress, and Xiao Feng embarked on their journey, setting their sights on the capital of the Great Yin Dynasty, Yin City. The Battle Soul Continent is vast and boundless, and the Great Yin Dynasty, in the grand scheme of the continent, constitutes but a mere corner. Among the myriad dynasties surrounding it, the Great Yin is neither the mightiest nor the weakest. Yin City, without a doubt, stands as the most prosperous and illustrious locale within the Great Yin Dynasty, and even among the numerous dynasties, it is preeminent. Occupying an expansive area, Yin City harbors a populace exceeding 10 million, effectively serving as the political and cultural nucleus of the Great Yin Dynasty. In this place, countless strong individuals abound, and most young cultivators arrive with the ambition of entering the War King Academy. Achieving admission and graduating from this prestigious institution inevitably leads to becoming a formidable figure within the war sect, garnering ample fame. On the evening of the seventh day, Xiao Fan, the little demoness, and Xiao Jin entered Yin City. Upon reaching the main thoroughfare, Xiao Fan felt utterly dazzled, while Xiao Jin remained vigilant, its unease palpable amidst the bustling atmosphere. The little demoness regarded the two with a disdainful expression, her lips curling as she observed their naive demeanor, akin to country bumpkins lost in the city. Yin City indeed lived up to its reputation as a grand metropolis. Xiao Fan mused, having grown accustomed to towering skyscrapers in his past life, he was still taken aback by the imposing architecture surrounding him. The entire main street was paved with smooth blue stone, stretching 30 meters wide, flanked by an array of diverse shops, clothing stores, forges, and alchemy houses. Moreover, each side of the street was lined with neatly arranged maple trees, their leaves cascading down, adding an enchanting touch to the scenery. Numerous cultivators pointed and whispered about Xiao Fan, some displaying disdain and aversion, completely disregarding him. Yet, Xiao Fan remained unfazed, not allowing their opinions to disturb his composure. "Hey, how about Yin City? Is it not far superior to your Xiao City?" The little demoness exclaimed, resembling a proud peacock, her delicate skin seemingly glistening with moisture. Xiao Fan stroked his chin, feigning contemplation before responding with a smile. Each has its own merits. The bustling city is lively, while the quieter city is serene. If given the choice, I would still prefer Xiao City. Should you ever find me missing, you may seek me there. Are you truly considering joining the War King Academy? The little demoness shifted the topic, her brow furrowed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a distinct allure. "What, do you already miss me?" Xiao Fan grinned. She shot him a fierce glare, as if wishing to tear his mouth apart, retorting, "Dream on. Even if you leave now, I wouldn't spare you a glance. If you wish to see me, I wouldn't be inclined." Xiao Fan scoffed, letting out a sigh. "I know you fancy that Divine Wind Academy, but I might not even qualify for admission, let alone the War King Academy. With your beggar-like appearance, you think you can enter the War King Academy?" Suddenly, a derisive voice cut through the air, followed by an overwhelming aura approaching. Xiao Fan turned to see 4 individuals striding toward him, the foremost being a man and a woman. The man wore an elegant white robe, strikingly handsome yet noticeably slender, his demeanor indicating a prestigious background. In his arms, he held a strikingly alluring young woman clad in a fiery red gown, exuding a captivating charm with her fox-like eyes that could ignite a man's passionate heart at any moment. The 2 individuals trailing behind were clearly the man's lackeys, whom Xiao Fan chose to ignore. "Let us go," Xiao Fan remarked, his expression one of disdain as he patted Xiao Jin's head, preparing to depart. "Second young master, it seems she has taken a liking to that golden little lion," one of the lackeys commented. A melodious voice wafted from behind as the woman in the crimson dress clung tightly to the man, her delicate form swaying against him. "Fear not. As long as Ruer desires it, I shall pluck the stars from the heavens for you," the man in white said with a wicked smile, casting the girl a knowing glance. "Hey, you there, you little lion, I've taken a liking to you. Name your price." Suddenly, the man in white turned to Xiao Fan, exuding an air of dominance. Passers-by, upon hearing his voice, gathered around, but as they caught sight of the man in white, expressions of dread washed over them. "Poor fellow, he has caught the attention of Huang Tianba," Such a fine soul beast is wasted on him. Indeed. The three notorious rascals of Yen City were not to be trifled with. Provoking them was akin to courting disaster with the talented scions of the Battle King Manor. It seemed he had just arrived in Yen City, unaware of Huang Heir Xiao's fearsome reputation. Ordinary folks would instinctively steer clear of him. Whispers filled the air as Xiao Fan furrowed his brow. This world was indeed small. And he never expected to encounter members of the Huang family so soon upon his arrival. Hearing the murmurs of the onlookers, Huang Tianba looked at Xiao Fan with a smug expression, believing that no one would dare oppose him upon hearing his name. I am not selling, Xiao Fan replied coolly, not even sparing Huang Tianba a glance. The smile on Huang Tianba's face faltered, his expression gradually turning frigid. He swiftly moved in front of Xiao Fan and demanded, "What did you say? Have the audacity to repeat that." I said, "I am not selling." Do you intend to resort to coercion? Xiao Fan shot Huang Tianba a sidelong glance. While others might fear him, he held no regard for Huang Tianba. Here, he was confident that Huang Tianba would not dare to confront him openly, for with his own strength, he had no reason to fear the likes of Huang Tianba. The crowd gazed at Xiao Fan in astonishment, many displaying sympathetic expressions. Did he really wish to court death by speaking to Huang Tianba in such a manner? 10,000 low-grade soulstones. Huang Tianba's eyes grew increasingly icy, and Xiao Fan's words felt like a slap to his face, stinging painfully. Please make way, Xiao Fan said as he pushed through the crowd, with the little witch and little gold following closely behind. The cultivators ahead instinctively parted to create a path. Their faces a mix of shock as they observed Xiao Fan, while Huang Tianba stood rooted in place, his face contorted with rage. Young man, be mindful of the consequences. Yen City may appear prosperous, but it harbors great peril. You, a mere country bumpkin, should be cautious, lest you meet an untimely end. Leaving no one to claim your remains, Huang Tianba's sinister voice echoed ominously. A blatant threat. The crowd shivered at his words, knowing that those who fell under Huang Tianba's scrutiny seldom ended well. Yet, to Huang Tianba's disappointment, Xiao Fan remained unfazed, nearly vanishing into the throng. Huang Tian and he exchanged glances with two subordinates, who nodded in understanding and stealthily followed after him. Many recognized that this was merely the beginning. With the Battle King Academy's enrollment still over 10 days away, numerous cultivators from small towns were flocking to Yen City. And those who offended Huang Tianba were certainly not limited to Xiao Fan alone. Similarly, Xiao Fan harbored the same thoughts. With Yen City being so vast and its population exceeding 10 million, it would not be a simple task for Huang Tianba to locate him. You scoundrel. It seems you possess a fair amount of courage. After all, he is the second young master of the Huang family, the little demonish chuckled, seemingly eager for chaos to reign. And what of the second young master of the Huang family? If he were to become a corpse, it would pose no threat at all, Xiao Fan replied coldly. Due to the incident involving Xiao Yu, he had already designated the Huang family as his primary adversary. The addition of Huang Tianba changed nothing. Sensing the faint, ominous aura emanating from Xiao Fan, the little demoness reined in her smile and solemnly warned, Xiao Fan, do not act recklessly. However, should you wish to eliminate him, do remember to bring me along. Xiao Fan regarded her with a bemused expression, speechless. The little demoness was truly a harbinger of turmoil, compelling him to maintain a respectful distance. That night, within an inn, Xiao Fan shared a room with Xiao Jin. The chamber contained 2 beds, and upon entering, Xiao Jin immediately began to growl at Xiao Fan. I know you're hungry. Take it easy. There isn't much left. Xiao Fan remarked as he retrieved a 4th-tier soul crystal from his backpack, wincing at the cost. Ever since Xiao Jin had savored the delectable essence of soul crystals, it had developed a disdain for anything else. The remnants of soul crystals left by its mother were no longer sufficient, but fortunately, Xiao Jin had advanced to the late 3rd tier, equivalent to the late stage of a battle master. With a growl, Xiao Jin swallowed the 4th-tier soul crystal and commenced its absorption and refinement. Xiao Fan, feeling helpless, took another 4th-tier soul crystal and beginning to absorb the immense soul power contained within it. In recent days, he had spent most of his time traveling, with only fleeting moments dedicated to cultivation. He was but a step away from reaching the late stage of a battle master. The thunderous decision of his family, while still capable of absorbing soul power, failed to meet his current demands efficiently. If he could gain admission to the Battle King Academy, acquiring a superior cultivation method would be imperative, Xiao Fan mused. The breakthrough in soul power essentially involved employing various methods to continuously deplete soul power until reaching a certain threshold, followed by restoration through techniques. repeatedly refining until achieving a qualitative leap. The thunderous decision was merely the foundational technique of the Xiao family, offering a slow refinement of soul power, suitable only for warriors and lesser cultivators. Were it not for the presence of the phantom battle soul, Xiao Fan would not have been able to swiftly ascend to the realm of a battle master. Having nearly ruptured his meridians from directly consuming a third-tier soul, he no longer dared to attempt such reckless consumption. He understood that cultivation required a steady and gradual approach. As for martial techniques, Xiao Fan did not possess a significant yearning. He had already successfully fused several third-tier techniques with the aid of the endless battle classics, obtained from the Xiao family's martial arts pavilion. If he were to enter the Battle King Academy in the future, acquiring techniques would not prove to be an insurmountable challenge. It appears that entering the Battle King Academy is essential for me. Relying solely on my own efforts is insufficient. However, I remain uncertain regarding the tier of the Phantom Battle Soul and whether it will facilitate my admission to the Battle King Academy. Xiao Fan took a deep breath. A look of confusion etched across his face. Until now, he remained oblivious to the rank of his spectral battle spirit and uncertainty that weighed heavily upon him. Regardless, he resolved to focus on the upcoming battle spirit assessment in 7 days. With determination, he immersed himself entirely within his dantian, watching as the fourth-tier soul crystal in his hand diminished at a visible pace. Ethereal lights radiated from his body, enveloping him like a dark protection, while a formidable soul force emanated from within. A resonant rumble echoed from his interior as torrents of soul power coursed through his meridians, seemingly on the brink of a breakthrough into the later stages of a battle master. Not far away, Xiao Jin had also consumed a fourth-tier soul crystal and entered a meditative state. At that moment, the door creaked open, and 2 heads cautiously peered inside. To their astonishment, he was in the midst of cultivation. Truly, fortune favored us. Had we known earlier, we could have simply sent someone to eliminate him without needing to intervene ourselves. As we were the foremost subordinates of the second young master, one of them spoke, a smile creeping onto his face. To offend the second young master is to court death. Let us eliminate him first, and you can bring back the soul beast. The other cloaked figure advanced step by step toward Xiao Fan. In the realm of cultivation, interruptions are the gravest offense. The consequences can range from minor missteps to fatal outcomes. To kill him now would be an easy way out. If we could make him wish for death, the second young master would surely be more pleased. A wicked smile played upon the face of the advancing man as a surge of powerful soul force emanated from him. Under his mental command, this soul force coalesced into a deadly blade aimed directly at Xiao Fan's forehead. Xiao Fan had sensed the 2 intruders long before they arrived. Yet at that moment, he found himself utterly trapped. He repeatedly called out for Xiao Jin, but received no response. As the assailant approached, despair settled in Xiao Fan's heart. The soul force blade whistled toward him, delivering a sharp pain within, when suddenly, his spectral battle spirit erupted, manifesting as a gaping maw that devoured the soul force blade whole. A look of disbelief crossed the black-clad man's face. After all, he was a peak battle master. How could his soul force fail to harm a mere mid-level battle master? Unwilling to accept defeat, he gathered his soul force once more, forming countless divine weapons and blades. Reaching the pinnacle of battle master level, now capable of external projection, resembling swirling mists. However, to his disappointment, Xiao Fan remained utterly still, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Gazing at the tranquil Xiao Fan, he inwardly cursed. Damn it, this kid is too peculiar. He must be eliminated. The soul force of a peak battle master should not be thwarted by a mid-level battle master engaged in cultivation. Such a revelation would bring shame to his reputation. With a resolute heart, the black-clad man swung his long knife downward toward Xiao Fan. The razor-sharp blade sliced through the air, creating a white arc of light. The surrounding spiritual energy immediately dissipated like metal shattering, and that chilling blade glimmered with a soul-stealing intensity, potent enough to slay a battle, let alone a mere mid-level battle master. Die. The black-clad man bellowed, a vicious grin spreading across his face. Boom. A torrent of black currents whirled around Xiao Fan, causing the cloaked figure to feel a sharp pain in his arm as his long blade was sent flying, staggering backward as if struck by thunder. He nearly lost his footing. Brother, what is happening? From a distance, a lanky figure clad in black, poised to ambush Xiao Jin, displayed a look of astonishment. Here was a master at the pinnacle of the battle master realm, poised to slay a mid-tier battle master. Yet the latter had not even made a move before being sent reeling. Come and assist. This boy is quite peculiar. The black-clad assailant, his expression darkening, retrieved his long blade and charged at Xiao Fan once more. Such pure spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Is this boy truly only a battle master? The lanky figure was utterly taken aback. The measure of a cultivator's might is twofold: the rank of their battle spirit and the extent to which they can harness the spiritual energy of the cosmos, or, in other words, the strength of their soul power. The energy Xiao Fan unleashed during his breakthrough surpassed their wildest imaginations, explaining their inner turmoil. He must be eliminated. Another cloaked figure declared, brimming with murderous intent. Do you wish to kill me that badly? Just then, a chilling voice pierced the air as Xiao Fan suddenly opened his eyes, two sharp beams of light shooting forth, akin to twin divine swords unsheathed. Were you not in the midst of a breakthrough? How could it be so swift? The two black-clad figures expressed their astonishment. It had barely been a moment, and this boy had seemingly succeeded in advancing to the late battle master stage. The dead have no need for knowledge, Xiao Fan coldly retorted, his figure darting forward with unprecedented speed, resembling a specter as he lunged toward the two black figures. Initially taken aback by Xiao Fan's audacity, the two cloaked figures soon broke into mocking laughter. Brother, what does it matter? Are we at the pinnacle of the battle master realm? To fear a mere late-stage battle master? Endless sword. Yet, what awaited them was merely Xiao Fan's singular strike. A colossal wave of soul power erupted from him, the sword's radiance blindingly bright. This strike, born from the fusion of the infinite battle manual and a second-tier sword technique, represented his most profound understanding. Moreover, this technique was capable of endless growth, making the name Endless Sword most fitting. This strike was nearly his strongest, and against two peak battle masters. He did not dare to underestimate them. He understood well the principle that even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. The lanky black-clad figure had scarcely finished speaking when he suddenly clutched his neck. Yet, no matter how he tried to staunch the flow, blood began to pour forth after a mere breath. You killed my brother. The other black-clad figure roared, his eyes filled with terror as they fell upon Xiao Fan. Though he was a peak battle master, the speed at which Xiao Fan had unleashed his attack was terrifying, and the ferocity of his strike was such that an ordinary battle master stood no chance against him, unless they were among the prodigies of the Battle King Academy. Next, it shall be your turn, Xiao Fan stated calmly, his expression as tranquil as a still pond. He had not anticipated that the endless sword would prove so formidable, dispatching a peak battle master with such ease. For the remaining assailant, Xiao Fan had no intention of sparing him. A killer must be met with death. Do not approach me. It is not my desire to end your life, but rather that of the second young master. No, it is Huang Tianba who seeks your demise. Should I defy his commands, my entire family shall face annihilation. The man in black knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in a desperate plea for mercy. Ultimately, it is a matter of selfishness. You deem the lives of others less valuable than your own family's. Xiao Fan coldly scoffed, finding the man's words laughable. To him, life is an equal entity, devoid of hierarchy. To take another's life merely to preserve one's own existence is not in alignment with Xiao Fan's principles. Moreover, the black-clad man sought to take his life. Had it not been for the ghostly battle spirit's counterattack, Xiao Fan would already be dead. Perish. Just as Xiao Fan became momentarily lost in thought, the man in black erupted into action, a phantom white long knife materializing above him. A ferocious blade aura surging towards Xiao Fan with the swiftness of lightning. Unrepentant fool, Xiao Fan retorted with a chilling smile, executing the elusive footwork, leaving behind a series of phantoms as he deftly maneuvered past the black-clad man, the poison tooth sword slicing through the air. With a resounding strike, a blood-red sword shot forth into the void, and the man's head was severed, soaring high, his eyes wide with fear and resentment. Huang family, this is merely the beginning. Xiao Fan's gaze remained icy as he stared at the two lifeless bodies on the ground, murmuring, it seems I still lack a clear understanding of this world. Perhaps my compassion has been excessive. He recognized that in the battle spirit continent, taking a life is seldom regarded with gravity to the Huang family. The deaths of these two black-clad men would be akin to the demise of mere dogs. Even Huang Tianba's desire to confront Xiao Fan stems from pride, not vengeance. Yet, these two corpses present a dilemma. Moments later, Xiao Fan regained his composure. In this life and the next, this marked his first true act of. The sensation differed vastly from slaying the black-armored giant python. Even the death of the third elder was driven by anger, leaving his heart unsettled. Roar. At that moment, Xiao Jin approached, exhaling a frigid breath that transformed the two corpses and the bloodstains on the ground into solid ice. With a mere flick of his claws, the bodies exploded into a mist that disseminated through the air. Xiao Jin then opened the window, and in an instant, the room returned to tranquility. As if nothing had transpired, Xiao Fan stood in a daze, taking a while to regain his senses. Xiao Jin, please convey my regards to the little witch. We shall change our lodgings tomorrow morning. Huang Tianba would undoubtedly be aware of his whereabouts. Remaining here would invite unnecessary complications, especially since two of Huang Tianba's minions had met their end at his hands. Although Xiao Jin had left no trace, and even if Huang Tianba were to investigate, no evidence would lead back to him. Xiao Fan preferred not to be under constant surveillance. As dawn broke, Xiao Fan and his companions departed from the inn, seeking a new refuge near the Battle King Academy, preparing for the forthcoming qualification test. Meanwhile, in a courtyard of the Huang family, Huang Tianba slammed a cup and teapot onto the ground in a fit of rage, demanding, "Are you certain they did not emerge after entering?" "Indeed, second young master. I can confirm." A figure clad in black knelt on the ground, trembling as he spoke. "They instructed me to leave first, and so I did. I believed they could easily eliminate that young man. It appears, however, that they have indeed perished." Huang Tianba gritted his teeth, displaying no sorrow for their demise. Instead, he was consumed by anger that they had failed to kill Xiao Fan and retrieve the soul beast. "Second young master, that man deserves to die. One must heed the master when dealing with a dog. We are all but dogs of the second young master, and if he dares to kill us, he is declaring himself an enemy of the second young master," the black-clad subordinate added, seeing Huang Tianba's murderous intent recede, and he began to embellish the tale. "He truly deserves his fate." Huang Tianba nodded. "Did you not say they had already left?" The black-clad man fell silent, but suddenly, a figure appeared at the entrance. "Second young master, even if we cannot locate them now, do not forget, they came here to join the War King's Academy. The qualification test is in 6 days." Huang Tianba lifted his gaze, his anger dissipating as a captivatingly alluring woman entered, her presence enchanting. The kneeling subordinate gulped at the sight. Ruer has indeed thought this through. As the enchanting woman approached Huang Tianba, he reached out to pull Li Ruer into his embrace. The black-clad man, sensing the atmosphere, discreetly exited the room. Although he was curious to witness the ensuing scene, his fear of Huang Tianba ultimately prevailed. "Isn't that all due to the second young master's excellent training?" Li Ruer swiftly dodged, her voice soft. "Second young master, I want that soul beast. Rest assured, Ruer, I will grant you whatever you desire. In a few days, I shall kill that man and reclaim the little lion," Huang Tianba replied with a wicked smile. Yet his eyes turned icy at the mention of Xiao Fan. "Achu, who was thinking of me?" Xiao Fan strolled down the street, suddenly sneezing, blissfully unaware that Huang Tianba was not yet finished with him and was planning to make things difficult during the qualification test. "Who would think of you? Perhaps someone is plotting your demise," the little demoness grumbled, displeased with Xiao Fan's sudden departure. The inn they had found was significantly inferior to last night's accommodations, and it was no wonder she felt uncomfortable. "Perhaps there truly are those who wish to kill me," Xiao Fan muttered softly. "Let's go. We have arrived." The little demoness' voice rang out, and by the time Xiao Fan regained his composure, she had already entered a nearby pavilion. Xiao Fan looked up and saw the gilded plaque before the pavilion, where 3 grand characters were inscribed, "Lingyun Pavilion." Upon reading these characters, Xiao Fan furrowed his brow, feeling as though he had heard this name before, yet he could not recall where. Noticing that the little demoness had vanished from sight, Xiao Fan hurriedly followed, a sense of curiosity stirring within him about her sudden arrival at this place. The Lingyun Pavilion bustled with activity, filled with people and an air of liveliness. Upon stepping over the threshold, Xiao Fan was captivated by the dazzling array of items within. "I understand now. This Lingyun Pavilion is the residence of the Lingyun Chamber of Commerce, one of the 3 major guilds in the War Soul Continent," Xiao Fan suddenly recalled, a look of astonishment spreading across his face. In the realm of Battle Soul, there exist 3 prominent merchant associations: the Lingyun Merchant Association, the Waya Merchant Association, and the Jiuxiao Merchant Association. The Lingyun Merchant Association consistently maintains its position at the pinnacle, reflecting its formidable strength. It is noteworthy that this association is not merely confined to the Great Yin Dynasty, but extends its influence throughout the entire Battle Soul continent. In the distance, the little sorceress engages in conversation with a young man clad in white, which piques Xiao Fan's curiosity. Could it be that the little sorceress has some connection to the Lingyun Merchant Association? The young man possesses a countenance as exquisite as jade, exuding an extraordinary handsomeness. And with every step, he radiates an air of nobility. His gaze frequently drifts towards Xiao Fan, which stirs a sense of unease within him. Rather than approaching, Xiao Fan chooses to meander through the Lingyun Pavilion, where a plethora of items abound, though few capture his interest. After a while, Xiao Fan's attention is drawn to a counter displaying a collection of tender azure spiritual herbs. Though they appear rather unremarkable, they leave Xiao Fan profoundly astonished. Could it be that star spiritual herbs are present here? He nearly exclaims, for in his previous life as a master of medicine, he was well acquainted with most spiritual herbs on earth, many of which he had seen with his own eyes. However, the star spiritual herb was among the rare few he had never encountered. Having once stumbled upon an ancient recipe, he was aware of the herb's remarkable properties, namely its ability to be combined with other medicinal ingredients to create a solution or pill capable of healing any scar. He had once sought the star spiritual herb to concoct a scar removal beauty product, but his quest had been thwarted when the herb became extinct. Dear customer, are you interested in purchasing this star spiritual herb? A charming waitress approached, her smile bright and inviting. Xiao Fan was taken aback. This star spiritual herb is also referred to as the star spiritual herb in the Battle Soul continent. How much does it cost? He focused on the present, having lost much of his previous interest in the herb, now consumed by a fervent desire for power. Nevertheless, the fact that he had never personally verified the medicinal properties of the star spiritual herb left him with a sense of regret. If the price were reasonable, acquiring a few for research might not be a bad idea. 100 low-grade soul stones per herb, fixed price. Additionally, these spiritual herbs are all second tier. Priced at 100 low-grade soul stones each, the waitress cheerfully informed him, subsequently recommending several other varieties. 100 low-grade soul stones? Xiao Fan mused, realizing that a low-grade soul crystal of the second tier holds a value of 200 low-grade soul stones. This price is not exorbitant, allowing him to purchase several for thorough examination. I shall take 10, he declared, placing 10 medium-grade soul stones upon the counter. Very well. The waitress gleefully accepted the 10 medium-grade soul stones. Unbeknownst to Xiao Fan, a medium-grade soul stone can be exchanged for 100 low-grade soul stones under normal circumstances. However, given the current inflated market, one could easily exchange it for 110. Thus, she profited 100 low-grade soul stones from this transaction, which delighted her immensely. Soon, she had packaged the 10-star spiritual herbs and provided Xiao Fan with detailed care instructions, reluctantly watching him depart. After sipping half a cup of tea, Xiao Fan procured a dozen varieties of herbs, all intended for concocting a scar-removing beauty elixir. He pondered whether such an elixir would sell well in this region. Xiao Fan was not one to seek trouble for no reason. Every endeavor must hold significance. Scoundrel leave. The little enchantress suddenly appeared, wrapping her arms around Xiao Fan, the warmth radiating from her touch, making him feel quite uneasy. Sister Xiu, it's rare to see you. There's no need to rush away. A young man clad in white approached, exuding an ethereal grace, resembling a celestial being fallen to the mortal realm. No need. Brother Xiao Fan has waited for me for so long, the little enchantress replied with a laugh, resting her head on Xiao Fan's shoulder. Brother Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan inwardly cursed, recognizing that the little enchantress intended to use him as a shield. Xiu, will you not introduce me? The young man, possessing an elegant demeanor and a noble air, was not angered, but instead smiled, though a fleeting shadow of melancholy flickered in his eyes. This is my brother Xiao Fan. The little enchantress chirped, transforming into a gentle and lively beauty. Brother Xiao Fan, this is Brother Lingfeng. Upon hearing the phrase my brother Xiao Fan, a shiver ran down Xiao Fan's spine, yet he maintained a calm exterior and replied, Hello, my name is Xiao Fan. Lingfeng. Lingfeng nodded, his eyes ablaze with an indomitable spirit as he regarded Xiao Fan. You must take good care of Sister Xiu, otherwise I might just take her away from you at any moment. I would welcome that, Xiao Fan thought without hesitation, though outwardly he smiled and assured, Rest assured, I will take good care of her. Noticing the subtle but palpable tension between Xiao Fan and Lingfeng, the little enchantress quickly interjected, Brother Xiao Fan, let us go. Without waiting for Xiao Fan to respond, she seized his arm and dashed toward the exit. Sister Xiu, I will not concede. Lingfeng muttered through gritted teeth as he watched Xiao Fan and the little enchantress disappear from sight. The little enchantress pulled Xiao Fan's hand, weaving swiftly through the crowd, with Xiao Jin closely trailing behind. After a moment, Xiao Fan suddenly halted, releasing the little enchantress's hand, and spoke in a grave tone. "What is going on?" "Nothing much, brother Xiao Fan," the little enchantress replied playfully. Xiao Fan shivered, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him. "My petite arms and legs are insufficient to serve as a shield for you. You should seek someone else." Xiao Jin returned to the inn. He waved his hand dismissively, swiftly mounting Xiao Jin's back and disappearing at the end of the street. The little enchantress stamped her foot in frustration, grinding her small tiger teeth. "Scoundrel, wretched scoundrel. What is wrong with being a shield for just a moment? It's not as if I would be losing limbs." Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Fan had already discerned Ling Feng's extraordinary nature. That air of arrogance was not something ordinary individuals possessed. Xiao Fan would sooner offend the Huang family than provoke Ling Feng. If Ling Feng had ties to the Ling Yun Merchant Association, he would be courting disaster, for with his current abilities, he was far from qualified to engage with such a colossal entity. Fortunately, Xiao Fan held a favorable impression of Ling Feng, believing him not to be a sinister individual. He decided to adhere to the ancient method, attempting to concoct a scar-removing beauty elixir. If successful, he would no longer need to worry about soul stones. As he walked, Xiao Fan dismissed the earlier incident, casting it aside like a fleeting thought. 6 days passed in a blink, during which Xiao Fan immersed himself in the alchemical process of creating the beauty elixir. However, the complexity of the procedure far exceeded his expectations, and he found himself left with only the final star spirit herb from an initial 10. If this attempt failed, he would have to concede defeat. Pondering this, he resumed his work, diligently boiling the herbs into liquid form while meticulously controlling the heat. The room filled with an unusual aroma, and he had become quite adept at the preliminary steps. Yet, the final stage, how to balance the proportions of the star spirit herb, posed a significant challenge. Although the ancient text detailed the herb, it left its weight ambiguous. Gazing into the black iron pot, where only a palm-sized amount of liquid, Xiao Fan took a deep breath and resolved, with only one herb left, to use it all. As he tossed the star spirit herb into the pot, one could only imagine the laughter of other alchemists at the sight of him using such a mundane vessel for his craft. "Hurry up, you scoundrel. Today is the day of admissions for the 2 academies," came the voice of the little witch from outside. Time had indeed flown. Ignoring her, Xiao Fan remained fully engrossed in the cauldron, determined to succeed in his last attempt to forge the beauty elixir. Should this endeavor fail, the 2,000 low-grade soul stones he had invested would be rendered useless. "Be a good man. I promise I won't use you as a shield anymore, okay?" The little witch's tone softened as she sensed Xiao Fan's silence. Over the past few days, he had scarcely ventured outside, and she had begun to worry he was genuinely upset. Regardless of her coaxing, Xiao Fan remained reticent, captivated by the developments in the black iron pot. At the moment the star spirit herb met the liquid, the previously dark concoction suddenly shimmered with faint starlight, reminiscent of celestial bodies in the night sky, dazzling and resplendent. Almost immediately, a wave of fragrance enveloped him, inducing a profound sense of tranquility, but just as swiftly, the starlight vanished, transforming the liquid into a clear, white substance. Had he failed? Xiao Fan furrowed his brow. The transparent liquid bore an uncanny resemblance to its predecessor, yet the earlier anomaly stirred his excitement. Something was amiss. This liquid felt different. A sudden realization sparked within him as he observed flickering white specks within the elixir, as if they were on the verge of vanishing. In that instant, the ghostly battle spirit within Xiao Fan's dantian emitted a faint glow, an uncommon occurrence he recognized. Without hesitation, he summoned the ghostly battle spirit. And in the next moment, a torrent of natural spiritual energy surged around him, coalescing into a formidable force that infused the elixir. The liquid hummed, radiating an endless array of vibrant hues, as brilliant light cascaded throughout the room, illuminating it in a breathtaking spectacle. "Xiao Fan, you are still a man." Suddenly, the little sorceress kicked open the door, ready to unleash a torrent of invective. However, her words were cut short as the pungent aroma of medicinal herbs wafted from within the room, choking her senses. In the next instant, her gaze became fixated on the black iron pot before Xiao Fan, which resembled a resplendent sea of stars, with countless glimmers captivating her attention. Without hesitation, Xiao Fan channeled his soul power, dividing the crystalline liquid into 3 parts and transferring them into 3 jade vials with a fluidity akin to flowing water. Before the little sorceress could react, the room returned to its normal state, save for the lingering acrid scent of the concoction. Perverse rogue, what was that just now? The little sorceress's eyes burned with intensity as she stared at the jade vials in Xiao Fan's hands. Beauty serum, Xiao Fan replied with a smile. Pondering internally, I have finally discerned my misstep. The medicinal materials were rife with impurities, and utilizing ordinary fire for refining could not eliminate them. Moreover, the iron pot lacked the ability to maintain a constant temperature. Had I used an alchemical cauldron, the success rate would have undoubtedly increased significantly. Fortunately, the ghostly battle soul enhances the purity of spiritual herbs and energies, thus enabling this success. It would be impossible for others to replicate it. Xiao Fan was filled with exhilaration. The ghostly battle soul had bestowed upon him an unexpected delight. What is this beauty serum? The little sorceress inquired, her expression revealing a mixture of astonishment and intrigue, for the earlier spectacle had already hinted at the serum's extraordinary nature. It is, as the name suggests, a serum for beautification, Xiao Fan elucidated, reiterating its effects. The little sorceress's eyes sparkled with interest, and she displayed a rare seriousness as she said, Xiao Fan, can you sell me a vial? I shall offer you 10,000 mid-grade soul stones. However, before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Fan tossed her a jade vial. The little sorceress caught it in astonishment, gazing at Xiao Fan in disbelief. She was acutely aware of the serum's remarkable worth, which was nearly incalculable. Yet she had not anticipated Xiao Fan would so readily part with it. What if she inadvertently divulged its secret? Let us go. The Battle King Academy and the Divine Wind Academy are enrolling students, and we must not miss the opportunity, Xiao Fan said with a smile. As if he had accomplished something trivial, he exchanged a nod with Xiao Jin and turned toward the door. At the entrance of the Battle King Academy, throngs of people congregated, for today marked the enrollment day for both academies. Numerous cultivators had made a special pilgrimage, eager to join the Battle King Academy. Although it was purportedly a joint enrollment, it would not be an exaggeration to say it was predominantly the Battle King Academy's event. The Divine Wind Academy had long been overshadowed. In the past century, the Divine Wind Academy had admitted fewer than 100 students, rendering it nearly desolate. With even the enrollment taking place at the Battle King Academy, particularly in the last 2 or 3 decades, the Divine Wind Academy had not enrolled a single student. A procession of horse-drawn carriages nearly filled the vast square at the entrance, the majority belonging to the nobility of the Dian dynasty. For this day also served as an occasion for them to flaunt their status. At that moment, Xiao Fan, the little sorceress, and Xiao Jin made their appearance. Perverse rogue, do you still wish to join the Battle King Academy? The little sorceress's piercing gaze bore into Xiao Fan, as though attempting to see through him. Xiao Fan shrugged and replied helplessly, how do I know if the Battle King Academy wants me? The young man possessed a modicum of self-awareness. It was absurd for a mere country bumpkin like him to aspire to join the War King Academy, a mere daydream. The War King Academy only admitted individuals of noble lineage such as ourselves. Commoners stood no chance unless they possessed a 5th-tier battle spirit. Many dreamers had come and gone, yet none had seen their aspirations fulfilled. Perhaps the Divine Wind Academy would entertain their hopes, but that was a different story, haha. A few figures sauntered past Xiao Fan, brazenly mocking him with their derisive remarks. Xiao Fan, do not stoop to their level. Their so-called nobility holds no value in the eyes of many. The little sorceress scorned unabashedly. Sure you, I thought you wouldn't come, leaving me to wait. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed nearby as Ling Feng approached with a grin, his gaze solely fixed on the little sorceress. Ling Feng, what are you waiting for me for? She inquired, her brow furrowing slightly. To join the Divine Wind Academy, of course, Ling Feng replied nonchalantly, concealing nothing. You wish to join the Divine Wind Academy as well? A look of astonishment crossed the little sorceress's face, causing her head to ache. Xiao Fan wore a look of schadenfreude, thinking to himself, is this what they call relentless pursuit? With individuals of your ilk, I doubt even the Divine Wind Academy would want you. Suddenly, a voice laced with scorn rang out. Xiao Fan turned to see Huang Tianba swaggering in, arm around Li Ru, exuding disdain. Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. It was indeed a narrow path for enemies, and he hadn't anticipated encountering Huang Tianba here, evidently approaching him with intent. However, before he could utter a word, Ling Feng vanished from sight, and in the next moment, a sharp sound echoed as Huang Tianba was sent flying backward. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide in disbelief at Ling Feng's display of power. He had just sent one of the 3 notorious ruffians of Yin City sprawling with a mere slap. Xiao Fan too was taken aback, observing Ling Feng. While Huang Tianba was undeniably domineering, Ling Feng's strength was on an entirely different level. In Yin City, few dared to slap Huang Tianba and get away with it. Such incidents were typically reserved for the offspring of the most elite families. To strike Huang Tianba, so brazenly was unprecedented, for it was not merely a blow to his face, but a slap to the Huang family's dignity. Furthermore, Ling Feng's speed had left Xiao Fan astounded. It was an extraordinary velocity that surely transcended that of a mere battle master. Damn it, I will kill you. Huang Tianba struggled to rise, swaying unsteadily as a vivid crimson imprint of 5 fingers marred his face. He had never encountered anyone bold enough to strike him so publicly. The humiliation was more unbearable than death itself. With a flash, Ling Feng appeared once more, delivering a swift kick to Huang Tianba's abdomen, causing his insides to churn as blood erupted from his mouth. The crowd stood in stunned silence, utterly aghast at Ling Feng's audacity to repeatedly assault Huang Tianba. Say another word, and you shall die. Ling Feng's gaze was icy as he fixed his stare upon the twitching figure of Huang Tianba on the ground, his voice dripping with cold menace. Huang Tianba curled up on the ground, clutching his abdomen, his crimson eyes coldly fixed on Ling Feng. Yet, he dared not utter a sound. From Ling Feng's gaze, it was evident that this man would indeed kill him, should he perish. Even annihilating his entire clan would matter little. Second young master, are you all right? Li Ru approached Huang Tianba, her face etched with concern. Get away. Huang Tianba raised his hand and slapped her, his anger flaring as he finally found someone to bully, showing no mercy. At that moment, a voice rang out, and several powerful auras swept in, causing the crowd to part. At the forefront stood a man clad in golden robes, his eyebrows sharp as daggers, his eyes like stars, deep and unfathomable. With a high nose and a strikingly handsome face, he exuded an air of gallantry. Xiao Fan's gaze immediately fell upon the woman in a golden gown beside the golden-robed man, a flicker of intense, killing intent. Who else could it be but Xiao Yu? Huang Tianqin. A gasp erupted from the crowd as someone recognized the golden-robed man, horror evident in their eyes. This young man is doomed. Huang Tianqin is a top 20 expert on the academy rankings, rumored to have reached the realm of battle sovereigns, with scarcely anyone of his level able to match him. Indeed, to strike Huang Tianba in front of so many was tantamount to slapping the Huang family in the face. In Yin City, it has always been the 3 notorious bullies who oppress others. No one dares to challenge them. It is said that one would rather offend the academy's experts than cross these 3 scions. Now this young man has antagonized both. Many retreated several steps upon seeing Huang Tianqin, distancing themselves from Ling Feng and his companions. Brother, avenge me, Huang Tianba cried, excitement coursing through him as he glared fiercely at Ling Feng upon Huang Tianqin's arrival. Get aside, Huang Tianqin coldly commanded, delivering a kick to Huang Tianba's chest, sending him flying, shock evident in the latter's eyes. The crowd was equally astonished. Logically, Huang Tianqin should have come to defend Huang Tianba. Yet he had instead kicked his own brother away. This was an entirely unexpected turn of events. However, a few understood the gravity of the situation, gazing at Ling Feng in astonishment. In the realm of their generation within the Great Yin Dynasty, there was truly no one who could instill fear in Huang Tianqin, unless the opposing family's influence far surpassed that of the Huang family. Xiao Fan's eyes landed on Ling Feng, a hint of astonishment crossing his features. He had not anticipated Ling Feng's considerable standing. The Huang family, after all, was one of the 4 great families in Yin City, second only to the royal family. Upon seeing Ling Feng, Huang Tianqin surprisingly softened, clearly intimidated by his presence. Brother Ling, my foolish brother has acted inappropriately. I beseech your forgiveness. Huang Tianqin suddenly clasped his hands in respect and bowed to Ling Feng. Indeed quite foolish, Ling Feng remarked dismissively, as if speaking of a trivial matter. Then turned to Huang Tianba. Slap yourself 10 times and leave. Huang Tianba wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression cold as he regarded Ling Feng. If he were to truly strike himself 10 times today, he could never show his face in Yin City again. The embarrassment extends beyond Huang Tianba to encompass the entire Huang family. The crowd felt a chill as their gazes shifted towards Ling Feng, whose demeanor only intensified with Huang Tianqin's unsolicited apology, which he dismissed, opting instead to insult Huang Tianba. What constitutes arrogance? Ling Feng epitomizes this very essence. Brother Ling, you seem to be overstepping your bounds. Huang Tianqin suppressed his rising ire, silently vowing that were it not for Ling Feng's lineage, he would strike him down without hesitation. Yet, Ling Feng remained undeterred, believing that certain individuals must face the consequences of their actions. If you hesitate to strike, then allow me to step in. Ling Feng's indignation is understandable. Never before had anyone dared mock him, and Huang Tianba was the first. Without a care for Huang Tianqin's sentiments, Ling Feng advanced toward Huang Tianba, who clenched his fists tightly, as if he could squeeze blood from them. Xiao Fan, you traitor to the family, what brings you here? Suddenly, Xiao Yu's icy gaze fell upon Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow, caught off guard by her sudden hostility. Realizing that she believed him to be aligned with Ling Feng, attempting to corner him by provoking a conflict. What concern is it of yours? Xiao Fan retorted nonchalantly, refusing to be seen as an easy target. I am the head of the Xiao family. Does this not pertain to me? Xiao Yu replied with a cold smirk, deliberately raising her voice in hopes of halting Ling Feng. However, Ling Feng merely cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Fan before ignoring him entirely, delivering a resounding slap to Huang Tianba's face. You claim I am a traitor to my family? Then I have indeed severed ties with the Xiao clan, and I harbor no further association with them. Moreover, I have little patience for ungrateful wretches. Allow me to offer you one last piece of advice. Do not play with fire lest you burn yourself, Xiao Fan stated coolly, his gaze occasionally flickering towards Huang Tianqin. Enraged by Xiao Fan's taunting expression, Huang Tianqin erupted. You, insolent brat, do you possess the right to speak here? At Huang Tianqin's words, the crowd turned their attention to Xiao Fan, many wearing expressions of scorn. Having one person challenge Huang Tianqin's limits was already audacious enough. To threaten him at this moment was akin to courting death. Right? I have never believed that one needs a specific qualification to speak. Should you stand on equal footing with me, I would slaughter you as easily as one would a dog. Xiao Fan's murderous intent surged forth, fueled by the grievances inflicted upon him by the Huang family. Because of the Huang family, he and Xiao Haoyan had been driven from their home. Because of the Huang family, the Xiao clan had been reduced to disarray. Because of the Huang family, Xiao Yu felt emboldened to retaliate against the Xiao family. Otherwise, she would be nothing more than a mere shadow before them. What an arrogant fool! Does he even comprehend to whom he speaks? The crowd gaped at Xiao Fan, astonished by his audacity, as if he believed he could stand atop Huang Tianqin without consequence. Haha! Huang Tianqin erupted in laughter, his mirth laced with arrogance and derision. After a prolonged moment, he turned to Xiao Fan and queried, what qualifications do you possess to challenge me? To kill you would hardly warrant any effort. I understand. You wish to convey that the entire Huang family supports you. Alas, beyond the superficiality of your lineage, you are nothing of substance, Xiao Fan replied, unperturbed, his demeanor exuding an air of casual indifference. He was merely at the late stage of a battle master, while Huang Tianqin was at the level of a battle sovereign, ranking among the top 20 experts in the Battle Heaven Academy. If Huang Tianqin chose to leverage his superior realm, it would be impossible for him to be a match for Huang Tianqin. The disparity in their realms was vast, with 3 or 4 minor levels separating them. This chasm could not be easily crossed. Congratulations, your provocation has proven effective, but are you aware of the consequences? Huang Tianqin sneered, advancing step by step towards Xiao Fan, having completely forgotten about Ling Feng, who was striking Huang Tianba from a distance. In his mind, since Xiao Fan had embarrassed the Huang family, he would retaliate by humiliating Xiao Fan's friend. However, what Huang Tianqin did not realize was that Xiao Fan had no connection to Ling Feng whatsoever. Xiao Fan shook his head with a wry smile. In this martial-dominated world of the Battle Soul Continent, did those who prided themselves on being geniuses truly delight in ostentation? Slowly lifting his feet, Xiao Fan also approached Huang Tianqin, a scene that left the crowd momentarily stunned. Could it be that this young man, appearing no older than 15 or 16, dared to confront Huang Tianqin? Had Huang Tianqin been a few years younger, there might have been a chance for a fair fight. But at present, it was inconceivable for Xiao Fan to triumph over him. Even if Huang Tianqin suppressed his cultivation to the level of a battle, his experience would still utterly overwhelm Xiao Fan. To contend with Huang Tianqin at this age, only the prodigies of other prominent families in the Dian dynasty could achieve such a feat, and they clearly did not regard Xiao Fan as one of their caliber. I admire your courage. However, in my eyes, it is merely ignorance. Huang Tianqin, seeing Xiao Fan dare to challenge his authority, let out a cold laugh, looking down upon him as if from a great height. Enough of your nonsense. Xiao Fan scoffed, executing the misty steps to vanish from his position. He unleashed a powerful punch, the ferocious force tearing through the air with a resounding boom. Overestimating yourself, even at the same level. Killing you would be as easy as slaughtering a dog. Huang Tianqin sneered, throwing a punch in return. Boom. A surge of overwhelming power radiated outward, but simultaneously, the smile on Huang Tianqin's face faltered. The strength of Xiao Fan exceeded his understanding, Was this truly the might of a late-stage battle master? Huang Tianqian felt a sharp pain in his hand, his internal organs roiling as a mouthful of hot blood surged to his throat, which he forced down. Huang Tianqian was injured. In the crowd, several sharp-eyed cultivators gasped in astonishment, their hearts trembling. He was merely 16 years old. Yet the battle sovereign Huang Tianqian had been injured by his punch. In an instant, Huang Tianqian erupted with a fierce aura, a torrent of soul power sweeping outward, undeniably revealing the power of a battle sovereign. Are you all talk? Is this the quality of the Huang family? The little demoness sneered, urgency flickering. Is this your place to speak? Xiao Yu suddenly interjected, launching a sword toward the little demoness. If Ruoshi loses even a hair, I will annihilate your... Ling Feng glared coldly at Xiao Yu. Just one sentence was enough to instill terror in Xiao Yu, leaving him frozen in fear. The aura was terrifying, undoubtedly that of a battle sovereign, perhaps even more formidable than Huang Tianqian. You, stand there and do not move. Huang Tianqian cast a cold glance. Since Ling Feng had not vowed to protect Xiao Fan, he felt free to act without restraint. A battle sovereign, is it? Xiao Fan squinted his eyes, a weighty sense of gravity settling within him. In the late stage of the battle master realm, he was destined to lose against an opponent in the battle respect realm. A sudden breakthrough to the latter was impossible in the short term. Thus, his only advantages lay in his combat techniques and spiritual power. In the realm of combat, aside from one's battle spirit, the significance of spiritual energy cannot be overstated. Even among cultivators of the same tier, the disparity in spiritual energy could be tenfold, or even several tens of times greater. Huang Tianqian, renowned as a genius, possessed spiritual power far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, Xiao Fan retained his confidence. For the ghost battle spirit's refinement of spiritual energy was incomparable to that of other battle spirits. For an average battle master, a single fourth-tier soul crystal would suffice for a breakthrough. However, Xiao Fan was not so easily satisfied. To further advance, he needed to refine fifth-tier soul crystals alongside a considerable quantity of fourth-tier ones. With a thunderous boom, Xiao Fan's body was sent flying, his fists trembling as his blood surged within him, propelling him backward with remarkable speed. Trying to flee? Huang Tianqian sneered, momentarily casting aside any semblance of dignity, solely intent on vanquishing Xiao Fan. He understood well that, having suppressed his cultivation to the late battle master stage, he was no match for Xiao Fan. Given time, if allowed to grow, the consequences would be dire. Flee. Xiao Fan scoffed, never once entertaining the thought of retreat. If he lacked the courage to confront Huang Tianqian, how could he face even stronger adversaries in the future? Avoidance was not a solution. In this world, where the strong prey upon the weak, only by becoming stronger could one hope to survive. This was the survival principle of the battle spirit continent. Endless sword, with a soft yet commanding utterance. Xiao Fan vanished from his position. A violent and sharp sword aura descended from above, its dazzling brilliance eclipsing all else. Huang Tianqian's countenance shifted dramatically as he hurriedly countered with a sword of his own. The clash resounded, a fierce and domineering sword light colliding with his own, resulting in a spray of blood as he was sent flying several meters back. Had Huang Tianqian been defeated, knocked back by a single strike? Such swiftness in the swordplay. Seemingly only a second-tier technique. No, it appeared to be third-tier, yet he recognized the shadows of the flying rainbow's seven swords in the gentle breeze sword technique. The crowd swallowed hard. Even if it was a third-tier technique, to wield such power was an extraordinary feat, unparalleled within the entire Battle King Academy. This singular strike was so swift that many battle masters scarcely comprehended it. There was no flashiness, only an overwhelming speed that surpassed all. Only those who had refined their combat techniques to perfection or had gained personal insights could unleash such formidable power. Clearly, Xiao Fan had mastered several sword techniques to their utmost potential, enabling him to repel Huang Tianqian with a single stroke. They began to regard Xiao Fan with newfound respect. The young man, clad in simple black attire, though unadorned, appeared clean and well-groomed, wielding a long sword and carrying a small bundle. His physique was balanced, ordinary yet extraordinary. Most astonishing was his pair of eyes, clear and pure, yet imbued with a profound depth that belied his youth, their vivid hue exuding an air of wisdom beyond his years. People are aware that this battle would undoubtedly elevate Xiao Fan's name to great heights. As a newcomer is poised to rise in Yin City, Huang Tianqian continuously coughed up blood, his eyes burning with rage. He had never anticipated his defeat at the hands of a late-stage battle master. For him, This was a stark humiliation, ensuring that he would remain inferior in the eyes of others from this point forward. Ling Feng took a deep breath and gazed at Xiao Fan, contemplating. First, provoke Huang Tianqian to engage at the same realm, delivering a punch that would injure him, compelling Huang to unleash his full strength. Then, with a sudden surge of power, strike Huang again, instilling fear in everyone present. It was likely that Huang himself would not fare well either. Among those gathered, only Ling Feng comprehended the entirety of the recent events. As he had surmised, Xiao Fan's internal energy surged uncontrollably. That last strike had drained a significant portion of his soul power, and if the battle continued, defeat was inevitable. However, it was apparent that Huang Tianqian had lost the courage to fight. Should he attempt to retaliate, it would only serve to further diminish his standing. Did you not claim you would battle me at the same level? Unable to accept defeat? Stripped of the Huang family's prestige, what are you truly worth? Xiao Fan cast a cold glance at Huang Tianqian before turning away, walking into the distance. As for Xiao Fan did not even spare her a glance. Her face was ashen. Little did she know that in less than a month, Xiao Fan had grown immensely powerful. For reasons unknown, a sense of dread swelled within her. Regretting not having eliminated Xiao Fan when she had the chance, the little witch and Xiao Jin followed suit without hesitation. While Ling Feng shook his head disdainfully at Huang Tianqian, who was nursing his bruises, glaring hatefully at Ling Feng's retreating figure, stating, Ling Feng, regardless of your background, I have countless ways to eliminate you in Yin City. Indeed, my husband, you must kill Xiao Fan. Xiao Yu quickly chimed in. Xiao Fan. Huang Tianqian squinted, pondering. Ling Feng, you all must perish. Even if I were to kill you, the Ling family would never trace it back to me. You all should proceed to test your martial souls and soul power. Huang Tianqian inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. In front of the War King Academy, shadows flitted about, forming 10 vast lines of people, all hoping to enter the academy. However, gaining entry was exceedingly difficult. Nobles of the Dian dynasty must awaken a 4th-grade battle soul, while commoners were required to possess a 5th-grade battle soul, with their soul power needing to exceed that of ordinary practitioners of the same tier by twofold. Xiao Fan stood at the end of one of the long lines. And after a moment's hesitation, the little witch ultimately chose to stand behind him. Ling Feng, with a cheerful demeanor, approached the little witch and said, Yu, this is taking too long. Would you like me to assist you? No need. The little witch promptly rejected him before he could finish his sentence. I knew Yu would never cut in line. Ling Feng felt no embarrassment whatsoever, which left Xiao Fan speechless. The dynamic between the little witch and Ling Feng resembled a one-sided affection, with Ling Feng persistently pursuing her, while the little witch remained indifferent. Curiously, Ling Feng seemed to relish the chase. An hour later, only 3 individuals remained before Xiao Fan. The chief examiner, a venerable figure clad in black, appeared to be an instructor from the Battle King Academy. His imposing presence instilled fear in the hearts of the gathered cultivators. He was a formidable warrior. Xiao Fan took a deep breath. He was merely at the late stage of a battle master, still far from the realm of a battle sect. Release your battle spirit. The black-clad elder intoned indifferently, already weary. He lifted his gaze slightly to glance at the battle spirit of the youth in white ahead, murmuring, 4th-grade battle spirit. Illusion Heartgrass, disqualified. Next, examiner, my father is a viscount, the white-clad youth protested, unwilling to accept his fate. Do you wish to be dismissed? The black-clad elder retorted impatiently. The white youth's complexion shifted, and, steeling himself, he departed. A viscount might be extraordinary for common folk, but in Yin City, it was hardly noteworthy, barely qualifying as nobility. Subsequently, a girl in a blue dress approached, visibly anxious. Brother, what is your battle spirit? At that moment, a plump boy standing before Xiao Fan turned to him with a curious expression. The boy appeared to be merely 16 or 17, yet his size was quite remarkable. It was Xiao Fan's first encounter with someone so overweight in this realm of battle spirits. I don't know either, Xiao Fan shrugged, offering a wry smile. You wouldn't happen to have not awakened your battle spirit, would you? The plump boy gazed at Xiao Fan with astonishment, then regained his composure, saying, Brother, it's wise to be cautious in unfamiliar surroundings, but you will need to summon your battle spirit eventually. It's no trouble to share. I truly do not know. Xiao Fan replied, exuding a sense of helplessness. If you don't believe me, you may verify it later. Could it be that you genuinely do not know? The plump boy stroked his chin, contemplating, but ultimately decided to abandon the inquiry, recognizing that Xiao Fan was likely truthful. By the way, I am Negong Xiao. Pleased to meet you. You can just call me Nangong. The plump boy introduced himself with an air of familiarity. Xiao Fan felt a twinge of peculiarity at the name. It sounded somewhat feminine. Why not simply call him Fatty? It would be both endearing and fitting. Out of courtesy, Xiao Fan extended his right hand and replied, Xiao Fan. 4th grade battle spirit, Black Hawk, disqualified. Next, the voice of the black-clad elder echoed again. It's my turn. Nangong Xiao grinned widely and hurriedly jogged forward. His ample form jiggling comically, drawing the attention of the surrounding cultivators, who began to whisper amongst themselves. Release your battles, the black-clad elder commanded in his usual indifferent tone. Roar! Nangong Xiao bellowed, startling the examiner and nearby cultivators alike. What are you shouting for? The black-clad elder scolded, but as he raised his head, his eyes widened in astonishment, his pupils quivering. Golden strong bull. Gasps of shock erupted from the surrounding cultivators, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. In the next moment, the majority of onlookers were captivated by the ethereal, 3-meter-tall golden bull apparition hovering in the air. A tremendous aura radiating outward, causing many Earth-level cultivators to tremble, some struggling to maintain their footing. 9th grade battle spirit. Xiao Fan's pupils constricted, unable to mask his astonishment. He had just engaged in conversation with Nangong Xiao, completely oblivious to the fact that he was a prodigy. The 9-rank battle soul is a rarity, one that not even the entire Yin dynasty, nor the royal family that governs it, can claim to possess. A person endowed with a 9-rank battle soul, should they reach their full potential, could ascend to the status of a battle saint, a formidable presence on the entire battle soul continent, where such powerful beings are exceedingly rare. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the square, and several figures appeared in an instant, their speed astonishingly swift, catching the crowd off guard. Leading them was a middle-aged man clad in luxurious garments, appearing to be around 50 years of age, with a countenance as sharp as a chiseled blade and a demeanor exuding an overwhelming authority. Greetings, Dean, the elder in black swiftly rose, bowing respectfully upon seeing the man in splendid attire. The Dean? That is Dean Chu Xian. The crowd gasped, their pupils constricting as they beheld the figure. Their astonishment was understandable. Chu Xian had served as the dean of the Battle King Academy for over a decade and had never made an appearance on the day of enrollment. However, when their eyes fell upon the enormous Vidra mighty bull, their surprise dissipated. A 9-rank battle soul is not merely rare, it is unique. And Chu Xian's arrival was thus predictable. Youth, the Battle King Academy welcomes you, Chu Xian said with a warm smile directed at Nangong Xiao, his heart swelling with excitement. Dean Chu, you must not pressure the young one. A sudden voice echoed from the void, prompting the crowd to gaze skyward. 2 figures descended from the air, enveloped in a powerful aura. Battle Kings. The crowd gasped in awe. The ability to traverse the skies was granted only to those with avian battle souls or to formidable battle kings. Transitioning from the battle sect realm to the battle king realm involves the liquefaction of soul power, allowing for flight, a distinction that sets battle kings apart from their battle sect counterparts. The onlookers understood that these were formidable beings from the Divine Wind Academy. Though they seldom recruited, it did not imply they were oblivious to the happenings here. They arrived promptly upon the emergence of the 9-rank battle soul. Guoshirchen. This child is mine, Chu Xian declared with unwavering determination, leaving no room for negotiation. A person with a 9-rank battle soul could potentially rise to the battle saint realm. And should a student of the Battle King Academy achieve such heights, it would be an unparalleled honor. What can you teach him? The 2 figures finally landed in the square, one being a slender man in his 50s, with a pallid complexion and dark skin, appearing somewhat aged, though his eyes shone with clarity, like 2 divine lights. Beside him stood a frail old man, hunched over, clearly advanced in years, 1 foot seemingly already in the grave. Chu Xian found himself momentarily speechless, rendered mute by the man's inquiry. Nothing of significance to impart, I take it? Guoshirchen replied with a faint smile. Then turned to Nangong Xiao, saying, Young friend, I am Guoshirchen, the Dean of the Divine Wind Academy. Should you choose to join our ranks? As long as you do not engage in actions detrimental to the Academy, it shall forever be your steadfast support. Nangong Xiao's gaze flickered between the 2 esteemed deans, momentarily at a loss for which path to choose. Dear friend, you must think carefully. The Shinfeng Academy is dreadfully monotonous. Our Zhanwang Academy, on the other hand, is brimming with prodigies and maintains a balanced ratio of males to females. This is truly the paradise for the youth, Chu Xian hastily remarked, his tone somewhat gentle. However, those present almost immediately understood. casting peculiar glances at Chu Xian. Why not simply state that our Zhanwang Academy is teeming with beauties? Upon hearing Chu Xian's words, Negong Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled, and she grinned widely. Then, perhaps the director could introduce me to a few more lovely ladies. Haha, splendid. Chu Xian beamed. Unable to contain his delight, Negong Xiaoxiao's implication was unmistakable. She had agreed to join Zhanwang Academy. Meanwhile, Shurchen, the director of Xinfeng Academy, darkened considerably, wishing he could slap Negong Xiaoxiao for her audacity. Was she truly joining Zhanwang Academy for such a trivial reason? Xiao Fan also grimaced. Negong Xiaoxiao was indeed possessing less arrogance than other prodigies and more authenticity. Next test, Chu Xian declared, his spirits high as he turned to the elderly man in black. At last. It is my turn. Xiao Fan inhaled deeply and stepped forward. I shall go first. The little demoness suddenly grasped Xiao Fan's arm and stepped ahead, casting a disdainful glance at Negong Xiaoxiao. When she stood before the examiner, her 8th-tier battle spirit, the silver royal vine, erupted forth. Its silver whip swirling chaotically in the air, accompanied by a series of sonic booms. This cohort is indeed formidable. Not only have we encountered a 9th-tier battle spirit, but an 8th-tier battle spirit as well. These two will undoubtedly achieve extraordinary heights in the future. Indeed, this is a deliberate blow to our spirits. Sigh. Comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. Having an 8th-tier battle spirit is advantageous. It suggests that our great Yin dynasty may rise. If this young lady can join Zhanwang Academy, for decades to come, Xinfeng Academy will never be able to rival us. The surrounding cultivators gazed in astonishment at the 8th-tier battle spirit, the silver royal vine, engaging in fervent discussions, while those from Zhanwang Academy grew increasingly excited. 8th-tier battle spirit. The silver royal vine. Chu Xian's eyes brightened. My dear girl, does Xinfeng Academy still seek new talents? The little demoness didn't even glance at Chu Xian. Turning instead to Shurchen, Xinfeng Academy welcomes you. Shurchen was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this girl with an 8th-tier battle spirit would willingly choose to join Xinfeng Academy. Chu Xian's expression stiffened but soon returned to serenity. Reassuring himself, although an 8th-tier battle spirit is powerful, it pales in comparison to a 9th tier. The elderly man in black glanced at Chu Xian and, upon receiving a subtle nod, called out, Next. Xiao Fan, may I go first? Ling Feng suddenly turned to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan regarded Ling Feng deeply. Realizing that Ling Feng intended to defend the little demoness' honor, could it be that his battle spirit grade was also quite high? Very well, Xiao Fan nodded, stepping aside. Ling Feng confidently approached, his arms trembling as a plume of blood-black flames erupted from his back, roaring into the void before transforming into a massive black phoenix. 5 jing in length. A fierce, menacing aura radiated from the black phoenix, sending shockwaves of fear through many cultivators present. What kind of battle spirit is this? How can it be so tyrannical? It feels even more formidable than that of the diamond strength bull. At the very least, it must be an 8th-grade battle soul. This is the 3rd one, isn't it? Not merely at least, but undoubtedly, this black phoenix is absolutely a 9th-grade battle soul. The crowd trembled in astonishment. Gazing in horror at the fiery black phoenix in the void, goosebumps rising on their skin. Fortunately, it vanished in an instant. The infernal phoenix? Shurchen and Chu Xian's pupils contracted, murmuring to themselves. The infernal phoenix is not merely a 9th-grade battle soul, it is comparable to one, perhaps even surpassing it, as it resides between a 9th-grade battle soul and a special battle soul. The blood-black flames are a characteristic exclusive to special fire attribute battle souls. Yet it bears the form of a demonic beast, leading some to refer to the infernal phoenix as a mutated 9th-grade battle soul. A 9th-grade battle soul is formidable enough, let alone a mutated one. Such mutations in battle souls, akin to spirit beasts, only become stronger and more enigmatic. Young friend, would you be willing? Chu Xian cast a deep glance at Ling Feng, hastily speaking up. He could not afford to miss such an opportunity, his eyes brimming with avarice. Almost wishing to drag Ling Feng into the Battle King Academy immediately. I shall join the Divine Wind Academy, Ling Feng interjected, stepping beside the little witch. Haha, splendid. Shurchen laughed heartily. It seems there are still wise individuals in this world. Old Ghost Gua, do not let your pride overshadow your judgment. It is still early. Perhaps there are more 9th-grade battle souls to come. Chu Xian retorted with a cold snort, displaying his defiance. Next, this time, Chu Xian personally called out, and the crowd's gaze converged on Xiao Fan. Many were aware that Xiao Fan had arrived alongside the little witch and Ling Feng. With the formidable battle souls of the two preceding him, how could Xiao Fan's battle soul possibly be inferior? Xiao Fan took a deep breath, stepping forward, forcefully suppressing the tension within him. After witnessing 2 9th-grade battle souls and 1 8th-grade battle soul before him, it was impossible not to feel nervous. Release your battle soul. The elder in black fixed a piercing gaze on Xiao Fan, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. With a whoosh, a shadow manifested behind Xiao Fan. The moment the shadow appeared, the crowd's pupils contracted, only to regain their composure in an instant. A shadow? Is this a dark attribute battle soul? How peculiar. A dark attribute battle soul is indeed a special battle soul. Could it be that so many prodigies have emerged today? It is not a dark battle soul. Dark battle souls are most sinister and eerie. This shadow appears rather ordinary, seemingly a 4th-grade battle soul, the Phantom Shadow. The crowd buzzed with speculation regarding Xiao Fan's battle soul, many pointing and whispering. Xiao Fan's gaze occasionally swept over Chu Xian and Guo Shichen, a sense of unease welling up within him. A 4th-grade battle soul, the Phantom Shadow? Chu Xian shook his head, showing no interest in a 4th-grade battle soul whatsoever. Is it merely a 4th-grade battle soul? Chu Xian's voice was not loud, yet it reverberated in Xiao Fan's ears like thunder, his heart filled with reluctance. Though he maintained a calm exterior. Impossible. If it were only a 4th-grade battle soul, how could it absorb spiritual energy faster than I? The little witch exclaimed. Disbelief etched on her face. Beside her, Ling Feng merely furrowed his brow, choosing not to elaborate further. Certain 4th-grade battle souls exhibit peculiar traits. They may experience swift breakthroughs in their early stages, yet struggle to ascend to the realm of battle masters throughout their lifetimes, explained Guo Shichen. Next, Chu Xian waved his hand, displaying a complete lack of interest in Xiao Fan. Wait. Suddenly, Nangong Xiao, who had been silent, spoke up. Dean, I am willing to join the Battle King Academy, but he must also be permitted entry. Chu Xian frowned slightly. While it was not unheard of for individuals with 4th-grade battle souls to join the Battle King Academy, after all, the nobility of the Danyan dynasty often did so, he was disinclined to be coerced by Nangong Xiao, even though she possessed a 9th-grade battle soul. If she resorted to threats now, what would come next? For some, joining the Battle King Academy might not be beneficial, Chu Xian murmured, casting a deep gaze at Xiao Fan, as if to convey that not just anyone could gain admission to the Battle King Academy. Indeed, the Battle King Academy does not accept just anyone. A voice suddenly chimed in from the crowd, and Huang Tianchen approached with a cold smile directed at Xiao Fan. Why is it that many with only 4th-grade battle souls are allowed in? Nangong Xiao glared at Huang Tianchen, clearly displeased. Because they are nobles. Huang Tianchen declared with righteous indignation. So, does that mean any noble can join the Battle King Academy? Nangong Xiao retorted. If that is the case, I see no need to join the Battle King Academy, for I have never held a fondness for nobles. Tianchen, be silent. Upon hearing Nangong Xiao's words, Chu Xian's expression shifted. It would be a travesty for the Battle King Academy to become a laughingstock. Huang Tianchen took a deep breath and clarified, you misunderstand my intent. It is not solely because they are nobles that they gain entry to the Battle King Academy, but rather due to the significant contributions their ancestors made to the Danyan dynasty, which warrants some privileges as a form of compensation. The accolades belong to their ancestors, not to them. Moreover, they have enjoyed such benefits for generations already. Nangong Xiao replied coldly, her resolve appearing unshakable. Beside her, Chu Xian was consumed with wishing he could silence Huang Tianchen, yet he felt restrained by the Huang family's status in Yin City. My young friend. Chu Xian frowned as he looked at Nangong Xiao. Unfortunately, Nangong Xiao was equally stubborn. Much like her battle soul, she interrupted Chu Xian, saying, no need to elaborate. I no longer wish to join the Battle King Academy, even if offered 10 beautiful women. Thank you, Fatty. But I will not be joining the Battle King Academy. Xiao Fan expressed his gratitude to Nangong Xiao for her willingness to forego her own opportunities for his sake. This is not your concern. I simply do not wish to join, Nangong Xiao replied with a smile, seemingly unperturbed by the situation. Boy, did you incite her? Huang Tianchen suddenly turned his ire towards Xiao Fan, his murderous intent flickering. So what if I did? And so what if I didn't? Xiao Fan chuckled at Huang Tianchen, bemused that he would blame him for not being able to retain Fatty. If so, you shall die. Huang Tianchen's expression turned cold as he advanced step by step towards Xiao Fan. You are merely a defeated foe. Whom do you think you can kill? Xiao Fan was engulfed in fury. The lineage of the Huang family and the students of the Battle King Academy were of little consequence to him. It was merely a matter of life and death, and he would drag one or two down with him regardless. The prowess of the Battle King Academy was indeed formidable. Daring to confront a cultivator of the Divine Wind Academy at the Battle Master level with their battle sovereign might. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Guoshirchen, causing Huang Tianxin to retreat several steps. Do you truly believe that the Battle King Academy is easy to bully? Guoshirchen sneered. We could obliterate your Divine Wind Academy in an instant. Do you dare to doubt it? Witnessing his students being oppressed, Chu Xian could no longer remain composed. The two titans of the Battle King Academy exchanged glances, their formidable energies colliding without movement, unleashing a violent surge of soul force that sent many cultivators reeling, their insides churning from the intensity. To annihilate my Divine Wind Academy, let me declare something audacious, even if the Great Yin dynasty were to fall. The Divine Wind Academy would remain unyielding. Do you believe that? Guoshirchen's icy smile sent shockwaves through the crowd. Such rebellious words were brazenly uttered, inciting awe and fear among the onlookers. Are you aware of the consequences of such a statement? Chu Xian's gaze was chillingly cold. What consequences? I am only aware that anyone who provokes my Divine Wind Academy will be met with my wrath. I shall strike first and ask questions later. Guoshirchen asserted with a domineering air. The surrounding cultivators were captivated by Guoshirchen's words, feeling the overwhelming intensity. Was this truly the head of the once-declined Divine Wind Academy, which had languished for over a century? Would you two be willing to join the Divine Wind Academy? Guoshirchen's gaze suddenly fell upon Xiao Fan and Nangong Xiaoxiao. Why would we refuse? Joining the Divine Wind Academy would still allow us to pursue the beauties of the Battle King Academy. Nangong Xiaoxiao chuckled, her thoughts lingering on the allure of the Battle King Academy's maidens. I am willing, Xiao Fan declared after a deep breath. Although he understood that Guoshirchen and Chu Xian were merely exchanging hostility, this was an opportunity for him. What he lacked most were cultivation methods. The fact that the Divine Wind Academy had endured in Yin City for countless years surely spoke to its merits. It would undoubtedly be superior to solitary cultivation. And with a stroke of luck, he might even acquire a few cultivation techniques. Chu, did you hear that? Guoshirchen grinned. From this moment forth, these four shall be students of my Divine Wind Academy. If they strike you, I will bear the consequences. Should you strike them, do not blame me for intervening. Senior, does the Divine Wind Academy still accept students? We are eager to join. Many cultivators brightened at the prospect and began clamoring. Anyone who awakens a battle soul of grade 8 or above may seek me out at the Divine Wind Academy, Guoshirchen said, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding cultivators. With a wave of his hand, an immense force lifted Xiao Fan and his companions, propelling them skyward, vanishing from the square in the blink of an eye. Chu Xian watched helplessly as Guoshirchen departed with 3 extraordinary talents, regret flooding his heart. Had he known, he would have acquiesced to Nangong Xiaoxiao's request, at least retaining 1 genius. Rest assured, Director, the possession of a battle soul merely indicates potential. Combat prowess is not solely determined by the battle soul. In 3 months, there will be an autumn hunt, will there not? At that moment, Huang Tianxin's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he declared fiercely, in due time. I shall easily vanquish them at the Battle King Academy. Enough, Chu Xian waved his hand dismissively and vanished from sight. Although he was the head of the academy, he was burdened by many constraints. The entire Battle King Academy did not solely represent his will, but rather the collective intent of the Great Yin dynasty. He earnestly wished for the autumn hunt to arrive more swiftly. Huang Tianxin gazed in the direction where Xiao Fan and the others had departed, murmuring to himself. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan and his companions were escorted by Guoshirchen and another elder from the Divine Wind Academy, flying for nearly half the time it takes to brew tea before landing in a courtyard on the eastern outskirts of Yin City. As they surveyed their surroundings, it became apparent that the courtyard was not particularly large, merely 100 zhang in circumference. The area was overgrown with weeds, reaching beyond the height of their knees. Surrounding the open space were 4 rows of the most ordinary houses, which, in all of Yin City, could be considered a unique sight. Hey, old man, is this really the Divine Wind Academy? The little witch looked around, her expression one of disbelief. Xiao Fan, Ling Feng, and Nangong Xiaoxiao also stood with their utterly stunned by the dilapidated state of the place. It bore no resemblance to an academy, resembling instead a mere ruin. Indeed, it is without a doubt, Guoshirchen chuckled, stroking his beard, his demeanor far removed from the enigmatic air he had previously exuded, as if reveling in the success of a scheme. I wish to withdraw from the Divine Wind Academy. The little witch fumed, glaring at Guo Shichun with resentment. Do not be hasty. This is merely the front courtyard. There is another courtyard behind it. In its heyday, the Divine Wind Academy occupied the entirety of East City, Guo Shichun said, his smile widening as he observed the four. A hero should not dwell on past glories. That was merely in days gone by, the little witch retorted, shaking her fist. I feel as though I have boarded a pirate ship, Nangong Xiao remarked, withdrawing her neck slightly. Wherever she goes, I shall follow. Ling Feng's gaze was fixed solely on the little witch, quickly disregarding everything else around them. Xiao Fan remained silent, quietly scrutinizing his surroundings until he finally remarked. The spiritual energy here is remarkably dense, even reaching an alarming level. Perhaps remaining here is not such a misfortune after all. Oh. Guo Shichun looked at Xiao Fan with mild surprise. He had always overlooked Xiao Fan, not realizing that he was the first to recognize the uniqueness of this place. My battle spirit is capable of sensing spiritual energy, Xiao Fan replied with a sheepish smile, feeling as though he was merely benefiting from a serendipitous discovery. Guo Shichun's disregard for him did not bother him in the least. Nodding, Guo Shichun turned to the others and said, This is Fu Bo, who will take care of your daily needs. If you wish to continue your stay at the Divine Wind Academy, you must adhere to Fu Bo's command. The group fell silent, prompting Guo Shichun to chuckle. Since no one is speaking, I shall take that as tacit agreement. From now on, you will cultivate here. With that, Guo Shichun turned and walked towards the exit of the academy, only for the little witch to call out, Old man, aren't you staying at the academy? Oh. Guo Shichun sighed, as if burdened by debts of several million soul stones. Being the head of the academy is no easy task. I must also earn money to sustain it. When you have time, do visit my fragrant tavern. By the way, remember to pay Fu Bo the annual tuition fee of 100,000 low-grade soul stones each. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Fan and his companions were left utterly speechless. This was hardly an academy, but rather resembled a children's school, replete with extortion. 1 million low-grade soul stones? They might as well resort to robbery. The little demoness, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, sprang into a furious uproar. Is there a quicker way to seize it? Guo Shichun chuckled dismissively and declared, You have 3 months to gather the sum, or you will be expelled from the Xinfeng Academy. Furthermore, these soul stones must be earned by your own efforts. Remember? Earned, not taken from your families, or else you will be expelled. The group looked at Guo Shichun with frustration, wishing they could trample the old man underfoot. When he previously sought to recruit them, his demeanor was filled with sincerity. Yet now, he seemed eager to cast them out of the Xinfeng Academy at the first opportunity. So you wish to challenge me? With your current capabilities, you are not yet ready. In 3 months, there will be a hunting competition in Yinqing. You may attempt to achieve a commendable rank, which will yield certain rewards. With that, Guo Shichun vanished from their sight. The group could not help but shake their fists in the direction he had departed, with Xiao Fan raising his middle finger in disdain. Guo Shichun displayed none of the gravitas expected of an academy president. Follow me, a sudden hoarse voice commanded, startling the little demoness and causing the group to overlook Uncle Fu, who stood behind them. When they regained their composure, Uncle Fu had already moved toward a nearby building. Exchanging glances, they ultimately decided to follow. Upon entering the room, they were met with a pungent, greasy aroma. The four stood dumbfounded, initially believing Uncle Fu would lead them to rigorous training, only to discover they had been brought to the kitchen. Gazing at the chaotic state of the kitchen, they felt an overwhelming urge to retch. It was evident that it had not been cleaned in years. You wish to cultivate? Begin with the small tasks. As the saying goes, if one cannot sweep their own room, how can they conquer the world? Your task today is to clean these rooms, Uncle Fu's rasping voice continued. I refuse to clean. The little demoness was the first to protest. She had come to Xinfeng Academy to cultivate, not to perform menial labor. I do not concern myself with how you accomplish it. I only care for the results, Uncle Fu replied, his cold gaze sweeping over them. Starting tomorrow, you will rise at the hour of the rabbit and sleep at the hour of the rat. The remaining time is yours to manage as you see fit. Manage as we see fit? The group was left bewildered. Negong Xiao hastily inquired, Uncle Fu, when will you teach us the techniques and combat skills? When will you guide us through our cultivation? Guide you? I have no time for that. You will have to figure it out for yourselves. I will be at the armament forging workshop during the day. If you need me, you may seek me out. But by the time I return at night, I expect to see your progress. And remember, in 3 months, I expect that 1 million low-grade soul stones. With that, Uncle Fu departed the room. Damn it. They are all consumed by money. Had I known, I would have remained at the Battle King Academy. If I had stayed there, I would probably be indulging in a bath with a beautiful companion right now, Nangong Xiao lamented, gazing longingly out the window. This Shinfeng Academy is a scam. Had I known, I would never have come. The little demoness fumed, stamping her feet in frustration. Shiyu, you rest. I will handle the cleaning. Ling Feng said with a smile, beginning to busy himself with the task at hand. Xiao Fan watched as Fu Bo departed from the Shinfeng Academy, his gaze lingering on the passage leading to the inner courtyard, a contemplative expression gracing his features. You scoundrel, why aren't you cleaning up yet? The mischievous little sorceress abruptly seized Xiao Fan's arm, pulling him inside. Do you wish to explore the inner courtyard? Xiao Fan suddenly inquired of the three companions. The inner courtyard? Those two old fogies haven't permitted us to go, Nangong Xiao replied, her brow furrowed, though curiosity gnawed at her. A tinge of fear lingered regarding Guishirchen and Fu Bo. After all, these two were formidable warriors. Should they unleash their fury, it could spell significant trouble. But they haven't outright forbidden us, the little sorceress countered, her eyes sparkling with mischief. What she says holds merit. Shinfeng Academy is not as dreadful as one might envision. At the very least, the spiritual energy here far surpasses that of the outside world. Xiao Fan nodded in agreement. Little sorceress? What is your full name? Nangong Xiao's eyes glimmered with a playful challenge. Look again, and I shall pluck your eyes out. Can you still call me little sorceress then? My full name is Yishiyu. The little sorceress retorted fiercely, causing Nangong Xiao to instinctively retract her neck. Ling Feng stood by, utterly astonished. This was a far cry from the image he had in mind. Yishiyu, your surname is Yi? Nangong Xiao regained her composure, gazing incredulously at the little sorceress. Does your name really have to be Xiao? The little sorceress scoffed. There are countless surnames, Yi. What is so strange about it? Yishiyu? That sounds far more appealing, Xiao Fan mused, a smile gracing his lips. You scoundrel. Are we going or not? The little sorceress had already reached the entrance, observing Xiao Fan lost in thought, and she chided him playfully. After a brief moment, the group arrived at the entrance to the central courtyard, where a tower stood majestically, beneath which lay a grand archway reminiscent of a city gate from a past life. There seems to be something peculiar here. An unsettling aura pervades the air, Ling Feng frowned, causing the little sorceress and the chubby boy to tense up. It was worth noting that Ling Feng was a warrior of the battle sovereign realm, possessing a 9th-grade mutated battle spirit. Even a late-stage or peak battle sovereign would hesitate to confront him directly. Chubby boy, your defense is the strongest. You should enter first, the little sorceress suggested, directing her gaze at Nangong Xiao. Why must it be me? The chubby boy protested, his face a mask of reluctance. Yet, upon meeting Ling Feng's icy glare, he reluctantly stepped forward. I shall go instead, Xiao Fan interjected suddenly, blocking the chubby boy and stepping into the archway first. A unique aura emanated from the passage, causing the white stone in his dantian to stir with anticipation. Such occurrences were typically only triggered by extraordinarily potent entities with an abundance of spiritual energy. Be careful, you scoundrel, the little sorceress cautioned, her concern evident. Do not worry. Xiao Fan reassured her, gently patting the head of little Jean before venturing into the archway alone. Ling Feng, feeling a twinge of jealousy, remarked, Shiyu. Why do you call Xiao Fan a scoundrel? At his words, the little sorceress's face flushed a deep crimson, and she quickly shook her head. It's nothing. There's definitely some scandalous affair afoot, the chubby boy muttered under his breath, prompting Ling Feng to grind his teeth in frustration. As Xiao Fan stepped into the arch passage, he was instantly engulfed by a bewildering transformation of his surroundings, as though he had been thrust into an abyss of darkness where not even a finger could be seen. What could possibly be happening? With astonishment, he surveyed the area, a flicker of fear igniting within him, and began to call out the names of the little witch and the others, but his voice echoed back in silence. Could this be an alternate realm? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Such phenomena could indeed exist, considering that even souls could traverse dimensions, let alone the prospect of instantaneously appearing in another space. In the next moment, a bone-chilling cold surged toward him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Without hesitation, he unleashed his soul power, attempting to repel the icy presence. Alas, to his dismay, the coldness froze his soul energy, invading his body with relentless force. Xiao Fan's expression shifted as he sought to summon the power of his ghostly battle spirit, yet found himself unable to rouse it, as if it too had succumbed to the frost. Suddenly, in an instant, shadows danced around him, and brilliant white light erupted from within, banishing the surrounding darkness and even dispelling the bitter chill. White stones. Xiao Fan was taken aback, astonished that it was these very stones that had come to his rescue in such a critical moment. Raising his gaze, he was startled to see a golden streak of light hurtling toward him, a wave of searing warmth enveloping the area, akin to a miniature golden sun, radiant and resplendent. "Begone!" Xiao Fan bellowed, swinging his venomous sword in a fierce arc, invoking the endless sword technique to cleave through the golden light. However, he had underestimated its power. Upon contact, his sword disintegrated into a puddle of liquid that dripped to the ground. The golden light, undeterred, struck his chest with tremendous force, causing his blood to surge violently. And he coughed up a mouthful of crimson. Strangely, he realized he was still alive. At that moment, a tattered little booklet began to materialize on his chest. Engulfed in golden flames, the Endless Battle Codex. When Xiao Fan looked again, the codex seemed to come alive, its pages igniting rapidly, transforming into streams of golden light that seeped into his mind. "Ah!" Xiao Fan cried out in agony, his eyes bloodshot as an overwhelming influx of information cascaded into his consciousness, akin to countless ants gnawing at his nerves and flesh. This torment persisted for what felt like an eternity, and when it finally subsided, he lay convulsing, froth escaping his lips, as the golden light vanished, fully integrating into his being. Another battle spirit? A dual battle spirit? Xiao Fan stared incredulously at his dantian, where alongside the ghostly battle spirit, a swirling mass of golden flames radiated intense heat, as if to rend the very fabric of space. It was no wonder he was so astonished. He had heard of dual battle spirits, beings born with two such essences, capable of awakening in the Hall of Battle Spirits. Yet, he was certain he possessed only one spirit. With the singular exception of that peculiar white stone, how could he possibly have acquired two battle spirits all of a sudden? Xiao Fan swiftly delved into the wealth of information he had just acquired, and after a brief moment, he uncovered the answer. This golden flame was, in fact, a battle soul capable of being inherited. If that were the case, wouldn't it mean that anyone who cultivated the Endless Battle Codex could possess this battle soul? This golden flame, known as the Endless Battle Soul, originally formed from a wisp of flame in the natural world, and through eons of serendipity, it gained sentience, qualifying it as a unique spiritual entity. In a certain sense, this golden flame was merely a battle soul left behind by a fallen powerhouse, akin to a... With the demise of its original body, the Endless Battle Soul became a formless spiritual entity, able to endure in the world solely through its overwhelming soul power. As long as the soul power remained intact, the battle soul would not dissipate. For Xiao Fan, this undissipated soul power represented the finest tonic for transcending his current realm. Suddenly, a tremor surged through his dantian, and the golden flame erupted violently, swirling chaotically as if intent on obliterating his dantian. His exhilaration was abrupt, doused by the realization of its ferocity. He had never truly practiced the techniques contained within the Endless Battle Codex. He had merely borrowed insights from it, yet wondered if he could still be considered an inheritor of its legacy. Contemplating this, Xiao Fan quickly sifted through his prior memories. Recognizing the relentless dominance of the Endless Battle Soul, its vast soul power could easily overpower even a Spectre Battle Soul. The Endless Battle Soul was astonishingly formidable. Though it had lost its consciousness, its indomitable will was not something an ordinary person could tame. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow, blood spurting from his mouth. Abruptly, he sat cross-legged on the ground, a smile gracing his face as he took a deep breath. The Endless Battle Codex encompassed an entire system of cultivation techniques, integrating myriad battle skills and amalgamating countless methodologies. This was the true essence of the Endless Battle Codex's existence. With this realization, Xiao Fan felt invigorated, akin to a surge of adrenaline. The Endless Battle Codex could indeed enable one to cultivate to the legendary realm of the Battle God. Regrettably, only the first 6 levels remained, and he would need to devise strategies to seek out the remaining 4. In the next moment, Xiao Fan commenced the operation of the first level of the Endless Battle Codex. Now at the Battlemaster realm, he found it not particularly arduous to navigate the first level. Although the techniques were not on par with battle skills, Xiao Fan possessed a terrifying talent for comprehension. Within merely half an hour, he had refined the first level to an extraordinary degree. At this juncture, the aura of the Endless Battle Soul within his dantian began to settle, allowing Xiao Fan to barely withstand its intensity. The second level, gritting his teeth, his complexion pale. He recognized that the injuries inflicted by the Endless Battle Soul were severe, nearly costing him half of his life. Had it not been for the white stone continuously mending his body, another individual might have succumbed long before. If he persevered, he would certainly find an opportunity to completely subdue it. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Fan repeatedly envisioned the second level of the Endless Battle Codex in his mind. The second level was considerably more obscure than the first, yet he was still able to grasp its essence. After 3 hours, Xiao Fan finally cultivated the second level to its pinnacle. Finally, the suppression could be lifted. Xiao Fan's gaze, as cold as ice, fixed upon the Endless Battle Soul. With a mere thought, the spectral Battle Soul erupted with formidable might, surging towards the Endless Battle Soul with a fierce howl. The Endless Battle Soul resisted vehemently, unleashing waves of soul power attacks against the spectral Battle Soul, yet Xiao Fan would not permit its success. In the next moment, the spectral Battle Soul began to devour the flames surrounding the Endless Battle Soul, causing its form to expand exponentially. Xiao Fan felt his soul power surge significantly, and his meridians widened considerably. Such pure soul power. A wave of joy washed over him. The Battle Soul serves not only as a means of combat, but also as a vessel for storing soul power, as cultivators continuously break through. Although it typically does not lead to a drastic change in the Battle Soul's grade, its strength undeniably enhances. After half an hour, the Endless Battle Soul finally stabilized, its violent aura gradually dissipating. Xiao Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, a torrent of heavenly spiritual energy surged in from all directions, resonating within Xiao Fan's body with a deep rumble, signaling a breakthrough. If others were to learn that merely days ago he was at the mid-level of a battle master, and within such a short span had ascended to the pinnacle of that realm, they would surely be astonished. Such overwhelming power. With my current strength, I could likely confront Huang Tianqian head-on, Xiao Fan mused inwardly. His mind immersed in his dantian, he sensed the transformations of the spectral and endless battle souls. A satisfied expression gracing his face. Compared to before, he felt immensely stronger. No wonder it is said that those who possess dual battle souls, even if they are fools, will be geniuses among their peers. Typically, those with dual battle souls do not possess low-grade spirits, but rather 2 high-tier battle souls. Not to mention, the soul power stored within those 2 battle souls is unparalleled by ordinary individuals. Xiao Fan now truly perceived the advantage of possessing dual battle souls, which provided him the confidence to withstand the might of a battle sovereign at his current level. How wondrous the circumstances are. Were it not for my innate talent in martial comprehension, I would not have chosen the Endless Battle Classic, nor could I have attained the Endless Battle, much less established a bond with the Endless Battle Classic. Xiao Fan reflected with deep sentiment. Suddenly, a massive shadow materialized behind Xiao Fan. With a flicker of thought, a ball of golden flame appeared, resonating harmoniously with both the Endless and Spectral Battle Souls. Within his dantian, the Endless Battle Classic transformed into shimmering golden filaments, suspended and emanating a gentle golden light, ethereal and dreamlike. Uncertain how much time had passed in the Xiao Fan speculated that the little demoness and her companions must be growing anxious. He abruptly regained his focus and turned to head in their direction. However, to his astonishment, no matter which way he walked, he would find himself back at the same spot after a while. The entirety of the Divine Wind Academy was not that vast. How could he possibly be lost? Several hours prior, the little demoness, the chubby one, and Ling Feng had waited for a moment. And upon seeing that Xiao Fan had yet to emerge, they began to feel a twinge of urgency. The 3 entered the central courtyard, only to be astonished when, as they passed through the archway, the 2 companions beside them inexplicably vanished. A mirage? As Ling Feng regained his composure, he summoned the infernal phoenix and struck out at the void. However, to his dismay, the void merely trembled before falling silent once more. Unyielding in his determination, Ling Feng launched attack after attack. After half an hour, exhausted and panting, he settled down in a meditative posture, cursing under his breath, "Damn that Shifeng Academy." Throughout his life, Ling Feng had never encountered such humiliation outside, and the pervasive strangeness of the Shifeng Academy led him to constantly reassess his opinion of it. Meanwhile, a petite enchantress wandered into a sea of blossoms, completely enraptured by the intoxicating fragrance, as if she had lost herself entirely. It was not until several hours had passed that she snapped back to reality and thought, "I remember entering the archway. How did I end up here? Is this an illusion?" The little enchantress began to run slowly, but the floral expanse seemed boundless, with no end in sight. "Shifeng Academy, I loathe you," she exclaimed in exasperation, for her entrance into the academy had never brought her any joy. In a lavish palace, Nangong Xiao reclined upon a grand bed, surrounded by 4 enchanting beauties, each with alluring curves and clad in floral bodices. "This grape flavor is delightful, nearly rivaling spirit fruits," Such days are truly comfortable. The portly fellow chuckled as the four beauties took turns feeding him delectable treats, while his hands wandered indiscriminately. 3 hours later, the portly fellow abruptly stood up, glancing at the four beauties, and declared, "It's about time. What a pity it's merely a dream. Nevertheless, I shall pursue all the world's beauties and savor every delicacy." With a sweeping gesture, the surrounding scenery faded like a burning tapestry. Not far away, Xiao Fan observed him with a bemused expression and remarked, "What are you grinning about, fatty? Your smile is rather lascivious, and you've drooled all over the place." "Oh, nothing, nothing," Fatty coughed awkwardly, but then noticed that the little enchantress and Ling Feng had yet to awaken. "Should we wake them?" Xiao Fan inquired. Glancing at the still forms of the little enchantress and Ling Feng, his brow slightly furrowed. Fatty shrugged nonchalantly, "Beats me. I think it's best if they wake up on their own." Suddenly, a cough echoed through the air, startling both Xiao Fan and Fatty. They turned to see Uncle Fu approaching slowly, his expression a mix of warmth and anger. "Who permitted you to enter here? You didn't explicitly forbid us." Fatty replied brusquely. Xiao Fan interjected, "Uncle Fu, we are newcomers hoping to familiarize ourselves with Shinfeng Academy's surroundings, but unexpectedly, they wandered inside. We kindly ask you to awaken them." Having discerned the attitudes of Guoshirchen and Uncle Fu, Xiao Fan recognized that even though Fatty and the others were 9th-rank battle souls, they likely wouldn't be taken seriously by the academy. Confronting Uncle Fu would only lead to their own disadvantage, and after years in the business world, Xiao Fan felt confident in his judgment of character. Uncle Fu cast a dispassionate glance at Xiao Fan and replied, "I am only responsible for supervising you. The rest is not my concern. For trespassing here, run 100 laps around the courtyard before you sleep." "Just 100 laps? Fine, let's run," Fatty replied, accepting the challenge. The stout fellow pursed his lips, displaying a countenance of defiance. Yet, before his words could fully escape, Uncle Fu swiftly tapped both him and Xiao Fan several times, infusing them with 2 formidable strands of soul power that instantly sealed their dantians and meridians. 100 laps would be effortless. Let it be 200 instead. Just to clarify, I refer to the street outside Shinfeng Academy, not this outer courtyard. Uncle Fu's hoarse voice was remarkably imposing as he turned to Ling Feng and the little demoness, stating, "Do not pretend you have heard nothing. You too shall run 200 laps." With a snap of his fingers, 2 powerful strands of soul energy bound their own, and before anyone could react, Uncle Fu had vanished. "Cursed old man, foul old man," the little demoness fumed. She and Ling Feng had just awakened at the very moment Uncle Fu arrived, merely feigning unconsciousness, unaware that Uncle Fu had already seen through their ruse. "Xiao Fan, have you broken through to the peak of the Battle Master level?" Ling Feng gazed at Xiao Fan in astonishment. "It was merely luck," Xiao Fan replied with a bitter smile. "Could it be that this illusion has its benefits for cultivation?" The stout fellow's eyes gleamed, as his mind began to conjure images from the illusion, a lascivious grin spreading across his face. "Hey, you gluttonous fool, you're drooling." The little demoness regarded Nangong Xiao with disdain. "We should hurry. 200 laps is no trivial matter. Each lap is nearly a kilometer, which means 200 kilometers. Xiao Jin, could you kindly tidy up our room?" Xiao Fan took a deep breath and proceeded towards the outer gates of Shinfeng Academy. If he had previously held some disdain for the academy, he now found himself wishing to remain, intrigued by the extraordinary nature of this outer courtyard. What wonders might await within the inner sanctum? "Run if you must. I shall not be outdone." The little demoness huffed proudly and followed suit. Ling Feng and the stout fellow exchanged helpless smiles. If even the little demoness had relented, what could they, as 2 sturdy men, say? 200 kilometers, indeed a daunting challenge. Especially without the use of soul power, even for those who had attained the peak of the Battle Master level. Several hours later, the 4 completed 100 laps. Their backs drenched with sweat, their bodies gradually succumbing to numbness. They attempted multiple times to break free of the seals within them, but to no avail. In the room where Uncle Fu resided, Guoshirchen appeared unexpectedly, holding a cup of tea. After taking a delicate sip, he inquired, "Uncle Fu, how goes it? These youngsters are quite restless. They ventured into the illusionary heart mist during the day, and surprisingly, the first to emerge was that fellow named Xiao Fan." Uncle Fu remarked with some surprise. "Oh?" Guoshirchen was equally astonished. "Indeed, I find it surprising. I initially retained him due to his resolute nature. Yet I did not anticipate his willpower to be so formidable. By the way, there was a sudden disturbance in the inner courtyard this evening when I went to investigate. There was nothing unusual to be found, Uncle Fu added. Likely just some ancient oddity conducting research. It is of no concern, Guo replied dismissively. Having witnessed too many such occurrences since assuming the role of president at Xinfeng Academy. Guo words prompted Fu Bo to refrain from further comment. Had they known that it was Xiao Fan who had acquired the boundless battle spirit, their composure would likely have faltered. Director, are you not concerned about their identities? Fu Bo inquired once more. I am already aware. Aside from the one named Xiao Fan, the other three possess substantial backgrounds. However, our Xinfeng Academy is not merely an institution of the Great Yin Dynasty. It is an entity of the battle spirit continent, beyond the reach of the Great Yin Dynasty. Guo replied, waving his hand dismissively. Though he appeared indifferent, he seemed to possess an intimate understanding of the unfolding events. Indeed, yet I wonder if these youngsters might falter along the way. It has been 28 years since our last recruitment, Fu Bo sighed, and when he regained his senses, Guo had already vanished. After more than 4 hours had passed, Xiao Fan and his companions finally exhausted their last reserves of energy. Trudging heavily towards the gates of Xinfeng Academy as dawn broke on the horizon. I'm so tired. I'm not awake, so please don't wake me. The plump Nongguang Xiao murmured, her eyelids drooping. Had it not been for their peak battle master prowess, their physical resilience would have surely succumbed to fatigue. This is not the time for slumber, Fu Bo's raspy voice echoed, sending a shiver through the group. You old rascal, do not go too far. The little devil girl gasped, her body drenched in perspiration, harboring a considerable grievance. Fu Bo ignored her entirely, snapping his fingers as streams of light penetrated their bodies. The binding force dissipated suddenly, and a surge of formidable soul power coursed through their meridians like a warm current, dispelling their exhaustion completely. Why do I feel on the verge of a breakthrough? The plump one marveled at the transformation within him. So do I, the little devil girl exclaimed, equally astonished. I just need a little more, Ling Feng added, his expression one of astonishment. Only Xiao Fan remained silent. He too sensed that his soul power had stabilized at the pinnacle of the Battle Master realm after a night of cultivation. Xiao Fan understood that this achievement was intrinsically linked to the illusion and Fu Bo's assistance. Though this method of cultivation was somewhat harsh, it undoubtedly proved effective. Continue your cultivation, Fu Bo instructed with a sweeping glance before departing the Xinfeng Academy, leaving the four in a state of mutual contemplation. Let us restore our soul power. I shall treat everyone to a grand feast, Ling Feng declared exuberantly. After enduring this night, a hearty meal is essential for recovery, the plump one nodded in agreement. Eating is indeed important. However, to remain here, each of us must submit 100,000 low-grade soul stones within 3 months, Xiao Fan mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, the three exchanged troubled glances, knowing full well that Guo and Fu Bo were not jesting. Given their talents, they would receive the utmost treatment in any academy within the various dynasties. However, at Xinfeng Academy, they were expected to fend for themselves, an unprecedented circumstance. Do you have any ideas? I have a feeling that acquiring soul stones from elsewhere might be unreliable, the plump one remarked, his expression unusually serious. He had begun to appreciate the benefits of Xinfeng Academy. Despite the challenges, the rewards were indeed significant. We clandestinely procure the soul stones. Those two old geezers will undoubtedly remain oblivious. The little sorceress remarked nonchalantly, no longer broaching the topic of departing from the Xinfeng Academy. However, Guo is exceedingly astute. Should he discover our scheme, we would be expelled from the academy, and our reputations would be tarnished. Ling Feng shook his head, dismissing this notion. Xiao Fan observed the trio, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. I have devised 2 swift methods to accumulate low-grade soul stones. I would like to know your thoughts. Pray, do share. The little sorceress's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and both Ling Feng and the stout fellow also expressed interest. The first method, upon our arrival at Xinfeng Academy yesterday. We surely irked the Battle King Academy. After all, you all possess 8th grade and even 9th grade battle souls. How many would desire to best you? Xiao Fan chuckled. Are you suggesting we challenge the Battle King Academy to a duel and wager some stakes? Ling Feng's eyes gleamed. He too was a fearless individual. This idea is splendid. For any cultivator beneath the battle sovereign realm, I shall vanquish them all, the stout fellow proclaimed with exuberance. And what of the second method? The little sorceress's eyes sparkled like a lively sprite. As for the second method, I shall undertake it myself. If I succeed, I will inform you. If not, consider it as if I never spoke. Xiao Fan smiled, his fingers brushing over the jade vial containing the beauty elixir tucked within his sleeve. What a mysterious method you possess. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to tell us, Ling Feng inquired curiously. My soul power has nearly recovered, regardless of the busyness ahead. Let us first indulge in a grand feast. On me, the stout fellow declared, abruptly rising, an explosive surge of soul power emanating from him. This fellow has already stepped into the battle sovereign realm and could shatter the barrier at any moment. I have heard that the Yuelai Tower is quite splendid, Ling Feng grinned. Leading the way out of Shinkong Academy. Within a tavern, the four of them feasted heartily, ordering a table replete with delicacies. Even Xiao Fan, who had savored countless exquisite dishes in his past life, relished the meal with delight. The flesh of the third-tier soul beasts is indeed remarkable. Come, let us toast. For we shall all be allies from this point forward. The stout fellow, with grease adorning his lips, raised a large wine cup and drank heartily. From now on, we are like siblings. By age, I should be the eldest. Henceforth, should you face insurmountable challenges, I, Ling Feng, shall not stand idly by, he smiled. Downing another cup of wine. Observing Ling Feng, Xiao Fan couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration. In a certain sense, he is still his rival. Yet he harbored no animosity, instead displaying such warmth. If Ling Feng's demeanor were feigned, his cunning would be truly formidable. Nevertheless, Xiao Fan preferred to believe this was a genuine display of his character. How old are you? I am 17. Could you possibly be my senior? The stout fellow interjected, unwilling to concede in their contest for dominance. My apologies, I turned 18 today, Ling Feng replied with a mischievous grin. Yet Xiao Fan noticed a hint of melancholy in his gaze. Ling Feng, happy birthday, Xiao Fan raised his cup and downed it in one gulp. You may call yourself the elder brother, but I shall not relinquish Shiyu to you. We shall compete fairly. Ling Feng feigned a solemn expression. Very well. Xiao Fan nodded with a smile, yet internally he added a thought. Do conquer the little demoness swiftly. It would make my life considerably easier thereafter. What are you saying? The little demoness cheeks flushed crimson, having consumed several cups of wine, her inebriation rendering her skin so radiant it seemed to glisten. I am 16. And the little demoness is younger than I. You are the youngest. Xiao Fan cleared his throat, promptly asserting his position. After all, he must impart to the little demoness the virtues of respecting her elders and cherishing the young. Why should that matter? I was the first to join the Divine Wind Academy. The little demoness retorted defiantly, clearly unsettled by being labeled the youngest. It is a unanimous decision among the three of us, Xiao Fan and his companions declared in unison, causing the little demoness to stomp her feet in frustration. Yet she found herself powerless to dispute it. Half an hour later, the exquisite dishes on the table were devoured by the four, who then left the establishment. Their bellies full and content. Dear guests, the total comes to 31,000 low-grade soul stones, removing the change, that amounts to 30,000 low-grade soul stones. The innkeeper beamed at the four, his eyes glinting as though he beheld a treasure trove of soul stones. With a loud belch, Ling Feng fumbled through his sleeves, perhaps too intoxicated to retrieve anything substantial. Oh, aren't you the geniuses of the Divine Wind Academy? How bold of you to dine here without any money. The Divine Wind Academy had always been perceived as a gathering of impoverished souls. Possessing a 9th-grade battle soul meant little without adequate resources for cultivation. To be unable to produce even a few tens of thousands of low-grade soul stones reflected poorly on their prospects for advancing beyond the Battle King realm. Rumors had circulated that the Divine Wind Academy had not admitted new students in over 20 years. The veracity of this claim remained uncertain. Suddenly, a series of mocking voices echoed through the air. Entering were a dozen young individuals clad in matching attire, clearly from the Battle King. Among them stood a familiar face, Huang Tianqin, the very individual whom Xiao Fan had previously sent flying with a single strike. While one would expect a fierce confrontation upon meeting an enemy, Huang Tianqin remained silent. A slender youth beside him cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Fan and then turned to Huang Tianqin, asking, Brother Tianqin, is this one of the individuals who repelled you? At this remark, Huang Tianqin's countenance soured instantly, his expression more pained than if he had consumed a dead rat. After all, he ranked among the top 20 of the Battle King Academy, a dignified battle sovereign. He had faced humiliation at the hands of a mere battle master. It was merely luck that favored Xiao Fan. Otherwise, he could not possibly be my match. Huang Tianqin's companion, Xiaoyu, interjected. Her gaze towards Xiao Fan filled with murderous intent, her face marked with purplish bruises, evidently the result of a recent skirmish. Oh, I am quite eager to see whether the Xiao Fan's luck is indeed so fortunate, the slender youth remarked with a faint smile, which quickly morphed into a frosty glare as he commanded, "Who is Xiao Fan?" "Step forward." Xiao Fan's eyes chilled, the haze of inebriation dissipating instantly. He stepped forward, regarding the slender youth with cold intensity. "You are the fortunate Xiao Fan?" The slender youth raised his head haughtily, looking down upon Xiao Fan with disdain. For he regarded the young battle master as inconsequential. He possessed a profound understanding of Huang Tianxin's prowess, who was a mid-tier battle sovereign and ranked 19th on the Academy's leaderboard. In his view, Xiao Fan's victory was solely due to luck. The portly figure and the little which displayed expressions of anxiety, but were restrained by Ling Feng. If anyone here had insight into Xiao Fan's strength, it was undoubtedly Ling Feng and Huang Tianxin. On the day of their confrontation, Ling Feng had observed the battle with clarity. It was not merely Xiao Fan's strength that was formidable, but his mental fortitude. Moreover, having recently broken through to the pinnacle of the battle master realm, even a mid-tier battle sovereign might find it challenging to gain the upper hand against him. Huang Tianxin had initially intended to caution the lanky youth, but upon hearing the boy's sardonic tone, he decided against further commentary. "I am Xiao Fan," came the calm declaration from Xiao Fan, who had just achieved a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the battle master realm. He longed for an exhilarating contest against opponents of equal standing. He felt no trepidation unless faced with an extraordinary genius or a monstrous talent. His sights were now set on the formidable battle sovereigns. "If you can repel me, I shall cover the cost of this meal," the lanky youth remarked with a smile, his eyes occasionally darting towards Huang Tianxin. Noticing Xiao Fan's silence, he added hastily, "Fear not, I shall remain here motionless. You may strike with all your might. If you can indeed repel me, it will count as your victory." "Is this lad truly hesitant? Is he not a man?" murmured those behind the lanky youth, who expressed their disdain for Xiao Fan. "He is in for a rough time." Senior brother Sun Zi is a mid-tier battle sovereign and the 18th ranked expert in the Academy. Few can triumph over him in their realm, let alone a mere battle master. Are the disciples of Shenfeng Academy all cowards? Even in defeat, they stand to gain 3,000 low-grade soul stones. Such an opportunity should not be turned down. Ling Feng smirked coldly at the bravado of the Sun family members. "You should first hand over the 3,000 low-grade soul stones to the shopkeeper. Don't renege later." Xiao Fan finally spoke. "Arrogant little brat, do you know who I am? The scions of the 4 great families are known for their honor. Would I renege for a trifling sum of 3,000 low-grade soul stones? Besides, you lack the capacity to repel me," Sun Zi retorted, his expression darkening. "In your eyes, the promise of the 4 great families holds weight, but to me, it is not. If you refuse to pay, then begone," Xiao Fan replied with a faint smile, his expression a clear mockery of the 4 great families. "You seek your own demise," Sun Zi seethed, summoning 300 medium-grade soul stones from the ring on his finger, placing them upon the counter. "This is a soul ring?" Gasps erupted from the crowd, their envy directed at Sun Zi. Xiao Fan, too, was taken aback. The diminutive ring could contain such a multitude of items. Was this akin to the spatial rings described in the novels of his past life? Country bumpkin. "You truly do not know what a soul ring is?" Sun Zi's face beamed with pride. The soul ring was an exceptionally unique soul weapon, crafted by artisans using specialized techniques, containing its own spatial realm capable of holding other items. To forge a soul ring, one must possess at least the skills of a 5th-tier blacksmith. Thus, even the most ordinary soul ring is equivalent to a 5th-tier soul weapon, with its value determined by its spatial capacity. However, even the smallest soul ring commands a price of several 100,000 low-grade soul stones, underscoring its rarity. While I am unfamiliar with the intricacies of the soul rings, I am grateful for the 300 mid-grade soul stones you have provided," remarked Xiao Fan with a faint smile. "Such arrogance, come here." Sun Zi's face twisted with malice. Had it not been for his desire to indirectly prove his superiority over Huang Tianxin, he would have already charged at Xiao Fan to eliminate him. "Be cautious," murmured Xiao Fan softly, as he abruptly surged forward, employing the mysterious steps to dash towards Sun Zi, unleashing waves of soul energy that transformed into the sword beams sliced through the air, accompanied by a series of thunderous sonic booms, moving with the swiftness of lightning. In an instant, at least a dozen sword shadows swept towards Sun Zi, whose expression shifted drastically. Remaining stationary would undoubtedly lead to being struck by the sword light. To retreat would signify defeat, rendering him more pathetic than Huang Tianxin, who still possessed the courage to fight. It dawned upon Sun Zi that he had grossly underestimated Xiao Fan's prowess. The ability to send Huang Tianxin flying was not merely a stroke of luck, but a testament to true strength. The crowd gasped, their pupils dilating in astonishment as they beheld Xiao Fan's display. Is this truly the might of a battle master? Has he achieved another breakthrough? Huang Tianxin's eyes flickered with surprise as he contemplated. This young man must be eliminated. With a whoosh, the air erupted with explosive sounds as all the sword energies converged upon Sun Zi's location. Just as onlookers anticipated a devastating blow, they discovered that Sun Zi had evaded to the side, his countenance exceedingly grim. Thank you for the 30,000 soul stones, Xiao Fan chuckled, knowing full well that Sun Zi dared not withstand his assault head-on. Having said that, Xiao Fan exchanged a knowing glance with Ling Feng and proceeded towards the entrance of the tavern. Who allowed you to leave? Sun Zi snapped back to reality, bellowing in rage as the young men behind him brandished their soul weapons, pointing them threateningly at Xiao Fan and his companions. What? Is this the caliber of the Sun family? You claim to be men of your word? Pa. Ling Feng shot a cold glare at Sun Zi, exuding an aura of authority that left Sun Zi's companions trembling in fear. Huang Tianxin quickly intervened, attempting to restrain his compatriots, though unaware of Ling Feng's true identity. He had been advised by family members to cultivate a relationship with him, and certainly not to offend him. Members of the Sun family are, of course, men of their word, Sun Zi declared solemnly, fixing his gaze upon Xiao Fan. Your strength is sufficient for a duel with me. Should you emerge victorious, the 100,000 low-grade soul stones will be yours. No sooner had he spoken than Sun Zi flung forth 100,000 low-grade soul stones. It must be acknowledged that as a direct descendant of one of the four great families, he possessed a considerable wealth of soul stones. 100,000 low-grade soul stones? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Such a sum could purchase a peak-tier 4th-grade soul beast soul crystal, enough to elevate a battle master to the rank of battle sovereign. What? Are you frightened? Sun Zi grinned maliciously, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty beast. 100,000 low-grade soul stones. Are you attempting to insult me? Xiao Fan scoffed dismissively, disregarding the offer entirely, inciting the ire of those around him. If you are willing to squander 100,000 inferior soul stones to appease a beggar, then I would rather embrace the life of a beggar myself. Xiao Yu gazed at the spirited Xiao Fan, a flicker of disdain crossing her features. She deeply regretted her earlier decisions. Had she known, she would have fought tooth and nail to eliminate Xiao Fan, thus averting future troubles. Then how much do you desire? Sun Zi appeared almost entranced, fixated on battling Xiao Fan to reclaim his lost honor. At least 500,000. If you win, I shall bestow upon you 500,000. Should you lose, you will owe me 500,000, Xiao Fan replied with an air of calm. 500,000 inferior soul stones. The crowd stared in astonishment at Xiao Fan, particularly Xiao Yu, who had a fair understanding of him. 500,000 inferior soul stones was an immense fortune, not just for Xiao Fan, but also for the Xiao family. Ha ha. Sun Zi burst into laughter, as if he had just heard the greatest joke in the world. With your stature, do you truly believe you can produce 500,000 inferior soul stones? The little demoness and her companions frowned. While 500,000 inferior soul stones would typically be of little consequence to them at this moment, they could not possibly summon such a sum. Who, in their right mind, would carry that many inferior soul stones on their person? Believe it or not, it matters not. If you're lacking in courage, we shall take our leave, Xiao Fan replied nonchalantly. To him, soul stones were merely a form of currency. Though he could not produce them at present, he was acutely aware that Sun Zi would not easily forsake the opportunity to display his bravado. Wait, indeed. As soon as Xiao Fan took a step forward, Sun Zi called out to him. I accept your wager of 500,000 inferior soul stones. No sooner had he spoken than a multitude of soul stones appeared on the ground, each roughly the size of a pinky finger. A cursory glance revealed nearly 200,000. Not enough. Xiao Fan shook his head, mildly astonished. It was no surprise that a scion of a prominent family would carry such a vast amount of inferior soul stones. He also gleaned that Sun Zi's soul ring likely held a space of 3 to 4 cubic meters, ample enough for many possessions. Produce your soul stones. Sun Zi glared ominously at Xiao Fan before shifting his gaze to the crowd behind them. Young Master Sun, I only have 20 medium-grade soul stones. I did not bring my soul stone card. I possess 50. I just took a bath and forgot my soul stone card. Currently, I have only 63 medium-grade soul stones. The cultivators behind Sun Zi produced dozens of medium-grade soul stones, yet they were still far from the 500,000 inferior soul stones required. These are all worthless trinkets. Sun Zi exclaimed coldly, his anger directed at those surrounding him. Normally, they fawned over him, eager to extract benefits from him. But now, at this critical juncture, they began to shirk their responsibilities. The others bowed their heads, vaguely sensing Xiao Fan's peculiarity, unwilling to indulge Sun Zi's madness. They understood that, regardless of the outcome, any soul stones they contributed would be irretrievable. This soul stone card contains 400,000 inferior soul stones. Should you win, they will belong to you. Now, it is time for you to produce 500,000 inferior soul stones. Sun Zi seethed with rage, no longer considering the consequences. The soul stone card is a unique item within the realm of battle spirits, akin to a bank card from Xiao Fan's previous life, offering remarkable convenience. However, it is exclusively issued by the Hall of Battle Spirits. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan shook his head slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. What? Do you seek to go back on your word? Sun Zi's gaze turned icy in an instant. Xiao Fan remained remarkably composed and replied, Firstly, you compelled me to engage in battle, and the condition was set by me, requiring you to present 500,000 low-grade soul stones. While I am not obliged to stake anything, of course, you may choose not to fight. Secondly, I am unfamiliar with this soul stone card. You claim it contains 400,000 low-grade soul stones, and I am expected to take your word for it? Do you deem yourself excessively clever? Or do you believe me to be a fool? Naturally, I am aware of this soul ring of yours. If you were to present it as a wager, it would not be out of the question. Delusional, Sun Zi bellowed, his expression torn between rage and the desire to teach Xiao Fan, this impudent youth, a lesson. Yet, he was also mindful of his pride, reluctant to suffer defeat at the hands of a mere battle master. Roaring in fury, Xiao Jin, believing Sun Zi intended to harm Xiao Fan, bared its teeth at him. Is the third brother attempting to outsmart the wolf with empty hands? Does he possess such confidence in his abilities? The chubby man observed Xiao Fan with astonishment, whispering to Ling Feng. The inebriation of the group began to dissipate. As they had previously arranged themselves by age, with Xiao Fan being the third, hence the chubby man referred to him as the third brother. Second brother. What do you think of the third brother's character? Ling Feng inquired softly, sensing an air of enigma surrounding Xiao Fan. He is steady, yet somewhat mysterious. The chubby man pondered for a moment, finally articulating his thoughts. I share the same sentiment, Ling Feng replied with a slight smile. Xiao Fan cast a glance at the two before turning back to Sun Zi, saying, Is it merely a soul ring? I would assume that, given your esteemed status as the young master of the Sun family, you would not regard it with disdain. Xiao Fan began to weave a web of persuasion around Sun Zi. However, Sun Zi remained acutely alert, retorting with a cold smirk, Is it merely a soul ring? Do you, country bumpkin, have any idea of its value? A full 800,000 low-grade soul stones. Someone of your background could never amass such wealth in a lifetime. Then let us raise the stakes to an even greater sum, 1 million low-grade soul stones, Xiao Fan remarked nonchalantly, a smile playing on his lips as he spoke with utmost sincerity. 1 million. Even Sun Zi, despite his status, inhaled sharply. 1 million exceeded his entire. The soul ring he possessed was a family gift, not to be sold. Initially, Sun Zi would not have considered wagering the soul ring. But the sight of Xiao Fan's smug grin ignited his fury. And if you lose? I shan't lose. Should I falter, I will present 1 million soul crystals without fail. If I go back on my word, I shall become your servant, at your disposal, Xiao Fan replied calmly, his eyes radiating unwavering confidence. Very well, you have my word. Innkeeper, draft an agreement. I never force others, yet I shall not allow myself to be trifled with. Sun Zi glowered at Xiao Fan, adding silently, Once you fall into my grasp, I shall ensure you wish for death itself. The proprietors swiftly established an agreement, and both Xiao Fan and Sun Zi perused it before signing, subsequently making their way onto the bustling street. Boss, do you think we might be overstepping? The corpulent one expressed his concerns, noting that Sun Zi was at least in the mid-stage of the battle sovereign realm, while Xiao Fan's battle spirit was merely of the 4th rank. Could he truly transcend an entire major realm and 2 minor realms in combat? I am uncertain. Let us hope no complications arise, Ling Feng replied, also harboring reservations. Despite possessing a 9th rank battle spirit, he approached Sun Zi with, how much more so would he be with Xiao Fan? Rascal, I hope you can knock him into a pig's face. Making it so unrecognizable that even his parents wouldn't recognize him, the mischievous little sorceress exclaimed, shaking her fist with fervor. Fear not. I shall make him unrecognizable to his own progenitors, Xiao Fan grinned, a wicked smile spreading across his face. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "This battle is not merely about defeating him. I intend to instill a lasting fear within him, so that he dares not provoke me again. Let us commence." Even after being momentarily repelled by Xiao Fan, Sun Zi retained his pride. As a renowned expert on the Battle King Academy's leaderboard, he exuded a certain grace. "I shall not hold back then," he retorted with a sardonic smile, and in the next instant, he vanished from sight, employing the mystical steps technique. Xiao Fan reappeared before Sun Zi, delivering a formidable punch that reverberated through the air, creating a series of sonic booms. This blow was a synthesis of various second-rank martial techniques, culminating in a third-rank battle skill that epitomized speed, strength, and finesse. "Merely a trivial skill," Sun Zi scoffed, his body agile as a swallow. As Xiao Fan drew near, he retreated rather than advancing, countering with a fierce palm strike. Waves of white ripples emanated from his palm, exuding a heavy aura that pressed toward Xiao Fan with an elegance reminiscent of flowing clouds, commanding the atmosphere. Fourth-rank battle skill, cloud-dispelling palm. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, eyes wide with admiration for Sun Zi. Truly, he was the young master of the Sun family, having mastered the fourth-rank technique to an extraordinary degree. Who was this challenger? Daring to provoke young Master Sun? It seemed he was yet another inexperienced youth. Fortunate he encountered the eldest son, for had it been the second son, his fate would have been far worse, as Sun Heir was known as the most notorious of the three tyrants of Yin City. This individual was merely awaiting his demise. Regardless of the outcome, the Sun family would not let him escape unscathed. To offend the eldest son of the Sun family in Yin City was tantamount to courting death. Uninformed cultivators were drawn to the clash between Xiao Fan and Sun Zi, surrounding them with cold smiles directed at Xiao Fan. Boom. Xiao Fan's punch collided with the cloud-dispelling palm, unleashing a violent surge of soul power that rippled outward, sending the onlookers reeling, their vital energies roiling within them. The cobblestones of the street shattered, dust rising into the air, as many spectators displayed expressions of shock. "I recognize him now." He once offended Huang Tianba and sent Huang Tianchen flying with a single sword strike. Despite being a mere fourth-rank battle spirit, he was taken away by the president of the Divine Wind Academy. Someone in the crowd remarked, astonishment flashing in their eyes. This individual truly knows how to stir trouble. Having just offended young Master Huang, he now dares to confront young Master Sun. Another voice chimed in, their gaze toward Xiao Fan akin to that of a condemned man. "You have actually cultivated a third-rank battle skill to its zenith." Sun Zi gazed at Xiao Fan in astonishment, but within a fleeting moment, he regained his composure. "So this is your trump card? If this is all you have, then you may as well lie down. Is that so?" Xiao Fan replied with a cold smile as the ghostly battle spirit suddenly manifested, an overwhelming surge of soul power reverberating forth. The shadow remained indistinct, yet compared to yesterday, it had grown significantly stronger. Just a fourth-grade battle spirit. Sun Zi scoffed derisively and bellowed, "Crimson Flame Sky Bear, come forth." With his furious command, a colossal bear engulfed in blazing crimson flames appeared behind him, towering at 2 zhong. Its muscular frame radiated explosive strength, as if it could evaporate the very space around them. A sixth-grade battle spirit, the Crimson Flame Sky Bear. It was said that the bear's tyrannical might could obliterate even a battle king with a single punch. The crowd's pupils constricted as they hastily retreated, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Dominating Heaven's Fist, Sun Zi reveled in the terror and envy reflected in the gazes around him when suddenly, with a thunderous shout, the Crimson Flame Sky Bear stepped forward, unleashing a formidable punch towards Xiao Fan. A flurry of fist shadows pierced through the air, the void trembling as flames roared. Imbued with a devastating power. How formidable! Truly worthy of the Sun family among the 4 great families. Not only does he possess a 6th-grade battle spirit, but he can also execute a 5th-grade martial technique. Although merely a superficial display, it would easily annihilate a battle master. The crowd felt a tremor in their hearts as they beheld the chaos of fists and flames surrounding Xiao Fan. Endless sword. Xiao Fan finally uttered a powerful incantation. As sword shadows flickered, radiating brilliant light, enveloping him in a blazing golden aura, a manifestation of the endless battle art in action. Boom. The sword light surged forth, its speed akin to lightning, shattering countless fist shadows and flames. Yet, there were simply too many to obliterate in one strike. "I believe that killing you may indeed bring me the greatest satisfaction." Sun Zi laughed heartily, releasing a torrent of soul power, the force of his punches intensifying. Countless fist shadows and flames surged toward Xiao Fan, the overwhelming momentum causing his... He could not help but concede that a 5th-grade martial technique was far superior to a 3rd-grade one. his eyes fixed upon the myriad of fist shadows, his mind rapidly calculating, the legacy of the endless battle manual firmly etched in his consciousness. Die! Sun Zi roared as the dominant fist shadows descended. Sun Zi, we agreed to merely compare our strengths, the stout man shouted. With that punch, Xiao Fan would undoubtedly meet his demise. The power of a fifth-grade martial technique was exceedingly terrifying. What of killing him? Forcing me to employ this technique, his death would be worth it. Sun Zi laughed in rage, completely disregarding the stout man and his companions. In Yin City, only the 4 great families had the right to kill. No one else dared to lay a hand on them. Do you wish to kill me? Ultimately, it may be you who meets your end. Xiao Fan responded with a cold smile. He had not anticipated that Sun Zi would genuinely seek to end his life. Did that mean he no longer needed to hold back? Endless fist. With a roar, Xiao Fan suddenly surged forward, unleashing the same third-grade martial technique in retaliation. Each fist clashing against the multitude of illusory shadows, the air resonating with thunderous echoes. While the fist shadows were indeed formidable, they would not claim their lives, however. Those flames stirred a sense of concern within Xiao Fan. With a resounding thud, Xiao Fan was sent flying by a single punch. A torrent of crimson flames surged into his meridians, and scalding blood erupted from his throat. His complexion turned as pale as death, and his body fell to the ground like a severed kite, shattering the cobblestones beneath him. Stop. You have won. Ling Feng stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Sun Zi. That punch had likely taken half of Xiao Fan's life. Continuing the battle would surely lead to his demise. Get out of the way. I have not conceded, and this battle is far from over. Sun Zi's expression was icy, as he had no intention of letting Xiao Fan escape. Not only had Xiao Fan deceived him out of 30,000 soul stones, but he also attempted to swindle his soul ring. Ling Feng, stand aside. Suddenly, a domineering and indifferent voice emerged as Xiao Fan slowly rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and advancing step by step. Xiao Fan, you. Ling Feng looked at him with concern. Boss, he is right. I have not surrendered, and this battle is not finished. Xiao Fan pushed past Ling Feng, resolutely moving forward. How can you still stand? Sun Zi gazed at Xiao Fan in disbelief. That punch had been his ultimate trump card, the fiery red flames capable of incinerating one's meridians in Dantian. A blow of such magnitude would have bested even a late-stage battle sovereign, which was precisely why he ranked 18th on the Academy's leaderboard. What he did not realize was that as those flames entered Xiao Fan's body, they were instantly absorbed by the boundless battle soul. The essence of the boundless battle soul was itself a form of flame, the fire of the scarlet flame heavenly bare battle soul, which paled in comparison, serving merely as a supplement. Fight! Xiao Fan's eyes gleamed with determination. Though the previous strike was overwhelming, he did not believe Sun Zi could unleash it repeatedly. And at that moment, he was filled with a murderous intent. Rest assured, you shall soon meet your end. Sun Zi sneered coldly as the scarlet flame heavenly, spewing forth a stream of flames aimed at Xiao Fan. The 6th-grade battle soul, the scarlet flame heavenly bear, blazed with crimson flames, staining the surroundings. Its ferocity was boundless, and given time, Sun Zi could evolve into a formidable battle king. To the onlookers, how could Xiao, a practitioner with a 4th-grade battle soul and merely at the peak of the battle master stage, possibly contend with Sun Zi? Die! Sun Zi bellowed, the aura of the scarlet flame heavenly bear swelling as its hands descended like twin mountains upon Xiao Fan. Seeking death, Xiao Fan's voice rang out. He executed the misty steps, narrowly evading disaster, while the phantom battle soul enveloped him in swirling black energy, a strange force shrouding him. Xiao Fan's aura surged, as if he had transcended the confines of the battle's sovereign realm. A sort of soul power shot skyward, elusive and ethereal, only a chilling and piercing presence emanating from it. Could that truly be just a 4th-grade battle soul? Why does it feel more terrifying than a 6th grade? The crowd gasped in horror, their skin crawling as they beheld Xiao Fan. Kill. Xiao Fan uttered a single word, and a powerful beam of sword light erupted, instantly reaching Sun Zi. His expression changed drastically as he unleashed a barrage of punches, retreating in haste. Simultaneously, the phantom battle soul transformed into a tumult of black mist, ensnaring the scarlet flame heavenly bear. No matter how it struggled, it could not break free from the grasp of the black fog. Sun Zi's terrified scream echoed through the air. He never expected that Xiao Fan would truly dare to take his life. With a swift motion, a sword aura sliced through his arm, sending his left limb soaring into the sky, blood spraying like a crimson mist. Dare you? If you wish to kill me, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. Xiao Fan replied with a cold smirk, showing no mercy. He advanced, delivering a powerful blow that shattered Sun Zi's severed arm. Ah! Sun Zi cried out in fear, blood gushing from his mouth as his pupils trembled violently. Just as he prepared to utter a word, a shadow of a fist hurtled toward him. Several bloody teeth erupted from his mouth, his facial bones nearly shattered, and his body flew back like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the cobblestone street. At that moment, the rolling black mist nearby transformed once more into ghostly battle spirits, while the red flame heavenly bear had vanished without a trace. This person is truly monstrous. The crowd gazed at Xiao Fan in horror, their eyes filled with disbelief. The little witch, Ling Feng, and Nangong Xiaoxiao were equally astonished. Could it be that Xiao Fan was merely at the pinnacle of the battle master level? How could he seem even more terrifying than those at the peak of battle sovereign? Sun Zi was no match for him and had almost been killed. Xiao Fan strode toward Sun Zi, the ghostly battle spirit hovering ominously above him, dark energy swirling fiercely, its momentum seemingly intensified compared to before. He was engulfed by tumultuous waves of emotion, for he alone understood that Sun Zi's red flame heavenly bear battle spirit had been transformed into boundless soul energy. Consumed by the ghostly battle spirit, could a battle spirit truly devour another? Did such a phenomenon exist in the world? Xiao Fan had never even heard of such a battle spirit, yet the ghostly battle spirit was capable of doing so. If the ghostly battle spirit was merely a fourth-tier spirit, then what could one make of the red flame heavenly bear? A cold sneer formed within Xiao Fan. He had no intention of sparing Sun Zi. Bloodied and trembling in fear, Sun Zi looked desperately at Xiao Fan. As the latter approached, he used his remaining hand to push himself backward, pleading for mercy, yet no sound emerged. With a thud, Xiao Fan's foot landed upon Sun Zi, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. In that moment, Xiao Fan's heart was set on murder. Did you not wish to kill me? With that, Xiao Fan lifted his foot and stomped down again. Sun Zi let out a horrific scream, sending chills down the spines of onlookers. At this moment, Xiao Fan appeared as a terrifying embodiment of a demon. Huang Tianxin felt a chill run down his spine, relieved that he was not the one lying on the ground. If he were to perish, his family might seek vengeance, but what use was revenge for a life lost? Xiao Yu's face turned ashen. She could hardly comprehend that this was truly the once silent waste of the Xiao family, now displaying such formidable power. Do you not consider yourself superior? With another stomp, Sun Zi was left barely clinging to life. Stop. Suddenly, a booming voice resonated from afar, and several figures approached slowly. At the forefront stood a man in a golden robe, his thick brows and tiger-like eyes exuding an unspoken regal authority. The head of the Sun family. The crowd gasped, hastily parting to make way. The newcomer was none other than Sun Ting, the patriarch of the Sun family and Sun Zi's father. You'd best not come any closer, Xiao Fan shouted, his foot firmly planted on Sun Zi's head, glaring fiercely at Sun Ting. A sense of doubt arose within him. How could he be fighting with Sun Zi when the Sun family resided far from here? Was it merely his misfortune that he happened to cross paths with them? Young man, one must show mercy when possible. Sun Ting gazed upon the mangled form of Sun Zi, furrowing his brow. After a deep breath, his gaze shifted towards Xiao Fan, an indistinct aura emanating from him, sweeping towards Xiao Fan. I advise you to remain still. Your son's life is far more precious than mine. Xiao Fan felt a tremendous surge of soul power crashing against him, but fortunately, the white stone emitted a faint glow, barely providing protection. A flicker of surprise crossed Sun Ting's eyes. He had intended to strike Xiao Fan with his soul power. Yet he was astonished to find Xiao Fan unscathed. Had an ordinary warrior been in his position, they would likely have been rendered senseless. Could it be that this young man possessed a rare treasure? Indeed, it seems that the entire family indulges in underhanded schemes. Do you not find it disgraceful? As a formidable warlord, to resort to stealthy assaults with soul power? Xiao Fan regarded Sun Ting with icy disdain. Impudent! Do you realize whom you are addressing? Before Sun Ting could act, a middle-aged man behind him barked angrily. The crowd was taken aback. Was Xiao Fan truly mad enough to speak to the head of the Sun family in such a manner? Even with 100 lives, he could not afford to do so. Xiao Yu and Huang Tianxin exchanged glances filled with delight. If Sun Ting were to eliminate Xiao Fan, it would be most fortuitous. Sun Ting blocked those nearby, narrowing his eyes. Young man, should my son perish, you too shall meet your end, along with your family and friends. Do you believe me? Those without shoes fear not those who wear them. I am but a lone wanderer. Do you think I fear your threats? Xiao Fan's expression turned frigid. outraged that Sun Ting would dare use his family as leverage against him. This was, without a doubt, a direct affront to his pride. And he exerted even more force beneath him. Sun Zi emitted agonizing cries akin to that of a slaughtered pig, nearly provoking Sun Ting to a fury. This boy was truly impervious to reason. If there was anything Xiao Fan was concerned about, it was only Xiao Haoyan. As for the little demoness and her companions, Xiao Fan had no doubt that Sun Ting would not dare harm them. Should he truly slay the little demoness, Ling Feng and the fatty would likely bring ruin upon the Sun family. The crowd looked on in astonishment, witnessing Xiao Fan audaciously tormenting Sun Ting's son in plain view. Such audacity was unprecedented. Everything can be resolved through negotiation. Sun Ting finally relented, knowing he had only 2 sons. Sun Zi, one of the designated heirs of the Sun family, possessed a 6th-grade battle soul and would undoubtedly become a formidable warlord in the future. Now we can negotiate. Xiao Fan sneered, producing a piece of paper, an agreement between himself and Sun Zi, clearly stating that as long as he did not surrender, no one. I recall he just told me the same. With that, Xiao Fan suddenly leaned down towards Sun Zi and asked, Sun Zi, do you wish to surrender? Sun Zi felt a surge of blood rising in his throat. Had he known better than to speak so carelessly, he would not be in this predicament. Yet now, even if he wished to surrender, he could not voice it. The distant crowd, hearing Xiao Fan's words, could only grimace. Was this not a clear indication that he had no intention of letting Sun Zi off the hook? With his teeth knocked out and his mouth swollen like 2 oversized sausages, how could he possibly respond? Many were on the verge of laughter, yet restrained themselves out of respect for Sun Ting's formidable presence. Zier, if you are willing to surrender, merely shake your head. Sun Ting's expression was ominously dark. At this moment, he hesitated to pressure Xiao Fan further. As Xiao Fan had aptly stated, those without shoes have nothing to fear from those who wear them. If Xiao Fan were to tear up the agreement, he would have no time to intervene. Upon hearing this, Sun Zi's head shook like a rattling drum, her frantic movements betraying her turmoil. You refuse to comply? Xiao Fan furrowed his brow, yet internally he reveled in amusement. Sun Zi shook her head, then nodded, nearly brought to tears, but words eluded her. Apologies, Master Sun. I cannot ascertain whether he truly wishes to surrender, Xiao Fan remarked, casting a glance at Sun Ting. Suddenly, the little sorceress could no longer contain herself, bursting into laughter while the plump fellow doubled over in mirth, collapsing to the ground in fits of giggles. Sun Ting shot them a cold glare, and the 2 formidable warriors beside him unleashed a powerful aura as they advanced towards the pair. Aha! At that moment, the surrounding cultivators could no longer suppress their laughter, prompting the 2 formidable figures to halt, recognizing the principle that one cannot punish the masses for their mirth. With so many laughing, could he possibly execute them all? Boy, what is it that you truly desire? Sun Ting's patience had worn thin. He yearned to strike Xiao Fan down, yet he was acutely aware of the precarious situation. I seek nothing but what is rightfully mine. He has lost and has yet to deliver 1 million low-grade soul stones, as clearly stipulated in our agreement, Xiao Fan replied with a smirk, though in truth, he did not dare to truly harm Sun Zi, for Sun Ting's wrath would surely lead to his demise. Given his strength, he might evade a battle sovereign. But against a battle sect, survival would be a near impossibility, let alone a battle king. Here are 120,000 low-grade soul stones, Sun Ting declared without hesitation, tossing a soul stone card into Xiao Fan's hands. To him, the life of his son was worth far more than this sum. Such is the foundation of the 4 premier families of the Dian dynasty. Xiao Fan accepted the soul stone card and remarked, I trust in your integrity, Master Sunday. However, should I release him, I can only surmise that my death will soon follow. Xiao Fan was no fool. Within this realm, the 4 families could largely disregard the laws of the dynasty. The murder of an insignificant person like himself would have dire repercussions, a truth he had long since grasped. What then do you propose? Sun Ting's brow furrowed. He had not anticipated Xiao Fan to be so obstinate. Nevertheless, he harbored intentions of his own. Once Sun Zi was rescued, he would undoubtedly seek to exact a brutal revenge on Xiao Fan. I require a promise. Before all these witnesses, I demand that if I release Sun Zi, no battle sovereign or higher from the Sun family may lay a hand on me. Or else I will invoke a curse that brings annihilation and extinguishes your lineage. Xiao Fan's smile abruptly vanished. Sun Ting's expression turned frigid, his fists cracking ominously as a palpable aura of wrath began to emanate from him. Of course, any cultivator of equal rank from your family may come to kill me. I will slay as many as dare approach, Xiao Fan stated with an icy tone. Power breeds dominance, and the man was no less dominant. The crowd's eyes widened in shock, staring at Xiao Fan in disbelief. To threaten the head of the Sun family in front of so many required immense courage. This young man was indeed audacious. Did he truly wish for his own demise? Huang Tianqian narrowed his eyes, watching Xiao Fan with astonishment. What if I decline? Sun Ting's demeanor was icy. He did not believe in any toxic vows, yet he was unwilling to be threatened. Then die. Xiao Fan spoke almost without hesitation. Coldly uttering the words, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from him as he pressed down harder on Sun Zi's foot. Do you truly think I would hesitate to kill you? Sun Ting was equally enraged. This young man was impervious to reason, far too cunning. With that, Sun Ting advanced step by step towards Xiao Fan, convinced that he would not dare to slay his son. Even if Xiao Fan had no family, he still had friends. The little demoness, Ling Feng, and the chubby one grew tense, their fists clenched so tightly that their fingers nearly pierced their palms, almost drawn. Xiao Fan raised his head, casting a sidelong glance at Sun Ting, and coldly remarked, I know you dare. Why not test it? You gamble, and I gamble. Let us see who strikes first. At these words, Sun Ting's figure trembled. Xiao Fan had his hand firmly around Sun Zi's neck, with a mere squeeze. Sun Zi would undoubtedly perish. The rules of Yin City do not apply to your four great families. Others may die, but your clan cannot. How laughable. Xiao Fan declared coldly. Sun Ting found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unable to articulate a rebuttal. In this world where the strong reign supreme, the so-called laws and rules were crafted for the weak, while their great families existed beyond them. Today, those rules must change. They hold no sway over me. Xiao Fan continued, his grip tightening around Sun Zi's neck, causing the latter's face to flush a deep crimson. The crowd gazed at Xiao Fan in shock. No one dared to underestimate him any longer. This man was utterly fearless, even somewhat terrifying. For years, the four great families had stood proud in Yin City, dismissing all but the royal family, yet now, this young man dared to threaten the Sun family. What audacity! Whether deemed arrogant or ignorant from this day forth, who in Yin City would not recognize the name Xiao Fan? Huang Tianqian felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had restrained himself from intervening. Otherwise, he would have found himself in a dire predicament. Should Xiao Fan act, he would be deprived of the chance to surrender. It would be best for all of you to leave. Otherwise, Xiao Fan's tone turned frosty, and a dark glow flickered in his right hand, which still gripped Sun Zi's neck. Boy, even if you kill my son today, I will ensure your demise. Sun Ting bellowed, unleashing the formidable aura of a warlord. An invisible pressure sweeping through the crowd. Onlookers were hurled back, many feeling their blood surge as weaker cultivators coughed up blood. A testament to the terror of a warlord's might. Leave one word, Sun Ting declared, moving with the swiftness of thunder, charging towards Xiao Fan. If that is the case, then die. Xiao Fan's face contorted with ferocity. Death was inevitable. So he might as well take someone down with him. At least he would not walk the path to the underworld alone. Little did he expect that having been reborn in the Battle Soul Continent, he had yet to showcase his prowess or carve out a domain for himself. Only to meet his end here. With a decisive grip, he crushed Sun Zi's throat, the bone snapping, the head twisting at an unnatural angle, certainly lifeless. You wretch. I shall not rest until you are flayed alive. Sun Ting was completely consumed by rage, his son dying before his very eyes, leaving him unable to maintain his composure. A torrent of murderous intent erupted, and the frenzied soul power swept across the entire space. Under this immense pressure, Xiao Fan coughed up blood incessantly, the gale cutting into his skin like a razor, blood splattering everywhere. Kill. A resolute expression crossed Xiao Fan's face. He was acutely aware that he was merely an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly incapable of challenging Sun Ting, and could scarcely even touch him. He harbored no thoughts of fleeing. A man must stand and face death, rather than kneel to live. You scoundrel! The little sorceress shrieked, her eyes aflame with rage. She attempted to charge forward, but was hurled back by the ferocious gale, unable to draw near. Memories of the past surfaced in her mind. She realized that, unbeknownst to her, a figure had taken residence in her heart, one that she could not dispel, no matter how hard she tried. Ling Feng and the stout man valiantly battled against the gale, their spirits ignited by Xiao Fan's resolve, their eyes bloodshot as they glared at Sun Ting. A torrent of killing intent surging within them. Little Jean howled at the heavens, yet his limited strength rendered him incapable of advancing even an inch. Killing the son of the Sun family and provoking its patriarch, this lad would be deserving of 1,000 deaths. Those who seek death shall find it. It is truly regrettable. Had he matured, he would have undoubtedly become a formidable leader, ruthless and astute, though he is merely too youthful and impetuous. The crowd, knocked aside, seethed with indignation, many directing their hatred towards Xiao Fan. Had he not provoked Sun Ting, they would not have suffered injuries. Nevertheless, a considerable number lamented. Xiao Fan's defiance and indomitable spirit had already captured the hearts of many. Die! Sun Ting coldly uttered a single word, his palm aimed at Xiao Fan's crown, channeling all his fury into a lethal strike. Boom! A tempestuous wave surged outward, stones flying, dust swirling, and countless figures were sent hurtling, the surrounding structures enduring significant damage. "You scoundrel!" the little sorceress cried, her voice torn with anguish. Under such a strike, even a warrior at the pinnacle of the battle sect would surely perish. Those who dare kill members of the Sun family seek their own demise, spoke two formidable figures from the Sun family, their expressions chillingly cold. With this blow, even those at the initial stage of the Battle King realm would surely perish. The patriarch of the Sun family was indeed unfathomably powerful. The crowd stumbled back to their feet, their gazes fixated on the scene ahead, where dust obscured everything. Moments later, as the dust settled, the crowd's pupils constricted in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief, for Xiao Fan stood there, completely unharmed. What transpired? They gasped, incredulous that he emerged unscathed from such an... Was Xiao Fan truly a prodigy? After a few moments, the crowd finally grasped the situation. Before Xiao Fan stood a gaunt man, his complexion pale, skin dark, exuding an air of frailty, as though he could be swept away by the wind. Opposite him stood a visibly shaken Sun Ting, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his face ashen. The patriarch of the Sun family was injured? Who was this man, and how could he be so powerful? The crowd trembled, eyes wide with trepidation, staring at the slender figure. It was he, the head of the Divine Wind Academy. A voice rang out in surprise, recognizing the identity of the tall, slender man. Who else could it be but Guo Shichen? Sun Ting, a formidable warrior, had been injured by Guo Shichen's single strike. How powerful could Guo Shichen be? Xiao Fan stared in astonishment at Guo Shichen, never expecting him to intervene at such a critical moment. While he felt a breath of relief, he also chastised Guo Shichen in his heart. This old fellow was still playing with danger at such a time. Had he arrived sooner, there would have been no need to kill Sun Zi, and he wouldn't have to completely offend the Sun family from now on. The little enchantress, her tears instantly dried, ran excitedly toward him, followed closely by Ling Feng and the plump fellow. They were not safe lingering here with the two mighty warriors of the Sun family, watching them closely. Upon hearing the little enchantress's call, Guo Shichen's expression twitched. It was the first time a junior had addressed him so publicly. "Guo Shichen, you dare to oppose my Sun family?" Sun Ting's cold gaze fell upon Guo Shichen, a hint of trepidation flickering in his eyes. He pondered heavily. "I unleashed my full strength just now." Yet Guo Shichen effortlessly deflected it. Could his power not be at the pinnacle of a warrior king? Guo Shichen waved his hand dismissively. "Master Sun, you jest. I was merely passing through when I witnessed an attempt on the life of someone from my Divine Wind Academy. As the head of the academy, it is only natural that I protect my students. You, Master Sun, are a warrior king. It seems your hand is itching, and mine is too. Why not continue sparring?" "Itching? Itching for your entire family." Sun Ting's face turned dark with rage upon hearing Guo Shichen's words. This man was not merely passing by. He had clearly been lurking in the shadows. How else could he have intervened so timely? Facing Guo Shichen, Sun Ting was no longer unafraid. The crowd looked at Guo Shichen with bewilderment. He seemed just as reticent as Xiao Fan. Was he intentionally provoking Sun Ting? "You from Divine Wind Academy killed my son. What is wrong with me avenging him?" Sun Ting glared at Xiao Fan, his murderous intent still palpable, but he refrained from acting due to Guo Shichen's formidable presence. "So what if one son died? Your cultivation skills are still lacking," Guo Shichen replied nonchalantly. Sun Ting found himself at a loss for a retort, momentarily speechless. "Guo Shichen is so domineering," Nangong Xiao remarked in surprise, secretly giving him a thumbs up. The crowd was equally astonished. Guo Shichen's audacity was not merely domineering, it was a complete disregard for the Sun family. "What of it if I am purposely provoking you? Come at me if you dare." "Is what I said incorrect? Master Sun, you are still young. You can always have another child. Since there is nothing more to discuss, we shall take our leave," Guo Shichen said, glancing at Xiao Fan and the others before turning to leave. Sun Ting was nearly spitting blood with rage. It was the first time he had ever been ignored. Suddenly, He flashed forward, blocking Guo Shichen's path and coldly stating, "Guo Shichen, unless you give me an explanation, none of you shall leave." "An explanation? What explanation do you seek?" Guo Shichen replied, calm yet unyielding. "I want him dead." Sun Ting pointed at Xiao Fan, shouting fiercely, "You just attempted to take the life of my student. Should I then seek your demise as well?" Guo Shichen's expression remained as calm as a still pond, his emotions unwavering, as if he were discussing a matter of little consequence. A glint of malevolence flashed in Sun Ting's eyes as he replied ominously, "Now, not only do I wish to eliminate him, but also the others. They must all perish. Today, I shall see how you intend to protect them." Upon hearing this, the countenance of Xiao Fan and his companions darkened. While Guo Shichen may possess strength, the difficulty of taking a life differs vastly from that of saving one, especially with two formidable warriors from the Sun family lurking in the distance. Enough of this clamor. Guo Shichen's tone turned frigid as his figure abruptly vanished from sight, only to reappear before Sun Ting. A crisp sound echoed as Sun Ting was sent hurtling backward, a mist of blood escaping his lips, his body flying until it came to a halt over 100 meters away. This? The crowd stood in stunned silence, their gazes fixed incredulously upon Guo Shichen. Sun Ting, a warrior of the Battle King rank, had been effortlessly struck away by Guo Shichen. What kind of power was this? Sun Ting himself was caught off guard. He had presumed Guo Shichen's strength to be limited, never anticipating such overwhelming might. Xiao Fan and his companions gazed at Guo Shichen with newfound reverence, their awe slowly rising. Dominant and formidable, such was the consensus of Guo Shichen among the onlookers. No one had imagined that the head of a decayed institution, the Divine Wind Academy, could wield such power, even sending a battle king flying with a mere slap. In the vast expanse of the Great Yin dynasty, how many could rival such combat prowess? Do not mistake my leniency for weakness. My students from the Divine Wind Academy are only to be challenged by me, Guo Shichen stated with an air of indifference, casting a steady gaze upon Sun Ting. Upon hearing this, the reverence that had briefly ignited within Xiao Fan and his comrades was extinguished by Guo Shichen's words. This old man remained insufferably arrogant. In the distance, Sun Ting staggered to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression darkening as he regarded Guo Shichen. The situation was entirely beyond his comprehension. "Guo Shichen, you have the audacity to keep your eyes on them at all times," Sun Ting threatened, aware that he could no longer harm Xiao Fan today. As the head of one of the four great families, being publicly humiliated was unacceptable. He had to assert himself somehow. Guo Shichen shrugged nonchalantly. "Regardless, your Sun family boasts many members. Your indifference is of no concern to me. If you take one life from me, I shall extinguish 100 of your kin, and should anything befall them, I will hold your family accountable." A shiver coursed through the crowd at his words. This Guo Shichen was not merely arrogant, but a veritable harbinger of death. Sun Ting felt as though he had swallowed a dead rat. Recovering his dignity today seemed impossible. His son lay dead, and he had been humiliated. What a stroke of misfortune. "Xiao Fan, I will ensure your demise." Sun Ting could only channel all his fury toward Xiao Fan. Guo Shichen disregarded Sun Ting further, leading Xiao Fan and his companions away as the crowd instinctively parted, their eyes brimming with trepidation and reverence. After taking a few steps, Guo Shichen seemed to suddenly recall something, turning around to address all the cultivators present, stating, "Of course, if it is merely the martial honor realm that takes action against them, I shall not say a word. The youth should indeed engage in more rigorous training." The faces of Xiao Fan and his companions darkened, their hearts seething with anger. Was this old fellow not courting enmity for himself? The martial honor realm is differentiated by ranks. After all, among the four of them, only Ling Feng was at the mid-stage of the martial honor realm, while Xiao Fan, the chubby one, and the little demon girl were merely at the pinnacle of the martial master realm. Should they encounter several peak martial honor experts, they would only have the option of fleeing. Was the president of the Shinfeng Academy implying that the martial honor realm could act against them at will? Did he truly possess such confidence in their abilities? Xiao Fan was already extraordinarily formidable. The other three all bore battle souls of the 8th grade or above. How could they be inferior to Xiao? It seemed that the long-declined Shinfeng Academy was on the verge of resurgence. It had been over 20 years since an 8th grade or higher battle soul had appeared. No wonder Guo Shichen was so protective of them. The crowd buzzed with discussions, and when they regained their senses, they found that Guo Shichen had led Xiao Fan and the others to vanish at the end of the street. 15 minutes later, Guo Shichen brought them to a restaurant, where the sign read Fragrant Pavilion. "Old Ghost Guo, what have you brought us here for?" The little demon girl, Fearless and undeterred even in the presence of Guo formidable power, inquired boldly, "Is it not still for your sake?" Guo replied earnestly, leaving the four completely baffled. The little golden creature growled in disbelief. Guo forced a bitter smile, as if he bore the weight of betrayal, and said, "You see, your tuition fees have yet to be paid. How else am I to earn a living for the academy?" Upon hearing this, the group snapped back to reality, recalling that Guo had previously mentioned working at the fragrant pavilion. Suddenly, Guo delivered a sharp slap to each of their heads, causing them to yelp in pain, with the little demon girl even shedding tears. "Old ghost Guo, I will not let this go," she exclaimed, launching herself at him with claws bared. Yet, no matter how fiercely she attempted to advance, an invisible force seemed to impede her approach. 30,000, Guo exclaimed, pressing his hand to his chest in indignation. "You actually indulged in 30,000 low-grade soul stones at the Yulai Tower, yet you refused to patronize the fragrant pavilion? Here, I can still offer you a 10% discount." The four were utterly defeated by Guo rapid-fire logic. His thoughts leapt too swiftly for them to follow. "Xiao Fan, did you gain anything today?" Guo suddenly turned to Xiao Fan, his expression becoming grave, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow, inhaling deeply before responding. "I should not have acted rashly. Killing Sun Zi was a mistake, given that he is from one of the four great families. I failed to consider the consequences. Is that all?" Guo regarded Xiao Fan with disdain, adopting a tone of disappointment. "Do you mean to say that if someone seeks to kill you, you would simply stand there and allow it? My students at Shifeng Academy are not cowards. Today, you performed admirably. Knowing full well the peril you faced, you still managed to take someone down with you." The expressions of the four shifted, as they had initially expected a reprimand, only to discover that Guo was indeed unlike anyone they had encountered before. "Certainly, there are indeed some inaccuracies." Guo spoke again. "Clearly, the most significant bargaining chip lies within your grasp, yet you fail to utilize it effectively. Securing merely 140,000 low-grade soul stones. Could you not have amassed 4 million? At this moment, Guo suddenly produced a card from his hand, which was none other than the soul stone card that Sun Ting had previously given to Xiao Fan. "You scoundrel, Guo." Xiao Fan seethed with rage. This old rascal had actually pilfered his soul stone card, a sum amounting to 140,000 low-grade soul stones, a considerable fortune in Xiao Fan's eyes. Young people must learn to cultivate their character. Consider these low-grade soul stones as tuition fees, Guo chuckled. The tuition is merely 100,000 low-grade soul stones. Return the excess 40,000 to me. Xiao Fan gritted his teeth. The remaining 40,000 shall serve as your fee for rescuing me today, Guo declared, unleashing his soul power to bar Xiao Fan and his companions from leaving. "You may go now, but remember to seek me out for such delightful opportunities in the future." With that, Guo swiftly vanished into the fragrant pavilion. "This old rogue is utterly despicable." The little demoness could no longer contain herself. Her small fangs glistening as a fair expanse of skin became evident. "If he does not escort us back, does he not fear that the Sun family will target us again?" The portly youth expressed his concerns. "The Sun family is currently safeguarding us, at the very least. Those above the battle sect will not make a move against us. If Guo goes berserk, the Sun family may very well face ruin." Ling Feng replied with a smile. As long as a battle sect expert does not intervene, the group felt relatively untroubled. If they could not win, they could still escape. "What do you think of Guo's strength?" the portly youth queried, resting his chin on his hand, recalling how Guo had effortlessly sent Sun Ting flying with a single slap, which brought him a sense of satisfaction. "Late-stage Battle King?" the little demoness pondered. "Sun Ting appears to be at the late stage of the Battle King realm. Guo is likely at the pinnacle of the Battle King," Ling Feng surmised. "What if he is a Battle Emperor?" Xiao Fan contemplated for a long while before exclaiming. Guo enigmatic aura compelled him to harbor such suspicions. A Battle Emperor? The little demoness, Ling Feng, and the portly youth gasped, a mix of astonishment and skepticism in their expressions. A Battle Emperor is a being possessing at least a 7th-grade battle soul. In the Great Yin Dynasty, there are hardly a few in plain sight, as they represent the pinnacle of a dynasty's power. If that old rogue truly is a Battle Emperor, we could easily navigate through the Great Yin Dynasty. The portly youth chuckled, his thoughts beginning to wander. "Let us return for now. Everyone should strive to break through to the Battle Venerable realm as soon as possible." Thus gaining some measure of confidence against Battle Venerable practitioners, Ling Feng nodded in agreement. You all take little Jean back first. I have some matters to attend to, Xiao Fan stated, stroking little Jin's head. Before anyone could react, he turned and departed. Why is the third one so mysterious? The portly youth murmured softly. Among the four. It was clear that Ling Feng possessed the greatest strength, yet Xiao Fan remained the most inscrutable to him. Let us go, Ling Feng said. A glimmer of insight flickering in his eyes. Not only the portly youth found Xiao Fan hard to fathom, he too was equally perplexed. After a brief interval, Xiao Fan visited a clothing store, purchasing several outfits and a few masks along the way. He then found a secluded corner to don a long black robe and affix a smiling mask to his face. This attire. Even a little sorceress would likely fail to recognize me. Xiao Fan smiled faintly, then opened his palm to reveal a black ring that suddenly materialized in his grasp. If Ling Feng and the others were to witness this, they would surely be astounded, for this was none other than the soul ring that once belonged to Sun Zi. The soul ring becomes functional only after its original owner has perished. With Sun Zi now deceased, it has indeed become an ownerless object. Xiao Fan's gaze intensified as a sliver of soul energy penetrated the soul ring, causing it to emit a dark, radiant glow. In that instant, Xiao Fan sensed a small space within the soul ring, modest in size, measuring merely 3 cubic meters, yet it was filled with an assortment of items. A cursory glance revealed approximately 400,000 low-grade soulstones, along with several hundred medium-grade ones, while the remainder comprised various garments, which held little value for Xiao Fan. Suddenly, his eyes landed upon a tattered tome, the very one containing the 5th-grade combat technique, the overbearing heavenly fist, previously employed by Sun Zi. Sun Zi, indeed, lived up to his lineage, having bestowed upon me such valuable treasures. The worth of the overbearing heavenly fist is certainly on par with that of the soul ring. Xiao Fan chuckled, vowing to refine his skills further, but first, there were pressing matters to attend to. No sooner had he spoken than he executed the mysterious steps. Vanishing within the alley. The Alchemist Guild is one of the 3 major guilds of the Battle Soul Continent, steeped in history and existing for countless years. It is a marketplace for various spiritual herbs and elixirs, a coveted haven for most alchemists. As one of the 3 indispensable professions on the Battle Soul Continent, alchemists garner significant attention wherever they go. Consequently, most alchemists choose to affiliate themselves with organizations like the Alchemist Guild. By becoming an alchemist within the guild, they gain access to spiritual herbs at lower prices and can also sell the elixirs they concoct through the guild. Compared to soul hunters and forgers, the amount of soulstones expended by alchemists is astronomical, which is one of the reasons for their elevated status over soul hunters and forgers. At that moment, a figure clad in a black robe and wearing a mask entered the Alchemist Guild. The figure was none other than Xiao Fan. As he stepped into the brightly lit hall of the guild, his eyes were met with an expansive area filled with numerous crystal counters showcasing an array of potion bottles and spiritual herbs. The hall was vast, and despite the presence of many patrons, it did not feel particularly crowded. Xiao Fan approached one of the counters, where a beautiful female attendant swiftly approached him. Sir, how may I assist you? She inquired, momentarily revealing an unusual glimmer in her eyes before breaking into a radiance. If one were to ask who the most peculiar individuals in the world are, the inhabitants of the Battle Soul Continent would unhesitatingly respond with the term alchemy, thus rendering such encounters rather commonplace. Xiao Fan retrieved a vial from his pocket and placed it upon the counter, enveloping his throat with a hint of soul energy as he spoke. Might you be interested in purchasing this elixir? The Alchemist Guild not only sells various spiritual herbs and elixirs, but also collects diverse herbs and new varieties of potions. What kind of elixir is this? The attendant inquired, maintaining her smile throughout. A beauty elixir, capable of swiftly removing any scars from the body. Xiao Fan succinctly introduced the efficacy of the beauty elixir. Beauty elixir? The maid regarded Xiao Fan with a peculiar expression, pondering, he must merely be a novice alchemist. A beauty elixir? Isn't it just a scar-removing potion? We possess such a concoction in our Alchemist Guild as well. No wonder he conceals his face. He likely fears revealing his true identity. Forgive me, sir, but our Alchemist Guild already has a scar-removing potion. Unless your beauty elixir surpasses its effectiveness, the maid replied, shaking her head. Alchemist, help me. A sharp cry pierced the air as a tall and burly man rushed in, carrying a woman in his arms. What is happening? A young man clad in the Alchemist Guild's attire approached, stopping the imposing figure. Zhang Shi, alchemist, I implore you to save my wife. She has been bitten on the face by a Qingwen snake. You must rescue her. I, He will repay your kindness, even if it means toiling like a beast. The burly man, He knelt before the young man, tears streaming down his face as he gazed upon his wife, who was barely clinging to life. The antidote for the Qingwen snake's venom requires 15,000 low-grade soul stones, Zhang Shi, the alchemist, declared. 15,000 low-grade soul stones? He was taken aback. He had rushed back from the training grounds to the alchemist guild without bringing such a sum. And it was impossible for him to gather that many stones in a short time. The venom of the Qingwen snake was extraordinarily potent. By the time he amassed the soul stones, it was likely his wife would have already perished. Without the soul stones, I can only express my regrets, Zhang Shi remarked, shaking his head with a hint of disdain, contemplating, in the spirit battle continent, many perish daily. If everyone were to expect free assist, the Alchemist Guild would have no reason to exist. Young Alchemist, if you save my wife, I am willing to serve you like a beast. I will certainly provide the 15,000 soul stones. He nearly howled, repeatedly bowing before him with desperation. The surrounding cultivators observed He with sympathetic expressions. Yet they understood the reality. Zhang Shi was one of the 3 notorious ruffians of Yin City, and expecting him to assist without compensation was implausible. Moreover, no one would willingly expend 15,000 low-grade soul stones for a stranger, especially not Zhang Shi. For cultivators at the Battle Sovereign Realm and below, such an amount represented a considerable fortune. I am sorry, but I am powerless to assist. Zhang Shi persisted in shaking his head, devoid of any compassion in his gaze. Zhang Alchemist, I beg you. He clung to Zhang Shi's leg, pleading earnestly. Do you think the Alchemist Guild is a charitable organization? Zhang Shi's expression turned icy, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Upon hearing this, many in the crowd glared at Zhang Shi in anger, yet they dared not voice their discontent. For the Alchemist Guild was not an entity they could afford to offend. Let me give it a try, a hoarse voice suddenly interjected. Let me give it a try. The voice was soft, yet everyone present heard it clearly. The crowd turned to see a figure in black attire, wearing a mask, approaching slowly. Zhang Shi's countenance darkened as he regarded Xiao Fan, sarcastically remarking, You must understand, if the person does not survive, the responsibility will fall upon you. As a pharmacist, our sacred duty is to save lives and alleviate suffering. Xiao Fan remarked with a hint of detachment. He had witnessed such scenes countless times in his previous life. Occurrences that unfolded all around him. Many who could not afford medical treatment were left to kneel at the hospital entrance, and even if they perished in their supplication, they would receive no sympathy. Xiao Fan never considered himself a sage, yet within the limits of his capabilities, he frequently extended a helping hand, much like he was doing now, to save lives and heal wounds. Indeed, if every pharmacist shared your perspective, we would be better off, someone interjected, casting an admiring glance at Xiao Fan. To know that one cannot be saved, yet still attempt to do so would only lead to further demise, Zhang Shi retorted coldly, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Xiao Fan's actions were undermining his standing, inciting his ire. But how can one ascertain the impossibility of saving someone without making the attempt? Xiao Fan replied, his tone unruffled. She has succumbed to the poison. Without an antidote, she is undoubtedly doomed. Zhang Shi smirked icily, his heart chilling at the thought that this young man dared to oppose him, oblivious to his true identity. Brother, I believe in you. Please, save my wife. Should anything go awry, I will not hold you accountable, He implored, transferring his last vestige of hope onto Xiao. It was impossible for him to expect an antidote. If he returned to gather enough soul stones, it would be far too late. Very well, lay your wife down. Xiao Fan nodded and slowly approached He. Take her outside for treatment. Do not sully this place. Zhang Shi scoffed dismissively, his gaze towards Xiao Fan frigid. This is the Pharmacists' Guild, not your personal domain, Zhang Shi. What gives you the right to expel me? He glared furiously at Zhang Shi, his tone no longer courteous. Indeed, as a pharmacist, lacking even a modicum of compassion is already disgraceful enough. Do you think the Pharmacists' Guild is your family estate? If you refuse to help, then step aside and do not hinder others' attempts to save her. If an unfortunate event occurs, you shall not escape culpability. Begone, your mere presence is repugnant. The crowd turned their ire towards Zhang Shi, illustrating the principle that the wrath of the masses is not to be trifled with. Even if the members of the guild dared not voice their anger, Zhang Shi recoiled slightly, retreating to the side, sneering, let us see how you manage to save her. Xiao Fan knelt down and retrieved a box from his robes, containing the golden needles he had procured to assist Xiao Haoyan. He had kept them close at hand, never discarding them. My brother, if I have offended you in any way, I beg your forgiveness, Xiao Fan addressed He. Rest assured, my dear brother, to you. My wife is merely a patient, He responded without hesitation. Xiao Fan regarded He with surprise, not expecting such insight from him. He ceased to hesitate, grasping the woman's wrist as a trickle of soul power seeped into her. The poison had already invaded her heart and permeated her meridians. A common individual would have succumbed long ago. Fortunately, as a cultivator, she had fortified her dantian with soul power, leaving her some hope. He would first safeguard her heart meridian and then utilize the golden needles to draw out the poison. Within a few breaths, Xiao Fan had gleaned a general understanding of the woman's condition. Resolute, he deftly extracted 5 golden needles, inserting them into 5 acupoints adjacent to her heart. Is this an act of murder or salvation? With golden needles piercing the heart, can a person still survive? Jiangxi let out a cold laugh, deriding Xiao Fan's method of saving lives. However, Xiao Fan paid no heed to Jiangxi, his focus entirely consumed by the situation surrounding He Lei's wife. He dared not allow even a moment of distraction, for the Qingwen snake was a 4th-tier soul beast, and its venom could be profoundly lethal to lower-tier cultivators. In a brief moment, He Lei's wife was pierced by a multitude of golden needles. The venom of the Qingwen snake, unlike the chronic toxin of the Yiping Hong, was acute and required no blood transfusion. It could be drawn out merely by guiding it with the needles. Is it truly possible? Can golden needles save a life? The crowd gazed at Xiao Fan in astonishment, their eyes sweeping over the woman, who appeared to be adorned with 100 needles, resembling a hedgehog. Previously, they had questioned Xiao Fan's methods, but now they could distinctly sense the vitality within the woman flourishing. Brother, take your wife outside. Xiao Fan suddenly stood, his back drenched in sweat. He Lei, seeing his wife's condition improve, felt a surge of hope and unyielding faith in Xiao Fan. The crowd followed suit, eager to witness how the golden needles could extract the venom of the 4th-tier soul beast, the Qingwen snake. Please step back a little, Xiao Fan warned. While the Qingwen snake's venom may not harm you, inhalation is still undesirable. He gestured for He Lei to move aside. The crowd looked at Xiao Fan with gratitude. His considerate warning demonstrated genuine concern for their well-being, a courtesy seldom extended by other alchemists. Such theatrics. Jiangxi scoffed disdainfully, arms crossed. Xiao Fan shot him a cold glance, taking a deep breath as he retrieved a foot-long golden needle and plunged it into He Lei's wife's crown. Is this murder? The crowd gasped in horror as the needle nearly vanished into her head, a sight both terrifying and grotesque. This was not an act of salvation but of harm. Jiangxi thought, chuckling to himself. If Xiao Fan were to inadvertently kill He Lei's wife, he would revel in the outcome, ready to proclaim that only the medicines from the Alchemist Guild could remedy the Qingwen snake's venom, thus casting Xiao Fan into the role of the villain. Yet, in the next moment, the smile on Jiangxi's face froze. A wisp of green mist suddenly emerged from the top of He Lei's wife's head, wafting upwards before being dispersed by the cultivators using their soul power. Is it truly possible? Without any medicine, can the venom of the Qingwen snake be cleared? It is nothing short of miraculous. Could this individual truly be a 4th-tier alchemist? The crowd stood dumbfounded, gazing at Xiao Fan in disbelief. A 4th-tier alchemist was indeed a rarity, even in Yin City. It was rumored that the vice president of the Yin City Alchemist Guild was merely a 5th-tier alchemist. After a brief moment spent sipping tea, as the last wisp of azure mist dissipated, Xiao Fan withdrew all the golden needles. He then stimulated the acupoints on her body, at which point the woman suddenly opened her weary eyes. He Lei, upon hearing this, rushed forward to embrace his wife. Brother Lei, where are we? The woman asked, bewildered as she surveyed her surroundings. You were bitten by a Qingting snake. Fortunately, this brother saved you, He Lei exclaimed, tears of joy streaming. He then turned to Xiao Fan, holding his wife tightly. Yar, this is our benefactor. When you expressed her gratitude, inquiring about Xiao Fan's esteemed name, Wenya. She introduced herself while giving a slight bow. Xiao Fan waved his hand dismissively, saying, it was merely a small effort on my part. A name is but a title, and it's of no consequence. What a jest. I went to great lengths to present myself in this manner. Revealing my name would indeed compromise my identity. Suddenly, a sound of applause resonated through the air. Jiangxi, with a beaming smile, remarked, your golden needles are truly remarkable. Since you possess such skill, why not also heal the scars on her face? Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. Recognizing Jiangxi's insufferable nature, he was intent on elevating himself while laying a trap for Xiao Fan to fall into. Had he been unaware that the Alchemist Guild offered scar-removing ointments, he might have taken Jiangxi's words as flattery. Darling, Wenya began, hastily channeling her soul power to assess her condition. Her expression shifted drastically as she noted the left side of her face was marred by the venom of the Qingting snake, oozing pus and appearing exceedingly grotesque. No matter what, you will always be the Year in my heart. He comforted her, embracing her tightly. Isn't your medical expertise quite advanced? How is it that you cannot even manage something as simple as scar removal? Zhangxi sneered at Xiao Fan's silence. As his words fell, a jade vial suddenly appeared in his hand. With a smile directed at He and Wenya, he proclaimed, "This is a specially formulated scar-removing ointment from the Alchemist Guild, available for a modest price of 5,000 low-grade soul stones. A fair price for its effectiveness." 5,000 low-grade soul stones? Wasn't it only 1,000 before? A female cultivator in the crowd interjected. It is a woman's nature to desire beauty, and they are often prone to injuries during battles. Thus, scar-removing ointments are essential items for female cultivators. It seems the price has increased, Zhangxi replied nonchalantly. This fellow was insufferably greedy, still thinking of profit at such a moment. Did he not realize that after today, his reputation would be utterly tarnished? Yet, he seemed unconcerned about his notoriety, as his name was already mud, courtesy of his father, the vice president of the Alchemist Guild. His father, Zhang Ran, was indeed the reason for his audacity. The crowd looked upon Zhangxi's loathsome visage, wishing they could thrash him 100 times, yet hesitated due to his status. Zhangxi might not be formidable, but his father, a fifth-tier alchemist, certainly was. In this world, no one wishes to offend an alchemist, especially a fifth-tier one. Do not worry. Even if it costs 10,000 low-grade soul stones, I will ensure your face is healed. He said through gritted teeth as he glared at Zhangxi. Haha, then let it be as you say. 10,000 low-grade soul stones it shall be. Zhangxi chuckled, his laughter brimming with arrogance. He felt an overwhelming urge to dismember Zhangxi in his fury. The crowd, too, seethed with indignation. Zhangxi was utterly detestable, deliberately inflating prices and tarnishing the reputation of the Alchemist Guild. What about you? Isn't that expert beside you capable? Why not let him restore your wife's visage? Zhangxi replied coldly, as if reveling in the unfolding conspiracy. He could only cast a desperate glance towards Xiao Fan, extracting a soul stone card from his possession. Benefactor, I possess only 3,000 low-grade soul stones, regardless of whether you can heal your. I will find a way to compensate you for your medical fees. I shall give it a try, Xiao Fan said, clearing his throat and pushing the soul stone card back towards He while rummaging through his sleeve for something. Upon witnessing this, a smile abruptly froze on Zhangxi's face. Not far behind him, the maid who had previously attended to Xiao Fan seemed poised to offer a warning, but ultimately chose silence, feigning ignorance. Are you intending to use gold needles to remove scars again? Zhangxi forced a smile. Yet, Xiao Fan did not spare him a glance, treating Zhangxi as a mere jester entertaining himself, utterly disinterested in any quarrel. However, his mind raced with thoughts. Zhangxi was the son of the vice president of the Alchemist Guild, and it seemed unlikely he could leverage the guild to promote the beauty serum. Thus, an alternative route must be pursued, and with so many spectators gathered, it presented an ideal opportunity for promotion. Moreover, the cost of this beauty serum was relatively low. The total materials amounted to less than 200 low-grade soul stones, making it exceedingly economical to promote at that price. Still, a tinge of anxiety gripped him. This serum was derived from an ancient formula he had discovered in his past life, reputed to eliminate all scars. Yet he had never witnessed its true efficacy and felt uncertain about its effects. After a moment, a jade vial suddenly materialized in Xiao Fan's hand. Taking a deep breath, he addressed He and his wife. Wenya, this is my latest concoction of the beauty serum. For now, I am unaware of its specific effects or potential side effects. You will be the first to use it. Benefactor, I trust you. He interjected without hesitation, convinced that one capable of pulling his wife back from the brink of death could not possibly jeopardize her in front of so many onlookers. I believe in you, Benefactor. Wenya chimed in, unwavering, as a woman's desire for beauty surged within her. She yearned for her visage to be restored at once. To dare use a newly concocted potion is truly laughable, Zhangxi remarked, oblivious to the sharp gazes of the crowd that continuously mocked Xiao Fan. Unfortunately for him, the more he prattled, the more Xiao Fan ignored him, treating him as if he were nothing but air. Xiao Fan uncorked the vial, and suddenly, a cascade of starlight spilled forth, dazzling and radiant, while a gentle fragrance wafted through the air, soothing the senses. It may tingle a bit, you must endure it, Xiao Fan cautioned, inhaling deeply. Rest assured, benefactor, I can withstand any pain. When you replied, nodding, for the sake of beauty, what was a mirage? Xiao Fan nodded. And when you reclined in Hilei's embrace. Slowly, Xiao Fan poured out a variety of beauty serum, which cascaded down like a miniature Milky Way. The moment the serum touched Wen Ye's face, countless starlights enveloped her visage. I recall that the scar-removing liquid from the Apothecary Guild was black and reeked of a strong medicinal odor. How could this beauty serum be so exquisite? A female cultivator in the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. What use is beauty if it lacks efficacy? Zhangxi sneered. Skeptical that Xiao Fan's beauty serum could rival the efficacy of the Apothecary Guild's scar-removing liquid. As time passed, Wen Ye's face became completely shrouded in starlight. The onlookers were bewildered, some even speculating that Xiao Fan was performing a trick. Is it truly effective? After about 20 or 30 breaths, a sharp-eyed individual in the crowd suddenly gasped, and all gazes turned toward Wen Ye's face. The crowd's eyes trembled with disbelief as Wen Ye's features emerged, revealing a complexion that was radiant, akin to that of a child. How is this possible? In such a short span, she has improved beyond her previous state? This beauty serum is astonishing. The crowd regarded Xiao Fan with newfound respect, if they had previously thought his detoxification was merely a stroke of luck. This miraculous beauty serum compelled them to reconsider. However, wait. Look at the other half of her face. It's starting to peel. Zhangxi suddenly shouted. I knew it. How could such a miraculous beauty serum exist? The side that improved is now countered by the peeling of the other side, rendering her condition even worse than before. Zhangxi seized the opportunity to undermine Xiao Fan. Indeed, upon hearing his words, the crowd turned their attention to the other side of Wen Ye's face. On her right cheek, the original skin began to age and slowly shed, resembling a snake shedding its skin, starkly contrasting with the left side of her face. Xiao Fan, upon hearing this, merely smiled lightly, and with a flick of his hand, the old skin on Wen Ye's face instantly fell away, revealing a tender and captivating visage that left Hilei entranced. You are so beautiful, Hilei exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Wen Ye's face flushed, and she quickly regained her composure. Upon probing her own soul force, her excitement surged as she embraced Hilei, exclaiming, Husband, I am healed. The two embraced for a moment, only to realize the presence of onlookers. Embarrassed, they released each other, standing to respectfully bow to Xiao Fan. Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life twice. The detoxification was the first, and the restoration of my appearance is akin to a second life for a woman. It was but a trivial effort, Xiao Fan replied nonchalantly, though his heart raced with elation. He had not anticipated such profound efficacy from the beauty serum. Indeed, it was worthy of its name, capable of completely restoring a decayed face and rendering the skin as delicate as that of a child. Truly remarkable. Indeed, the scar removal solution from the Alchemist Guild pales in comparison to this beauty serum. It is utterly inferior. The last time I used it, it took 3 or 4 days to heal, and even then, it was not nearly as effective. My friend, how do you plan to sell this beauty serum? How much for a bottle? I wish to purchase 5. The crowd erupted in excitement, their gazes fixated on Xiao Fan. It was no surprise they were astonished. The efficacy of the beauty serum was truly remarkable. Xiao Fan cleared his throat and gestured for silence, and the venue fell silent in an instant. He then stated, this beauty serum was intended for sale through the Alchemist Guild, but regrettably, they declined. The crowd gasped in disbelief. How could the Alchemist Guild refuse such an exceptional product? Mocking voices echoed in response. Zhangxi longed to disappear into the ground, casting a furious glare at the Alchemist Guild's cultivators behind him. The disdainful expression of Xiao Fan's female attendant had now transformed into one of utter dismay. She lowered her head, too ashamed to meet Xiao Fan's gaze. Such a fine elixir should undoubtedly serve the public, Xiao Fan continued. However, what I used earlier was the concentrated essence, which is quite costly and typically not for sale. Upon hearing this, disappointment swept through the crowd. Most were merely ordinary people, unable to afford such a high price for the beauty serum. So it is the concentrated essence. No wonder it worked so swiftly. The Alchemist Guild's scar removal solution may be somewhat inferior, yet it only requires 1,000 low-grade soul stones. Zhangxi seized the opportunity, shouting loudly, the diluted beauty serum may not restore youth to one's skin, but it can indeed rejuvenate one's appearance within half an hour. Soon, such beauty serums will be available on the market, with the first batch priced at only 888 low-grade soul stones. Xiao Fan's voice resonated. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Zhang Shi, in particular, was left speechless, his face flushed as if he had been slapped, the heat stinging his cheeks. To restore one's appearance within half an hour for merely 888 low-grade soul crystals. How could this possibly be considered expensive? It became clear that the master implied the concentrated essence was costly, but diluted, it was far more affordable at 888 low-grade soul stones. We had misunderstood him. In comparison to the Alchemist Guild's scar removal solution, this was remarkably cheaper, after all. Their solution took 3 to 4 days to show results and could never completely remove scars, whereas this beauty serum could do so effortlessly, existing in an entire... I will reserve 5 bottles. I shall no longer worry about my appearance. The crowd buzzed with excitement, disparaging the Alchemist Guild's scar removal solution. And Zhang Shi and his companions seethed with envy, wishing to devour Xiao Fan whole. From this point forward, who would still consider purchasing the Alchemist Guild scar removal solution? Do not trust them. They are colluding to deceive us. Zhang Shi hissed, his face twisted with resentment as he glared at Xiao Fan. It was no wonder Zhang Shi harbored such thoughts. The coincidence was too uncanny. Xiao Fan had come today to seek a partnership with the Alchemist Guild regarding the beauty serum. And simultaneously, the He couple arrived, bearing the marks of severe poisoning and disfigurement. A single stone stirs 1,000 waves, and the crowd fell into an instant silence. Many seemingly struck by a revelation, their gazes towards Xiao Fan and his companions now tinged with skepticism. He am ranked 12th on the Academy's leaderboard of the War King Academy, and you, Zhang Shi, are also from the War King Academy. Your words imply an insult to our esteemed institution. He erupted in fury, fixing a cold stare at Zhang Shi. He Wenya? I remember now. They are the renowned duo of chivalry on the Academy's leaderboard. A bystander suddenly recalled their identities, recognizing the esteemed status of He and Wenya. Those who are powerful on the leaderboard are destined to become war sect members, or even war kings. How could they possibly engage in such disgraceful conduct? Many had heard of He and Wenya and unhesitatingly believed in their integrity. The War King Academy has become a symbol of the great Yin dynasty, wielding influence surpassing even that of the Alchemist Guild. Xiao Fan had not anticipated that the individuals he had rescued were indeed formidable figures from the Academy's leaderboard. Even more talented than Sun Zi. I am certainly not insulting the War King Academy, but that does not mean everyone will act in its favor. Every place has its share of miscreants, does it not? Zhang Shi chuckled coldly, struggling to find any other rationale to thwart Xiao Fan and resorting to petty provocations instead. When one is disgraceful, they truly become invincible. If the War King Academy has miscreants, then you are one of them. Xiao Fan finally spoke, responding for the first time to Zhang Shi's incessant taunts. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. You shall not leave here today. Zhang Shi seized the opportunity, advancing step by step towards Xiao Fan, his initial aura of a war-respect realm warrior radiating ominously. Begone, Xiao Fan thundered. A torrent of overwhelming power surging forth, as fierce flames roared through the air. Within his dantian, endless battle spirits ignited, releasing in a... Xiao Fan was engulfed in a burning fervor for battle. Zhang Shi coughed up blood, despite being in the early stages of the war-respect realm. He was still vastly inferior to Sun Zi, unable to withstand the mere pressure of Xiao Fan's aura. Zhang Shi's pupils trembled, and he staggered backward, collapsing onto the ground. Gazing at Xiao Fan with palpable fear, the crowd stared at Xiao Fan in astonishment, never expecting this slender figure cloaked in black, who had kept his true form hidden, to possess such overwhelming strength. Even He and when you were taken aback. The momentum Xiao Fan had unleashed just moments ago clearly surpassed that of the war-respect realm. As for the beauty serum, believe it or not, the truth will reveal itself in a few days. Farewell. Xiao Fan clasped his fists in gratitude towards He and Wenya before turning to leave. Zhang Shi was still recovering from shock, too intimidated to act against him. Once he regained his composure, it would be considerably more troublesome for Xiao Fan to depart. After all, the Alchemist Guild, one of the 3 major guilds, certainly harbored its own experts of the War Sect and War King realms. Benefactor, how may we repay your kindness? He called out. Fate will bring us together again, Xiao Fan replied, his figure vanishing from the crowd's sight within mere breaths, leaving behind a lingering echo of his words in the air. Upon returning to the Divine Wind Academy, it was already half past the hour in the Little Demonis. Ling Feng and the plump fellow had just emerged from the archway leading to the inner courtyard. Evidently, one has once again entered the realm of illusions. a domain that poses significant challenges to one's character and serves to cultivate the strength of the soul. Little Jean was brimming with excitement, nuzzling against Xiao Fan's thigh. Having also embarked on this journey through the illusions, appearing to have undergone some subtle transformation, though Xiao Fan could not quite articulate what it was. Old Third, you have finally returned. Where have you been? Inquired the rotund Nangong Xiao, delivering a playful punch to Xiao Fan's chest. Xiao Fan smiled, and then turned, asking, do you have any channels for selling medicinal liquids? Selling medicinal liquids? Are you looking to engage in commerce and earn soulstones? Ling Feng regarded Xiao Fan with a peculiar expression. Well, I just acquired tuition for one person today. There are still 3 more to consider, Xiao Fan replied sheepishly. Scratching his head, the group felt a wave of emotion. The 100,000 inferior soul stones were of no concern to them. Merely a reflection of Xiao Fan's personal tuition, yet he had thought of them. You speak of selling medicinal liquids. Do you possess? The little demoness scoffed at Xiao Fan, but suddenly her eyes lit up. Oh right, you scoundrel. You are a 3rd-tier alchemist. A 3rd-tier alchemist? Exclaimed Ling Feng and the rotund fellow, their voices rising sharply. Xiao Fan was merely 16 years of age. Not only at the pinnacle of the Battle Master realm, but also a 3rd-tier alchemist. It was known that in the Dian dynasty, 3rd-tier alchemists were typically in their 20s. Old Third, are you truly a 3rd-tier alchemist? The rotund fellow gazed at Xiao Fan with intense enthusiasm, nearly rushing forward. Well, I suppose so, Xiao Fan contemplated. Uncertain of his true status as a 3rd-tier alchemist, as he was unfamiliar with the grading system of alchemists in the Battle Soul Continent. However, he was confident that his medical expertise far surpassed that of a 3rd-tier alchemist, although he still had room for improvement in the creation of medicinal liquids. Xiao Fan, do you have any notable new varieties of medicinal liquids? You need not worry about the channels, Ling Feng mused. I do possess a few new varieties, Xiao Fan responded. For the Endless War Classic not only contained records of cultivation techniques, but also the inheritance of its lineage. Previously, Xiao Fan had skimmed through some information, discovering not only medicinal liquids but also the legendary soul pills, whose potency far exceeded that of ordinary liquids. There was even a type known as the 9 Transformation Soul Pill, capable of facilitating the metamorphosis of battle souls, although with his current strength, it was impossible for him to concoct, as only a 9th-tier alchemist could achieve such a feat. Here are 400,000 inferior soul stones. I kindly ask you to procure some spiritual herbs for me, as these are necessary for my medicinal liquid preparations. With a casual wave of his hand, a vibrant array of soul stones suddenly appeared on the ground, forming a small mound. As he handed Ling Feng a piece of paper detailing the 3 types of spiritual herbs required for the medicinal liquids. However, Ling Feng and the others were fixated on the pile of soul stones on the ground, taking a long while to regain their composure. You scoundrel. You haven't resorted to robbery, have you? How could you possess so many soul stones? The little demoness gazed at Xiao Fan in astonishment. While Ling Feng and the rotund fellow, though silent, clearly shared the same sentiment. Do you remember, Sun Zi? Xiao Fan smiled meaningfully, realizing that there was no need to conceal matters from the trio. I recall you severed that brat's arm. Did you manage to seize his soul ring? The plump one quickly regained his composure, exclaiming with excitement. Third brother, you must treat us. First, let us pack these soul stones into a box. Once we resolve the tuition issue, you can indulge as you please. Xiao Fan shrugged, seemingly unconcerned. No need for a box. Suddenly, Ling Feng reached into his chest and produced a purple ring, a flicker of complexity crossing his face. A soul ring? Xiao Fan expressed mild surprise, but quickly regained his composure. Ling Feng's identity must be extraordinary. If Sun Zi possessed a soul ring, it was only reasonable that Ling Feng would have one as well. With a somewhat intricate expression, Ling Feng waved his hand, and a flash of purple light swept across, causing the 40,000 soul stones on the ground to vanish, evidently absorbed into the soul ring. All the materials should take 2 to 3 days to gather, Ling Feng stated. That's fine. I'm not in a rush. Xiao Fan nodded. The prospect of gathering 40,000 low-grade soul stones in 2 to 3 days was no small feat, and it allowed Xiao Fan to glimpse Ling Feng's capabilities. Third brother, our future happiness depends on you. I'll go cultivate. I feel a breakthrough is imminent. The plump one grinned, dragging his corpulent form into the bedroom. I too must swiftly advance to the battle sovereign realm, the little witch declared defiantly, retreating to her room to begin her training. Thank you, big brother, Xiao Fan remarked, sensing that Ling Feng harbored untold stories, yet unable to find the words to inquire further. He turned and entered his own room, leaving Ling Feng alone in the courtyard, gazing at the dark night sky. Once inside, Xiao Fan did not hesitate to retrieve the final small vial of beauty serum, his eyes gleaming. The effects of this serum truly surpass my expectations. Using it in this manner is wasteful. I should first try diluting this vial. With that thought, he took out various bottles and jars, filling his room with them, and soon immersed himself in the study of the beauty serum. Time flowed steadily by, and at midnight, Uncle Fu returned. After scanning the rooms with his soul power and confirming everyone was present, he summoned them, sealing Xiao Fan and the other soul power, forcing them to run 200 laps around the perimeter of Shifeng Academy. As dawn broke the next day, the group, utterly exhausted, collapsed in the courtyard and fell into a deep slumber. Suddenly, a rumbling erupted from within the plump one's body, a tremendous force sending Xiao Fan and the others flying. An earthquake? Xiao Fan sprang to his feet, a chilling sensation creeping over him as a formidable pressure loomed in his heart. Looking up, he beheld a massive golden bowl bellowing at the sky, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy. In another area, countless silver vines danced wildly, the air resonating with explosive sounds, while dust filled the courtyard as two powerful auras clashed against one another. Shiyu and the plump one are about to break through? Ling Feng observed in astonishment, watching the little witch and Nangong Xiao. I'm the only one left. Xiao Fan clenched his fists, gazing. With an 8th grade battle soul and a 9th grade battle soul respectively, should they break through to the battle sovereign realm, their strength would undoubtedly place them among the elite of their generation in Yin City. Xiao Fan, get out here. Come out. Those from the War King Academy must accompany me to the grave. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside the courtyard, accompanied by a throng of footsteps and an overwhelming aura surging towards this direction. How dare they come here to cause trouble? Ling Feng's gaze turned icy as he strode towards the courtyard's exit. Outside the Shenhui Academy, he found himself encircled by a throng of figures, with several individuals at the forefront clad in the attire of the War King Academy, unmistakably students of that institution. Behind them were numerous citizens of Yin City. The War King Academy's raucous display outside the Shenhui Academy was undoubtedly a declaration of war, and such spectacle was not to be missed by the onlookers. What's this? Yesterday you were so bold, and today you're all hiding like turtles, pretending not to hear? This dilapidated courtyard dares to claim the title of academy? It would be better to tear it down sooner rather than later, for it is destined to become a mere footnote in history. To think that 4 students would dare to call themselves an academy is the greatest joke in Dian. Those who kill my comrades from the War King Academy shall pay in blood today. The students of the War King Academy shouted angrily, mocking the Shenhui Academy, which had fallen into decline over the years while the War King Academy rose to prominence, giving them ample reason for arrogance. Have you finished your tirade? A cold voice suddenly cut through the air from the entrance, revealing Ling Feng and Xiao Fan stepping out, their icy gazes sweeping across the crowd. Is it just the 2 of you who dare to appear? What are the others? Are they dead? One student from the War King Academy stepped forward. A tall man with a chiseled face, a cruel smile etched upon his lips. 2 of you are more than enough to deal with you. Ling Feng's expression remained frigid, his eyes igniting with fierce determination. Xiao Fan, concerned, glanced at Ling Feng, sensing something amiss. Today? Ling Feng was enveloped in an aura of hostility. Ling Feng did not speak, leaving Xiao Fan hesitant to inquire further. Kid, you're Ling Feng, right? I've heard tales of your 9th grade battle soul, the fiery phoenix of the abyss. I am Wang Ba, possessing a 6th grade battle soul, the fiery demon ape. We are both at the mid-level of the battle sovereign stage, so this hardly counts as bullying. Rest assured, I want to kill you. I will merely beat you so severely that your mother won't recognize you. The burly man grinned wickedly. Wang Ba? Truly a fitting name. Ling Feng remained silent. But Xiao Fan suddenly laughed heartily. 1,000-year-old turtle, a 10,000-year-old tortoise. You ought to strive harder. Die. Wang Ba roared, his fury ignited by the insult. For he despised being called a turtle. Thus, possessing a 6th grade battle soul, he had relentlessly trained, and having now reached the mid-level of the battle sovereign stage, few dared to provoke him within the War King Academy. This fool is courting death. When Wang Ba is angered, even the top 10 on the academy leaderboard would tremble in fear. Does Xiao Fan think that having killed Sun Zi, ranked 18th on the leaderboard, he can stand as a rival to Wang Ba? Now that he has enraged him, it will be difficult for him to leave with his life intact. It was known that a month ago, Wang Ba had been brutally defeated by an opponent, prompting the intervention of the academy's headmaster, who had remained silent on the matter. The crowd looked at Xiao Fan with derision, their disdain evident in their expressions. While Xiao Fan's strength was commendable, having slain Sun Zi, he was no match for Wang Ba, who was ranked 11th on the leaderboard. An insurmountable chasm lay between their capabilities. With a thunderous roar from Wang Ba, he leapt high into the air, exuding an overwhelming ferocity as he unleashed a powerful punch that surged forward with the force of a tidal wave, flames raging. This strike possessed the potential to severely injure anyone at the late stage of the War Sovereign realm. Get lost. Just as Xiao Fan prepared to act, a voice filled with wrath echoed, and an incredibly forceful gust of wind shattered everything in its path, defying the heavens. In an instant, Wang Ba's punch collapsed and fragmented, transforming into a tempest that swept in all directions. Yet, the fierce wind continued unabated, hurtling directly towards Wang Ba. His expression shifted dramatically. He never anticipated that the newcomer to the Divine Wind Academy would be so formidable. With a sickening sound, Wang Ba attempted to evade, but it was too late. The gust slammed into his chest, nearly shattering his internal organs. As he spat a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ashen. In that fleeting moment, the smiles on the faces of the cultivators from the War King Academy froze, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at the nonchalant figure of the young man in white robes standing not far away. No one had foreseen that Ling Feng would be so powerful, defeating Wang Ba with a single punch. Such incredible strength, such astonishing speed. Xiao Fan, too, was taken aback by Ling Feng's prowess. He had known Ling Feng was powerful, but never anticipated he would be this formidable. You did not bully me, but I wish to bully you. Ling Feng's voice was cold as he vanished from sight, leaving behind only an afterimage in the void. Bang! Wang Ba's entire body caved in as he rapidly ascended into the sky, a figure continuously darting through the air, delivering relentless kicks to Wang Ba's abdomen. Blood spraying from his mouth. Ling Feng seemed to have found a cathartic outlet for his pent-up aggression, mercilessly tormenting Wang Ba without a hint of compassion. Stop. A few individuals from the War King Academy advanced, their dark eyes fixed on Ling Feng hovering above. Boom. With a thunderous crash, two figures plummeted from the sky, causing the ground to tremble and clouds of dust to billow outward, finally restoring a semblance of calm. I told you to stop. Did you not hear me? A slender man clad in black, exuding an aura of deadly intent, glared coldly at Ling Feng. Nearby, Ling Feng stood with one foot planted on Wang Ba's chest, who was drenched in blood, his bones shattered, resembling a heap of lifeless mud sprawled on the ground. Throughout the ordeal, even the battle soul had no opportunity to intervene, as Ling Feng mercilessly battered him to the point of being unrecognizable. Bang! Ling Feng cast a detached glance at the man in black, kicking Wang Ba away with the indifference one would show to a piece of refuse. The black-clad man's expression darkened to an ominous degree. Among his peers at the War King Academy, who would dare disregard his words? This brat had the audacity to ignore him. You think I must heed your command just because you say so? Who do you think you are? Ling Feng replied, amusement flickering in his eyes, laced with disdain. I will tell you who I am. From this day forth, there will be no place for you at the War King Academy. The man in black retorted with a chilling smile. War King Academy? Ling Feng and Xiao Fan exchanged bewildered glances. Incredulous that this fellow believed himself to be part of such an esteemed institution, his arrogance was indeed laughable. The representatives of the War King Academy wore expressions of dismay. One individual quickly leaned towards the man clad in black, whispering an explanation that darkened the man's countenance. However, in an instant, his gaze grew increasingly frigid, and a sinister smile flickered across his face as he declared, So, it is the people from the Divine Wind Academy. In that case, it would be no trouble to eliminate you. Fool. Ling Feng shot him a disdainful glance, disinterested in further conversation. He signaled to Xiao Fan and proceeded into the courtyard. Stop. The man in black bellowed, striking out a palm towards Ling Feng. Get lost. Ling Feng turned around, his cold eyes sweeping over the man. Behind him, a fierce black flame erupted, and a colossal black phoenix let out a piercing cry, its voice resounding through the heavens. Ninth grade battle soul, the infernal phoenix. The man in black felt a chill run down his spine as he beheld a massive black bird manifesting behind him, an embodiment of the 6th grade battle soul. The black fire rock. Yet, before the infernal phoenix, the black fire rock trembled, too fearful to even lift its head. Such terror emanated not only from the rock, but also from deep within the man's heart. Suddenly, a long sword appeared in Ling Feng's hand, and with a swift motion, he cleaved through the air, severing the black-clad man's throat. blood stained the sky a deep crimson. In that moment, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, so still that one could hear a pin drop. The crowd stared in shock at Ling Feng, the chilling aura of that strike lingering in their mind, instilling a sense of dread. The sword's force was formidable, imbued with an indomitable spirit, rendering it unstoppable and unyielding. It was evident that he was a master of the sword arts. Overbearing, Xiao Fan inhaled sharply, observing Ling Feng's retreating figure, and could only utter 2 words after a long pause. A crimson arc burst forth from the throat of the man in black, his lifeless body crashing to the ground, struggling momentarily before succumbing to silence. Luo Fei is dead? He actually killed Luo Fei. The astonishment rippled through the crowd. Luo Fei was ranked 10th in the academy, yet he had been slain with a single sword stroke. What did this imply for Ling Feng's strength? Surely, he had reached an alarming level of power. With the formidable Luo Fei defeated and slain, it seemed only the top 5 experts of the academy could hope to challenge him. It was likely that Luo Fei had just returned from external training, thus falling victim to this unforeseen calamity. The disparity between a 6th grade battle soul and a 9th grade battle soul was indeed immense. Luo Fei had returned. His elder brother, Luo Chun, would soon follow. Luo Chun was known for his deep affection for his younger brother. The crowd buzzed with speculation. The faces of the War King Academy members turned pale. Among them were several experts on the Academy's ranking list, yet none dared to take action. If even Luo Fei could be slain with a single strike, they would merely be walking to their doom. The Ling Feng was merely at the mid-tier of the battle sovereign realm. His prowess was formidable enough to contend with even those at the pinnacle of that realm. At that moment, lurking in a shadowy corner several hundred meters away stood a man in black, his gaze icy as he observed Ling Feng and Xiao Fan. He muttered, "Dare to kill my son? You shall pay dearly." It was clear that the man in black was Sun Ting, the head of the Sun family. The students of the War King Academy were pawns in a scheme to avenge his son, Sun Zi. Having enlisted several experts from the Academy's ranking list under the cover of night. However, who could have known that Ling Feng would be so domineering and formidable? Leaving Wang Ba without a chance to retaliate, ultimately slaying Luo Fei with a single strike? Sun Ting's eyes darted around, filled with a restless urge to charge at Xiao Fan and Ling Feng, yet he was deeply wary of Guo Shichen. Their generation was well aware that Guo Shichen was an absolute madman, capable of anything. The students of the War King Academy found themselves in a predicament, neither retreating nor advancing. They had come to restore the honor of the War King Academy, yet they never anticipated such a dire situation. Did you not come to seek justice for the War King Academy? Did you not intend to avenge Sun Zi? Why has everyone turned into turtles retreating into their shells? Xiao Fan observed the members of the War King Academy with a sneer of disdain. Xiao Fan, have the courage to face me without hiding behind Ling Feng. I shall slay you alone. A young man clad in white spoke, his slender frame radiating a powerful aura of soul energy, clearly a master of the war venerable. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Ling Feng's eyes as he prepared to strike, but was halted by Xiao Fan, who sensed something amiss in Ling Feng's demeanor and deemed it necessary to prevent him from acting further. Xiao Fan turned to the young man in white and said, "War Venerable Realm, challenging a mere war master? Is it that the War King Academy thrives on bullying the weak? Even if you, a War Venerable, were to kill me, do you truly believe I would feel honored? Such audacity." The young man's face flushed crimson, for as Xiao Fan pointed out, even if he, a mid-tier War Venerable, were to slay a war master, what significance would it hold? However, I grant you an opportunity, for I possess a penchant for wagering. Xiao Fan's voice rang out again, a smile gracing his features as he gazed at the young man. Upon seeing Xiao Fan smile, many recalled Sun Zi from the previous day, who had exuded the same confidence, only to meet his demise at Xiao Fan's hands. What do you wish to wager? The young man, sensing an opportunity, smirked internally, thinking that just because Xiao Fan had killed Sun Zi, he could handle him as well. I fear no one of my rank, and had I not been a mere 5th-tier battle soul, I would undoubtedly hold a position among the top 3 in the Academy rankings. 100,000 low-grade souls, no less, Xiao Fan replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Dihan's expression turned serious, while 100,000 low-grade soulstones were negligible for Sun Zi and his companions. It was an astronomical sum for him. I possess 100,000 low-grade soulstones, a voice suddenly chimed in. The crowd turned to see Huang Tianqin stepping forward, as he let a cascade of soulstones tumble from his hand, scattering across the ground. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. Huang Tianqin's appearance was not unexpected, for he surely harbored resentment from their last encounter. By wagering 100,000 low-grade soul stones, he could avoid direct confrontation, allowing another to strike while being a mere spectator, and for him, this amount was not a significant burden. Most importantly, it would incite the wrath of the War King Academy students. This was where Xiao Fan found himself astonished. Huang Tianxin was considerably more astute than Sun Zi. I too possessed 20,000, a woman's voice echoed. And who else could it be but Xiao Yu? Xiao Fan's gaze gradually turned icy. You, Xiao Yu, have grown up on the sustenance provided by the Xiao family, and yet at this juncture, you conspire with outsiders against your kin. Is this your way of seeking your own demise? Truly, a harmonious couple indeed, Xiao Fan mused coldly within. I shall offer 30,000. I possess 20,000 here. One by one, the students of the Battle King Academy stepped forward. Those without soul rings swiftly produced their soul stone cards, and soon, they had amassed a sum of 1 million low-grade soul stones. It appears there are indeed many wishing for my downfall, Xiao Fan thought, then turned to the crowd from the Battle King Academy, declaring, I am not fond of using soulstone cards. I only require soul stones. Are you perhaps frightened? Dehan sneered at Xiao Fan, his murderous intent palpable, and then spoke sternly, I kindly ask my fellow disciples to procure the soul stones. Understood. The crowd from the Battle King Academy regarded Xiao Fan with cold eyes before dispersing. Xiao Fan, it is now your turn to present 1 million low-grade soul stones. Dehan said, his gaze icy. I adhere to my previous terms. You may choose to gamble or leave at your discretion, Xiao Fan retorted with unwavering assertiveness. What nonsense. The 140,000 low-grade soul stones extorted from Sun Ting yesterday have all been taken by that old Kajirgua Shurchen. And the remaining 40,000 were given to Ling Feng for purchasing medicinal materials last night. How could he possibly produce 1 million low-grade soul stones now? Dehan was about to retort when Huang Tianxin approached and whispered, brother, it matters not if he cannot produce 1 million low-grade soul stones. Should you emerge victorious, we will create chaos at the Divine Wind Academy, and they will not dare to protest. This is perfect. Within 10 moves, I shall assuredly end his life. Dehan nodded, his eyes growing increasingly frigid. Huang Tianxin, sensing the moment, cautioned, brother, do not underestimate him. Xiao Fan is do not stumble in the shadows. Humph, if I cannot defeat him, how shall I hope to advance in the battle sect? Dehan scoffed. Indeed, if brother were to unleash his true power, he could rank among the top 3 in the academy. Huang Tianxin flattered, eliciting a broad grin from Dehan. As Huang Tianxin turned away, a strange smile flickered at the corners of his mouth, as if his scheme had succeeded. Dehan truly believes himself a willing pawn. Xiao Fan maintained an expression of calm, yet was inwardly shaken. Huang Tianxin was far more formidable than the others. After a while, the students of the Battle King Academy gathered over 1 million low-grade soul stones, and a shadow of coldness crossed Dehan's face as he bellowed, Xiao Fan, come forth and meet your demise. Hold on, Xiao Fan interjected, his gaze intensely fixed on the 1 million low-grade soul stones. If he won this round, he would also resolve one individual's tuition fees. What, are you afraid? If you kneel and call me grandfather 3 times, vowing to avoid me in the future, I may spare you, Dehan boasted arrogantly, exuding confidence in his strength. Xiao Fan regarded Dehan with a peculiar look, finding his self-adoration excessive, and remarked, let us establish the rules first. Shall we measure strength, or shall we decide matters of life and death? Haha, do you truly believe you can kill me? Dehan laughed heartily, dismissing Xiao Fan entirely. Once more, he stated coldly, only matters of life and death. Rest assured, within 10 moves, you shall meet your end. That remains to be seen, Xiao Fan replied with a faint smile. Be cautious, my friend. The aura emanating from this individual is most peculiar, Lin Feng cautioned, furrowing his brow. Fear not. By the way, do you possess a sword? I would appreciate one, Xiao Fan replied thoughtfully, fully aware that Dehan was not merely arrogant. The fact that he dared to confront him, despite having slain Sun Zi yesterday, was a testament to Dehan's prowess. Here. Lin Feng casually tossed the sword he held to Xiao Fan before retreating to the rear. Sharpening your weapon at the last moment? Today, your demise is... Dehan scoffed, his tone brimming with arrogance. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, launching a powerful punch toward Xiao Fan. Flowing cloud sword. Xiao Fan executed the misty steps, advancing with the grace of a serpent. Clang. The sharp sound of metal colliding echoed as sparks flew in the air. The two combatants clashing with a cacophony that reverberated through the atmosphere. Xiao Fan's expression shifted to one of astonishment, despite wielding a second-tier soul weapon. He could not breach Dehan's defenses. How could a physical body possess such formidable strength? Struggling to comprehend, are we? Do you genuinely believe you can conquer me? How Navi? Are you aware of my moniker? The Rock Warrior. Even those at the pinnacle of the warrior realm struggle to penetrate my defenses. What makes you think you can? Ha ha ha. Have you finally begun to grasp the terror of death? Dehan roared with unrestrained laughter, exuding an air of arrogance. Indeed, Xiao Fan's end is nigh. Dehan's battle soul is a defensive type, a fifth-tier golden element stone. Beneath the warrior realm, none can breach his defenses. Alas, if Dehan's attacks were stronger, he would surely rank among the top 10, perhaps even the top 5. His previous performance in the Academy tournament was merely a stroke of misfortune. He believed that joining the Divine Wind Academy would elevate him to unparalleled heights, but soon, the world will be rid of Xiao Fan. The members of the Battle King Academy reveled in schadenfreude, recognizing that while Dehan's attacks may be weak, his defenses were impenetrable, the very reason he was known as the Rock Warrior. Endless sword, Xiao Fan exclaimed, brandishing his sword. A streak of azure light sliced through the air with lightning speed. Clang! A sharp sound erupted as the sword light grazed Dehan's arm. A spray of crimson glistening in the air, silencing the onlookers of the Battle King Academy. Has he breached the defenses? Gasps filled the crowd as they beheld Dehan's arm, his white robe now stained with blood. A pinnacle third-tier battle technique? Young man, you have indeed surprised me. If this is all you possess, then you may as well prepare for death. Dehan's face contorted with rage. Within the entirety of the Battle King Academy, only those ranked among the top 5 could breach his defenses. To be wounded by a mere warrior cultivator ignited his fury. Overlord Fist. Dehan bellowed, brimming with vigor, as a golden stone materialized behind him, its brilliance blinding. With a furious punch, the dazzling golden fist surged forth, accompanied by a resounding shockwave. The Overlord Fist is a 4th-tier combat technique primarily mastered by Dehan, perfectly complementing his battle soul, the Golden Elemental Stone. This technique is known for its fierce and overwhelming power. And it was through this very skill that he secured the 13th position in the last competition of the Battle King Academy. Now, having advanced to the mid-stage of the Battle Sovereign realm, his strength has significantly increased. Overlord Fist. As Dehan launched his attack, Xiao Fan responded with a fierce shout, summoning his ghostly battle soul, unleashing a torrent of soul energy. Boom, boom. The clash of the Overlord Fist against the Overlord Heavenly Fist unleashed a tempestuous force that surged outward, causing the surrounding space. Between the golden and black fists emanated 2 formidable streams of energy, which then transformed into powerful hurricanes that swept in all directions. The Overlord Heavenly Fist. A 5th-tier combat technique. Is not that of the Sun family, is it? How can Xiao Fan wield it? The crowd gasped in astonishment, witnessing a peak battle master exhibit a 5th-tier technique. Was this a sign of defiance against fate? Ling Feng's pupils narrowed in disbelief as he gazed at Xiao Fan. His heart racing with shock. How could the third brother master the Overlord Heavenly Fist? Did he learn it just by watching? Break for me. Dehan radiated a golden brilliance, his fist infused with an unmatched force of dominance. Internally, he was unsettled, finally grasping the meaning behind Huang Tianxin's words. Xiao Fan was not only peculiar, but also extraordinarily gifted. It was astonishing that a peak battle master could execute the 5th-tier Overlord Heavenly Fist, and even more so that his prowess surpassed that of Sun Ce. However, Xiao Fan was not without his own struggles. His internal energy surged violently, as if his organs were on the verge of bursting. The power of Dehan's Overlord Fist had subtly reached the pinnacle of a 4th-tier technique. Bang! Xiao Fan grunted, his body hurtling backward, blood spraying from his mouth as he flew backward for several meters before coming to a halt, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Can your soul energy sustain the exertion of a 5th-tier technique at the Battle Master level? Dehan chuckled coldly, appearing composed on the surface. Yet he too was internally distressed, forcing down a mouthful of blood that threatened to escape. The Overlord Fist was renowned for its ferocity. And with Dehan's 5th-tier Golden Elemental Stone battle soul, it became even more brutal. Nevertheless, despite this, he had sustained serious injuries, attesting to Xiao Fan's terrifying capabilities. What a shame, for even at the Battle Master level, he remains merely a Battle Master. The onlookers from the Battle King Academy could not help but sneer. Once more, blood trickled from the corner of Xiao Fan's mouth, and visions flashed through his mind as the endless battle scriptures operated autonomously. Radiating a golden aura as an indomitable fighting spirit erupted from within. Third brother, Ling Feng whispered, worry etched in his eyes, yet he refrained from intervening. In recent days, he had come to understand Xiao Fan's resolve. Once he set his mind to something, there was no turning back. You seek death, and I shall grant it. Dehan roared, unwilling to give Xiao Fan a chance to regroup, fearing any unforeseen developments as he sensed the rising momentum around Xiao Fan. Overlord Fist. In an instant, Xiao Fan unleashed a furious shout, striking out with a powerful punch. A golden fist aura enveloped in a fierce gale surged forth, leaving the crowd in shock, questioning their own ears. The Overlord Fist? Is this not Dehan's signature technique? How could Xiao Fan also wield it? Dehan was taken aback. How could Xiao Fan possibly master the Overlord Fist? Could he have just learned it moments ago? If that were the case, it would indeed be quite terrifying. The thought sent a chill deeper into Dehan's heart. This young man was far too monstrous, and he must be eliminated. The Overlord Fist was a technique I have honed for 5 years. How could you possibly compare? Dehan scoffed, the golden radiance of his battle soul blazing fiercely. Xiao Fan could feel the violent aura emanating from the golden stone, causing a sharp pain to surface on his skin. Is that so? Xiao Fan replied coolly. Maintaining his momentum, his entire being engulfed in a surge of golden flames, exuding an indomitable spirit that charged forth like a raging torrent. Crack! The fists of the two collided once more. The sound of tearing echoed, followed by a series of bone-crunching noises. Dehan's complexion changed dramatically, his pupils trembling uncontrollably. Puff! His hand shattered, piercing through his shoulder, blood and fragments of bone scattered, as Dehan's body was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently to the ground and sliding over 20 meters before coming to a halt. How is this possible? Gasps erupted from the crowd, their eyes wide with Dehan's defense was renowned as invincible. How could he be sent flying by a single punch from Xiao Fan? Moreover, it was the Overlord Fist that had done the deed. How utterly terrifying. Dehan had trained in the Overlord Fist for 5 years. Could it be that he was outmatched by Xiao Fan, who had only just mastered it? This was the essence of the fist. He had grasped the momentum. An unparalleled force. Huang Tianxin's pupils quivered, goosebumps erupting all over his body. The essence of the fist? Wasn't such comprehension reserved only for those with profound insights into combat techniques? Xiaoyu stared at Xiao Fan in astonishment, realizing that she was increasingly unable to fathom him. Suddenly, a thought struck Xiaoyu, and she hurriedly turned to Huang Tianxin. Husband, I just recalled something. What is it? Huang Tianxin inquired, furrowing his brow. When I battled Xiao Fan, he employed dozens of combat techniques. Although each was merely a first or second-tier technique, every one was cultivated to perfection. Xiaoyu inhaled deeply. To master dozens of combat techniques to their pinnacle? Huang Tianxin gasped, a cold light flashing in his eyes. This young man must perish, otherwise, my Huang family will find no peace. He must be eliminated, or else Xiao City will fall into his hands. A glint of coldness crossed Xiaoyu's gaze as well. From a distance, Dehan staggered to his feet, covered in blood, his right arm hanging limply, his disheveled hair swirling about him. No longer the calm figure he once was, he stared in horror at Xiao Fan, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Fan, you have actually grasped the essence of momentum. Momentum? He had comprehended the essence of force. A feat achievable only by those who attain a certain level of mastery in combat techniques typically. Only those at the Battle Sovereign and Battle King levels could accomplish such a feat. No wonder he could instantly grasp the quintessence of the Overlord Fist. This Xiao Fan was indeed a prodigy. Few at the Battle Master level ever comprehend momentum, and even among Battle Sovereigns, such individuals are exceedingly rare. Generally, only the powerful at the Battle Sovereign realm could touch upon the concept of momentum. It is a pity that this young man did not join the Battle King Academy. Otherwise, our academy would have gained yet another remarkable prodigy. Yet, even if he has grasped momentum, what of it? He possesses only a 4th-tier battle soul, destined to remain forever within the confines of the Battle Sovereign realm. The crowd's gaze towards Xiao Fan finally shifted, yet a few remained disdainful, believing that a warrior's soul determined one's innate talent, and thus, Xiao Fan could not achieve greatness. Unperturbed by their judgments, Xiao Fan strode towards Dehan, a tempestuous aura radiating from him, resembling an unparalleled war god, fierce and untamed. As Xiao Fan approached, a flicker of discomfort crossed Dehan's face. The previous punch had nearly cost him his life, leaving him half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. You claimed I couldn't even breach your defenses. Yet now you lack the strength to stand? Xiao Fan remarked with a cold smile, advancing with his sword drawn. Dehan's expression darkened further upon hearing this. Fixing his gaze on Xiao Fan, I concede that I underestimated you. But after consecutively employing 5th and 4th tier battle techniques, can your soul power still endure? You may not be able to kill me, but give me merely half a tea's worth of time, and I shall end you. Is that so? Xiao Fan responded with palpable disdain. Dehan was excessively narcissistic, viewing the world through a narrow lens of common understanding. Yet, Xiao Fan recognized that the Jin Yuanshi warrior soul not only augmented defense, but also possessed minor healing capabilities. If granted half a tea's time, Dehan might indeed be beyond his reach. Unfortunately, Xiao Fan had no intention of bestowing him such a luxury. Before me, you are but a worthless creature, easily vanquished. The realm of the gifted is beyond your comprehension, Dehan, mistaking Xiao Fan's demeanor for fear, let out a mocking laugh. The realm of the gifted is foreign to me, Xiao Fan countered, suddenly breaking into a grin. In an instant, a flash of his sword released a fierce beam of light, slicing through the air. With a piercing sound, a streak of crimson shot forth, followed by a piercing scream as Dehan's arm was severed, blood gushing forth. How is this possible? Dehan's complexion paled dramatically. He finally grasped that he had vastly underestimated Xiao Fan's prowess. He still possessed the strength to fight. Little did he realize, Xiao Fan's mastery over soul power had reached an exquisite level, with every thread under meticulous control. Moreover, the Phantom Warrior's soul could continuously absorb the ambient spiritual energy to replenish his soul power. Unless he exerted his techniques for an extended period, his soul power rarely waned. I cannot kill you. A cruel smile crept across Xiao Fan's face as he raised his sword once more. Clang! Suddenly, another beam of sword light appeared in the void, clashing against Xiao Fan's strike, their energies transforming into countless shards that dissipated into the air. Xiao Fan, Dehan has already lost. Huang Tianqian stepped forward, speaking with a calm demeanor. Begone! Xiao Fan bellowed in fury, threatening to eliminate him as well. You, Huang Tianqian, incensed, could hardly bear the indignity. As a direct descendant of one of the 4 great families, he found Xiao Fan's blatant disregard infuriating. When Dehan attempted to slay me, did you utter a single word of protest? When you sought my life, did you spare a thought for mercy? Spare me your grand ideals in this world. The weak have no voice, Xiao Fan retorted coldly, advancing step by step, causing Huang Tianqian to involuntarily retreat a few paces. At that moment, Xiao Fan's aura was his ghostly, icy gaze resembled that of a deity of death, instilling profound dread. He harbored no doubt about Xiao Fan's words. A man who dared to kill even Sun Zi, and that too in front of Sun Ting. How could he possibly fear taking his life now that he was alone? Brother Huang, save Dehan, he implored with desperate eyes fixed on Huang Tianqian. Die! With a furious shout, a streak of light cleaved through Dehan's body. With a sickening thud, Dehan was split in two, his entrails spilling forth, the act brutally simple, gory, and violent. Witnessing this scene, those present shuddered, gripped by an icy terror. With a single stroke, Dehan was slain. Xiao Fan's decisiveness and ruthlessness once again struck fear into the hearts of everyone present. Dehan was a formidable figure, ranked 13th in the Battle King Academy, and he was cut down just like that? Such a person was worthy to be my brother. Ling Feng thought, taking a deep breath while gazing at Xiao Fan with admiration. In this dog-eat-dog world, excessive kindness could ultimately lead to one's own demise. I shall graciously accept this 1 million low-grade soul stones, Xiao Fan said with a smile, his murderous aura dissipating entirely, transforming him into a different person from before. With a mere thought, the 1 million low-grade soul stones vanished, absorbed into his soul ring. The crowd's pupils constricted in realization. In the distance, hidden Sun Ting's expression darkened ominously. He had killed my son, and even taken the soul ring of the Sun family. Only Sun Ting knew that the overbearing heavenly fist, which Xiao Fan practiced, was not something he had learned instantaneously. It had originally resided within Sun Zi's soul ring. Half a month ago, Sun Zi had sought his permission to observe the overbearing heavenly fist, which Sun Ting had personally bestowed upon him, and now it lay in Xiao Fan's possession. Xiao Fan, with your strength, you have earned the respect of my Huang family. Join us, and upon your breakthrough to the battle sovereign realm, I shall grant you the position of an honorary elder. What say you? Huang Tianqian suddenly interjected, his tone regaining its arrogance and confidence. The Huang family, as one of the 4 great families of Yin City, possessed far richer cultivation resources than the declining Shinfeng Academy, and he believed Xiao Fan would not refuse. Get lost. However, to everyone's astonishment, Xiao Fan not only declined Huang Tianqian's offer, but he also raised his hand and struck with his sword towards him without mercy. Huang Tianqin's pupils constricted as he swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding Xiao Fan's blade, his expression darkening ominously. Xiao Fan, do you wish to become an enemy of the Huang family? From this day forth, there will be no place for you in Yin City, Huang Tianqin declared coldly, astonished that Xiao Fan had not hesitated in the slightest. Have we not already become enemies? I have already offended the Sun family. The Huang family is just an addition that means little to me. Xiao Fan replied with a cold smile, dismissing Huang Tianqin entirely. As Xiao Fan had pointed out, having killed the direct descendant Sun Zi of the Sun family, he was already in a situation of no return. Yet here he was, still thriving. What harm could the Huang family bring upon him? Furthermore, Huang Tianqin was not even the head of the Huang family. They might not heed his commands. Huang Tianqin was left speechless, his face flushed with indignation. Xiao Fan's voice resounded once again. In your eyes, others are but mere ants. Yet one day, you will discover that even a genius such as yourself nearly fell beneath their feet, and in desperation, you seek to ally with them. You hold yourself in far too high regard. I truly cannot fathom what it is you have to be proud of. Stripped of your Huang family's facade, you are nothing but a corpse now. Huang Tianqin felt a burning sting across his face, as though he had been soundly slapped, yet he found himself unable to retort. At that moment, many within the ranks of the War King Academy wore grim expressions, their eyes darkened as they regarded Xiao Fan. Yet not a single word dared to escape their lips. Xiao Fan's arrogance had not only shattered Huang Tianqin's pride, but had also crushed the haughtiness of the Academy's members. Had Xiao Fan possessed no strength and still displayed such hubris, he would have been met with disdain. However, his combat prowess had garnered the recognition of all present, leading them to perceive him as formidable. Who could have anticipated that one who had not even qualified for the second round of the Academy's assessments could be so powerful, consecutively defeating the Academy's top talents? Who could have foreseen that one without any background, pursued even by his own family, would dare to slay the direct descendants of the four great clans and eliminate the elite of the War King Academy? Xiao Fan's arrogance was indeed palpable, yet it was grounded in reality. This was the very spirit that cultivators of our ilk ought to embody, a true warrior's soul. Among the crowd, some whispered in awe, their gazes toward Xiao Fan filled with reverence. One day, you shall regret this, Huang Tianqin coldly declared, flicking his sleeve as he prepared to depart. Should you possess any true skill, do not wield others as your weapons. Step forward and fight me. Next time, when you dare to boast before me, you shall perish, Xiao Fan remarked, watching Huang Tianqin's retreating figure. Huang Tianqin trembled with rage, longing to extinguish Xiao Fan with a single strike. Yet he understood that he lacked the strength to eliminate Xiao Fan at present. Only by advancing his cultivation and mastering even mightier combat techniques could he hope to achieve that. He did not turn back, continuing his journey into the... Did I permit you to leave? Suddenly, Xiao Fan moved to block Huang Tianqin's path. What do you intend? Huang Tianqin's expression darkened ominously. He could not fathom that Xiao Fan would actively obstruct him. Did he seek to oppose my Huang family? War Master Realm, Xiao Fan challenges you. Xiao Fan abruptly extended a hand in a gesture of invitation, a customary right among cultivators in the Battle Soul Continent. The opponent had the option to decline. However, Huang Tianqin could not refuse. For to shy away from a challenge posed by one at the War Master Realm would render him a laughingstock in the eyes of all cultivators henceforth. Yet to accept? Given his current abilities, he was certainly no match for Xiao Fan. Afraid, are we? Then relinquish your soul stones and depart. Xiao Fan's tone was frigid, showing not the slightest concern for the Huang family, let alone Huang Tianqin himself. Huang Tianqin's complexion turned a deep shade of iron, caught in a dilemma. After a prolonged silence, the sound of soul stones clattering echoed as a multitude fell to the ground, an impressive sum of 200,000. Continue. Xiao Fan's demeanor remained calm. He could hardly believe that the esteemed heir of the Huang family possessed only 200,000, not to mention the previous sum of 100,000, totaling 300,000 inferior soul stones. Indeed, as Xiao Fan had surmised, Huang Tianqin produced another 300,000 inferior soul stones. Xiao Fan accepted the 500,000 inferior soul stones with a nod of satisfaction. The young master of the Huang family truly is affluent. It is now your turn. Do I need to call each of you to battle? Xiao Fan suddenly turned to the students of the War King Academy, his tone brimming with arrogance and defiance. Are you challenging everyone from the War King Academy? Someone retorted indignantly. You say it is so, thus it is. Xiao Fan replied nonchalantly. Arrogant. This goes beyond mere arrogance. It is a blatant disregard for the War King Academy. The students, filled with fury yet unable to voice their anger, glared at Xiao Fan with icy stares. One of them threw down their soul stone card and departed. By the way, esteemed members of the War King Academy, should you wish to engage in further sparring with me, remember to bring ample soul stones. Xiao Fan taunted as he watched the departing figures of the War King Academy students. At his words, the students trembled with rage. Xiao Fan's audacity was infuriating, taking advantage and then mocking them. Xiao Fan, you will meet a dreadful end, Xiao Yu declared as she turned to leave. Xiao Fan's gaze remained indifferent in his eyes. Xiao Yu was already a dead person, yet now is not the time for her demise. Why are they leaving so soon? Did I miss something? Suddenly, the stout figure emerged from the doorway, exuding an overwhelming aura. If they do not leave, do you suppose they will linger here to await their doom? Ling Feng replied curtly. Let us return. Xiao Fan inhaled deeply, his complexion paling slightly, and before anyone could respond, he vanished from the entrance. The War King Academy had come to provoke the Divine Wind Academy, yet who could have anticipated such dire consequences? Among the strong listed on the Academy's rankings, 2 were dead and 1 injured. Luo Fei was slain by Ling Feng, Di Han by Xiao Fan, and Wang Ba was wounded by Ling Feng, likely taking months to recover. Concurrently, the events that transpired at the entrance of the Divine Wind Academy spread like wildfire, and the name Xiao Fan quickly resonated throughout the entire Yin City. To slay a mid-tier war respect expert at the War Master level was sufficient to capture the attention of the older generation of cultivators. However, all of this was of little concern to Xiao Fan. Upon entering the courtyard, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as death. You scoundrel! What has happened to you? The little enchantress exclaimed with concern upon seeing Xiao Fan's condition. Her own soul power was still unstable, clearly a result of her recent breakthrough to the war respect level. Roar! Little Jean rushed over, growling at Xiao Fan. I am fine, Xiao Fan replied as he settled into a meditative position. Earlier, he had sustained severe injuries from Di Han, with several ribs broken and significant damage inflicted upon his internal organs. He had merely projected strength to deter the War King Academy from persistently confronting him. I, Xiao Fan, may lack powerful backing, but I am not one to be bullied by anyone. Should you wish to trample upon me, be prepared for the consequences. What is wrong with third brother? The stout figure entered, noticing the blood at the corner of Xiao Fan's mouth, revealing a look of concern. He had just slain Di Han from the War King Academy and had himself sustained serious injuries. Ling Feng furrowed his brow. Xiao Fan's display of dominance had astonished him. Those rascals from the War King Academy better not cross my path. If they do, I shall slay them one by one. The stout figure's eyes glinted with ferocity. Little Jean growled in agreement, seemingly endorsing the stout figure's sentiments. Let us wait until third brother awakens before we proceed, Ling Feng said, shaking his head solemnly. The little enchantress and the stout figure appeared dejected, saying nothing further. At this moment, Xiao Fan's spirit descended into his dantian, where the spectral battle soul unleashed a formidable surge of soul energy flowing into Xiao Fan's meridians, igniting an endless array of battle souls that transformed into flames permeating the pathways. Simultaneously, a white stone emitted a faint glow, harboring a wondrous energy fluctuation that mended Xiao Fan's meridians. He remained seated until nightfall, while Ling Feng and others vigilantly guarded his surroundings, with the portly fellow and little Jean lazily sprawled out, squinting their eyes in a state of lethargy. The little sorceress repeatedly practiced her martial techniques, and after several hours of cultivation, her aura stabilized considerably. As for Ling Feng, he sat in a daze, lost in thought, occasionally casting his gaze upon Xiao Fan. A sound of air being sliced open resonated, causing Xiao Fan to abruptly rise and unleash a flurry of punches, each strike reverberating like crashing waves against the shore. One stronger than the last. Was this momentum? The portly fellow, startled awake, sprang to his feet, invigorated and gazing at Xiao Fan as if he had been infused with adrenaline. Momentum is an extraordinary phenomenon, embodying a certain rhythm, attainable only by those who have reached the pinnacle of martial techniques. Typically, only martial masters can brush against that threshold. Swords possess sword momentum, fists carry fist momentum, and blades bear blade momentum. Those who comprehend momentum experience a significant amplification of their martial prowess, which accounts for Xiao Fan's ability to severely wound Di Han with a single strike of the overbearing heavenly fist. Could this lecher's comprehension be so astonishing? The little sorceress was utterly astounded. She had witnessed Xiao Fan's terrifying talent in martial arts, mastering dozens of techniques to their zenith, which was already remarkable. However, the fact that he now grasped the essence of fist momentum was simply extraordinary. Xiao Fan tirelessly practiced the overbearing heavenly fist, his aura continually ascending as if he were striving toward a peak, shattering his constraints. He had mastered numerous first- and second-tier techniques, yet in battles against high-tier practitioners, he found himself lacking. The third- and fourth-tier techniques were precisely what he now required, with only the fifth-tier overbearing heavenly fist obtained from Sun Zi available to him. What an incredible recovery ability. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Ling Feng's eyes. Had Xiao Fan's injuries truly healed after just a few hours? Boom. Xiao Fan's fist blazed with golden flames, each strike emanating a powerful force, producing successive sonic booms in the air. It seemed as though he was immersed in a wondrous state, wholly oblivious to his surroundings, as immense waves of energy surged, forcing Ling Feng and the others to retreat repeatedly. What kind of fist is this? When combined with my battle soul, its power is undoubtedly unparalleled. The portly fellow fixated on Xiao Fan's fists, beginning to practice alongside him. This appears to be the overbearing heavenly fist, which Sun Zi had previously demonstrated. The little sorceress exclaimed, marveling at how swiftly Xiao Fan had honed a fifth-tier technique to such an exquisite level. This fist technique must be taught to me by the third brother. The portly fellow practiced briefly, convinced that the overbearing heavenly fist was within his grasp. With its formidable striking power and his own might as a diamond strength bull, their combined force would be nothing short of extraordinary. Xiao Fan felt an increasing sense of exhilaration coursing through him, his fists gathering formidable strength. The few little demons in the courtyard were acutely aware of a potent aura of danger emanating from him. Little Jean on the side was exuberantly shouting, equally astonished by Xiao Fan's transformation. In an instant, a tempest swept through the courtyard. The ferocious essence of heaven and earth surged toward Xiao Fan, who appeared to be an insatiable vortex, voraciously devouring the spiritual energy around him. Behind him, the ghostly battle spirit hovered, relentlessly refining the essence of heaven and earth at a terrifying, as if this energy rightfully belonged to him. Unbelievable! Ling Feng and the chubby one were taken aback by the terrifying speed at which Xiao Fan absorbed the energy, cursing in disbelief, while little Jean and the little demoness remained unfazed, accustomed to such phenomena. Has he broken through? Suddenly, a voice echoed from the entrance, revealing Fu Bo and Guo Shichen entering. Good old ghost, why have you returned? The little demoness inquired bluntly, while Ling Feng and the chubby one-eyed Guo Shichen warily, suspecting his return heralded ill tidings. Cough, cough, I just came to see how your training is progressing, Guo Shichen feigned concern with a few dry coughs. The little demoness and her companions regarded him with disdain, thinking it fortunate if he didn't extort them. What is this? Guo Shichen's gaze fell upon the ghostly battle spirit, revealing a look of astonishment, which he exchanged with Fu Bo, both sharing a moment of surprise. The little demoness and the others assumed Guo Shichen was merely astonished by Xiao Fan's grasp of his martial prowess, thus they paid little mind to it. Unbeknownst to them, Guo Shichen and Fu Bo were taken aback by the golden aura surrounding Xiao Fan. Boom! A thunderous roar and a violent wave of energy surged forth as Xiao Fan's momentum finally reached a critical point, shattering the shackles that had held him back, propelling him into the realm of the Battle Sovereign. The Battle Sovereign realm, where soul power can materialize, is incomparably superior to the Battle Master realm. Entering this stage signifies a leap into an entirely new domain. At last, a breakthrough. Xiao Fan inhaled deeply, quickly settling into a meditative position to assess his transformations. With Guo Shichen and Fu Bo here to safeguard him, what was there to fear? With a thought, the ghostly battle spirit returned to his dantian, its aura now even more potent than before. However, he pondered why the fire attribute soul power, previously absorbed from the 6th-ranked Crimson Flame Heavenly Bear battle spirit, had completely vanished. Xiao Fan scrutinized the changes in the ghostly battle spirit and stumbled upon a curious realization. His mind raced as he became increasingly astonished. Could it be that the 6th-ranked Crimson Flame Heavenly Bear battle spirit was truly devoured and refined by the ghostly battle spirit? If so, the ghostly battle spirit was indeed extraordinary. The ability to absorb and grow from other battle spirits rendered it remarkably formidable. He finally comprehended why the two directors had classified the ghostly battle spirit merely as a 4th-ranked spirit. There was a reason for their judgment, as Xiao Fan contemplated further. Perhaps, the fluctuations of soul power from the ghostly battle spirit had genuinely indicated it was a 4th-ranked spirit at that time. But after consuming the Crimson Flame Heavenly Bear Battle Spirit, it underwent subtle yet profound changes. Regardless, even if the Phantom Battle Soul is merely a 4th-tier soul, it can still devour other souls to achieve breakthroughs, albeit with some complications. My current thoughts may not necessarily be accurate, Xiao Fan pondered as he took a deep breath. He then assessed his soul power and was delighted to discover that both the quality and quantity of his soul power far surpassed that of a peak battle master, exceeding it by more than tenfold. If he were to confront Dehan now, he was confident that he could defeat him with a single punch. Guolaogue, what brings you here? After a while, Xiao Fan stood up, eyeing Guo Shichen with suspicion. I heard you won 1,000,000 low-grade soul stones. Guo Shichen chuckled. However, I did not come for that purpose. I merely wanted to see how your training is progressing. Are you still comfortable at the Divine Wind Academy? If one were unaware of Guo Shichen's true nature, they would undoubtedly be deceived by his words. He was exceedingly infuriating. Xiao Fan clenched his fist, tightening his grip on the soul ring, fearing that Guo Shichen might forcibly take it away. It seems my concerns were unfounded. I did not expect you to have advanced to the Battle Sovereign realm so swiftly. Xiao Fan and his companions remained silent, while Guo Shichen displayed no hint of embarrassment. Suddenly, with a casual wave of his hand, 4 bottles of 4th-tier body refining liquid appeared before him. This is 4th-tier body refining liquid, which you can all use now that you are battle sovereigns. Such kindness from you? The little demoness looked at Guo Shichen in surprise, and Xiao Fan's trio mirrored her expression. Even Xiao Jin wore a look of disdain. You are my students. It is only natural for me to treat you well. Guo Shichen replied with a grin, then coughed lightly into his fist, adding, however, this 4th-tier body refining liquid cost me 400,000 low-grade soul stones, plus transportation fees. Let's say it amounts to 500,000 low-grade soul stones. You might as well go rob someone. The chubby one exclaimed. A bottle of 4th-tier body refining liquid should only be worth 50,000 low-grade soul stones. Are you charging 100,000? Guolaogue, you are utterly unscrupulous. You have no respect for the elderly or love for the young. You ought to be kicked. Guo Shichen, unfazed, nonchalantly replied, delivering a playful kick to sending him sprawling several meters away and kicking up clouds of dust. Guolaogue, I will not let this go. The chubby one shouted in anger. But when he met Guo Shichen's smiling eyes, he promptly shut his mouth. Very well, let's consider it 50,000 low-grade soul stones. After all, you are my students. So I shall offer you a discount. Upon realizing his generous offer had been exposed, Guo Shichen swiftly lowered the price by a significant margin. We will take it for 10,000 low-grade soul stones, not a penny more, Ling Feng interjected, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Add a bit more, come on. Guo Shichen's expression darkened, and he quickly forced a smile, knowing that each bottle of 4th-tier body refining liquid had cost him 20,000 low-grade. He would never engage in such a loss-making transaction. Suddenly, a calm voice broke the tension. 2nd-tier condensation grass, 2nd-tier black-tongue orchid, 2nd-tier snowy grass, 3rd-tier three-tailed wind leaf. Xiao Fan had opened a jade bottle, gently waving his right hand to stir the air above the bottle's opening, inhaling the fragrance as he spoke. Having obtained the endless battle soul was akin to receiving the lineage's inheritance, which included alchemical and forging techniques. This ability to discern herbs by scent was merely a minor skill. At present, he could only identify the existence of spiritual herbs but was unable to determine their quantities. Ling Feng, the little witch, and the plump man were left utterly astounded, as was Uncle Fu, Guo Shichen's attendant, who stared in disbelief at Xiao Fan, who began to articulate the names of various spiritual herbs. In total, there were 13 types of spiritual herbs, with only the 4th-grade bone-cleansing flower holding any significant value. For a skilled 4th-grade alchemist to procure these materials, it would typically cost around 100,000 low-grade soul stones. Adding the labor fee of 50,000 low-grade soul stones for the alchemist, the total would amount to 150,000 low-grade soul stones. Xiao Fan spoke nonchalantly. 150,000 low-grade soul stones. Very well, I shall sell them to you for that price. Upon hearing this, Guo Shichen's eyes lit up. Yet he was utterly shocked. He had never anticipated Xiao Fan's remarkable prowess in alchemy. However, Xiao Fan shook his head and remarked, unfortunately, this potion is clearly a diluted version, roughly 100 times weaker in concentration, making it worth only 1,500 low-grade soul stones. It seems the esteemed dean has been deceived. At this, Guo Shichen's expression stiffened. If what Xiao Fan said were true, he had indeed been duped. He quickly feigned anger and declared, Those rascals at the Alchemist Guild are nothing but scoundrels. Dean, here is 10,000 low-grade soul stones. I shall purchase these 4 vials of potion. Xiao Fan smiled, retrieving 10,000 low-grade soul stones from his soul ring, then collected the 4 vials in return. Ling Feng and the others wore expressions of glee, eagerly awaiting Guo Shichen's misfortune. You rascal! Guo Shichen found himself at a loss for words, waving his hand dismissively. Enough. It's just a few tens of thousands of low-grade soul stones. Despite his words, Xiao Fan and the others could clearly sense his discomfort. It was likely his heart was bleeding. Tonight, you shall run an additional 200 laps. Uncle Fu suddenly interjected, extending a finger, instantly sealing the soul energy of several individuals. 200 laps is too few. Let us make it 400. After all, you are all at the battle sovereign realm. Guo Shichen added with a forced chuckle. Xiao Fan and the others erupted in curses. It was evident that this fellow was settling old scores. Yet they dared not resist and could only leave the courtyard with heavy hearts. Shichen, what about Xiao Fan's battle soul? As they departed, Uncle Fu's eyes sparkled with insight. It should be correct. Unfortunately, the old dean is nowhere to be found. Otherwise, he would surely take him as a disciple, Guo Shichen remarked. As if he had transformed into a different person. Who would have thought that a boy cast out by his family would possess the legendary battle soul? Uncle Fu sighed bitterly. Should we inform him to refrain from revealing his battle soul too openly? No need. Knowing might not be a good thing. After all, this anomaly in his battle soul will only become apparent during a breakthrough. Otherwise, most would merely perceive his 4th-grade battle soul as somewhat peculiar, Guo Shichen replied, shaking his head. This young man's talent in both alchemy and martial arts appears to be extraordinarily formidable. He comprehended the fist intent at the Battle Master realm and may even advance to become a 4th-grade alchemist. Had it not been for your decision to enroll him in the Divine Wind Academy, we would have lost a super talent, Uncle Fu lamented with another sigh. Indeed, perhaps this is the wisest decision I have made since becoming the acting dean. Guo Shichen inhaled deeply, a smile gracing his face. That night, the Battle King Academy was anything but tranquil, as several top-tier experts from various academies led hundreds of students to the Divine Wind Academy to flaunt their prowess. Ultimately, they were repelled by Xiao Fan and Ling Feng, resulting in the demise of 2 formidable experts. This incident has long since spread throughout the War King Academy. That useless Di Han, unable to even slay a mere warrior, ultimately met his own demise at the hands of the adversary. What a disgrace! The Shenfeng Academy has grown excessively arrogant. A mere dilapidated institution dares to slaughter members of the War King Academy. We must seek justice for this. With just over 2 months until the autumn hunt in Yin City, the esteemed members of the Academy currently training in the field will soon return. At that time, we shall see how Yun Luoyu and Chu Lin exact vengeance upon them. Why employ great power to swat a fly? Li Zian, Luo Chen, and Li Shui are more than sufficient to annihilate the 4 from Shenfeng Academy. In a square of the War King Academy, many students congregated, deliberating on how to reclaim their honor from today's humiliating defeat. However, the true experts were all outside, and given the prowess of Xiao Fan and Ling Feng, it was clear that these students were incapable of taking action. In a secluded courtyard deep within the academy, 3 individuals sat, a middle-aged man and 3 elders, each exuding an incomprehensible aura. One of them, if Xiao Fan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize as the academy's president, Chu Xian. Old Lin, Old Wu, and Elder Bai. The Shenfeng Academy has indulged in this wanton slaughter. We must seek retribution. Chu Xian forcibly suppressed his inner fury as he addressed the 2 elders. The Shenfeng Academy has indeed overstepped their bounds, spoke an elder clad in gray, his gaze sharp like that of an eagle, his vitality undiminished despite his advanced years. Our people cannot perish in vain. Yet, we are unable to intervene directly. You represent the War King Academy. Thus, you 2 must refrain from engaging. Let Wu Bing and the others return early, suggested a robust elder clad in black, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Chu Xian nodded, shifting his attention to the 3rd elder, who was dressed in green. The elder furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, Old Wu is correct. Our people cannot die without cause. However, matters concerning the younger generation should be resolved by them. There remains one concern. Although Lu Yu has been absent for several years and the elders of the Shenfeng Academy have gradually departed, we cannot underestimate Guo Shichen and that old Fu. Our War King Academy has not retaliated, granting them face. Now that our people have perished, we have shown restraint. If we were to slay their members, what could they possibly do to us? The black-clad elder, Old Wu stated coldly. Then it is settled. Let Luo Yu and Wu Bing return. As the autumn hunt in Yin City is approaching, the elder in green concluded. Unbeknownst to all this, Xiao Fan and his companions remained oblivious. The following day, as the sun reached its zenith, Xiao Fan and the others awoke from their meditation, stretching lazily before embarking on another busy day. This monotonous training is quite tedious. Perhaps we should explore the Soul Beast Mountain range? The plump one suggested, glancing at Xiao Fan and the others. Sounds good. I'm eager to go. I'm tired of looking at that old eccentric Guo. The little demoness eagerly raised her hands in agreement. Ling Feng remained silent, directing his gaze toward Xiao Fan, who pondered for a moment before responding, let us postpone it for a few days. I have a few matters to attend to. Is young Master Ling present? Suddenly, an aged voice resonated from outside the courtyard. Ling Feng responded briefly and made his way toward the entrance, followed closely by Xiao Fan and the others. Outside stood an elderly man with graying hair, accompanied by 4 horse-drawn carts laden with goods. Xiao Fan was the first to grasp the situation, exclaiming in surprise, "Have you gathered the medicinal herbs so swiftly?" The old man looked at Xiao Fan with mild astonishment. He had initially assumed it was Ling Feng who had instructed him to procure the spiritual herbs, but it appeared there was another involved. When had Ling Xiao become so amicable? "Shenbo, there's no need for you to come personally. You could have sent someone," Ling Feng said. A hint of irritation in his tone, yet his expression conveyed genuine gratitude. The old man smiled slightly and replied, "Since Ling Xiao has tasked me with procuring, how could I possibly neglect my duties? Ling Xiao, please have your friend confirm the inventory. Should anything be lacking, I shall procure it later." Ling Feng nodded and turned to Xiao Fan. After taking half a cup of tea's time to inspect the herbs, Xiao Fan ultimately nodded and said, "Everything is in order." "Thank you, Shenbo. You are a friend of Ling Xiao. There is no need for formality. Should you require any assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out at Lingyun Commerce." Shenbo chuckled, his demeanor unbothered. "Then I shall not stand on ceremony. I happen to have 2 matters I would like to trouble Shenbo with," Xiao Fan said without hesitation, boldly pressing forward. A flicker of peculiar expression crossed Shenbo's eyes. Though somewhat displeased, he maintained a smile, saying cheerfully, "Please, do go on." "Just call me Xiao Fan," he replied, fully aware of Shenbo's thoughts but unfazed by them. Upon hearing the name of Lingyun Commerce, he felt a decisive clarity in his heart. Xiao Fan produced a crumpled piece of paper and handed it to Shenbo, saying, "Shenbo, I require some 4th-grade medicinal herbs. Could you take a look?" Taking the paper, Shenbo's astonishment grew as he examined the 20 or so herbal items listed, the least of which were 4th-grade spiritual herbs. What did this young man intend to do? "Is there some difficulty, Shenbo?" Xiao Fan asked with a cheerful demeanor, maintaining the basic courtesy expected when requesting assistance. "No. The list mentions 21 types of herbs, and our stock at Lingyun Commerce contains 20 of them. However, 1 5th-grade herb, blood crystal grass, is exceedingly rare and can only be found deep within the Soul Beast Mountains." Shenbo hesitated before responding. "Rascal, what do you need 5th-grade herbs for?" The little demoness looked at Xiao Fan curiously, while Ling Feng and the plump fellow remained silent. Nothing of concern, Xiao Fan shook his head, naturally withholding his true intentions. He was set on concocting the genuine 4th-grade body-refining potion, Blood Soul Liquid. Blood crystal grass was an essential primary ingredient for the Blood Soul Liquid, but he hadn't anticipated that even the foremost commerce house in the Zhàn Hún Continent, Lingyun Commerce, would lack it. Clearly, a journey to the Soul Beast Mountains was imperative. Xiao Fan mused, then turned to Shenbo and said, "Shenbo, could you please gather 10 sets of these herbs for me? How many soul stones will it require?" "I can provide them to you now." After a moment of contemplation, Shenbo arrived at an approximate figure after several breaths. "It will amount to roughly 180,000 low-grade soul stones." "Is it truly so expensive?" Xiao Fan was utterly astonished. At present, he possessed merely 1 million low-grade soul stones, a sum insufficient to procure even 10 portions of medicine, and that was without considering the purchase of blood crystal grass. "Shenbo, please prepare 5 portions for me. Here are 90,000 low-grade soul stones." As Xiao Fan produced the 90,000 soul stones, he experienced a profound realization of why alchemists were so. Every advancement in their realm came at a significant financial cost. Shenbo gazed at the densely packed, multicolored soul stones with mild surprise. He had not anticipated that Xiao Fan would possess such a wealth of soul stones. He nodded and replied, "Very well. These 5 portions of medicinal materials will be delivered by evening." May I inquire about the second matter? Let us first take care of these medicinal materials. Xiao Fan deftly diverted the topic, abstaining from directly revealing the second matter. Shenbo, being quite astute, understood Xiao Fan's intent and waved his hand, instructing the attendants to transport the medicinal materials into the Divine Wind Academy. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan led the group into his chamber, leaving Shenbo and the others puzzled about what could be so secretive. Does the Lingyun Chamber of Commerce have the capacity to sell my medicinal liquids on my behalf? Xiao Fan pondered, having considered many options over the past few days. He realized that having the Alchemist Guild sell his beauty liquid was nearly impossible, compelling him to seek alternative solutions. Shenbo hesitated, his gaze flickering towards Ling Feng, who remained silent. Uncertain of Ling Feng's thoughts, Shenbo braced himself and inquired, "What exactly does the young master wish to sell?" "3 types of medicinal liquids, the beauty liquid, the wound-healing liquid, and the soul-refining liquid," Xiao Fan replied without hesitation. The beauty liquid? Shenbo's eyes suddenly sparkled. He had heard of the remarkable events at the Alchemist Guild a few days prior, especially concerning the miraculous beauty liquid capable of instantly healing scars. Many had flocked to the Lingyun Chamber of Commerce inquiring about it. If the Lingyun Chamber were to sell the beauty liquid, it would undoubtedly present a tremendous business opportunity. "Is this beauty liquid your invention?" Shenbo forced himself to maintain composure, his gaze towards Xiao Fan shifting significantly. He recognized that even if the Lingyun Chamber did not purchase it, numerous other chambers would, as no one would turn away from soul stones. "Sort of," Xiao Fan replied nonchalantly. "What beauty liquid? You rascal. You've been with us these days. How could you have concocted something else?" The little demoness gazed at Xiao Fan in astonishment, while the chubby fellow and Ling Feng were equally taken aback. "Is there?" Xiao Fan stroked his chin, a mischievous smile gracing his face. "Sir, the Lingyun Chamber of Commerce is willing to offer 10 million low-grade soulstones for the recipe of your beauty liquid," Shenbo exclaimed excitedly, convinced that Xiao Fan would not refuse such temptation. 10 million low-grade soulstones was an astronomical figure for most, enough to sustain many for several lifetimes of happiness. "I shall not sell," Xiao Fan replied with a smile, shaking his head. "Do you truly believe I am a fool? 10 million for my beauty liquid recipe? Not a chance. Even 50 million would not suffice." "Then what does the young master desire?" Shenbo's expression soured. He felt as though he had been toyed with. "You said you would trouble me, yet now you refuse to sell?" Xiao Fan chuckled, his tone laden with meaning. "I previously mentioned having the Lingyun Chamber sell it on my behalf." "Sell it on your behalf?" The others looked at Xiao Fan in confusion, unsure of what he meant. "Are you not aware of what it means to sell on behalf of someone?" Xiao Fan, filled with perplexity, patiently elucidated. "The term agent sale implies that I retain the original formula, concoct the essence, and subsequently dilute it to create a sellable potion at a specified ratio. The revenue generated will be distributed between myself and the Lingyun Commerce Association according to an agreed proportion. However, this arrangement would inevitably diminish your time for cultivation." The little sorceress evidently held little faith in this approach. "Thus, I devised an alternative plan to entrust the formula to the Lingyun Commerce Association, which could facilitate the alchemical process through others, allowing me to claim 30% of the profits. Furthermore, should any other issues arise, I would be readily available for consultation. After a decade, the formula would wholly belong to the Lingyun Commerce Association. What do you think?" Xiao Fan continued. This strategy had consumed considerable thought, enabling him to take a hands-off approach while still amassing sufficient soulstones to support his cultivation. Shenbo pondered deeply and ultimately nodded in agreement. "Excellent. Your willingness to share the formula signifies your trust in the Lingyun Commerce Association, and this venture is inherently profitable. I shall draft an agreement this evening and return to consult you, young master." "Shenbo, there is no rush." As Shenbo turned to depart, Xiao Fan added, "Earlier, you mentioned there were 3 types of potions. What about the other 2? Shenbo felt an inexplicable surge of excitement, and his demeanor toward Xiao Fan shifted. No one wished to offend such a young alchemist. One is known as the Golden Wound Elixir, a 3rd-tier potion that can instantly staunch bleeding and accelerate recovery from injuries sustained during external cultivation. Its efficacy is further enhanced when used in conjunction with the Beauty Elixir. The other is the Soul Refinement Elixir, which exists in 4 tiers, from 1st to 4th. If I am not mistaken, the 1st-tier Soul Refinement Elixir can enhance the soul power of a battle spirit cultivator by 40%, and similarly, the 4th-tier variant can augment a battle sovereign's soul power by approximately the same margin. Xiao Fan elaborated, captivating the audience. While the Golden Wound Elixir might not have initially garnered much concern, the Soul Refinement Elixir was undeniably a rare concoction. The Soul Refinement Elixir? Is it truly capable of refining soul power? I thought only cultivation techniques could accomplish that. Even Shinbo, with his temperament, was taken aback. Indeed, Xiao Fan's gaze was resolute. He had not anticipated Shinbo's astonishment. Were there truly no similar potions in circulation? Haha. The advent of the Soul Refinement Elixir will undoubtedly sweep across the continent of battle souls. Xiao Fan, do you realize that even the Alchemist Guild lacks such a potion? I can already envision the frenzy it will incite. Shinbo exclaimed with fervor. Taken aback by this revelation, Xiao Fan reflected on the inheritance of the Endless Battle Classic, where the Soul Refinement Elixir was merely regarded as a low-tier potion. How could it possess such immense value? Regret began to creep in. The impact of the Soul Refinement Elixir would be monumental, and he wished he had chosen not to reveal it. Shinbo, the Soul Refinement Elixir is quite precious, and I must claim 50% of the profits. As for the Golden Wound Elixir, I will also retain 30%. Additionally, I prefer that no one knows I am the source of the Soul Refinement Elixir, Xiao Fan stated firmly. This was not merely a matter of avarice. The market potential for the Soul Refinement Elixir was indeed vast. His claim to 50% of the profits served as a safeguard for the Lingyun Commerce Association as well. As instructed by young Master Xiao, I will bring the agreement later this evening, along with the medicinal herbs you require. Uncle Shin readily agreed, understanding that even a mere 50% profit would be substantial. There's no need. Simply come back in 7 days. I will have refined these herbs into the essence, which you can take with you. Xiao Fan replied with a smile. Very well, I shall return in 7 days. Farewell, young Master Ling and young Master Xiao. Uncle Shin nodded and turned to leave the room. The little demoness, Ling Feng, and the chubby lad looked at Xiao Fan in astonishment, as if they were unfamiliar with him. The little demoness stepped forward, tugging at Xiao Fan's ear and playfully pinching his cheeks. What are you doing, little demoness? Xiao Fan cried out in pain. Are you really a shameless rogue? When did you acquire the ability to refine 4th-grade elixirs? Have you become a 4th-grade alchemist? The little demoness gazed at Xiao Fan in disbelief, but regardless of how she pinched him, his face only turned slightly red without any other changes. Old third, haha. You've struck it rich. You must take second brother out for a grand feast, followed by 3 days and nights of revelry at the flower-drunken pavilion. The chubby lad wiggled his fat, envisioning a host of beautiful women surrounding him, a lascivious grin plastered across his face. Get lost. Xiao Fan, the little demoness. And Ling Feng shouted in unison, delivering a swift kick to the chubby lad's belly, sending him flying like a kite with a severed string. In the following 7 days, Xiao Fan remained in his quarters, diligently refining medicine, the air thick with the scent of herbs. Strangely, Uncle Fu did not bother. By the 7th day, he had finally completed the processing of the medicinal herbs from 4 horse-drawn carts. Xiao Fan appeared disheveled, looking as if he had aged a decade. Despite being merely 16, he had produced 100 bottles of soul-quenching liquid, 60 bottles of golden healing liquid, and 80 bottles of beauty elixir. Refining medicine truly was no ordinary task. It was no wonder alchemists were considered eccentric, spending long periods in solitude. With a bittersweet smile, Xiao Fan acknowledged the toll it had taken on him, having lost considerable weight over the week. After cleaning himself up, he finally felt ready to face the world. On this day, Uncle Shun arrived punctually. He had been unable to sleep for nights, filled with excitement at the prospect of obtaining the formulas Xiao Fan held. Young Master Ling, young Master Xiao, Uncle Shun greeted with a beaming smile. You may take these elixirs with you. Xiao Fan retained 10 bottles of each type, giving the remainder to Uncle Shun along with the formulas and preparation methods. Uncle Shun was overjoyed, carefully stowing away over 200 bottles of elixirs. After signing the agreement with Xiao Fan, he presented a soulstone card, stating, "This contains 5 million lower-grade soulstones, a token of goodwill from the Lingyun Commerce Association. The herbs you require are waiting for you outside." "Thank you, Uncle Shun," Xiao Fan replied with a smile, as he was currently in need of soulstones and did not hesitate to accept the offer. Finally, the tuition fees are secured, the chubby lad exclaimed, jumping with excitement as Uncle Shin departed, his grin wide. "What herbs did you purchase, old third?" Ling Feng inquired calmly, aware that the 90,000 lower-grade soulstones spent for just 5 types of herbs signified their immense value. The materials needed to refine a type of medicine that can enhance our physical and soul strength. We must prepare for the autumn hunt in over 2 months. Xiao Fan disclosed without reservation. Is it not the soul-quenching liquid? The little demoness questioned, perplexed. Soul-quenching liquid? Xiao Fan, however, wore a look of disdain and remarked, "Compared to the soul-refining liquid, this is merely refuse." Refuse? The three gasped in shock. Was even a fourth-grade elixir considered refuse? They realized they were growing increasingly perplexed by Xiao Fan. His gaze turned skyward as he murmured, "Yet, we still lack a primary ingredient, the blood crystal herb." Uncle Shin also mentioned that it can only be found deep within the Soul Beast mountain range. Fearless, the stout one declared, "What is there to be afraid of? Let us venture into the depths of the Soul Beast mountain range. Shiyu, you stay at the academy. I shall accompany the second and third brothers," Ling Feng said. Concern etched on his face as he regarded the little demoness, anxious about her safety. However, the little demoness was unappreciative of his concern and retorted, "Wherever that scoundrel, I will follow." Xiao Fan quickly stepped aside, genuinely apprehensive that the little demoness might cause trouble. Having just fostered a better relationship with Ling Feng, he feared that her antics could turn him into a rival once more. "Then let us proceed. With me around, no one shall harm you," Ling Feng replied, his expression softening as he gazed affectionately at the little demoness. Observing this, Xiao Fan felt a twinge of confusion and discomfort in his chest, even finding it difficult to breathe. What on earth am I truly interested in the little demoness? He mused, watching her as she walked ahead. With her alluring figure and nearly flawless countenance, albeit with a slightly irritable temperament. Should I inform Uncle Fu? The stout one scratched his head, still wary of Uncle Fu's reprimands. No need. Uncle Fu won't return until evening, and besides, what if he refuses? The little demoness was eager to plunge into the Soul Beast mountain range and had no desire to notify Uncle Fu. "Shiyu is right. Let us leave a note." Ling Feng contemplated and penned a brief note, simply stating their intent to journey to the Soul Beast mountain range. The four, mindful of their surroundings, discreetly departed Yen City with the little golden creature, avoiding the main thoroughfares due to the numerous individuals they had recently offended. The Soul Beast mountain range lies over 100 miles from Yen City, vast and boundless, stretching across an unknown expanse. It is not governed by any particular power, surrounded by several dynasties. This region is teeming with soul beasts, a coveted training ground for many cultivators. However, it is also home to formidable sixth-tier soul beasts, equivalent to the realm of battle kings, deterring ordinary cultivators from venturing deep within. There are even rumors of seventh-tier soul beasts of the Battle Emperor level residing within, rendering it almost a forbidden territory for human cultivators, with even Battle Emperors reluctant to tread there. As they entered the forest, dense foliage obscured the sun, with beams of light occasionally filtering through, casting a hazy glow over the woods. The air, damp and shadowy, carried a hint of decay. The group wrinkled their noses at the scent, while the little golden creature appeared as if a dragon had entered the sea, brimming with excitement. Soul beasts truly belonged to the wilderness, and this was their paradise. Months had passed since their initial encounter, and the little golden creature had grown significantly. Now measuring 2.5 meters in length and standing a meter tall, exuding an imposing presence befitting a beast on the verge of breaking through to the fourth tier. A few individuals deliberated, and thus, Xiao Fan and Little Jean ventured ahead to scout the path, while the little witch and the fatty trailed behind, with Ling Feng bringing up the rear. Entering the Soul Beast mountain range necessitated constant vigilance against potential attacks from the soul beasts. Given the current strength of the four, combined with Little Jean, they posed no mortal threat to ordinary fourth-tier soul beasts. However, should they encounter a fifth-tier soul beast, retreat would be their only option. Xiao Fan released his soul power, allowing it to permeate the surroundings, for in this realm, visibility was severely hindered, and only soul power could unveil the truth. Outside the thicket, the group moved swiftly, as this area was frequently traversed, alleviating their concerns of sudden assaults by soul beasts. Moreover, the soul beasts lurking at the periphery were of a lesser tier and posed no threat to their lives. After 3 hours of travel, their pace slowed. The deeper they ventured, the denser the thorns became, and the occasional roar of a soul beast kept them on high alert, ever mindful of their surroundings. They endeavored to tread lightly, for any loud noise could easily attract unwanted attention from the beasts, as Ling Feng cautioned. Suddenly, Xiao Fan halted, his breath catching in his throat at the grim sight before him. 4 men and 3 women's corpses hung from a tree a mere 7 to 8 meters ahead, their bodies in a state of decay and grotesquely incomplete, bearing the marks of soul beast bites. One man had his eyeballs gouged out, another's abdomen was violently torn, with entrails strewn about, and 3 women bore no signs of modesty, evidently having been violated before their demise. It was clear that these were practitioners who had entered the Soul Beast mountain range, now gruesomely executed and displayed in this manner. Such cruelty was beyond comprehension. The little witch covered her mouth, suppressing the urge to vomit, unable to gaze directly at the horrific tableau. To kill is one thing, but to display such brutality, what enmity could inspire such torment? The fatty furrowed his brow. They must have been dead for 3 or 4 days, Ling Feng observed. His demeanor icy. The absence of significant signs of struggle suggested a vast disparity in strength. Those responsible for this atrocity were undoubtedly a band of perverts. Xiao Fan approached the corpses, maintaining a relatively calm demeanor as he began to analyze the scene meticulously. These deviants had best not fall into my grasp, for I would ensure their suffering exceeds that of death. After a moment, the little witch regained her composure, her teeth clenched in anger. Given our strength, encountering them may not yield favorable outcomes, Xiao Fan replied, shaking his head as he scrutinized the bodies. Having been a master of medicine in his previous life, he had witnessed countless corpses, rendering this sight devoid of any emotional impact. It was not that he was heartless, but rather that he had become indifferent. Oh, Ling Feng remarked in astonishment, mirrored by the surprised expressions of the fatty and the little witch. Xiao Fan gently stroked little Jean's head in a soothing manner, then pointed to one of the corpses, stating, "Look here, this individual appears to have been slain by claws. Had it been the claws of a soul beast, these individuals would likely have been consumed as prey. Thus, they must have fallen victim to a battle soul akin to a soul beast. Furthermore, observe how this claw has precisely torn through the cardiac region, swift, accurate, and merciless. Wait, what about these wounds?" The fatty interjected, gesturing towards the rotting gashes on the man's abdomen. Clearly, those were not inflicted by a single claw. Xiao Fan shook his head, picking up a twig to prod at the corpse. There are several claw marks here, none of which are fatal. However, the wounds have turned a deep black. This individual has clearly endured torment. Only the claw mark near the heart is truly lethal. With this, Xiao Fan approached another male corpse, noting the blackened bruise around the throat, which remained remarkably clean even in decay. This man was slain with a sharp sword, a precise cut to the throat. Even our leader would find it challenging to execute such a strike, he remarked, his expression darkening further. Ling Feng took a deep breath and nodded in agreement with Xiao Fan's assessment. The sword had cleanly severed the trachea without damaging the surrounding bones, underscoring the swiftness of the attack. "And what of this individual?" the stout man queried, pointing at the corpse devoid of its eyes, which bore numerous ligature marks. Xiao Fan examined the body closely, for this was indeed his area of expertise. As a medical savant, he possessed profound knowledge of wounds. This individual must have been strangled with a vine. The little sorceress ventured boldly, gazing at the corpse. No sooner had she spoken than the gazes of Xiao Fan, Ling Feng, and the stout man shifted toward her, causing the little sorceress to feel a chill run down her spine. "Why are you looking at me? You don't suspect I had a hand in this, do you?" she exclaimed, stepping back in alarm. "No, we are merely surprised. Your intellect appears to have sharpened." Xiao Fan chuckled. The little sorceress glared at him, her small fangs bared, wishing she could stomp him underfoot. The third individual is likely a wielder of plant-type battle souls. He was strangled to death, and his eyes were pierced by the vine, penetrating through to the back of his head, Xiao Fan stated, his smile fading and his demeanor turning grave. This implies that the assailants were at least 3 in number, one with a beast battle soul, another a swordsman or sword soul wielder, and the last a plant-type soul user. Such a combination presents formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, Ling Feng summarized. Why resort to murder? They could have simply taken what they wanted from these men. The little sorceress felt a surge of indignation rising within her. It was no wonder she was so enraged. In the Soul Beast mountain range, where soul beasts roamed freely, humanity was already scarce. Why must they turn against one another? All the world is bustling for profit. All the world is tumultuous for gain. Everything revolves around greed, Xiao Fan sighed. In the Soul Beast mountain range, danger lurked everywhere, sometimes. The greatest threat was not the soul beasts, but humanity itself. The group lamented, grasping the weight of Xiao Fan's words. Why had humans ventured into the Soul Beast mountain range? Was it not to hunt soul beasts for soul crystals and seek out spirit herbs? Killing a soul beast yielded only a single soul crystal, and finding a spirit herb could take days of searching. However, taking a human life could yield numerous soul crystals and spirit herbs. Greed is a fundamental trait of humanity, but must it manifest in such cruelty? The little sorceress ground her small fangs together, a grim aura surrounding her as she expressed her unprecedented wrath. Everyone, be cautious. The brutality of these individuals is not what we should fear. Rather, it is their formidable strength. We are merely on the outskirts of the Soul Beast mountain range, and the blood crystal grass can only be found deep within the mountains where we may encounter them. Xiao Fan inhaled deeply and added silently to himself, "My physical resilience cannot yet withstand the might of fifth-tier combat techniques. I must locate the blood crystal grass to concoct the blood soul pill. With the purification of the blood soul pill, we will have an additional safeguard for the upcoming autumn hunt." Obtaining the fifth-tier spiritual herb, blood crystal grass, is the primary objective for Xiao Fan and his companions as they venture into the Soul Beast mountain range. The autumn hunt in Yin City approaches, which explains Xiao Fan's impatience. The group nodded, hastily burying the corpses before continuing their journey. After 2 more hours of travel, they paused as dusk approached, seeking a place to rest. Xiao Fan surveyed the surroundings and ultimately chose a towering ancient tree. The elevation offered a sense of security compared to the ground below. In the twilight of the Soul Beast mountain range, they dared not light a fire, as its glow would render them easy targets. Nightfall arrived swiftly, and they nestled among the tree branches. Fortunately, the boughs were ample, providing a reasonably stable sleeping arrangement. However, after a brief moment of activity, Xiao Fan produced a large black bag. "What is that, you rogue?" The little sorceress inquired in a hushed tone, her gaze fixed curiously upon the bag. "A sleeping bag," Xiao Fan replied nonchalantly, preparing to slip inside. This was a special preparation, allowing for a comfortable night even in the dark. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the little sorceress darted into the sleeping bag, a triumphant grin on her face as she declared, "This is mine now. You find somewhere else." "You." Xiao Fan's fists clenched, teeth gritted as he retorted, "I will keep watch tonight." With that, he settled on a branch, closing his eyes as his soul energy radiated outward, enveloping the area. Unable to sleep, he commenced his training. The phantom battle soul swiftly absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, and Xiao Fan's eyes suddenly lit up in surprise. The energy in the Soul Beast mountain range was indeed rich, perfectly suited for consolidating his cultivation. In the dead of night, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Xiao Jin and the chubby one snored softly, while Ling Feng and the little sorceress remained eerily quiet. The night breeze was cool, a welcome relief from the oppressive heat of the city. Only Xiao Fan remained vigilant, alert to his surroundings. A faint chirping sound broke the silence, causing Xiao Fan to abruptly open his eyes. Gazing into the dark, he spotted pairs of sharp, crimson eyes staring back at him from a distance of several meters. Hundreds of them, sending chills down his spine. "What is this?" Xiao Fan's pupils constricted as he unleashed his soul energy, instantly recognizing the creatures before him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he noticed the beasts bearing their fangs, reflecting the faint light in the darkness, creating a startling glare. "Soul beasts are attacking," Xiao Fan exclaimed softly, prompting Ling Feng and the others. Upon seeing the dense mass of soul beasts, they were gripped by terror. "Second-tier soul beasts, bloodbats? So many of them," the chubby one stammered. Though second-tier soul beasts were not inherently terrifying, their sheer numbers were daunting enough to instill fear even in those at the martial sovereign level. Within the Soul Beast Mountains, the bloodbats may not be formidable in strength, yet their clan instills great terror. It is said that even formidable warriors of the battle sect find themselves at a disadvantage when confronting them. A single bloodbat may lack power, but what of 100 or 1,000? As second-tier soul beasts, their survival within the mountains is assured by certain advantages. Frightened, the little sorceress instinctively thought of fleeing. "Xiu, stand behind me." Ling Feng quickly positioned himself in front of her to ensure her safety. "No, I can protect myself," she replied, unconsciously inching closer to Xiao Fan, leaving him somewhat speechless. "Everyone, gather around," Xiao Fan stated calmly, and then suddenly produced a torch, eliciting astonishment from the others. When had he prepared such a thing? Since acquiring the Soul Ring, Xiao Fan had stocked many essential supplies within it, like this torch, which most cultivators would deem useless in the Soul Beast Mountain. But Xiao Fan knew many soul beasts harbor a fear of flames. As the bloodbats beheld the fire, they recoiled in fright. Bloodbats are bloodthirsty, yet they too have a fear of fire. It appears that soul beasts possess their vulnerabilities. Ling Feng took a deep breath, casting a look of admiration towards Xiao Fan. "Old Third, how is it that you seem to be prepared for everything? You even brought sleeping bags and torches. What other surprises do you have for us? The rotund one regarded Xiao Fan curiously. As he had mentioned, sleeping bags and torches were items no ordinary person would think to carry, especially the latter, which would undoubtedly make them targets for the soul beasts during the night. Rascal, what if your torch attracts other soul beasts? The little sorceress was not so reassured. It was common knowledge that one should not light fires in the soul beast mountains after dark. Upon hearing her words, Ling Feng and the rotund one shared her concern. They had managed to fend off the bloodbats for now, but what of other soul beasts? Xiao Fan, however, shook his head. While bloodbats fear fire, they are not as terrified as you believe. Look, they may be agitated, yet they have not fled. This indicates something everyone should be aware of. As for other soul beasts, his deep gaze swept the surroundings. We need not worry for the time being. If we were to encounter a pack of wolves, lighting a torch might indeed attract other soul beasts, but we are currently facing bloodbats, which even the strongest of the battle sect fear. The other soul beasts would be too frightened to approach us. The group found Xiao Fan's reasoning sound. Their immediate concern was how to address the threat posed by the bloodbats. Regrettably, I only brought a few torches, making it somewhat challenging to last until dawn. Xiao Fan said, his expression grave. The bloodbats, being nocturnal creatures, would depart with the arrival of daylight, ensuring their safety, provided, of course, that the bloodbats did not attack them. Rascal, why don't we set this forest ablaze? The little sorceress suggested excitedly. A splendid idea. Let us heed Xiu's counsel. Ling Feng quickly agreed, always supportive of her decisions. The rotund one shrugged, at a loss for words, yet his expression clearly conveyed his agreement. Setting fire to the forest is a futile endeavor. The woods are inherently dark and damp, and having just been drenched by dew, they are far from ignitable. Xiao Fan cast a sidelong glance at the three individuals. By the way, the bloodbats possess an extraordinarily keen sense of smell. Perhaps we could employ some foul scent to drive them away? The rotund companion suddenly had a thought. A foul scent? Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan's eyes brightened. With a swift motion, a jade vial appeared in his hand. He uncorked it, and a nauseating stench permeated the air. What on earth is this horrid substance? The little sorceress immediately covered her nose and held her breath, while Ling Feng and the rotund fellow furrowed their brows, clearly finding the odor particularly repugnant. This is an insect repellent, specially formulated to repel pests, Xiao Fan chuckled. In truth, it was merely a failed concoction he had produced, deemed too foul to discard. And he never anticipated its current utility. As expected, upon detecting the noxious scent of the insect repellent, the bloodbats began to flee in a frenzy. Some even plummeting to the ground, utterly incapacitated by the stench. Moments later, all the bloodbats had vacated, leaving dozens of them sprawled. The little golden creature approached the fallen bats, pried open their heads, and devoured the thumb-sized soul crystals within, relishing the feast. Finally, they fled. The rotund fellow's tense body relaxed, causing the entire branch to sway several times. Suddenly, a series of low growls echoed through the woods. Accompanied by the sounds of something slicing through the air, it was the rapid movement of soul beasts. Little Gold, quickly ascend. Xiao Fan leapt down from the towering tree, tossing the little golden creature back up. At that moment, he felt a chill run down his spine, as if countless malevolent eyes were fixed upon him. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed back up the tree, only to hear a resounding crash behind him. Turning, he saw a black soul beast collide violently with a tree. In the distance, pairs of bright eyes were approaching, their white fangs glaring in the dim light, tendrils of black mist emanating from their forms. Fourth-tier soul beasts. The poison wolves? Xiao Fan's brow furrowed. A quick glance revealed there were as many as 8 of them, each equivalent to a warrior-level powerhouse. What terrible luck! The rotund fellow cursed vehemently, feeling a sense of frustration welling up inside him. If there were soul beasts below the 5th tier that might not fear the bloodbats, the poison wolves were certainly not among them. The foul odor they exuded rivaled that of the insect repellent, having morphed into a toxic miasma that even the bloodbats dared not approach. 8 poison wolves? They can be dealt with, Ling Feng stated coldly. A glimmer of determination flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. They were now at the warrior level. By rights, they should not fear 4th-tier soul beasts. He turned to Ling Feng and inquired, "Can you hold off 3 of them?" Ling Feng looked at Xiao Fan in confusion, as did the little sorceress and the rotund fellow. Ling Feng, you hold off 3, while the little sorceress and the rotund fellow can manage 2. I will swiftly eliminate 1 with Little Gold, and then come to assist you. It is imperative to resolve this swiftly. Prolonged combat is unwise, Xiao Fan explained, outlining his immediate battle plan. Ling Feng possessed formidable speed and strength, capable of holding off the three-headed poison wolf without difficulty. The little sorceress, endowed with the Silver Emperor Vine battle spirit, could ensnare and bind, effortlessly obstructing two of the beasts. As for the corpulent figure, he unleashed the might of the Diamond Hercules Bull, easily withstanding the onslaught of two poison wolves. Xiao Fan, too, was not lacking in when collaborating with Xiao Jin. Dispatching one of the poison wolves would be a trivial matter. The three belong to me, Ling Feng declared calmly before leaping from the towering tree. At the moment he descended, the 8 poison wolves howled in frenzy. Without hesitation, the little sorceress and the corpulent man followed suit, activating their battle spirits to charge at the 2 poison wolves. Xiao Jin, let us proceed. Xiao Fan's gaze fixated on the last remaining battle wolf. With a fierce wind accompanying his punch, he unleashed the dominant Heaven Fist, its overwhelming force resonating through the air with a thunderous sound. The poison wolf, alert, abruptly lifted its head and began to evade with great speed. A dull thud echoed as Xiao Fan's punch missed, creating a gaping hole in a tree, sending with splinters flying. What astounding speed! Xiao Fan marveled inwardly. He then executed the mysterious footsteps, leaving a fleeting afterimage in the air. Although mysterious footsteps was merely a second-tier movement technique, Xiao Fan had honed it to matching the speed of third-tier techniques. The poison wolf, with its chilling gaze fixed on Xiao Fan, growled furiously, unleashing streams of venom as swift as arrows. However, having transcended the Battlemaster realm, Xiao Fan's speed was incomparable to that of his previous state, effortlessly dodging the venomous attacks with a few swift moves. The venom struck a tree, penetrating its trunk, causing it to wither rapidly. Xiao Fan's expression darkened. The venom of this wolf was terrifyingly potent. If he would likely succumb to its lethal effects, far more perilous than the venom of the azure-patterned serpent that had bitten when you previously. Endless sword, Xiao Fan exclaimed. Springing forth from the thicket, a black sword of energy slicing through the air. The distinction between the Battle Sovereign and Battlemaster realms lay in the ability to materialize soul force. The poison wolf reacted swiftly, attempting to evade. Yet the speed of the endless sword was unmatched, piercing its hind leg, eliciting a pain growl. Old 3, hurry. I can't hold on much longer, Ling Feng shouted, feeling immense pressure while battling the 3 poison wolves. It's nearly time. Xiao Fan's expression twisted into a fierce grimace, his soul force coalescing into a massive fist aura. Dominant Heaven Fist. He struck down with tremendous force. Had the poison wolf not sustained injuries, it might have evaded him, but now it stood no chance against Xiao Fan. With a furious howl, the poison wolf, realizing escape was futile, charged at Xiao Fan, launching several streams of venom. Break. Yet, Xiao Fan stood undaunted, his palm aura manifesting as flames that repelled the venom, while his fist surged forward, crashing into the wolf's skull. Before it could even utter a cry, its brain matter and blood spilled forth, painting a gruesome scene. Xiao Fan retrieved a black soul crystal from the remains and tossed it to Xiao Jin. With a low growl, Xiao Jin promptly consumed the soul crystal. Boss, let me handle one. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Fan charged towards the direction of Ling Feng, slaying a 4th-tier soul beast, the poison wolf. His combat spirit surged, his entire being engulfed in a golden blaze. At last, he could engage in a battle of true fervor. These 2 poison wolves are mine. Ling Feng, brimming with confidence, faced 3 poison wolves. While he felt a slight pressure, he regarded the 2 with indifference. Best to be cautious. These 3 poison wolves possess formidable strength, Xiao Fan cautioned. The one he had previously slain was merely of mid-battle sovereign realm, whereas the current foe was of late-battle sovereign realm. Though the difference in realms may seem slight, it could prove fatal, for the prowess and physical constitution of soul beasts far surpass that of humans. Emergence of the infernal phoenix. Ling Feng nodded and bellowed, summoning the 9th-grade battle soul, the infernal phoenix. A vast pressure radiated outward, and the black flames appeared to Xiao Fan cast a glance at the scene, wholly focused on the poison wolf before him. Among the 4, Ling Feng was undoubtedly the strongest. If he could not subdue the beast, the rest of them stood no chance. The immediate priority was to eliminate this poison wolf. Each one slain would incrementally enhance their odds of victory. Bang! Xiao Fan executed a sweeping kick, his right leg whipping out like a tempest, striking the wolf's midsection with the force of an iron chain. The poison wolf was sent hurtling, crashing against a tree with a pained howl. Having mastered over 100 combat techniques, Xiao Fan's body was remarkably agile, his flexibility nearing the limits of human capability, as supple as if devoid of bones. Seizing the opportunity, he propelled himself forward, unleashing a soul force sword that shot directly towards the wolf's chest. To his astonishment, it failed to pierce. The soul force sword merely grazed a tiny wound, imparting a newfound respect for the wolf's defenses. Once more, Xiao Fan's spirits soared rather than faltered. He recognized the necessity for a swift resolution to this encounter. The poison wolf let out a chilling howl, its white pupils sending shivers down one's spine. Echoing through the forest, "This is not good. It's calling for reinforcements." Xiao Fan's expression darkened, tightening the tension among Ling Feng and the others. Even Xiao Jin, who was busy refining the poison wolf's soul crystal, bristled with caution, scanning the surroundings. Quickly, decisive action. Phoenix Fire Lotus. Ling Feng roared, the black flames swirling around him, transforming into a colossal black phoenix. The phoenix unleashed fireballs that detonated in midair, blooming into fiery lotus flowers, cascading like a rain of meteors. The two poison wolves emitted wretched howls as the black flames seared their bodies, a pungent odor of burning flesh wafting through the air. Diamond Fist, the stout companion bellowed. As the golden bull of might roared to the heavens, a massive golden fist surged forth, trembling the air with its explosive force. Bang! One poison wolf was sent flying, bursting in midair into a cloud of crimson mist, simple yet brutal. "Be careful, fatty," Xiao Fan shouted in alarm. Witnessing the other poison wolf baring its fangs as it lunged towards him, a stream of venom shooting forth like a deadly arrow, the hefty man unleashed a single strike that nearly depleted half of his soul energy. Although this punch was formidable, it was not something he could frequently employ. Otherwise, he would not have waited until this moment to act. At that instant, his steps were somewhat unsteady, making evasion impossible. Endless sword. In a flash, Xiao Fan executed the misty steps, leaping high like a monkey, severing the nearby bushes. Enveloped in soul energy, the foliage hurtled toward the venomous wolf with the speed of thunder, intercepting the toxic liquid. The venomous wolf, upon seeing the oncoming greenery, howled in rage. Its eyes filled with resentment. "Thank you, third brother," the hefty man said, sweat cascading down his face, feeling as if he had been granted a second chance at life. His defenses were formidable, but they were only effective against physical attacks. He had no immunity to such poison. "Now is not the time for thanks," Xiao Fan replied, his aura surging explosively. A golden flame enveloped him, and ghostly battle spirits manifested, surging soul energy flooding into Xiao Fan's body. Dominant heavenly fist. With a fierce roar, Xiao Fan unleashed a torrent of punching force, creating a tumultuous wave that sent thorns and bushes flying. Bang! The venomous wolf's eyes widened. Yet it possessed no power to resist, as Xiao Fan's punch shattered it. Meanwhile, Ling Feng had dealt with the two approaching venomous wolves, his expression pale. These two late-stage battle sovereign wolves were no trivial foes. At that moment, a series of wolf howls echoed from the forest ahead, stirring a sense of unease within everyone. Just as Xiao Fan and his companions were engaged in battle with the venomous wolves, in Yin City, Fu Bo returned to the Divine Wind Academy, as usual, only to find no trace of Xiao Fan and the others, merely a note they had left behind. These little rascals. Did they not realize how many wish for their demise? Fu Bo scolded angrily, glancing at the dark night sky, muttering, "Perfect. I need to gather some materials from the Soul Beast Mountains anyway. I might as well take a look." With that, Fu Bo turned and vanished into the night. Simultaneously, in the Sun family of the four great clans, Sun Ting was practicing martial skills in the courtyard when a dark figure flashed at the entrance. "Father, the people from Divine Wind Academy have left Yin City." The newcomer bore a resemblance to Sun Zi, who had been killed by Xiao Fan, but exuded a ferocious aura. He was Sun Ting's other son, Sun Ju. Although Sun Ju was notorious as one of the three wicked youths of Yin City, unlike Huang Tianba and Zhang Shi, his ranking on the Battle King Academy list surpassed that of Sun Zi, placing him in the 8th position. This was also the reason Sun Ting indulged Sun Ju, who harbored a secret that only his father knew. Sun Ting's fist clenched, his expression turning icy as he coldly declared, "How dare they leave at this time? I will kill them to avenge my elder brother." Sun Ju's voice was devoid of emotion, his tone exceedingly domineering, as if he regarded Xiao Fan and the others as already dead. "No, I shall go personally. Jua, I will take 2 men with me now. You can bring a few more tomorrow." As he spoke, Sun Ting strode toward the door, eager to slay Xiao Fan and avenge his son Sun Zi, setting off toward the Soul Beast Mountains under the cover of night. Unbeknownst to Xiao Fan and his companions, as he vanquished the 4th venomous wolf, A chorus of howls suddenly erupted around them, heralding the approach of a tempestuous presence. Such a multitude, just as a few of them prepared to flee. They beheld a pair of chilling eyes emerging from the darkened woods, numbering no less than 30 or 40. Each of these venomous wolves was at least a fourth-tier soul beast, adept in the art of poison, their speed rivaling that of 30 or 40 formidable human warriors. How could the four of them, along with Little Gold, hope to contend against such odds? The little sorceress ceased her onslaught and moved to join Xiao Fan and the others, their collective soul power radiating outward. From the throng of venomous wolves, a particularly imposing specimen emerged, a wolf measuring 4 meters in length and 2 meters in height. Its size dwarfed the 4 wolves that Xiao Fan had previously displayed. It was evident that this beast was the alpha of the pack, exuding an intensely savage aura, likely just a step away from reaching the 5th tier. Were it not for its innate constraints, this wolf would undoubtedly have surpassed the 5th tier. The 4 previously injured wolves approached the massive alpha with deference, growling softly while casting furious glances at Xiao Fan and his companions. The alpha growled in response, its blood-red eyes glowing with a feral light that sent shivers down the spines of the group. What to do? The stout companion trembled, overwhelmed by fear. Having only just arrived at the Soul Beast Mountains, they had encountered an unprecedented crisis, something none of them had anticipated. With over 40 4th-tier venomous wolves in the realm of warrior respect, even seasoned warriors would hesitate before such a daunting adversary. Their strongest member was merely at the mid-level of warrior respect. They stood no chance against the pack. It appeared that they truly had to fight for their lives. Ling Feng's eyes were as cold as ice, sweat beading on his forehead, his back already drenched. To flee would only incite the wolves further. The little sorceress's heart raced. She had never faced such an overwhelming scenario. Xiao Fan maintained a semblance of calm, scanning his surroundings. Given their collective strength, the prospect of defeating these wolves was nearly impossible. Their only recourse was to evade. Yet, surrounded by ancient trees, even climbing would be futile, as these wolves were adept at employing poison. Suddenly, the massive alpha wolf let out a furious roar, and in an instant, several robust 4th-tier wolves charged from all directions, some unleashing streams of venomous projectiles. Attack! Ling Feng bellowed, preparing to strike first. Boss, break through the encirclement. We must charge out, Xiao Fan shouted. Knowing that confronting the pack head-on was folly, their singular advantage lay in the dense forest, where thorns and towering trees could impede the wolves' speed, providing a chance to escape, or at least to fight separately. Earth split slash. Ling Feng responded, leaping into the air and executing a somersault, his sword slicing through the air. A wave of black sword energy hurtled forth, causing the ground to tremble as the encircling wolves yelped in terror. Quick, break through. Ling Feng landed perfect, pivoting to be the first to dash away. Without hesitation, Xiao Fan, the little sorceress, the stout companion, and Little Gold followed suit. There was no time to linger. If they were encircled by the wolves, escape would become an impossible dream. The venomous wolves surrounding them were sent flying. By the time they regained their senses, all they could see was the retreating figures of Xiao Fan and his companions. The large venomous wolf howled in fury, enraged that they had managed to escape despite being outnumbered by 30 or 40 wolves, many of which were of the late 4th rank. How could it not be furious? This situation was unsustainable. We must think of an escape route, Ling Feng urged anxiously. The effort to slay 2 venomous wolves had drained his soul power considerably. In this jungle, 4th-rank venomous wolves charged about recklessly, their speed rivaling their own. Let us climb the trees. Venomous wolves are not adept at climbing. The night belongs to us, and by day, with improved visibility, we need not fear them any longer, Xiao Fan suggested, glancing at the approaching wolves. Boss, you and the fatty should team up. Your defensive and offensive capabilities balance each other well. Can I team up with Shiryu as well? Ling Feng asked, looking at the little demon girl with anticipation. Boss, your infernal wind battle soul can barely allow you to float, right? Xiao Fan shook his head, giving Ling Feng a disapproving look for thinking of such matters at this time. Ling Feng nodded, and Xiao Fan continued, if the venomous wolves catch up, at a critical moment, you can escape. Likewise, I will not abandon little Jean. Only the little demon girl, with her silver monarch vine battle soul, can maneuver through the forest with ease. Let it be so then, Ling Feng conceded, recognizing the wisdom in Xiao Fan's words. He turned to the side at the fatty, who immediately wore a mischievous grin. Little demon girl, take little Jean up the tree, don't worry about me. With a swift motion, Xiao Fan leaped towards a tree. The little demon girl used her silver monarch vine battle soul to ensnare little Jean and followed suit. Boss, you must protect me. The fatty chuckled. Humph. I might just toss you down to feed the wolves. Ling Feng shot the fatty an irritated glance before leaping up onto a large tree. Despite his bulk, the fatty climbed with surprising speed, rivaling Ling Feng's agility. Seeing Xiao Fan and the others ascend the trees, the pack of wolves went completely berserk. Several of them wasted no time charging towards the trunks. Their large bodies found tree climbing a challenge, though not insurmountable, just lacking in grace. They had temporarily evaded disaster. The little demon girl stood atop the tree, gazing down at the venomous wolves, letting out a sigh of relief. Be cautious, the night is not yet over. Xiao Fan warned, remaining vigilant. The crisis may have subsided for now, but in the Soul Beast Mountains, anything could happen. As the night deepened, time became a torment for Xiao Fan and his companions. Though the venomous wolves were not proficient climbers, they dared not let their guard down completely. The large venomous wolf glared coldly at them from above, its howls becoming increasingly frantic. Rogue, it's so high up here. Do you think throwing them down would kill them? The little demon girl suddenly conceived an idea. Xiao Fan frowned, resting his chin on his hand as he pondered seriously. Perhaps it could work. With your silver monarch vine, this place is like a paradise for you. You can attack from a distance without fear of falling. Old 3, what a ridiculous idea. Sure you. Don't listen to Old 3. Ling Feng's voice boomed from afar, having overheard Xiao Fan and the little demon girl's conversation. Xiao Fan's expression darkened. This was not his idea, but rather a notion conceived by the little demoness. I have never been coerced to such an extent. They must be eradicated. The little demoness, having gained Xiao Fan's approval, completely disregarded Ling Feng's words, for she had little interest in his opinions. As soon as she spoke, she unleashed the Silver Emperor Vine's battle spirit. A multitude of tendrils surged forth towards the venomous wolves, akin to a volley of arrows, astonishingly swift. The air was filled with anguished howls, followed by a series of thunderous impacts. Take that. I shall annihilate you. The little demoness laughed heartily at the sight of the venomous wolves faltering. Xiao Fan, with a furrowed brow, thought to himself that this little demoness was exceedingly formidable. In terms of her previous life's vernacular, she was akin to a warrior woman, a stark contrast to her refined exterior. The phantom battle spirit, apart from accelerating the absorption of spiritual energy, seemed to possess no other capabilities. Or was there? It could also devour other battle spirits. But could it wield any additional powers? Xiao Fan pondered deeply. He had always believed the phantom battle spirit was extraordinary. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the battle sovereign realm so swiftly. Yet, while others' battle spirits could unleash attacks, the phantom battle spirit appeared to lack such offensive prowess. If one were to argue that its ability to consume others' battle spirits constituted an attack, how might one control it? Did it also affect soul? A glimmer of insight flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. With so many venomous wolves present, it was the perfect opportunity to experiment. Without hesitation, Xiao Fan swiftly positioned himself before a venomous wolf, startling the little demoness. You rogue, what are you doing? She exclaimed. Protect me, he replied, abruptly releasing the phantom battle spirit and advancing towards the venomous wolf. Judging by the aura emanating from the wolf, it was merely at the early stage of the 4th rank, posing little threat to him. With a mere thought, the phantom battle spirit manifested, merging into the shadows of the night. Seeing Xiao Fan daring to attack it, the venomous wolf let out a furious howl and unleashed streams of toxic liquid daggers aimed at him. Xiao Fan nimbly sidestepped, employing the mysterious steps to evade the attacks, moving swiftly as if those toxic daggers posed no danger. Within mere breaths, he found himself atop the lone wolf's back. The wolf struggled vehemently, racing through the trees in a desperate attempt to dislodge him. However, Xiao Fan clung tightly to its fur, as if firmly rooted to its body. I should survive this trial, he squinted, inhaling deeply as the phantom battle spirit transformed into a dark shadow enveloping him and the wolf. The venomous wolf screamed in terror, as if confronted with some unimaginable horror, leaving the little demoness and the others bewildered. It truly works. The phantom battle spirit can actually absorb the soul energy within the soul beast. Xiao Fan was astounded, feeling surges of immense power radiating from within the venomous wolf. Xiao Fan suddenly experienced an epiphany, as if a multitude of truths had crystallized within him. I understand now, the battle spirit, in essence, is a unique form of soul power. The spectral battle spirit can consume it, for the power of the soul beast is inherently soul energy. Thus it can be directly devoured. So, when faced with the soul energy attacks of human cultivators in the future, can it also be consumed? A whirlwind of thoughts coursed through Xiao Fan's mind, igniting an exhilarating fervor within him. Suddenly, he witnessed the venomous wolf leap into the air, diving straight towards the ground. Xiao Fan's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly placed a foot on the wolf's head and propelled himself towards the tree trunk, unwilling to become prey for the pack of wolves. However, the distance to the trunk was considerable, and a single leap was insufficient. As this realization dawned upon him, Xiao Fan's face turned pale. Just then, a beam of white light shot forth, encircling his waist and lifting him upwards. "You reckless fool, do you seek death?" Upon regaining his senses, Xiao Fan heard the sweet yet indignant voice of the little enchantress. "Have you developed feelings for me, reluctant to see me perish?" Xiao Fan grinned mischievously. Yet, the little enchantress had little patience, retorting with a hint of anger, "If you ever wish to feed the wolves again, just let me know. I have a penchant for doing good deeds." A shiver ran through Xiao Fan. Knowing the little enchantress's unpredictable nature, he feared she might actually toss herself. "Hey, how did that wolf end up dead?" Suddenly, a voice of astonishment came from a nearby rotund figure. Xiao Fan and the little enchantress released their soul energy, and to their amazement, they indeed found a venomous wolf lifeless on the ground. The little enchantress exclaimed, "You rogue, I sent that the very wolf you just dead." Indeed, Xiao Fan was equally astonished, recalling how he had stomped on the wolf's head with all his might, never anticipating that a single blow would have obliterated it. "Is this truly possible?" he pondered with a peculiar expression. "Little enchantress, the time for retaliation has arrived. Please safeguard me," he said, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. If he could slay all 30 to 40 of these fourth-tier soul beasts, it would amount to a significant fortune: soul crystals, pelts, and bones, all superior materials for alchemy and forging. "Excellent. I have longed to eradicate them." The little enchantress agreed without hesitation. Before Xiao Fan could fully comprehend the situation, a white vine ensnared him and thrust him before a venomous wolf. Xiao Fan cursed silently, but quickly regained his composure as the spectral battle spirit enveloped the wolf, rapidly consuming its soul energy. When the wolf attempted, Xiao Fan sprang into action, executing the dominant fist, striking the wolf's head with such force that it did not have time to utter a cry before being reduced to a pulp. In the next moment, he found himself before another venomous wolf, and this cycle continued. Within the span of a mere incense stick's burning time, 6 wolves had already perished at Xiao Fan's hands. The counterattack had officially commenced. The lead venomous wolf howled in fury, witnessing its kin being slaughtered one by one, its rage reaching a boiling point. Yet it was powerless against Xiao Fan and his companion. The other wolves, observing the scene, dared not pursue their attack from the trees, for their offensive capabilities were severely limited against the formidable human cultivator before them. 18 in total, Xiao Fan counted. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. After several hours of perseverance, he had slain half of the 30 to 40 venomous wolves. At this moment, the sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn, and Xiao Fan and his companions breathed a sigh of relief as daylight was finally approaching. Boom! Simultaneously, a thunderous roar erupted from the trees, carrying the imposing presence of a beast king. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Fan's expression brightened. It was evident that little Zhàn was about to make a breakthrough. As the first rays of sunlight streamed from the east, golden waves of light surged forth, spreading across the entire Soul Beast mountain range like majestic golden ocean waves. A sight both grand and beautiful. Finally, smiles that had long been absent graced the faces of Xiao Fan and his companions. After a night of toil and worry, a new day had at last dawned. The pack of venomous wolves howled in anger, begrudgingly glancing at Xiao Fan and his group before ultimately retreating. They belonged to the realm of darkness, and daylight was not their domain. Little Zhàn let out a furious roar, exuding a powerful aura. Its golden feathers, smooth and delicate, radiating a faint golden glow, embodying the majesty of a beast king. Ultimately, its aura stabilized at the initial stage of the 4th rank. Equivalent to a human warrior at the early stage of the battle sovereign realm, its fur glistening brilliantly. Xiao Fan and his companions absorbed the celestial energy of the heavens and earth throughout the morning, fully restoring their soul power. As Xiao Fan busied himself clearing away the carcasses of the venomous wolves, he stored over a dozen 4th-rank soul crystals into his soul ring. Such a wretched creature. These venomous wolves are so grotesque that their pelts are repulsive. What use could they possibly have? The little witch observed Xiao Fan meticulously tending to the wolf pelts, her tone laced with confusion. Of no use? Xiao Fan scoffed. Little witch, you are mistaken. The pelts of these venomous wolves, if fashioned into defensive leather armor, can withstand attacks from fourth-rank soul beasts. The stout fellow approached and remarked, "Old 3, I would like to reserve a set of venomous wolf leather armor." Xiao Fan shot him an exasperated glance. This guy had a penchant for taking advantage of situations. However, with 20 or so wolf carcasses at hand, crafting a single set of armor would not cost much in soul stones. Moreover, Xiao Fan had already regarded the stout fellow as one of his own, so he did not mind the armor. Old 3, it's not just the pelts of the venomous wolves that are valuable. Their fangs are also excellent materials for forging soul weapons. Xiu, or Pang, Old 3, you all lack a suitable soul weapon. You should find someone to forge one for you. Ling Feng leapt to Xiao Fan's side. If you want to forge a soul weapon, just come to me, the stout fellow chuckled. Hearing his words, Xiao Fan and the others exchanged surprised glances. The stout fellow sheepishly scratched his head and grinned. Don't look at me like that. I'm just a blacksmith. I am a third-rank blacksmith recognized by the Blacksmith Guild, but the soul weapons made from these venomous fangs are too light and not particularly suited for me. Then you can have all these fangs, Xiao Fan said, tossing all the collected fangs to the stout fellow. He continued, however, you are all mistaken. The most valuable part of the venomous wolf is neither the pelts, nor the soul crystals, nor the fangs, but this. As his words fell, a crystal-clear jade vial suddenly appeared in Xiao Fan's hand, containing a swirling mass of black liquid. This is venom? Ling Feng looked at Xiao Fan in astonishment. Indeed. Xiao Fan nodded slightly, then produced 2 more vials, tossing one to each of the 3 companions. Each of you take one. These will prove invaluable in critical moments. The trio caught the jade bottles, and in an instant, they vanished in a flash of light. Xiao Fan was unfazed. He had long grown accustomed to the extraordinary capabilities of the little sorceress Yi Xiu and the rotund Nangong Xiao Xiao, both of whom possessed soul rings, which was hardly surprising. The beastly roar they had heard moments ago must have emanated from this very direction. Suddenly, a cold voice emerged from the forest behind them. It has been 2 days since I last tasted blood. A rough yet slightly sinister voice followed. Xiao Fan and his companions shuddered, their expressions turning grave as they sensed an overwhelming pressure. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, 4 figures appeared atop the nearby trees. Dressed uniformly in black, the 4 men bore a terrifying emblem, a grinning skull with a wolf's head embroidered on their chests, exuding an aura of dread. Oh, there's even a beauty among you. I've been yearning for a diversion these past few days. The last encounter with those 3 women was quite exhilarating. One of the burly men remarked, a grotesque scar trailing from his left forehead across his entire face, rendering him a fearsome sight. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Fan and the others exchanged glances, their eyes widening in shock. It was evident they had deduced the identities of these men. You were the ones who killed those 7? The little sorceress exclaimed in fury, her murderous intent radiating from her. The scarred man grinned, revealing a set of white teeth as he replied, Brother, I've taken countless lives. I do not recall which 7 you are referring to. Could it be the 7-member team that included those 3 female cultivators from the last encounter? A lean man interjected, his nose resembling that of an eagle's beak, eyes gleaming with a lecherous light as he gazed at the little sorceress. Oh, now I remember. Unfortunately, they could not withstand the torment we inflicted and ultimately perished beneath us. The scarred man reminisced with a dismissive air. Beasts, the little sorceress shouted, her anger boiling over, while Xiao Fan restrained her, fearing she might rashly charge at the men. He understood that among them, one was adept in swordsmanship, another wielded a plant-based battle spirit, and yet another possessed a soul-beast battle spirit. What they had not anticipated was that there were 4 of them, not merely 3. Beasts, when you find yourself moaning beneath us, you will realize you, too, are a beast, the eagle-nosed man taunted, licking his lips with an insatiable desire to subdue the little sorceress. I will kill you, she screamed, her murderous resolve ignited, leaving her unable to remain calm. Boss, second. Third, you were the first to arrive last time. It's my turn now. Let me have a taste. I'm sure she is still a virgin. Another bearded man sneered, his gaze fixated on the little sorceress, drool beginning to drip from his mouth. Ah, what a pity. Had I known, I would have let you go first last time. The scarred man lamented, shaking his head, but I insist on being the second. You truly are less than beasts. Xiao Fan's eyes turned icy, realizing that these men had completely disregarded their presence, even neglecting to glance at the corpse of the poisoned wolf lying on the ground. Young man, your fortune has run out. However, to perish at the hands of our Poison Fang squad is a fate worthy of a smile in the afterlife. The hawk-nosed man's gaze suddenly turned icy. Poison Fong squad. Never heard of it. Let us just kill them. Ling Feng shouted coldly and charged forward. His anger ignited upon witnessing several individuals insult the little witch. Mid-stage battle sovereign, do you think you can kill me? I have dispatched more than a handful of late-stage battle sovereigns. The hawk-nosed man's eyes instantly became frigid. As soon as the words left his mouth, a black streak sliced through the air, hurtling towards Ling Feng with breathtaking speed, precision, and ferocity. Be careful, he wields a sword, Xiao Fan shouted. Though he held confidence in Ling Feng's strength, the aura emanating from the hawk-nosed man's sword was undoubtedly that of a peak battle sovereign. Brothers, I will take care of this little sister. The bearded man laughed heartily, and in an instant, countless black beams erupted from him, surging towards the little witch. A fifth-grade battle soul? Black serpent? Upon seeing the black beams, Xiao Fan's expression turned grave. Indeed, as they had previously speculated, one among them possessed a plant-type battle soul. Xiu, be cautious. This individual is a late-stage battle sovereign. Ling Feng warned timely from afar as he battled the hawk-nosed man. There were only 4 of them, and likewise, the Poison Fong squad had 4 members, all possessing higher realms. It was impossible to engage 2 at once. So each would have to choose a single opponent. I shall kill him. The little witch seethed with fury, her killing intent palpable as her 8th-grade battle soul. Silver Emperor Vine burst forth, unleashing a torrent of white light that completely obstructed the opponent's black whip shadows. 8th-grade battle soul, Silver Emperor Vine? The bearded man's brow furrowed into a knot, his movements momentarily faltering, but he quickly regained his composure, baring his teeth and proclaiming, with an 8th-grade battle soul. You must possess an extraordinary identity. Thus, I shall spare you no mercy. Throughout the Great Yin dynasty, it had never been heard of anyone possessing an 8th-grade battle soul. Most individuals with a battle soul of grade 7 or above hailed from prominent families, and even those not of noble lineage would be drawn in by them. The little witch and her companions had already discerned their identities. Should they allow the little witch to escape, their demise was assured. Within the entirety of the Great Yin dynasty, and even surrounding realms, there would be no refuge for them. Who can spare whom remains uncertain. Silver Moon Slash. The little witch's chest heaved with rage as countless white vines surged forth like arrows. Xiao Jin, you take the lead for the little witch. Xiao Fan crouched down and whispered into Xiao Jin's ear, to which Xiao Jin let out a low growl, signifying agreement. Interesting. A mid-stage battle sovereign managing to withstand the 3rd assault. You must be the strongest among your group, correct? The previously silent man in black spoke, his features sharp and his gaze sinister. You look like a monkey. Come down, and I shall finish you with a single punch. The stout man provocatively pointed at the monkey-faced man. Since you seek death, I shall oblige you. The monkey-faced man grinned, his smile eerie, and the next moment, he leapt high into the air, pouncing like a true ape. Indeed, he is truly a monkey. The portly man scoffed, yet his heart was laden with gravity. The soul of this individual was likely a primate spirit beast, known for its ferocious claws. It appeared that fortune had not favored him, leaving only me. The scarred man revealed his pearly white teeth, exuding a chilling smirk. Xiao Fan remained silent, merely curling his index finger, observing the scarred man with a hint of amusement. Since his breakthrough to the battle sovereign realm, he had yet to engage in a truly exhilarating combat. Even against an opponent in the late stages of the battle sovereign realm, he felt no trepidation. After all, he had slain mid-stage battle sovereigns even while still a battle master. What more could he achieve now that he had ascended? Kid, your demise will be most unsightly. The scarred man, infuriated by Xiao Fan's provocation, bellowed, a dark phantasm materializing behind him. The apparition, resembling a canine with 3 heads, howled towards the heavens as if it had encountered a delectable feast. A 5-rank battle spirit, the 3-headed hound. Xiao Fan's expression hardened as he recalled the 7 corpses from that day. He finally comprehended why he had overlooked one individual. The ferocity of the 3-headed hound's assault was akin to that of the primate-faced man. As the scarred man lunged forward, Xiao Fan's gaze remained tranquil. His soul power surging within him, flames of golden energy igniting upon his fist. Overlord Fist. The scarred man roared, unleashing a strike akin to a ferocious tiger. The domineering force of his punch barreling towards Xiao Fan. Overlord Fist? What relation do you have with Dehan? Xiao Fan gasped, astonished at the scarred man's familiarity with this renowned technique of Dehan. You even know my brother? Yet, you shall still meet your end. The scarred man, momentarily taken aback, soon resumed his cold laughter, his punch retaining its formidable momentum. Dominant Heaven Fist. Xiao Fan uttered icily, executing the 5-rank battle technique with unreserved fervor. The advancing force of his fist emanating an immense sense of oppression. At this juncture, Xiao Fan understood that a peaceful resolution was unattainable. The only option was to engage in battle. Boom. The two fists collided, a maelstrom of black and white energy swirling between them like streaks of lightning. With a resounding crash, the scarred man was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a large tree, which splintered with a crack as several of his ribs fractured upon impact. You have comprehended the fist force. The scarred man gazed at Xiao Fan in astonishment. It was utterly unfathomable for a battle sovereign to grasp such a concept. Should this young man be allowed to develop, none at his level would stand a chance against him in the future. Wait. The dominant Heaven Fist is a technique of the Sun family. How do you possess it? Are you from the Sun family? The scarred man's brow furrowed as a realization struck him, only to shake his head in disbelief. Even if you were from the Sun family, aside from Sun Ju, no one could refine the dominant Heaven Fist to such an extent. Who exactly are you? Sun Ju? Xiao Fan pondered, surprised. Was Sun Ju not one of the 3 notorious rascals of Yin City? He had managed to refine the dominant Heaven Fist to its 3rd level. Should he advance further, would he not reach the pinnacle? Xiao Fan swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation. Sun Ju was a master of deception, having led everyone in Yin City to believe he was merely a reckless scion, concealing his remarkable abilities. Such a capacity for restraint was truly terrifying. Who I am is of little consequence. All that matters is that today, either you perish, or I shall. Xiao Fan advanced with determination. Having formed a general understanding of the scarred man's prowess, if the scarred man were indeed at the pinnacle of the battle sovereign realm, it would be impossible for him to be sent flying by a mere punch. Moreover, the scarred man's strength surpassed that of Sun Zi and Dehan, indicating he was likely at the late stage of the battle sovereign realm, perilously close to its zenith. Arrogance. The disparity in realms is beyond your comprehension. Even if I do not strike, my battle spirit alone can annihilate you. The scarred man sneered, unleashing an enraged roar as his 3-headed dog battle spirit charged towards Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan remained silent as the phantom battle spirit manifested, enveloping the area in a shroud of darkness. A 4th-tier battle spirit dares to confront me head-on. The scarred man scoffed, but in an instant, his smile froze. He abruptly spat a mouthful of blood, his body trembling in disbelief as he beheld the phantom battle spirit. He could hardly fathom that the 4th-tier battle spirit could contend with his own 3-headed dog spirit. Setting aside the tier difference, the disparity in soul power was not even comparable, considering he was at the late stage of the battle sovereign realm. Even Sun Zi's 6th-tier battle spirit, the Crimson Flame Bear, had been devoured by the phantom battle spirit. Xiao Fan smirked inwardly, manipulating the phantom battle spirit to voraciously consume the soul power of the 3-headed dog spirit. The scarred man coughed up several more mouthfuls of blood, terror evident in his eyes. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he lunged at Xiao Fan with murderous intent. Come at me. Xiao Fan welcomed the challenge, feeling a tinge of trepidation towards the peak-scarred man, but now he was merely a stepping stone, observing the distant battle. Xiao Fan knew he could not afford to delay any longer. Shattered soul palm. The scarred man bellowed, his face reddening as a dark, cold energy shimmered ominously from his palm, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. Xiao Fan felt his scalp prickle. The attack was not directed at him, but rather at the phantom battle spirit. Watch out, Lin Feng shouted from afar, clearly aware of the formidable nature of the shattered soul palm. Without needing a warning, Xiao Fan sensed the impending danger, but it was too late for him to retreat. The phantom battle spirit erupted in a violent explosion, transforming into a swirling mass of black mist. Xiao Fan coughed up blood, his body hurtling backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Roar. The 3-headed dog broke free from the phantom battle spirit's grasp, letting out a furious howl. Now, it bore only one head, an exceedingly strange sight. Though battle spirits could recover their strength as long as they had not completely dissipated, the scarred man realized that his 3-headed dog had permanently lost 2 of its heads. This infuriated him beyond measure, and he glared coldly at Xiao Fan, chillingly declaring, "You dare to injure my battle spirit? I shall dismember you piece by piece. I will carve you into 1,000 pieces." As his words echoed, the scarred man advanced step by step towards Xiao Fan, exuding a murderous aura. Lin Feng, the little witch, and the chubby man were entangled with members of the Poison Fang team, unable to assist. Only the little golden creature charged furiously towards the scarred man, undeterred despite being only at the early 4th tier. A fourth-tier soul beast? The scarred man scoffed, dismissing it. Countless fourth-tier soul beasts had perished at his hands. He had no reason to regard the little golden creature as a threat. With a resounding strike, the formidable punch shattered the air. Yet little Jean swiftly unleashed a vicious claw, directly colliding with the punch's force and slicing towards the scarred man's face. A horrified scream escaped the scarred man's lips as a gory laceration split his face, intersecting with his previous scar. Before he could regain his composure, little Jean sank his teeth into the man's thigh, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh, blood gushing forth. With a thunderous impact, little Jean delivered a kick to his chest, the sound of shattering bones echoing as the scarred man was propelled several meters, crashing through 3 or 4 trees before coming to a halt, a testament to the sheer ferocity of little Jin's assault. This transpired in a flash, leaving Ling Feng and the 3 members of the Poison Tooth Squad gasping in astonishment. They had consistently underestimated little Jean, oblivious to his terrifying prowess. Coughing, Xiao Fan struggled to rise, dark mist swirling above him, gradually coalescing into a shadow, indistinguishable from the previous ghostly battle spirit. Impossible! Your battle spirit had clearly dissipated. The scarred man, drenched in blood and barely able to stand, gazed at Xiao Fan's ghostly spirit with disbelief. Their astonishment was shared by Xiao Fan himself, who found it inconceivable that a battle spirit could recover so swiftly from injury. Yet, the ghostly spirit appeared completely unscathed, a remarkable phenomenon. Suddenly, he recalled the quivering white stone. Could its healing abilities extend beyond mere physical wounds to even encompass battle spirits? The revelation sent a wave of excitement through Xiao Fan. The white stone's potential was truly astounding. It is your turn now. Xiao Fan advanced towards the scarred man, despite his earlier injuries. The restoration of his ghostly spirit had nearly healed him as well. The scarred man lay helplessly on the ground, crawling back. Little Jin's earlier ferocity had utterly stripped him of his combat capability, rendering him no match for Xiao Fan. Old 2, Old 3, Old 4, save. The scarred man's desperate gaze pleaded with the other 3 members of the Poison Tooth Squad. They exchanged glances, but ultimately refrained from intervening, evidently wary of Xiao Fan's enigmatic strength. Boss, we wish to save you, but we cannot risk our own lives, sneered the sharp-featured man, turning to the others. What do you think? Old 3, Old 4. Old 2 is right. The eagle-nosed man and the bearded one nodded in agreement, clearly showing no intention to assist. You. The scarred man seethed with fury, his eyes wide as saucers, before spitting out a mouthful of blood. We're leaving, the sharp-featured man declared, ready to retreat. Stop right there. None shall leave. Xiao Fan's furious roar reverberated as he unleashed the dominant heavenly punch. The scarred man's pupils constricted, filled with resentment. He had never imagined he would meet his demise here. In an instant, the terror that once filled the scarred man's eyes vanished, replaced by a sense of liberation. Ultimately, he had gained nothing, not even the loyalty of his comrades who had forsaken him. What remained for him to cling to? Yet, Xiao Fan felt no remorse. Those who commit heinous acts shall ultimately meet their demise. A killer must be met with relentless justice, and Xiao Fan would show no mercy. With a resounding crash, the scarred man's body collapsed completely, falling silent. Let us go. The members of the Poison Fang Squad, witnessing the scene, retreated without hesitation. Trying to flee now is too late. Fiery Abyss Phoenix, arise. Ling Feng sneered, and the formidable 9th-grade battle spirit, the Fiery Abyss Phoenix, erupted forth, unleashing a tyrannical wave of fiery energy that swept across the surroundings. 9th-grade battle spirit. The eagle-nosed man stuttered, realizing that Ling Feng had not once summoned his battle spirit during their confrontation. A warrior of the mid-stage battle sovereign with a 9th-grade battle spirit could contend even against those at the pinnacle of battle sovereign. How could he fear someone in the late stage of battle sovereign? Silver Emperor's cage. Simultaneously, the little demoness called out, and the myriad Silver Emperor vines enveloped the area, weaving into a colossal net of white tendrils. Diamond Fist. Taking advantage of the sharp-nosed, monkey-faced man's distraction, the hefty man delivered a powerful punch to his chest. The Diamond Hercules was immensely strong, and it was a stroke of fortune that he had not been obliterated by the blow. The sharp-nosed, monkey-faced man attempted to escape, but it was too late. The torrent of white tendrils ensnared him, and the bearded man completely. How dare you? The eagle-nosed man was engulfed in flames and pummeled by Xiao Fan's fists, with not a single part of him remaining unscathed. His expression was one of utter despair. He never imagined that the Poison Fang Squad would meet such a downfall. Alone, He could barely contend with Ling Feng, yet against both Xiao Fan and Ling Feng, he found himself bereft of any chance to flee. Endless sword, Xiao Fan uttered softly, and a sword pierced through the eagle-nosed man's throat. His head tilted, and he fell silent. After slaying the eagle-nosed man, Xiao Fan approached the little demoness and said, "Release that monkey." The little demoness nodded, eager to eliminate these foes instantly. Now that Xiao Fan and the others were free to act, allowing the two to escape would be a disgrace. The sharp-nosed monkey-faced man, just released, attempted to speak, but was swiftly decapitated by the hefty man, meeting his end. Only the bearded man remained. Upon seeing the three corpses on the ground, he trembled all over. "Spare me. I beg you. I am willing to exchange a secret for my life." "Speak," Xiao Fan replied coldly, regarding the bearded man as already dead in his eyes. "The reason our Poison Fang squad kills is due to the commission from the Sun family, forbidding outsiders from entering here. For every life taken, the Sun family rewards us with 100,000 low-grade soul stones," the bearded man stammered. "Why not allow others to come here?" Ling Feng furrowed his brows. "I don't know the specifics, but we speculate that there is something extraordinary deeper within," the bearded man said, trembling. "I implore you, noble warriors, spare my life. My death serves no benefit to you." "I understand, but your death brings us no harm," Xiao Fan replied with a chilling smile. As a sword of soul energy surged forth, instantly piercing through the bearded man's neck. "You." The bearded man clutched at his throat, words unspoken, before collapsing to the ground. "I never agreed to spare you," Xiao Fan stated calmly, as if he had merely performed a trivial act, gazing upon the four lifeless bodies of the Poison Fang squad. Xiao Fan and his companions exhibited an icy demeanor, devoid of any semblance of regret. These four were less than beasts, their demise was warranted. The Poison Fang squad had indeed claimed numerous lives, amassing a trove of valuable possessions. The rotund companion discovered 4 soul rings upon their body, each containing an abundance of soul stones and soul crystals, a veritable treasure trove. Altogether, they amounted to merely 3 million low-grade soul stones. Was it truly a substantial sum? Ling Feng scoffed, weighing 2 red soul crystals in his hand, declaring, "These 2 fire attribute soul crystals are mine. The rest, you may manage as you see fit." He tossed a few soul crystals to Xiao Jin, who, with a low growl, eagerly consumed them all. There lay a sword and a set of combat techniques as well. Unperturbed, Xiao Fan retrieved 2 items from the scarred man's soul ring, a sleek black longsword and an ancient tome. "Old 3, let me have a look at that sword," the rotund one exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he focused on the black blade. Xiao Fan nonchalantly tossed it, and the rotund one caught it, instantly scrutinizing it intently before turning to Ling Feng. "Boss, this black windsword is a 5th-grade soul weapon, perfectly suited for you." "A 5th-grade soul weapon?" That was worth tens of thousands of low-grade soul stones. Even in Yin City, such weapons were exceedingly rare. "This sword does not suit me," Xiao Fan shrugged, knowing full well that it would reach its utmost potential in Ling Feng's hands. "Thank you." Ling Feng hesitated momentarily before accepting the sword. The moment he laid eyes on the black windsword, he was entranced, yet felt reluctant to claim it since it was Xiao Fan's acquisition. Xiao Fan smiled, then turned his attention to the tome, opening it to reveal 3 large black characters that immediately captivated their attention. "Soul-shattering palm?" Ling Feng's pupils contracted, and he gasped in astonishment. "Boss, do you recognize this soul-shattering palm?" Xiao Fan looked at him quizzically. After all, Ling Feng had previously warned him when the scarred man had unleashed this combat technique. Ling Feng fell into a contemplative silence before finally articulating. "It is said that the complete soul-shattering palm is a 9th-grade combat technique comprising 9 levels. Mastered to perfection, it can annihilate the battle spirit of a The mention of annihilating a battle sage's spirit sent shockwaves through Xiao Fan and the others, their hearts racing in disbelief. An entity nearly at the pinnacle of the battle spirit continent. To think that the soul-shattering palm could vanquish their spirit, if perfected, would it not render one invincible? Ling Feng discerned their thoughts and shook his head. That is merely a legend. While it is said to possess 9 levels, no one has ever been seen mastering the 9th level. Furthermore, even if this technique is formidable enough to obliterate a battle sage's spirit, one must possess sufficient strength to do so. Moreover, a battle sage would not simply stand idly by, inviting their demise. The group nodded in understanding. They grasped Ling Feng's implication that without adequate strength, mastering the soul-shattering palm to its 9th level would be futile, and similarly, an opponent of equal rank would not be foolish enough to remain vulnerable. Is it not possible for those who cannot prevail to flee? Ling Feng continued. This tome is already damaged and likely incomplete. Additionally, I have heard that mastering the soul-shattering palm is exceedingly difficult. Old 3. You should not invest too much time in this. Indeed, I am aware, came the measured response. Xiao Fan smiled and nodded, but ultimately stored the soul ring away. Pondering to himself, is it truly difficult? If Ling Feng were aware of Xiao Fan's innate talent for martial arts cultivation, he likely would not have made such a statement. After all, he could effortlessly train in 5th-tier martial techniques. So what are the 9th tier? Little Demoness, what have you discovered? Xiao Fan diverted the conversation, turning his gaze towards Yi Shiyu. The little Demoness produced a tome and declared, I desire only this martial technique. I have no interest in anything else. Oh. The trio regarded the little Demoness with surprise, wondering if this martial technique held some significant provenance. This is a 6th-tier martial technique, soul power binding, which can restrain a person's soul power and even bind battle souls, making it perfect for my cultivation, the little Demoness elucidated. The others nodded in agreement, naturally offering no objections, as the little Demoness possessed an 8th-tier battle soul, the Silver Royal Vine, making this soul power binding technique particularly suitable for her training. May I have a look? However, Xiao Fan was not easily deterred. As long as it was a martial technique, he could not let it slip away. For with the Endless Battle Codex, he could collect lower-tier techniques to evolve higher-tier ones. Perverted rogue, I must warn you, you may only look. The little Demoness glared fiercely at Xiao Fan, yet still handed over the soul power binding to him. Xiao Fan smiled wryly as he opened the tome, swiftly scanning its contents and imprinting them in his mind, silently vowing to dedicate time to proper cultivation later. He casually returned the martial technique to the little Demoness and turned to the group, his expression growing solemn. Shall we continue onward? The group furrowed their brows. If the bearded man spoke truthfully, delving deeper into the Soul Beast Mountains would surely yield extraordinary findings. Yet, what if the bearded man had deceived them, intending to lead them to their demise? Are you not seeking blood crystal grass? With the autumn hunt in Yin City approaching, we must enhance our strength. Ling Feng's gaze was resolute. Indeed, had we not encountered the Poison Fang squad, we would still venture forth. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. If we lack even this modicum of courage, how can we speak of cultivation? The plump one nodded, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction. Having slain the Poison Fang squad only to acquire a few soul crystals and several 100,000 low-grade soul stones. Then let us press on, Xiao Fan declared. Taking a deep breath. Perverted rogue, you have yet to inquire about me. The little Demoness fumed, stamping her foot, taken aback that Xiao Fan had overlooked her completely. Rest assured, as long as I remain alive, you shall not perish, Xiao Fan replied nonchalantly. The words, spoken without intent, caused the little Demoness cheeks to flush crimson. Her mind racing with thoughts. Could it be that this fellow truly harbors feelings for me? Humph, perverted rogue, should you come to like me, I shall surely kick you away, leaving you heartbroken. Ling Feng's gaze flickered, ultimately leading him to sigh deeply, an unfamiliar sense of defeat washing over him. The one he cherished held affection for another, and most concerningly, Xiao Fan had yet to regard the little Demoness with any seriousness. The plump one grinned mischievously, as if to say, indeed, there is a hidden romance afoot. Xiao Fan and his companions, along with their beast, continued their journey deeper into the Soul Beast Mountains, disregarding the remains of the Poison Fang squad and the numerous poison wolves, confident that soon, Soul Beast would come to cleanse the area. An hour after their departure, 3 figures materialized at the scene, with the foremost being Sun Ting, the head of the Sun family. Master, the Poison Fang squad has perished, and there remain the bodies of over 20 venomous wolves. The individuals responsible for their demise are likely at the Battle Sovereign Realm, reported a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, his tone laced with reverence. Battle Sovereign Realm, you say? Sun Ting furrowed his brow. Fully aware of the Poison Fang squad's capabilities, even those at the pinnacle of the Battle Sovereign Realm would struggle against them. This was precisely why he had stationed the Poison Fang squad here. Master, based on the traces left on the battlefield. Another middle-aged man in black observed the surroundings and spoke, but before he could finish, Sun Ting vanished from his position, reappearing next to a severed tree, where a piece of black cloth stained with blood lay. It is them. Sun Ting's expression turned icy, an intense wave of murderous intent emanating from him. How could this be? The Poison Fang squad and those 20 venomous wolves could scarcely be dealt with easily, even by us. The blue-robed man exclaimed in astonishment. Let us not forget, aside from Xiao Fan, these individuals are all possessors of battle souls above the 8th rank. I never anticipated their rapid growth, This surpasses my expectations. Sun Ting replied coldly, adding silently in his heart, if we fail to eliminate them this time, we may never have another opportunity. With a swift motion, the three figures vanished into thin air, clearly heading deep into the Soul Beast Mountains. Xiao Fan and his companions continued their journey, growing increasingly cautious, opting not to plunge directly into the depths of the Soul Beast Mountains, instead taking a significant detour. Though they partially believed the words of the bearded member of the Poison Fang squad, they remained skeptical. If the Sun family had indeed tasked them with guarding the perimeter, it was highly likely that members of the Sun family lurked within the mountains. Unbeknownst to them, this very caution allowed them to deftly evade Sun Ting and his companions' pursuit. After a day of travel, the group encountered little danger. Several fourth-tier soul beasts fell effortlessly to the prowess of Xiao Jin. I say, third brother, what kind of soul beast is Xiao Jin? It's astonishingly powerful. Even a late-stage illusion tiger of the fourth tier was no match, crushed by a single swipe. The plump man marveled, curiosity etched on his face. Xiao Jin raised its head proudly, casting a disdainful glance at the plump man. Feeling helpless, the plump man, despite possessing a 9th-rank battle soul, could not confidently assert his ability to defeat Xiao Jin. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from ahead, the ground trembling slightly as a menacing aura permeated the air. There are people, the group tensed, stealthily advancing forward, and soon they beheld a startling sight in the distance. A colossal figure, exceeding 4 meters in length and 2 meters in height, stood before them, its fur a deep crimson, radiating a fiery glow. Its robust limbs exuded dominance, and its tail, as thick as a tree trunk, flicked like a whip, swift and powerful. A 5th-tier soul beast, the Crimson Blood Thunder Leopard. The little sorceress gasped, nearly letting out a scream. A 5th-tier soul beast, equating to the strength of a human battle sovereign. Given their current capabilities, it was nearly impossible for them to contend with such a formidable foe. The crimson-eyed blood lightning leopard, with its lantern-sized, ruby-like gaze, fixated intently ahead. Before it stood 4 figures, 2 men and 2 women. The men were strikingly handsome, while the women exuded an ethereal beauty, untouched by the mundane. Despite bearing some light injuries, they faced the 5th-tier blood lightning leopard without fear, their spirits unyielding and resolute. Behind these 4, spectral shadows emerged, revealing an astonishing truth. Each possessed a battle soul of at least the 6th rank, with one boasting a 7th-rank Ziyun eagle. This was a young man clad in a white robe, his sharp eyebrows framing starry eyes, exuding an aura of confidence despite the bloodstains adorning his form as he hovered in the air. It was the first time Xiao Fan witnessed a cultivator below the realm of a battle king defying gravity, a feat made possible by the power of their battle souls. Injured yet undeterred, they prepared for the impending autumn hunt in Yin City. The white-robed youth spoke, his voice brimming with an invincible assurance. Luo Chun, should we slay this blood lightning leopard, to whom shall the soul crystal belong? Another young man chimed in, his robust frame reminiscent, his chiseled visage akin to a sculpted blade. Upon hearing the name Luo Chun, Xiao Fan and his companions furrowed their brows in surprise. It was no wonder they were taken aback. Since crossing paths with the Battle King Academy, they had become acutely aware of the elite figures on its leaderboard. Luo Chun, a formidable young warrior ranked 4th, had no powerful backing but had ascended to the top 5 through sheer talent. Rumor had it he had even taken a renowned master from the Battle King Academy under his wing, a rare occurrence in the Academy's history. Furthermore, the tragic death of his brother, Luo Fei, at the hands of Ling Feng would likely fuel a fierce desire for revenge if he were to discover that his brother's killer stood before him. Their attention then shifted to a woman donned in a flowing crimson gown. Her voluptuous figure and breathtaking beauty radiated an air of nobility that demanded respect and distance. While many could claim the title of princess within the Great Yin dynasty, only one possessed the strength to contend with a 5th-tier soul beast, Yun Luoxue. Ranked 5th on the Battle King Academy leaderboard. Li Zian, I know you aspire to obtain that 5th-tier soul crystal to elevate your standing in the battle sect. We share that desire. Since you have voiced it, let us make a pact. Whoever delivers the final blow to the blood lightning leopard shall claim the soul crystal, while the one who acquires it shall not lay claim to any other spoils from the beast, Luo Chun declared, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Beyond the soul crystal, there are also soul blood, soul bones, and pelt to be distributed among the other 3. Li Zian nodded, a cold smirk playing on his lips, secretly believing he might be the one to land the final strike. I have no objections, Yun Luoxue replied with a serene smile that seemed capable of melting glaciers. Both Li Zian and Luo Chun found themselves captivated, their eyes betraying a glimmer of illicit desire. "I shall heed my brother's words," stated another woman clad in white. Her icy demeanor contrasting sharply with Yun Luoshue's fiery presence, one resembling a celestial being, the other akin to a volcano, each exuding their own distinct charm. "Then let us commence." Lo Chen coldly uttered a phrase, emanating waves of purple soul energy that transformed into myriad sword energies, surging towards the crimson blood thunder leopard. With a fierce roar, the leopard unleashed torrents of blood-colored lightning from its maw, instantly saturating an area within a dozen meters, shattering all sword energies and obliterating the surrounding trees into fragments. With a resounding crash, Lo Chen was sent flying, a mouthful of reverse blood spewing forth. This fifth-tier crimson blood thunder leopard was more formidable than the mother of little Jane. Xiao Fan swallowed hard, gaining a clearer understanding of the leopard's prowess. Lo Chen, Yun Luoshue, Li Zian, and his sister Li Shui were all distinguished figures among their peers, far surpassing the three major clans of the Xiao city. Yet they were still unable to contend with the crimson blood thunder leopard. "Shui, you attack from above to draw its attention. Princess, you and I shall assault from both flanks," Li Zian instructed, casting a glance at Lo Chen before turning to the two women. "Understood." The two nodded in agreement. Behind Li Shui, her sixth-tier battle spirit, the snow cloud eagle, suddenly flapped its wings and deftly ascended to a height of several meters, narrowly evading the leopard's strike. In an instant, countless snowflakes danced in the air, and to the astonishment of onlookers, these snowflakes morphed into a swarm of razor-like blades, hurtling towards the crimson blood thunder leopard. "Now," Li Zian commanded, a white sword of light hovering above his head. The air trembled as waves of white sword energy surged forth, as if the very fabric of space were being sliced apart. The sixth-tier battle spirit, the snow cloud eagle, and the void-cutting sword. This Li family was indeed no ordinary clan. Xiao Fan squinted as he observed the fierce clash from afar. When his gaze landed on the fallen Lo Chun, he noticed an enigmatic smile playing at the corners of his lips. Lo Chun is certainly not an ordinary individual, he murmured quietly, having clearly witnessed the earlier spectacle. Behind Yun Luoshua loomed a magnificent white lion, strikingly similar to the snow lion, yet adorned with a single silver horn on its brow, exuding an even more commanding presence. This apparition was none other than the sixth-tier battle spirit, the Silver Moon Snow Lion. The two prodigies exchanged a knowing glance and launched their assault in unison. The void-cutting swords seemed to tear through the air, landing blow after blow upon the crimson blood thunder leopard, while the claws of the Silver Moon Snow Lion relentlessly tore at the beast. A terrifying shriek erupted as the crimson blood thunder leopard unleashed a bolt of lightning towards Li Zian, its ruby-like eyes gleaming with an ominous glow. Simultaneously, its whip-like tail arced through the air, darting towards Yun Luoshue with incredible speed and unfathomable velocity, renowned for its formidable physique and rapidity. The crimson blood thunder leopard ranked among the most powerful entities within the fifth-tier soul beasts, even though it was merely at the initial stage of the fifth tier. How could it be compared to human cultivators at the battle sovereign realm? Yun Luoshue's pupils quivered. Attempting to evade was futile. In the nick of time, she called upon her sixth-tier battle spirit, the Silver Moon Snow Lion, to confront the imminent threat. However, she had gravely underestimated the leopard's strength. The Silver Moon Snow Lion was sent flying by an overwhelming force, nearly bursting apart, and retreated into Yun Luoshue's dantian. The tail of the crimson blood thunder leopard surged forward, striking fiercely against Yun Luoshue's delicate form. A crimson streak flashed across her body, sending her hurtling through the air, crashing into several large trees, leaving her utterly incapacitated. In that very moment, Li Zian seized the opportunity, piercing the leopard's leg with the void-severing sword. Blood gushing forth as the massive creature collapsed to the ground with a thud. "Demon beast, perish!" Li Zian roared, his heart racing with exhilaration. The crimson blood thunder leopard was wounded. Was it not he who would ultimately slay it? With the soul crystal of the leopard, he might ascend beyond the war sovereign realm. Then, who could rival him in the autumn hunt of Yen City? With this thought, Li Zian swung his sword, the void-severing sword slicing through the air towards the leopard's brow. The leopard's crimson eyes fixed on Li Zian, a hint of cold mockery evident in its gaze. It opened its mouth to unleash a bolt of blood-red lightning, then leaped high into the air, its powerful tail striking out like a long spear, swift as thunder. A cacophony of crackles resonated through the void, causing the hidden Xiao Fan and his companions to feel a chill run down their spines. "Brother, be careful." In the skies above, Li Shui cried out, her figure flickering as she wielded her sword with fervor. In the blink of an eye, the crimson blood thunder leopard's claws struck the ground, its sharp talons swiping out. Li Zian's face turned pale as he realized the truth. The leopard had feigned its earlier injury. Void-severing slash. In a moment of desperation, he swung his sword, but the crimson claws were swifter. Raking across his shoulder and causing a torrential downpour of blood, nearly tearing his arm from its socket. A shriek escaped his lips, drenched in sweat. He gazed in horror at the leopard. Demon beast, you deceived me. With a low growl, the crimson blood thunder leopard placed a paw upon Li Zian. Baring its fangs in a menacing glare, Li Zian gasped in despair. Die. Just then, Li Shui arrived from above, the talons of her snow cloud eagle tearing downwards. Yet, the crimson blood thunder leopard didn't even glance in her direction, its tail whipping out with devastating force. Fearing for her battle spirit's safety, she met the attack with a punch. The impact sent her crashing to the ground. Seeing the leopard's blood-red eyes, Li Zian was engulfed in despair. Even his sister had been injured. Who else could save him? As the leopard's claws descended from the void, he shut his eyes in hopelessness. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed through the forest, and Li Zian felt something wet on his face. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the leopard's claws flying away, and there, standing in the sky, was a figure. Who else but Luo Chen? Xiao Fan and the others hidden in the shadows were equally astonished by Luo Chen's strength. Although it was a sneak attack, severing the leg of the crimson blood thunder leopard was no feat for an ordinary person. Luo Chen, you did that on purpose. Li Zian shouted with all his might, his expression dark as he glared at Luo Chen. With a serene smile, Luo Chen replied, rest assured. I am a man of my word. Aside from the soul crystal, everything else belongs to you. Scoundrel. Luo Chen, you are so insidious. Realizing he had been deceived, Li Zian glared at Luo Chen with murderous intent. Insidious? The gaze of Luo Chen turned frigid as he spoke. Are you not still waiting for me to unleash my full potential? But have you truly exerted yourselves to the utmost? If blame is to be assigned, it falls upon your own naivety. With that, Luo Chen disregarded Li Zian. His figure flickering as shadows of light surged forth, causing the crimson blood thunder leopard to emit a series of mournful wails. Having just suffered the loss of a leg, the beast's speed was severely diminished, rendering it no match for Luo Chen, much like a warrior who, having lost their legs, could never rival a peak battle sage. Amidst Luo Chen's relentless assault, the crimson blood thunder leopard finally succumbed, its cries fading into silence. With a single stroke, Luo Chen cleaved open the beast's skull and retrieved a soul crystal. In the distance, Yun Luoxue, Li Zian, and Li Shui wore expressions of resentment and fury. This soul stone, which could have rightfully belonged to them, now lay in Luo Chen's possession. It was not that they were averse to losing the soul crystal. Rather, they were unable to swallow their. Given their standing within their family, acquiring a fifth-tier soul crystal was hardly a challenge, yet they could not overcome this psychological barrier. From this day forth, Luo Chen, you are my enemy. Li Zian spat with venomous intent, vowing that if he possessed the strength for another confrontation, he would not spare Luo Chen. Enemy? I have never regarded you as one, for you are unworthy. Luo Chen replied with a faint smile, a flicker of murderous intent shimmering in his eyes. Li Zian, do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? Kill me? Huh. If you were to take my life, you would perish as well. No one could shield you. Li Zian laughed heartily, as if he had just heard the most delightful jest. What if you all were to die instead? Luo Chen replied nonchalantly. Li Zian's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by trepidation. Yun Luoxue and Li Shui also displayed expressions of horror, for they understood that given Luo Chen's temperament, he was indeed capable of such deeds. His ruthlessness was well known. Surely, Luo Chen would not dare to kill us, would he? The little enchantress remarked, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed into the distance. Who? Luo Chen's furious shout echoed, accompanied by a blade of sword energy that surged towards them. Xiao Fan and his companions' expressions darkened, while the little enchantress wore a look of grievance. Her previous loud remarks had inadvertently drawn Luo Chen's attention. Luo Chen cast a cold glance at Xiao Fan and his group, a palpable killing intent radiating from him. Did you hear everything that was just said? We did. The rotund one replied, grinning fearlessly at Luo Chen, which caused Luo Chen's expression to darken slightly. Then you all deserve to die, he stated coldly. A cruel smile gracing his lips as he took a step forward, his murderous intent fully ignited. You had better refrain from making a move, Xiao Fan entered. Though Luo Chen stood at the pinnacle of the battle sage realm, united, the they could potentially contend with him. However, Xiao Fan was not yet inclined to engage. He questioned whether Li Ziyan and the others were merely feigning their injuries. If you are certain you can kill all 5 of us, then you may act now. Otherwise, you will perish, along with your brother Luo Fei. In the entire Battle King Academy, Xiao Fan stated calmly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Though he was inwardly astonished by Luo Qin's ferocity, it was individuals like him who would venture further along the path of power. Ling Feng, the little witch, and the stout man were taken aback. They knew Xiao Fan exceedingly well. He was devoid of power and influence, an orphan likely to evoke no repercussions if killed. However, it soon dawned on the trio that Xiao Fan was merely attempting to intimidate Luo Qin. Is that so? Luo Qin replied with a cold smile, feeling somewhat perplexed. The other party possessed profound knowledge of him, while he remained entirely in the dark. Hesitant to act rashly, both sides found themselves in a stalemate. The forest was enveloped in an eerie silence as Luo Qin scrutinized Xiao Fan and his companions, including the imposing Xiao Jin. They emanated a unique aura that lent some credence to Xiao Fan's words. Yet, a sense of reluctance brewed within him. Eliminating Li Ziyan and the others here would mean losing 3 formidable rivals. Observing Xiao Fan and his companions, he recognized that all 4 were at the battle sovereign level. Given his own strength, he could indeed vanquish them. However, what if Yun Luoxue, Li Ziyan, and Li Shuwei fled? If they fought desperately, he might not be able to pursue them. Luo Qin, it's best you depart without engaging. I believe the consequences of a confrontation would be beyond your capacity to bear. Xiao Fan's voice resonated again, aware that Luo Qin was not willing to gamble. Who are you? Luo Qin inquired, his voice steady. You are not worthy to know. Ling Feng responded indifferently, a subtle air of combativeness rising. Luo Qin's expression hardened. He could discern that Ling Feng's distinctive demeanor was not feigned but a genuine dismissal of him. His gaze flickered to Li Ziyan, Yun Luoxue, and Li Shuwei. Understanding that if he were to kill the 3 and the news got out, his own demise would be inevitable. Consider yourselves fortunate, he thought, letting out a cold snort before vanishing into the woods. Yun Luoxue and the others exhaled in relief upon witnessing Luo Qin's departure. Had Luo Qin chosen to fight to the death, Xiao Fan and his companions might not have escaped unscathed. Nonetheless, although they lacked combat capability, a determined flight could still offer them a chance. Thank you, everyone, Yun Luoxue said slowly, rising to address Xiao Fan and the others. There is no need for gratitude. We acted solely for our own preservation, Xiao Fan replied nonchalantly. They still harbored some trepidation towards Luo Qin, who possessed a 7th-grade battle soul and was at the peak of the battle sovereign level, far from comparable to Sun Zi and Di Han. Yun Luoxue closely observed Xiao Fan and his companions, realizing she could not fully fathom them. She mused that their extraordinary demeanor likely hinted at an intricate background. If even Luo Qin had no confidence in eliminating them, it would be wise to cultivate a favorable relationship. Li Ziyan exchanged a glance with Li Shuwei, and the 2 suddenly produced a vial of potion, swallowing it in unison, their injuries rapidly mending. Dear friends, we have nothing to offer. Allow us to express our gratitude with the corpse of the Blood Thunder Leopard. Shall we depart the Soul Beast Mountains together? Yun Luoxue rose gracefully, her every expression reflecting a transcendent quality. Xiao Fan and his companions exchanged glances. The Blood Thunder Leopard was a 5th-tier soul beast. Its bones and flesh valuable materials for crafting body-refining liquids. Princess, the Blood Thunder Leopard is not exclusively yours. While they did impede Luo Qin, it is unnecessary to offer its corpse as a token of thanks. Suddenly, a voice dripping with sarcasm echoed through the air. It was none other than Li Ziyan. Xiao Fan and the others exchanged glances, their expressions marred by a newfound disdain for him. Yun Luoxue, her temper flaring, retorted, Li Ziyan, had it not been for them, you would have met your demise just now. Is your life worth less than that of a Crimson Blood Thunder Leopard? As they had stated, their intervention was merely an act of self-preservation, not an attempt to rescue us. Wouldn't you agree? Li Ziyan chuckled darkly, having recovered a portion of his injuries. He now believed he could single-handedly confront Xiao Fan and his companions. Even if he could not vanquish them, he could certainly safeguard the corpse of the Crimson Blood Thunder Leopard. Although the soul crystal had been taken by Luo Qin, the leopard's body was a treasure trove, and he would not allow Xiao Fan and the others to take it away. Ling Feng, the chubby one, and the little demoness glared at Li Ziyan with ire, while Xiao Fan remained remarkably composed, gently patting Xiao Jin's head and stating, "Let us depart." Without hesitation, they turned and made their way into the forest. Li Ziyan wore a cold smirk, Muttering to himself, these individuals are indeed all show, only that fool Luo Qin is so easily deceived. Yun Luoxue hesitated for a moment. A glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes, yet ultimately chose not to pursue them. The departing little demoness was seething with rage, her small fangs bared as she exclaimed, "Xiao Fan, why must we leave? Even if we forego the crimson blood thunder leopard, we should still teach that fellow a lesson." "Indeed. I have no desire for that leopard. It is merely he who cherishes it," the chubby one added, equally displeased. While Li Zian was indeed petty and calculating, his strength was formidable. The potion he had consumed earlier had restored half of his injuries. They might be able to obstruct him, but what about Li Shui? Ling Feng shook his head, pondering that had it not been for the recovery of Li Zian's injuries, he would not have chosen to retreat. "No. That is not my reason for leaving." Xiao Fan inhaled deeply, causing the others to look at him in astonishment as a spark of clarity illuminated his gaze. Luo Qin has not gone far, and Yun Luoxue should not be injured. What? The group nearly gasped in unison, for they had distinctly seen Luo Qin vanish into the forest, and their spiritual energy senses had failed to detect his presence. Moreover, how could Yun Luoxue, who was evidently gravely wounded, be unscathed? If Xiao Fan was correct, then Yun Luoxue was quite the actress. "My senses are infallible. We must leave this place," Xiao Fan declared resolutely. The phantom battle soul was remarkably attuned to fluctuations in spiritual energy, and he was certain Luo Qin was nearby. No sooner had he spoken than they quickened their pace, yet after only a few steps, an enraged shout erupted from behind them, followed by a series of thunderous booms. Moments after Xiao Fan and his companions had departed, a dark, watery sword light suddenly spread through the air, creating the bizarre illusion of waves rippling through the atmosphere. "Brother, be careful." Li Shui reacted immediately, shrieking in alarm. Li Zian felt a chill run down his spine, but then determination ignited in his eyes. The Duankong sword materialized abruptly, cutting through the air with the force of a tempest, aiming to shatter the opponent's assault with a single, decisive strike. Bang! With a resounding explosion, countless golden rays surged outward like ripples. Li Zian was forcefully pushed back by a sword strike, his expression turning to one of alarm. He hastily propelled himself backward, glancing at a figure in the distance and exclaiming, "Luo Qin, why are you still here? Why am I still here?" "Naturally, it is to kill you," Luo Qin replied with a sinister smile, a powerful aura erupting around him, while above him, the 7th grade battle spirit, the purple cloud eagle, let out a fearsome cry. "You are not qualified to kill me," Li Zian retorted with a cold laugh. "You are alone, while we are 3. Suddenly, a brilliant flash appeared, and a sword tip pierced through Li Zian's back, cleanly penetrating his chest. "What?" Li Zian gasped in horror as he slowly turned his head, only to see Yun Luoxue gazing at him with an expression of calm. Little did he know that it was Yun Luoxue who had come to end his life. "Yun Luoxue, you two are in cahoots," Li Shui cried out, striking toward Yun Luoxue with a palm. Li Zian's pupils constricted as he finally understood why Yun Luoxue had sought him out to hunt the crimson blood thunder leopard, only to fortuitously encounter Luo Qin along the way. The one who sought to kill them was not Luo Qin, but Yun Luoxue. Her true target was not the beast, but rather the siblings themselves. Yet, he was perplexed as to why Yun Luoxue would wish to slay them. After all, he was her betrothed. Why? His eyes brimmed with bitterness and rage. Why? As the heir of the Li family, do you remain oblivious to the world's cruelty? Yun Luoxue replied coldly, her demeanor having transformed entirely. "If one must seek a reason, it is this. You are unworthy of being my fiancé." "Haha, my fiancé? So that is it. Yun Luoxue, your heart is indeed as venomous as they come. I never expected you to be so ruthless." Li Zian laughed uproariously, blood pouring from his mouth. His complexion as pale as death, yet his gaze grew increasingly ferocious. With a fierce glint in his eyes, his disheveled hair billowed as he seemed utterly consumed by madness. "Shui, run," he bellowed, wrenching himself free from Yun Luoxue's sword, blood splattering as he wielded the broken sky sword's battle spirit to strike directly at her. "Brother." Li Shui's eyes reflected her unwillingness. She understood all too well that remaining here meant certain death. There was still a sliver of hope in fleeing. Seeing the resolute determination in Li Zian's eyes, she did not hesitate to turn and flee, heading in the direction where Xiao Fan and the others had departed. "Luo Qin, stop her. If you kill them, from this day forth, I shall be your woman." Yun Luoxue shouted with fury, her eyes cold, as the silver moon snow lion roared and lunged at the broken sky sword. Simultaneously, her sword did not falter, locking onto Li Ziyan's neck. This is what you promised. Luo Qin's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within, before he unhesitatingly pursued Li Shuwei. Luo Qin was a man of ambition, possessing the 7th grade battle spirit. The purple cloud eagle, he had the potential to become a figure akin to a war emperor. He even envisioned ruling over the great Yin dynasty. However, he was acutely aware that he was still far from achieving that dream. He lacked neither talent nor resources. The only thing missing was an idea. Once Yun Luoxue became his woman, he would be the prince consort of the great Yin dynasty, rendering the 4 great families insignificant in his eyes. This was also a condition agreed upon by him and Yun Luoxue, to kill Li Ziyan, and then Yun Luoxue would become his woman. Yun Luoxue, you wretched creature. Even in death, I shall ruin you. Li Ziyan roared in fury, his 6th grade battle soul, the broken void sword, emanating a brilliant radiance, unleashing waves of sword energy that rippled through the air, distorting space as if it had been layered repeatedly. Broken void, with a thunderous cry from Li Ziyan. Endless sword energy erupted, cleaving the void into several distorted regions. A mere trick, Silver Moon's heavenly roar. Yun Luoxue smiled coldly, yet her heart was heavy. The power of Li Ziyan's desperate strike undoubtedly surpassed that of 5th grade combat techniques. The Silver Moon Snow Lion let out a furious roar, releasing a dominating wave of soul power that transformed into rippling sound waves, crashing against the fractured void, unleashing an overwhelming force that swept outward in all directions. Boom! The surroundings erupted in chaos, dust and debris flying as Li Ziyan's body crashed against the rocks, shattering them. Blood gushed from his mouth, a testament to the ferocity of that strike. Despite being gravely wounded, even this desperate attempt bore no chance of slaying Yun Luoxue. Yet, Yun Luoxue was not faring much better. Blood streamed from her chest and jade arms, her face pale as she regarded Li Ziyan with a frigid expression, declaring, "You wish to die alongside me? My fiancé, you truly deserve death. You wretched woman, even as a ghost, I shall not spare you. My Li family will never rest until we bring ruin upon your royal Yun family." Li Ziyan clutched his chest, blood continuing to pour forth, too weak to even rise. "You overestimate yourself. It was those few who killed you. I had no part in it." Yun Luoxue replied with a chilling smile, her sword descending, sending a severed head soaring high into the air. Li Ziyan's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched his body separate, filled with unwillingness and fury, before falling silent in an instant. With a cough, Yun Luoxue spat out blood, her body swaying slightly as she gazed at Li Ziyan's corpse, coldly stating, "How could I, Yun Luoxue, ever marry you? A broader world awaits me. You, Li Ziyan, are unworthy, and neither is that Luo Chun." With that, she trudged heavily towards the direction of Li Shuwei and Luo Chun. Xiao Fan and the others swiftly traversed the forest, wishing to avoid the vortex of the Academy's prodigies. They were merely at mid-battle respect. How could they contend with Luo Chun? For against one could barely suffice, but against 2, they would likely meet their demise. Even with the addition of Xiao Jin, that should be far enough, the stout fellow gasped, bending over, beads of sweat rolling down his face. Suddenly, Xiao Jin's fur bristled, coldly staring back, displaying a vigilant demeanor. Observing this, Xiao Fan immediately unleashed his soul power. "Li Shuwei," he exclaimed, raising an eyebrow as a bloodied and disheveled figure stumbled through the trees several hundred meters away. Li Shuwei was gravely injured. Had Luo Chen? Ling Feng also recognized Li Shuwei's presence at once. Li Ziyan and Yun Luoxue are likely dead. Luo Chen is quite cunning. The stout fellow's expression shifted, anger flashing across his face. To save or not to save? The little witch inquired, looking at the 3. Xiao Fan and Ling Feng exchanged a glance, seemingly understanding each other's thoughts without uttering a word. Ling Feng spoke up. If Luo Chun truly killed Yun Luoxue and Li Ziyan, and then eradicated Li Shuwei to frame us, it is likely that Shinfeng Academy would not be able to protect us. We must act. The portly figure hesitated, feeling irked by Li Ziyan's prior demeanor, yet he found himself compelled to assist in rescuing Li Shuwei. Time was of the essence. Xiao Fan's expression sharp. He suddenly shot forth like a projectile, dashing towards the thicket where Li Shuwei was located, with Xiao Jin growling and swiftly following in his wake. "Let us go," Ling Feng decisively commanded, vanishing without hesitation alongside the little witch and the portly man. Several hundred meters away, Li Shuwei was frantically fleeing, a shadow trailing closely behind her, not anyone but Luo Chen. With a sinister smile, he taunted, "Li Shuwei, there is no escape for you. If you are willing to become my woman, I might consider sparing you." It was evident that Luo Qin was indulging in a cat-and-mouse game. Should he unleash his full power, Li Shuai would stand no chance against him. Dream on. Even if it costs me my life, I shall never be your woman. Li Shuai shouted furiously. Exhausted, she ceased her flight and drew a sword, pressing it against her neck, declaring, "Do not approach. If you come any closer, I will take my own life." Luo Qin regarded her with cold indifference, disdain etched across his features. "Your appearance is quite appealing, with a nearly flawless figure. You must still be a maiden. Rest assured, I, Luo Qin, never squander opportunities. Even in death, I shall not let you go. You are nothing but a beast." Li Shuai's face turned pale, despair flooding her eyes. "A beast? When you come to understand the depths of desire, you will likely yearn for me to be a bit more beastly, haha." Luo Qin laughed heartily, akin to a ravenous wolf lunging towards her. Gazing upon Li Shuai's delicate skin and the alluring curves that hinted at her form, Luo Qin's eyes ignited with fervor, yearning to possess her at once. Is this truly the genius of the Battle King Academy? You are indeed less than a beast. As Luo Qin closed the distance to merely 3 meters from Li Shuai, a chilling voice echoed from ahead, accompanied by an oncoming wave of sword energy. Luo Qin's expression faltered. He had been so engrossed in Li Shuai that he neglected to survey his surroundings. Endless sword. With a crisp command, the sword energy surged, its brilliance blindingly radiant. The force of the sword rushed forth, imbued with an unparalleled sharpness that seemed capable of cleaving through anything, exuding an overwhelming dominance. Sword intent. Luo Qin's pupils constricted. Unwilling to confront it head-on, he pivoted, retreating like a swift swallow, landing 10 meters away. Before Li Shuai, 2 figures emerged, Xiao Fan and Xiao Jin. Their gazes icy as they fixed their eyes upon him. Swish, swish. The sound of rustling leaves announced the arrival of Ling Feng, the little witch, and the portly man, who joined Xiao Fan, their expressions cold and unyielding as they regarded Luo Qin. "It's you." Luo Qin was taken aback, surprised that Xiao Fan and his companions had remained. His gaze fell upon Xiao Fan, incredulously questioning, "You have comprehended sword intent?" It is no wonder that Luo Qin was taken aback. Just moments ago, he discerned that Xiao Fan was merely at the initial stage of a battle sovereign. Yet, he could hardly believe that Xiao Fan had comprehended the sword intent. This was truly astounding. Sword intent. "Third brother, have you grasped the sword intent again?" The plump man gazed at Xiao Fan in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief. How could Xiao Fan, who had previously understood the fist intent, have now also grasped the sword intent? "I accidentally comprehended it," Xiao Fan admitted, scratching his head sheepishly. If Ling Feng and the others were aware that Xiao Fan had already understood various intents, their astonishment would likely transcend mere surprise. "Unbelievable! The little demoness, Ling Feng." And the plump man muttered under their breath, feeling a sense of being overshadowed. Xiao Fan's comprehension abilities were truly extraordinary. Seeing that Xiao Fan and the others were disregarding him, Luo Qin's expression darkened ominously. As a peak battle sovereign, being overlooked by 4 practitioners below the mid-stage of battle sovereign ignited his fury. "If you wish to save him, have you considered the possibility of endangering yourselves in the process?" Luo Qin's countenance was icy, his eyes revealing disdain. Had it not been for his apprehension of Li Ziyan and Li Shuai, he would have long since eliminated Xiao Fan and his companions. "Enough of your pointless chatter." Ling Feng replied with a frosty gaze, his pride unwavering. Only in the presence of the little demoness did he exhibit a softer demeanor. Is this the caliber of the 4th-ranked individual in the Battle King Academy? The plump man was eager to engage, brimming with confidence since his breakthrough to the battle sovereign realm. Possessing a 9th-grade battle soul, the Diamond Strength Bull, he indeed had the grounds for arrogance. Though Luo Qin's talent was commendable, it paled in comparison to that of Ling Feng and his companions. The disparity between a 7th grade and a 9th grade battle soul was akin to the difference between heaven and earth. Xiao Fan maintained a calm demeanor, though Luo Qin emanated a profoundly dangerous aura, far surpassing that of Luo Fei and Di Han. He was already deep in thought. "It seems you truly seek a premature demise." Luo Qin's expression turned icy as he laughed, his gaze frequently flickering towards Xiao Fan. An inner voice urged him to recognize that this silent man was even more formidable than Ling Feng and the plump man. "I see you are indeed courting death." Ling Feng's lips curled into a cold smile, tinged with a hint of malevolence. "Since you are so earnest in seeking your end, I shall oblige." Xiao Fan, brimming with arrogance, addressed Luo Qin and the others. "In this desolate wilderness, even if I were to slay you, no one would know your identities. They hold no significance for me." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Chun lunged forward like a ravenous tiger. Above him, the 7th grade battle soul, the purple cloud eagle, shimmered, unleashing a tremendous force that surged forth. Get lost. Ling Feng bellowed angrily, raising his sword high. A powerful beam of white sword light erupted, flickering with the essence of the 9th grade battle soul, the infernal phoenix. He had always possessed a short temper, or rather, he was more arrogant than anyone else. His association with Xiao Fan and the plump man was solely for the sake of the little demoness. 9th grade battle soul? Luo Qin's pupils quivered violently as he fixed his gaze on Ling Feng, occasionally glancing at Xiao Fan and his companions. No wonder Xiao Fan and the others exhibited such pride. It turned out they possessed 9th grade battle souls. If one was as formidable as, what of the other 3? And what of that golden lion? Luo Qin realized that he had finally offended someone he ought not to have. Resolutely, he declared to himself, no matter what, I must eliminate them, otherwise, I shall be the one to perish. Ling Feng was well aware of Luo Qin's intentions. With a soft snicker, the white sword light flickered as the infernal phoenix emitted a piercing screech, advancing rather than retreating. Fatty, attack from the left side, little witch. You and little Jean provide us cover. Xiao Fan reacted swiftly, recognizing that Luo Qin's power should not be underestimated. Even with the 3 of them combined, they might not stand a chance. The fatty, without hesitation, summoned the 9th rank battle soul, the Golden Might Bull, unleashing a surge of explosive soul power that startled Luo Chun considerably. Luo Chun's expression shifted between hope and despair in his understanding. The most formidable warriors of the Dian dynasty were merely 7th rank battle souls, and it had been centuries since a 9th rank battle soul had emerged. Who were these individuals? And how did they come to be in the Soul Beast Mountains? Li Shiwei also exhibited a tumultuous demeanor, quietly retreating into the thicket while the others were distracted. The little witch glanced in the direction Li Shiwei had vanished, her brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing her eyes. While her companions fought against Luo Chun to save him, she had the audacity to flee. As Ling Feng charged at him, Luo Chun transformed his hand, the sharp radiance flashing as it collided with Ling Feng's sword energy, unleashing a tempest of dominating soul power that swept through the area. Ling Feng was forced back, blood spouting from his left arm. Such is the fate of those possessing 9th rank battle souls. To die by my hand would be worth it, Luo Chun declared coldly, a cruel smile gracing his face. Having already become adversaries with Xiao Fan and the others, there was no turning back. He was acutely aware of the potential future growth of Ling Feng and his companions. If he failed to eliminate them this time, the next encounter would be even more perilous. With no retreat left, he resolved to kill them stealthily. You overestimate yourself. The fatty charged forward like a rampaging bull, his powerful hooves descending like a mountainside, causing the very air to tremble. Sky-splitting claw. Without hesitation, Luo Chun unleashed a furious cry as the purple cloud eagle soared upward, its violet claws counterattacking the fatty. As the 4th-ranked warrior of the Battle King Academy, he had his own pride. Endless sword. At that moment, a chill crept up Luo Chen's back as a golden sword aura appeared unexpectedly behind him. Startled, Luo Chun felt a shiver run down his spine. Despite his confidence, he dared not turn his back on anyone. Years of experience had taught him that being struck by that sword would be far more terrifying than being kicked by a bull's hooves. With that thought, Luo Chun swiftly redirected his claw, pivoting his body to confront the threat behind him. The one wielding that sword was, of course, Xiao Fan. Having comprehended the essence of the sword, even a 3rd-rank battle technique in his hands wielded power surpassing that of an ordinary 4th-rank technique. The sword energy, imbued with a resolute momentum, collided with Luo Chen's claw, creating a tempest of soul power that swept across the battlefield, toppling trees and forcing both combatants to retreat. Boom. At that moment, the hefty assailant struck, delivering a powerful blow to Luo Chen's left arm, resulting in a sickening crack as the bone fractured. Luo Chen's body crashed heavily to the ground, skidding several meters before finally coming to a halt. Rising to his feet, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, casting a venomous glare at Xiao Fan and the others. He could scarcely believe that he had been sent flying by a cultivator at the early stage of the Battle Sovereign realm. How does it feel, fatty? He taunted, his confidence undeterred even as he acknowledged the recent breakthrough that had left the hefty one struggling to control his newfound strength. The fatty grinned, reveling in his apparent dominance. Luo Chen's eyes turned icy. He had begun to discern the strength of Xiao Fan and his companions. Ling Feng was at the mid-stage of the Battle Sovereign realm. while Xiao Fan and the fatty remained at the initial stage. Yet, this disparity left Luo Chen feeling utterly vexed. Was it truly the case that those with high-grade battle souls were so formidable that even a significant gap in cultivation could not be bridged? Nevertheless, he maintained a robust self-assurance. He believed that he could easily vanquish any one of the three individually. It was their combined efforts that posed a significant challenge. The fatty's defense, Ling Feng's ferocity, and Xiao Fan's unpredictability working in unison left him feeling somewhat helpless. However, Luo Chen's expression remained frigid as his spiteful gaze shifted toward the little demoness and Xiao Jin. He perceived the little demoness to be the weakest among them. Suddenly, he sprang forward like an arrow released from its bow, aiming straight for the little demoness. "Bind," he commanded, startling her with the intensity of his attack. The 8th grade battle soul, the Silver Emperor Vine, manifested, unleashing countless silver tendrils that interwove into a white cage. Luo Chen's countenance shifted in disbelief. He had never anticipated that the seemingly delicate little demoness could wield such terrifying power. Confronted with the looming white prison and the flurry of whip-like shadows, he instinctively chose to retreat. Should he become ensnared by the tendrils of the Silver Emperor Vine, death would undoubtedly be imminent. Cursing inwardly, Luo Chen lamented his predicament. "Damn it, I'm in deep trouble. Where did these freaks come from?" At that moment, an excruciating pain shot through his thigh. A golden lion had sunk its teeth into his calf, blood gushing forth. It could only be Xiao Jin. "Third brother, Xiao Jin is as treacherous as you." The fatty laughed heartily. Xiao Fan shot a disapproving glare at the fatty, his expression darkening. He cautiously approached Luo Chen, fully aware that despite Luo Chen's temporary disadvantage, he was not to be underestimated. Their previous confrontation had seen Luo Chen in a position of undeniable superiority. Had it not been for the surprise attack from himself and the fatty, they would likely have fallen short against Luo Chen. Simultaneously, the fatty and Ling Feng began to close in on Luo Chen, their formidable soul power relentlessly pressing against him. Luo Chen's face contorted in distress. Throughout his cultivation journey, he had never been cornered so severely, particularly by 3 cultivators below the mid-stage of the Battle Sovereign realm. Their soul power was astonishing. Was the gap between 9th grade and 7th grade battle souls truly so vast? Luo Chen's expression darkened as he pondered his next move. He had no intention of allowing Xiao Fan and his companions to escape unscathed. "I refuse to believe that as a peak battle sovereign, even those at the initial stage can extinguish my life." The stout one's defenses were formidable. A single strike could not vanquish him. The young man clad in white possessed the highest cultivation, and even the brutal assault of the 9th grade battle soul, the fiery abyss phoenix, failed to slay him. As for the girl and the soul beast, their combined offense and defense made them equally challenging to eliminate. Thus, only he remained. Contemplating this, Luo Chen's gaze shifted toward Xiao Fan. Noticing Xiao Fan advancing with intent to kill, a cold smirk crept upon his lips. "What of the sword? Even if employing a 3rd grade battle technique, it matters not. I shall eliminate you first before dealing with them." With a swift motion, Luo Chen transformed his hand into a claw, executing a martial technique that propelled him forward with astonishing speed, arriving before Xiao Fan in an instant. His sharp claws aimed at Xiao Fan's throat. Xiao Fan's expression was devoid of emotion, as if he had anticipated Luo Chen's intentions. He unleashed the endless sword once more. The sword intent surging forth like a tidal wave, accompanied by a thunderous sound in the air. "Be cautious, third brother," Ling Feng suddenly shouted. Too late. A sinister smile flickered across Luo Chen's face as his palm transformed into a fist, crackling with violet lightning, manifesting into a terrifying beam of light that surged toward Xiao Fan. Simultaneously, the purple cloud eagle battle soul swooped down, its wings resembling twin celestial blades, ready to inflict grievous harm. Yet, Xiao Fan maintained an eerily calm demeanor. The phantom battle soul materialized, morphing into a shadow that lunged at the purple cloud eagle. While golden flames erupted around his body, a torrent of indomitable battle spirit emanating from him. The second battle soul, the endless battle soul, was unleashed. In an instant, Xiao Fan's aura surged, as if he had transcended the mid-stage of the battle sovereign realm, radiating an air of invincibility. "What is this?" Ling Feng stared at Xiao Fan in astonishment, abruptly halting in his tracks. Has third brother been concealing his true strength? What a freak! The stout one cursed. Yet his heart brimmed with exhilaration. Xiao Fan consistently surprised them. The little witch's eyes sparkled with genuine trust in Xiao Fan, for he had never disappointed her since their acquaintance. Luo Chen's pupils contracted. At that moment, Xiao Fan resembled a war god descending upon the world, exuding an overwhelming battle spirit that defied all. At the early stage of the battle sovereign realm, you shall forever remain at that level. Prepare to perish. Thunder Fist. Luo Chun seethed through gritted teeth, unwilling to believe that a mere early-stage battle sovereign could truly defeat him. Crackling thunder enveloped the sky as torrents of purple lightning tore through the void, hurtling toward Xiao Fan with fierce intensity. Dominant heavenly fist. Xiao Fan bellowed, unleashing an overpowering punch that seemed capable of piercing the heavens and shattering the cosmos. Boom. Their fists collided, unleashing a tempest of soul power that spiraled outward. Forcing Ling Feng and the others to stagger back several steps, their expressions filled with disbelief. Xiao Fan coughed up blood, his body propelled backward, crashing through several large trees, fracturing multiple bones in the process. Likewise, Luo Qin was also flung away by the force, albeit faring better than Xiao Fan. As he merely broke one tree before coming to a halt, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, Luo Chun let out a heart-wrenching scream as the purple cloud eagle staggeringly flew into his body from the sky, its eyes burning with a fierce crimson. After a moment, he regained his composure, his gaze fixated on Xiao Fan in the distance, and he bellowed. What kind of battle spirit do you possess that allows it to devour the soul power of others? Devouring the soul power of battle spirits? Ling Feng and the chubby companion exchanged astonished glances with Xiao Fan, indignantly labeling him a freak. The little sorceress, seemingly already aware, exhibited no great shock. She was well acquainted with the peculiarities of Xiao Fan's battle spirit and understood that he would never recklessly endanger his life. As the ghostly battle spirit entered his body, Xiao Fan staggered to his feet, ignoring Luo Chun and instead assessing his own condition. With a 7th-tier battle spirit, Luo Chun was significantly stronger than Di Han. Even if he broke through to the mid-phase of battle sovereign, he might not easily defeat him. Thus, it appeared imperative to quickly locate the blood crystal grass to fortify his physical form and ascend to a higher realm. The recent confrontation had granted Xiao Fan a renewed understanding of his own strength, though he alone might not be a match for Luo Chun. The combined forces of himself and his companions had no reason to fear him. Who are you? Luo Chun demanded, noticing that Xiao Fan and his companions were unresponsive. You are not worthy to know who we are, but mark my words, during the next autumn hunt in Yin City, I shall slay you. Ling Feng retorted coldly, his demeanor unyielding. The autumn hunt in Yin City? Luo Chun squinted his eyes slightly, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. So you are from the Battle King Academy. Very well, the autumn hunt is still 2 months away. I shall spare you today, but rest assured, the 4 of you will perish next time. As his words fell, Luo Chun cast a fierce glance at Xiao Fan and the others, seemingly committing their appearances to memory, before vanishing into the depths of the forest 3 breaths later. Is he really leaving just like that? The chubby one spat disdainfully as Luo Chun departed, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. The peak powerhouse of the battle sovereign realm, ranked 4th in the Battle King Academy, had been frightened off so easily, causing Xiao Fan and his companions' perception of Luo Chun to plummet. Luo Chun was even more contemptible than his brother Luo Fei. A coward who bullied the weak and feared the strong, possessing a base character and a treacherous nature, he deserved to die. Ling Feng's eyes were icy, but that coldness began to dissipate. Xiao Fan regarded Ling Feng with a calm expression, a flicker of curiosity crossing his gaze. He pondered. Why does Ling Feng exude such murderous intent each time he strikes, appearing like an entirely different person? Unable to comprehend this, he refrained from asking directly, instead suppressing his curiosity deep within. As for Luo Chun, Xiao Fan hardly gave him a second thought. Having been in this world for several months, he had come to grasp its cruelty. Future encounters would inevitably lead to bloodshed. The immediate priority was to enhance his own strength. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he sweep aside all adversaries. Luo Chun, however, was not regarded as a true rival by Xiao Fan. Let us proceed and find the blood crystal grass. Xiao Fan exhaled deeply, leading the way into the depths of the Soul Beast mountain range. At that moment, on another cliff, Sun Ting stood with 2 others atop a large rock, scanning the surroundings in search of Xiao Fan and his companions. Master, it seems that Xiao Fan and the others have not come this way. Otherwise, with our speed, we would have caught up to them by now. One of Sun's men remarked. Sun Ting nodded and instructed, you 2 remain here and prevent anyone from advancing further. Understood, Master. The 2 individuals nodded respectfully, and suddenly, Sun Ting vanished from his spot, continuing his search for Xiao Fan and the others. Although the Soul Beast mountain range was vast, it presented the finest opportunity to eliminate Xiao Fan and his companions. Even if he were to slay them here, the Shenfeng Academy would not dare to retaliate against him. Such an opportunity was one that Sun Ting could not afford to miss. However, Xiao Fan and his companions had already appeared in another section of the forest. After a day's journey, they had ventured several hundred miles into the Soul Beast mountain range, where fourth-tier soul beasts were a common sight. They had to cautiously avoid these fourth-tier creatures, while their strength was formidable enough to disregard any soul beasts beneath the late fourth tier. They still held a healthy respect for the peak fourth-tier soul beasts. Generally speaking, soul beasts of the same tier were stronger than humans. A peak fourth-tier soul beast posed a far greater threat than Luochen. Old 3, where exactly is the blood crystal grass you seek? The plump one asked nervously, casting wary glances around. According to the map given by Uncle Sean, it should be in this vicinity, Xiao Fan replied as he produced a piece of parchment. Studying it intently, the area was teeming with fourth-tier soul beasts, and given that the blood crystal grass was a fifth-tier spiritual herb, it was likely guarded by a soul beast, making it a challenging endeavor to obtain. Stop! Xiao Fan suddenly exclaimed, causing the 4 companions and their beast to come to an immediate halt. His ghostly battle spirit was highly attuned to the ambient spiritual energy and environment. Subsequently, he released his soul power, and moments later, a smile graced his face. Fortune smiles upon us. Approximately 300 meters ahead, there may be blood crystal grass. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry, the little sorceress exclaimed with delight. After all, their perilous journey into the Soul Beast mountain range was solely for the sake of acquiring the blood crystal grass. However, there is some unfortunate news. Xiao Fan said with a wry smile. There is a fire-eyed eagle ahead, and it seems to have set its sights on us. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Ling Feng and the others stiffened. The fire-eyed eagle was a fifth-tier soul beast, and at its peak, it was a force to be reckoned with. Far beyond their capabilities. What shall we do? The little sorceress fretted. With the blood crystal grass so tantalizingly close, could they really turn back? What would be the purpose of their expedition into the Soul Beast mountain range then? Ling Feng and the plump one looked disheartened. The latter protested, does your refining liquid absolutely require blood crystal grass? If we lack this primary ingredient, the efficacy would be reduced to a mere tenth. Xiao Fan nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor as thoughts raced through his mind. Fortunately, the fire-eyed eagle did not launch an immediate attack. It merely locked onto them with its soul power, poised to strike at any moment. If the fire-eyed eagle's strength were merely at the battle sovereign level, we might have a chance. I could lure it away, and you all could rush in to seize the blood crystal grass. Ling Feng pondered, his brow furrowed, his chin resting in his hand. Xiao Fan shook his head. To challenge a fifth-tier soul beast was an act of folly that only the unwise would undertake. As a saying from his previous life went, it would be akin to courting one's own demise. After all, a mature fifth-tier soul beast was comparable to a human martial artist at the battle sovereign level. And this fire-eyed eagle was among the more formidable of its kind, coupled with the advantage of flight, making it exceedingly troublesome. Perhaps there exists another method. As Xiao Fan unleashed his soul power, he soon discovered that numerous fourth-tier soul beasts surrounded him. A thought flashed through his mind. There are many fourth-tier soul beasts here. If we could incite them, we might seize the opportunity to obtain the blood crystal grass. But how could they provoke the fourth-tier soul beasts? The rotund companion scratched his nose, his eyes darting with mischief. I have a plan, Xiao Fan replied with a smile. A glimmer of light passed through his soul ring, and suddenly, a jade vial appeared in his hand. Upon uncorking the vial, an intoxicating fragrance wafted through the air. How delightful! What is this? The little enchantress exclaimed, gazing at the jade vial, while Ling Feng and the rotund fellow exchanged curious glances, as Xiao Fan often produced peculiar items. This is the soul enchantment liquid, which contains a scent that soul beasts find irresistible, capable of driving them into a frenzy, Xiao Fan explained, then turned to the rotund man with a grin. This task falls to you. Deliver the soul enchantment liquid within 100 meters of the fire-eyed eagle. The rotund man sprang up as if his tail had been stepped on, exclaiming, Old 3, how can you be so ungrateful? I will gladly serve as a meat shield. But speed is not my forte. I shall take care of it, Ling Feng said, snatching the soul enchantment liquid from Xiao Fan's grasp and addressing the rotund man. Remember, from now on, you are the meat shield. Without waiting for a response, Ling Feng vanished into the forest, employing his agile movement techniques. Meanwhile, in another direction, Two figures lay in wait just beyond 100 meters from the fire-eyed eagle, their eyes fixated intently on it, not directly on the eagle, but rather on a few clusters of crimson grass nearby, the very blood crystal grass that Xiao Fan and his companions desperately sought. Were Xiao Fan present, he would undoubtedly recognize them as Huang Tianqian and Xiao Yu, who had also come in search of the blood crystal grass. My lord, it has been a day and a night, yet the fire-eyed eagle remains. What shall we do? Xiao Yu asked anxiously, glancing at the distance. Regardless of the circumstances, I must acquire the blood crystal grass. With the autumn hunt competition approaching, I need to break through to the pinnacle of the battle sovereign realm and eliminate Xiao Fan and his companions. Huang Tianqian's eyes glinted with determination. After over a decade of cultivation, he had never encountered such blatant disregard. The repeated setbacks inflicted upon him by Xiao Fan had only deepened his animosity. With your talent, my lord, you could benefit from the family resources without undertaking such risks, Xiao Yu remarked, puzzled by Huang Tianqian's choices. This is the rule of our family. Before breaking through to the battle sect realm, one must refrain from excessively utilizing family resources. Although my father is the head of the Huang family, it is not a monolithic entity, Huang Tianqian replied, shaking his head. Born into a large family, he felt the constraints it imposed. His ambition was to one day become the head of the Huang family, and he could not afford to give others leverage against him. Once we obtain the blood crystal grass, you shall undoubtedly break through to the pinnacle of the battle sovereign realm, perhaps even ascend to the battle sect realm. Xiao Yu declared unwaveringly, looking into Huang Tianqian's eyes. Suddenly, Huang Tianqian placed a hand over Xiao Yu's mouth, signaling for silence. Ling Feng stealthily approached the fire-eyed eagle, his movements remarkably graceful as he wove through ancient trees. With a flick of his wrist, the jade vial containing the soul enchantment liquid soared forth. Simultaneously, he propelled himself backward with a swift motion, vanishing like smoke. Yip! At that moment, a piercing cry resonated through the heavens. The blazing-eyed eagle, upon perceiving a human's provocation, took to the skies without hesitation, unleashing a torrent of crimson fire from its maw. Instantly, the forest was engulfed in roaring flames, crackling sounds reverberating as the fiery tongues spread in all directions, reducing several ancient trees to mere ashes, the blaze refusing to extinguish. Xiao Fan and his companions looked up to see Ling Feng frantically rushing towards them, a massive blazing-eyed eagle hovering above, its wings trembling. Its fierce gaze flickered with flames, regarding them as prey. With a hissing sound, waves of fire cascaded from the void, aiming directly at Xiao Fan and his group. The situation surpassed their expectations. The eagle had indeed launched an offensive, seemingly abandoning its guardianship of the blood crystal grass. Xiao Fan and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions tightening as they moved like the wind, swiftly evading in 5 different directions. With a thunderous crash, a massive crater formed where they had just stood, a surging wave of flames erupting, the fierce gust striking them with intense heat. At the pinnacle of the battle sovereign realm, the blazing-eyed eagle posed a formidable challenge. Yet it was certainly not as terrifying as a battle sect realm beast. Had it been of the latter, their demise would have been assured. Air paying. You draw its attacks. Sure you and I will obstruct the eagle's path. Lao San, you and Xiao Jin search for the blood crystal grass. Ling Feng swiftly formulated a battle plan. The battle sovereign eagle had not yet brought him to despair. With the 3 of them, there remained a substantial chance to hold it off for a while. Such loyalty. Xiao Fan laughed heartily, leaping onto Xiao Jin's back, the duo transforming into a streak of light as they dashed into the underbrush. You're ruthless, the stout one muttered under his breath. Showing no hesitation as the image of the diamond bull war spirit materialized, he struck a massive boulder with a palm, shattering it, then picked up the fragments to hurl at the blazing-eyed eagle. Possessing the strength of the diamond bull, the stones in his hand flew forth with the velocity of cannonballs, surpassing the speed of sound. The eagle, thoroughly enraged, opened its beak to unleash a barrage of fiery arrows directed at the stout one, who paled in fright and darted through the forest. With a resounding boom, he was propelled by the fiery shockwave, crashing into an ancient tree, his hand stinging painfully. Agility was not his forte, and he had been caught off guard by the eagle's assault. Beast, come again! He roared defiantly, once more throwing the fragments of stone. The eagle, incensed by the challenge, flared with ferocity, releasing a continuous stream of flames. Boss, I can't hold on any longer. The stout one yelped, gallantly turning to flee. However, the eagle had fixated on him, unwilling to relent, and pursued without hesitation. Beast, over here. Ling Feng executed a swift maneuver, also picking up stones to throw. Each carrying tendrils of black flame, their speed and force both overwhelmingly fierce and rapid. The fire-eyed eagle sensed an attack from behind, swiftly spreading its wings to evade every assault with remarkable agility. Its own attacks grew increasingly ferocious as it soared through the void, emitting a piercing shriek. Suddenly, its gaze shifted towards the distance where the blood crystal grass lay. Trouble brewed, it recognized a rogue presence. The little sorceress cried out, darting a few times before leaping onto an ancient tree. Countless tendrils of the silver emperor vine wove into a vast net, charging towards the fire-eyed eagle. At that moment, a pair of black shadowy wings appeared behind Ling Feng. With a powerful flap, he ascended into the air, possessing the 9th rank soul of the infernal phoenix. He had already mastered the ability to fly, albeit at a significant cost to his soul energy. Demon Phoenix Fire Lotus. With a light call from Ling Feng, innumerable black flames erupted in the void, shooting forth like meteors towards the fire-eyed eagle. The eagle screeched as several fire lotuses struck it, releasing a wave of charred scent as it was flung back several meters. Such ferocity! The stout figure perched on the tree was astonished by, utterly taken aback by Ling Feng's prowess. Not only could he fly, but he could also repel a peak battle sovereign like the fire-eyed eagle. Air Fat, attack him! Ling Feng landed atop an ancient tree, shouting at the stout man. Reluctantly, the stout man continued to draw the fire-eyed eagle's ire, ensuring Xiao Fan's safe passage. Meanwhile, under the guidance of little Jean, Xiao Fan swiftly approached a cluster of blood-red grass 200 meters away. In the distance, the crystalline red blades of grass caught his eye, shimmering under the sunlight, radiating with mesmerizing brilliance. Blood crystal grass. Xiao Fan gazed at the vivid crimson foliage, a fervent desire igniting within him. He desperately needed to enhance his strength, and the blood crystal grass was the essential ingredient for concocting his body-refining elixir. However, just as he prepared to hasten towards the grass, 2 silhouettes darted out from nearby, heading straight for the blood crystal grass. Wang Tianchen, Xiao Yu. Xiao Fan's expression hardened. Initially wary, recognition of the figures brought a cold smirk to his lips. Little Jean transformed into a golden streak, matching the strength of Huang Tianchen and his companion. Given their proximity and speed, they were on a near-collision course with the blood crystal grass. Xiao Fan, what a narrow path for rivals. Huang Tianchen sneered coldly. The events at the entrance of the Divine Wind Academy had been the greatest humiliation of his life. To avenge himself during the autumn hunt in Yin City, he had deliberately ventured into the Soul Beast Mountains to train, seeking nothing less than to eliminate Xiao Fan. Indeed, it was a case of rivals crossing paths. Xiao Fan chuckled coldly, casting a nonchalant glance at Huang Tianchen while completely disregarding Xiao Yu. Both parties harbored no hesitation. They had come for the blood crystal grass and would not let the opportunity slip away. In the distance, 6 stalks of blood crystal grass swayed in the wind, gleaming brightly as tendrils of crimson mist coiled through the air. As the 2 parties drew closer to the blood crystal grass, Huang Tianchen's gaze grew increasingly bloodshot, resembling a ravenous beast. No matter the cost, he vowed to obtain the blood crystal grass. Huang Tianchen clenched his teeth, his heart brooding over his determination. 10 meters. 8 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters. The blood crystal grass was within reach for both individuals. At that moment, a wicked smile suddenly curled at the corner of Huang Tianchen's mouth as he extended his hand and struck at Xiao Yu's back. Husband Yu. Xiao Yu's expression changed dramatically. She never anticipated that Huang Tianchen would make a move against her at such a critical moment. I have shown you enough mercy. Now it is your turn to assist me. Huang Tianchen grinned maliciously, forcefully pushing Xiao Yu away, sending her hurtling towards Xiao Fan. Meanwhile, all of Huang Tianchen's focus was absorbed by the blood crystal grass, his eyes gleaming with fervent desire. Huang Tianchen's ambush on Xiao Yu, using her body to attack Xiao Fan, was truly unexpected for her, but not for Xiao Fan. He had long been aware of Huang Tianchen's treacherous nature and profound scheming, so he had always kept his guard up against him. As they approached within 2 meters of the blood crystal grass, Xiao Fan suddenly executed the misty steps, reaching the pinnacle of speed, leaving a shadow in his wake and instantly appearing at the location of the blood crystal grass. With a swift motion, he gathered all 6 blood crystal grasses into his soul ring. Scoundrel! The blood crystal grass is mine! Huang Tianchen roared in fury, enraged that the coveted blood crystal grass had slipped from his grasp. With it, he could break through the pinnacle of the battle sovereign realm. Even reaching the battle sect level, ensuring his brilliance at the upcoming autumn hunt in Yin City in just over 2 months. Alas, fate had other plans. Once it is in my possession, it belongs to me. Xiao Fan replied coldly, leaping onto Xiao Jin's back, who swiftly dashed into the thicket. Stop right there. Huang Tianxin bellowed, as behind him, the 6th-rank battle soul, the silver lion with wings, emerged, clawing and roaring as it lunged toward Xiao Fan. Seeing the gaping maw approaching him, Xiao Fan nimbly rolled aside, his steps light as a feather. The phantom battle soul appeared instantaneously, transforming into a swirling cloud of black mist that surged toward the silver lion. Subsequently, he morphed into an illusion, skillfully evading the silver lion's attack, and reappeared beside Huang Tianxin. Huang Tianxin was taken aback by Xiao Fan's proactive assault, a cold smirk playing on his lips as his aura surged. With golden light radiating from his hand, he formed a hand seal in the void. Die! The pent-up fury within Huang Tianxin erupted at that moment, the golden hand seal unleashing overwhelming might as it descended upon Xiao Fan's crown. Xiao Fan's expression tightened as he felt an immense pressure. The force of the hand seal was undoubtedly that of a 5th-rank battle technique, and he did not dare underestimate it, his body ablaze with golden flames. Although he had previously slain a mid-stage battle sovereign at the pinnacle of the Battle Master realm, now facing Huang Tianxin, a late-stage battle sovereign, he sensed a dangerous aura. This could only indicate one thing. Huang Tianxin was exceedingly deep in concealment, and even an ordinary pinnacle battle sovereign might not match his prowess. Realizing this, Xiao Fan wasted no time unleashing the 5th-rank battle technique, the overbearing heavenly fist. The hand seal and his fist collided violently, sending fierce shockwaves radiating in all directions. Ancient trees crumbled, and debris flew, as both combatants rapidly retreated. Xiao Fan felt a tremor throughout his body, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. So powerful. A heavy sensation settled in Xiao Fan's heart as he realized he had severely underestimated Huang Tianxin's strength. The initial blow that had sent him flying was merely a consequence of Huang Tianxin's arrogance. Furthermore, during these past few days, Huang Tianxin had indeed made notable progress in his abilities. Is this truly your full power? Hardly impressive. With such meager tactics, you might as well perish, Huang Tianxin sneered. His confidence bolstered by the revelation of Xiao Fan's capabilities after their recent confrontation. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes, sensing the murderous intent radiating from Huang Tianxin. Did he truly wish to kill him? Perhaps not. With a cold smile, Xiao Fan executed the Misty Steps technique, vanishing from sight. He conjured a long sword of soul force, its whistle slicing through the air, emanating an unstoppable momentum. Sword intent? Huang Tianxin's face betrayed shock. How could Xiao Fan, merely at the initial stage of the battle sovereign realm, comprehend such a concept? Xiao Fan remained silent, his expression sharp and indifferent as the endless sword howled, ready to claim all in its path. The terrifying sharpness of the blade pricked Huang Tianxin's skin painfully. In a heartbeat, Huang Tianxin evaded the onslaught of the endless sword, a crimson line appearing across his cheek, spilling blood into the void. Kill! He roared in fury, his figure striking like a bolt of lightning. A spear suddenly manifesting in his hand, its tip sharp and bloodied, aimed directly at Xiao Fan's dantian, just as it seemed destined to pierce him. Xiao Fan's form twisted slightly, leaving behind an afterimage. A gust of wind swept by, and Huang Tianxin felt a chilling sensation. His arm grew, and blood surged forth uncontrollably. Huang Tianxin's arm was fully exposed, revealing a deep scar that reached the bone, blood gleaming in the air. In the distance, Xiao Yu's face turned pale, astonished as she observed Xiao Fan's rapid growth. She could scarcely believe that in such a short time, he had surpassed even Huang Tianxin. In merely 2 exchanges, Huang Tianxin was defeated. Were it not for her own eyes witnessing this, she would have thought it a dream. Huang Tianxin clutched his bleeding arm, a feral expression contorting his features as he glared at Xiao Fan. He realized he had grossly underestimated Xiao Fan's prowess. The newly ascended battle sovereign was formidable indeed. If I do not kill you today, we shall see what the future holds, Huang Tianxin coldly declared, turning to flee into the forest. A deafening roar erupted from the woods, causing Huang Tianxin to stagger backward, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Before him, a small golden creature bared its menacing, fixated on him. Should Huang Tianxin dare to advance, it would undoubtedly rush forth to tear him to shreds. You claim you won't kill me today? Yet here I stand. Come forth and try. Xiao Fan's icy gaze bore into Huang Tianxin. The latter's arrogance irked him, as if his survival were a mere act of Huang Tianxin's mercy. A defeated foe held no significance in Xiao Fan's mind. Two flashes of brilliance sparkled in his eyes, instilling fear in Huang Tianqian, for Xiao Fan's resolve had turned lethal. Xiao Fan, the blood crystal grass is yours. Let today's events end here, Huang Tianqian said, inexplicably sensing a wave of dread emanating from Xiao Fan's gaze. The memory of Dehan's demise still vivid in his mind. Xiao Fan remained silent as he advanced towards Huang Tianqian, who continued to retreat. His face as pale as death. Desperation seeped into his voice as he threatened, "You must think this through. You might not be able to kill me. Even if you do, your Xiao family will face dire consequences." Such threats had never weighed heavily on Xiao Fan's mind. At this moment, with Huang Tianqian's left arm rendered useless, it was the perfect opportunity to strike. How could Xiao Fan let such a chance slip away? Seeing that Xiao Fan was impervious to his intimidation, Huang Tianqian became genuinely anxious. He was no match for the sword-wielding Xiao Fan, especially with the presence of a fourth-tier soul beast. Escape was nearly impossible. Ultimately, Huang Tianqian turned his gaze towards Xiao Yu, pleading, "You were..." Unfortunately, before he could finish, Xiao Yu interrupted, "Huang Tianqian, I, Xiao Yu, owe you nothing. Today, I repay a past favor with a single strike. This is our final farewell." With that, she vanished into the depths of the forest. Huang Tianqian's expression stiffened. This momentary distraction afforded Xiao Fan and the beast an opportunity. They transformed into streaks of light, darting past Huang Tianqian, severing his arms in one swift motion. A wretched scream erupted, and Huang Tianqian collapsed to the ground. Fear rushed across his face as he looked at Xiao Fan. "Xiao Fan, you cannot kill me. If I die, your Xiao family will surely face extinction. Is it still effective to threaten me at this juncture?" Xiao Fan remarked, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Not only did he no longer have any ties to the Xiao family, but even if he did, what difference would it make? "Third brother, let's go." Just then, a voice broke through the tension as Ling Feng, the chubby one, and the little demoness rushed over, appearing quite disheveled. "Huang Tianqian?" The chubby one looked at the disarmed Huang Tianqian in astonishment, his expression peculiar. "Third brother, is this the one you incapacitated?" Ling Feng furrowed his brow but said nothing. While the little demoness, her beautiful eyes shimmering, allowed Xiao Fan to take the lead, well aware of Huang Tianqian's repeated attempts to undermine him. Had it not been for Xiao Fan's fortune, he might have perished long ago, never having the chance to join the Divine Wind Academy. The last scheme involving Dehan had only intensified Xiao Fan's desire to eliminate Huang Tianqian. To kill or not to kill? Observing the writhing Huang Tianqian, Xiao Fan wrestled with his conscience, fully aware of the ramifications of slaying him. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air, and a fierce sword of soul energy cleaved through, sending Huang Tianqian's head soaring, blood gushing forth like a fountain into the void. In the balance between mercy and vengeance, Xiao Fan chose the latter. As he severed Huang Tianqian's head, a pair of eyes in the nearby thicket caught sight of the scene and prepared to retreat. "Who goes there?" a sharp voice demanded, followed by a wave of sword energy slicing through the air. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Fan appeared before the fleeing figure, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Yun Luoxue. Indeed, the intruder was Yun Luoxue, who had followed him and witnessed the unfolding drama, deeply shaken by Xiao Fan's decisiveness. Her expression shifted from shock to calm as she pondered. This man is not one to be trifled with. He dares to kill even Huang Tianqian. It would be wise not to offend him. "My lord, would you consider joining the royal family? I assure you, should you choose to ally with us, I will personally guide you and provide abundant resources for your cultivation," Yun Luoxue said with a charming smile. A playful smile danced upon Xiao Fan's face as Ling Feng and his companions approached him, the little demoness visibly displeased. Personal guidance? Xiao Fan found amusement in Yun Luoxue's words. A Pequot sovereign might indeed possess the qualifications to instruct a novice in the same realm. But that certainly did not extend to him. "Indeed, I can personally guide you, and we can engage more closely," Yun Luoxue declared with a confident smile, her hair cascading alluringly, making her difficult to refuse. "You want me to join the royal family and become your servant? To serve the royal family?" Xiao Fan chuckled. The royal family is the foremost power in the great Yin dynasty. What could be wrong with serving them? He could tell that Yun Luoxue sensed something amiss with him. Yet she still clung to a glimmer of hope. However, before she could finish her thought, Xiao Fan interrupted her, regarding her with disdain. "I truly wonder where your confidence stems from. Your face is quite pleasing, yet the heart beneath it is repugnant to me." A Pequot sovereign held no significance in his eyes. He was confident he could surpass that realm, even reaching the level of war ancestor. While the royal family indeed stood unrivaled in the great Yin dynasty, Yun Luoxue's haughty demeanor thoroughly irked Xiao Fan. His judgment of character was astute, and he deemed Yun Luoxue to be heartless and ungrateful. Not only did he disdain the idea of joining the royal family, but he also extinguished any desire to do so at that moment. Yun Luoxue's expression stiffened. She had never anticipated that Xiao Fan would not only refuse her, but also utter such words. Yet, she regained her composure shortly and clasped her fists, stating, "In that case, my apologies for the disturbance." Without awaiting a response from Xiao Fan, she turned and vanished into the woods. "What a cunning woman," the plump man remarked. His face etched with maturity, though none of the group contradicted him. "You foolish rogue. You've killed Huang Tianqian." Avoiding conflict with Yun Luoxue was wise. "But now that you've offended her, she won't let this slide." The little demoness expressed her concern. "Can I take that as you worrying for me?" Xiao Fan smiled, fully aware that such actions would provoke both the Huang family and the royal family. Yet, that was simply his nature. Becoming a servant for the sake of cultivation? That crossed Xiao Fan's bottom line. "Who worries about you?" The little demoness huffed, turning her head away. Observing their playful banter, Ling Feng felt exasperated and quickly interjected. "If they seek trouble, I trust old Guo won't abandon us." Suddenly, a long howl echoed through the air, startling Xiao Fan and his companions as they gazed skyward, where a fire-eyed eagle swooped down, spewing flames. Not far behind it, numerous avian creatures cried out, rushing towards them, while the ground trembled as many soul beasts approached the area. "Old Third, you've really shot yourself in the foot this time. What use is the soul confusion liquid?" The plump man grimaced, scanning the sky and surroundings. Xiao Fan let out a bitter laugh. "How was I to know that the fire-eyed eagle was merely a Pequor sovereign and would actively attack us? If I had known, I wouldn't have gone through such trouble to attract other soul beasts here." Had he known in advance that the fire-eyed eagle was still immature and merely a Pequor sovereign, he would never have resorted to using the soul confusion liquid to lure other soul beasts. He could have simply had the plump man and Ling Feng draw the tiger away from its den to obtain the blood crystal grass. Fortunately, the blood crystal grass was already in hand, allowing for the concoction of body-refining liquid. This expedition into the Soul Beast Mountain range had not been in vain. "Shiyu, be careful," Ling Feng shouted, delivering a powerful punch towards the little witch. Yet she showed no inclination to engage, swiftly turning on her heel to flee. By the time Ling Feng regained his composure, Xiao Fan, the little witch, the chubby one, and Xiao Jin had already escaped several meters away. Having secured the blood crystal grass, rendering Ling Feng's presence here rather futile. "You truly are loyal." Ling Feng fumed as he sprinted after them. Despite his unwavering confidence in his own strength, he was acutely aware that he might soon confront numerous fourth-tier soul beasts, a scenario daunting enough to cause even formidable battle-honed warriors to retreat. Without hesitation, he pursued them, while the fiery-eyed eagle, having missed its target, realized that the coveted blood crystal grass had been claimed by Xiao Fan and the others, prompting it to chase frantically after them. After a while, several dozen fourth-tier soul beasts appeared at the scene, drawn by the enticing scent of the mesmerizing liquid. Upon arrival, they discovered that the aroma was dissipating, leaving nothing behind, which incited their fury. The ensuing chaos among the soul beasts erupted like a tempest, radiating outward from this central location, igniting a frenzy on the periphery of the Soul Beast Mountain range. Eventually, after covering several miles, Xiao Fan and his companions halted, relieved that the fiery-eyed eagle had not pursued them further, yet they remained on high alert. "This place is quite suitable. I kindly ask you to guard me while I concoct the body-refining liquid," Xiao Fan instructed as he located a cave and addressed his companions. "Rest assured, with me here, not even a mosquito shall enter as long as I draw breath," the chubby one boasted, thumping his chest and launching into a fervent monologue. Xiao Fan, uninterested in his rambling, stepped directly into the cave, recognizing that all the chubby one's bluster was merely to facilitate the fourth-tier body-refining process. Inside the cave, Xiao Fan retrieved 20 varieties of spiritual herbs, having prepared in advance solely for the blood crystal grass. Now that he had obtained it, he was confident in his ability to concoct a fourth-grade body-refining liquid. In addition, he possessed a large black pot, which would surely provoke laughter from other alchemists. After all, what alchemist would use a mere pot instead of a proper cauldron or furnace? This large pot was indeed a peculiar anomaly in the realm of alchemy on the Battle Soul Continent. Alchemists typically used specialized cauldrons and furnaces, and Xiao Fan pondered the necessity of acquiring one in the future to enhance his success rate in producing fourth-grade body refining liquids. However, he was now at the early stage of battle sovereign, his soul power sufficiently potent to support the crafting of fourth-tier spiritual liquids. "Let us begin," he declared, extracting several types of spiritual grasses and casting them into the black pot. As his soul power surged forth, it transformed into a flame of soul energy, initiating the refining process. The extraction of medicinal properties from the spiritual grasses was not achievable through ordinary flames, but rather through the soul fire, which distinctly set alchemists apart from other cultivators, their mastery over soul power reaching astonishing heights. As time flowed gently by, while Xiao Fan immersed himself in the crafting of the fourth-grade body refining liquid, the outside world erupted into turmoil. Countless soul beasts surged and scattered, flattening ancient forests. And within days, the Soul Beast mountain range experienced the most terrifying upheaval of soul beasts in recorded history. The once tranquil mountain range was shattered by the stampede of innumerable soul beasts, their roars echoing sharply through the air above the mountains. Yin Luoxue was rebuffed by Xiao Fan, her heart seething with murderous intent. Had it not been for the fear of the formidable strength possessed by Xiao Fan and his companions, she might have already struck. She had initially intended to ambush them, but unexpectedly, a peak battle-honored fire eagle pursued Xiao Fan and his group. Intrigued, she stealthily followed. However, Xiao Fan and his companions were too swift, evading her grasp. "Whoever you are, as long as you hail from the great Yin dynasty, I shall ensure you become my consort," Yun Luoxue muttered under her breath, her face a mask of fury. Suddenly, she halted, her senses alert as a chilling aura enveloped the air. "Who goes there? Step forth." With a series of swift movements, 6 figures materialized not far from Yin Luoxue. At the forefront stood a man, grinning as he regarded her. "Third princess. Sunju, what brings you here?" Yin Luoxue exclaimed, her gaze filled with disdain. As one of the 3 notorious scions of Yin City, Sunju was unwelcome wherever he appeared. He shrugged, accustomed to such looks. "Unfazed," he replied, "I am here to hunt someone. No, rather, I seek 4 individuals and a beast." "For individuals and a beast?" Yin Luoxue was taken aback, images of Xiao Fan and his companions flashing in her mind. Had the third princess encountered them? Sunju immediately discerned the implication in her eyes, a wave of hostility surging forth. "What are their names?" With a burgeoning desire to eliminate Xiao Fan, Yun Luoxue thought that if she could leverage Sunju's hand to dispose of them, it would be fortuitous. Yet, she had yet to learn their names. It seemed the third princess bore a grudge against them as well. Sunju exhaled in relief. If Yin Luoxue was indeed an enemy to Xiao Fan and his companion, his task would be simpler. He then recounted the details of Xiao Fan's exploits, causing Yin Luoxue's astonishment to deepen. "This individual is audacious indeed, daring to slay his son before Sun Ting." She pondered, marveling at the audacity and prowess that surpassed that of ordinary men. "As long as the third princess reveals their whereabouts, I shall offer substantial rewards. Having killed my brother, I will not rest until I see them torn to shreds," Sunju declared, his voice low. Having spent days in the Soul Beast Mountains without a trace of Xiao Fan, his impatience growing. "They not only killed your brother but also Li Zian and Huang Tianqian," Yun Luoxue replied, her face darkening. She had witnessed Xiao Fan eliminate Huang Tianqian and conveniently blamed Li Zian's death on him and his companions. She believed that with Luo Chen's strength, slaying Li Shui would pose no challenge. Had she known they had saved Li Shui, her perspective would likely have shifted. Upon hearing Yun Luoxue's words, Sunju's pupils constricted. "Li Zian and Huang Tianqian? They are the heirs of the 4 prominent families of Yin City," he exclaimed. "This means they have offended the 3 major families? Where are they?" Sunju inquired, his murderous intent palpable. His notorious reputation in Yin City was well known, and few dared to cross him due to his formidable strength. "I have been trailing them but lost track just moments ago. Based on their recent movements, they are likely headed in that direction," she indicated. Yun Luoxue pointed towards the ancient forest in the distance. "Let us go," she urged. Sunju nodded, casually gesturing for the 5 others to prepare to rush towards the thicket. I followed suit. Yun Luoxue, seizing the opportunity, was eager for revenge against Xiao Fan, wishing for nothing more than to see him suffer, preferably in a slow and torturous manner. At that moment, a fearsome roar from a beast echoed through the sky, causing Sunju and the others to gaze in astonishment at the void. Suddenly, powerful soul forces locked onto them, instilling considerable fear. "Hurry!" Yun Luoxue cried, swiftly vanishing into the depths of the ancient forest, with Sunju and the others following without hesitation. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan remained unaware of these events. Deeply engrossed in the refinement of a fourth-grade body-enhancing elixir, the cave was thick with a pungent medicinal aroma, exceedingly foul, to the point that a single inhalation could induce nausea. Only the blood crystal grasses left, he thought, unfazed by the stench. His gaze fixated on the concoction in the black pot. He retrieved 2 blood crystal grasses and tossed them into the mixture. As the grasses entered the pot, the liquid began to boil vigorously. What was once a foul and viscous black substance gradually transformed into a translucent white liquid, exuding a delicate fragrance. Furthermore, the white liquid diminished rapidly, evaporating until only a small amount remained at the bottom of the pot. Witnessing this, Xiao Fan's face lit up with excitement as he murmured, "Is it a success? Let me test its effects." He carefully filled a spoonful and brought it to his lips. Unlike other body-enhancing elixirs, this one was meant to be ingested rather than soaked in. The moment the elixir slid down his throat, Xiao Fan grimaced, feeling a sharp pain, and exclaimed, "Damn. This is even harsher than strong liquor." However, as soon as he swallowed the elixir, a wave of heat surged through him, causing he promptly activated the endless battle cannon, summoning the phantom battle soul. In an instant, a tempest arose within the cave, and an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy rushed towards him. The speed at which he absorbed this energy would undoubtedly leave any onlooker in awe. Within his body, golden flames blazed, and a formidable aura spread outward. Xiao Fan entered a remarkable state, visions of various battle techniques he had previously comprehended flashing through his mind, each being practiced and reinforced repeatedly. Simultaneously, his body executed over 100 battle techniques, from 1st to 5th tier, with remarkable proficiency. As if these techniques posed no challenge to him at all, each reaching an unparalleled level of mastery. Black stains seeped from his skin, his clothes thoroughly drenched in sweat. Shattered soul palm. Xiao Fan bellowed, striking out into the void. The gathered spiritual energy seemed to be violently shaken, erupting into a powerful storm that surged in all directions. "You scoundrel!" At that moment, the trio of little witches and their beast rushed in, only to discover the cave in disarray. However, as their gazes fell upon Xiao Fan, they all instinctively covered their mouths and noses. Xiao Fan, awakened by the surge of spiritual energy, was bewildered, remarkably, despite having unleashed over 100 combat techniques. His soul power had not diminished in the slightest. As he sensed the transformation within himself, he was astounded. Indeed, the 4th-grade refining liquid was extraordinary, as it had expelled a considerable amount of impurities from his body, and his soul power had become significantly pure. With his current strength, he felt confident that he could truly contend with even a peak battle sovereign. "Old 3, why do you smell so foul?" The chubby one couldn't help but inquire. Coming back to his senses, Xiao Fan offered an awkward smile, only to realize he was quite dirty. With a tremor of his body, he swept his soul power over himself, instantly restoring his original appearance. Yet, in comparison to before, his skin now resembled that of a newborn, smooth and radiant, exuding a mesmerizing sheen, as though his body was brimming with boundless strength. "Perverse rascal, have you been using beauty serum?" The little witch couldn't resist asking. "No. It's the refining liquid," Xiao Fan chuckled, aware that the effect stemmed from the blood crystal herb, which not only tempered his meridians but also refined his bloodline. "Refining liquid? You succeeded?" The 3 little witches exclaimed in unison, their voices suddenly rising several decibels. After half a day's passage, Yun Luoxue and Sun Ju gradually tracked them down. Standing at the entrance of the cave where Xiao Fan and his companions resided, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in their eyes. "Second young master. Their aura disappears right here," one of Sun Ju's subordinates remarked, his gaze fixed on the cave ahead. Sun Ju squinted, a trace of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes before he quickly regained his composure. He addressed Yun Luoxue, saying, "Third princess, leave them to me. With the beast tide approaching in the Soul Beast mountain range, it would be prudent for you to return to Yin City to avoid any unforeseen mishaps." Yun Luoxue had originally prepared for a grand slaughter, so she was taken aback by Sun Ju's insistence on her departure. Among the group, her strength should have been the most formidable, and Sun Ju ought to have requested her assistance. Sensing something amiss, she contemplated refusing, but ultimately replied, "Very well. I look forward to your good news." Yet internally, she added, judging by Sun Ju's eyes, he seemed to know something about this place. Was there something unspeakable within? Allowing them to enter first, she resolved to follow behind. Without waiting for Sun Ju to speak, Yun Luoxue turned and vanished. Sun Ju watched her retreating figure with a cold smirk, muttering, "Those who are too clever seldom live long." With that, he turned and headed into the cave. At that moment, Ling Feng, the little witch, the chubby one, and Xiao Jin had completed their cultivation with the refining liquid, their surfaces exuding numerous impurities. The air thick with an unpleasant stench. Old 3, this refining liquid is too defiant. Its efficacy surpasses that of ordinary 4th-grade refining liquids by several folds. The chubby one felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, a broad smile adorning his face. Shoo! Suddenly, Xiao Fan made a gesture for silence, his brow furrowed. Someone is coming. Upon hearing this, the little witches instantly became alert, warily gazing towards the cave entrance. After a few moments, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the air. There were a total of 6 individuals, all emanating an aura that suggested they were at least at the late stage of the battle sovereign realm. A cold glint flashed in Ling Feng's eyes as a palpable sense of killing intent quietly rose. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. This cave entrance was exceedingly concealed. It was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to discover it, and even if they did, they would not approach it with such caution. Clearly, those 6 individuals had likely come specifically for them. After contemplating the opposition S formation, Xiao Fan felt a slight heaviness in his heart. At most, he could contend with a peak battle sovereign, and Ling Feng could handle one as well. However, the fatty, the little demoness, and little Jean would probably only be able to barely hold off 3 late-stage battle sovereigns, while an additional one could pose a lethal threat to them. This cave is vast. We must bide our time, Xiao Fan declared, taking a deep breath as he led the way deeper into the cave. The little demoness, the fatty, and little Jean followed without hesitation, while Ling Feng, a fierce glint emanating from his gaze, turned to depart. As Xiao Fan had noted, the cave was indeed immense. After traversing several hundred zhang, they still had not reached the end. The surroundings were shrouded in utter darkness. Without the release of soul power, even walking would prove challenging. Stop! Xiao Fan suddenly commanded, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. What is it, you rogue? The little demoness inquired, having unwittingly developed a sense of unreserved trust in Xiao Fan. No sooner had she spoken than the little demoness felt the hairs on her body, a surge of instinct flashing through her mind. The Silver Emperor Vine battle spirit was unleashed, and several tendrils lunged into the void. With a soft whoosh, the sound of something slicing through the air resonated in the darkness, several blood-red blades striking the cliff face with startling clarity. Black spiders! The fatty exclaimed, his face darkening. While Ling Feng's expression also turned grim, the Xiao Fan remained relatively composed. As the name suggests, black spiders are soul beasts that dwell perpetually in darkness, classified as low-tier 2nd-grade soul beasts. However, these creatures perceive darkness as nothingness, their 8 legs sharp as blades, capable of effortlessly slicing through rock with deadly precision. Yet, the most terrifying aspect of the black spider is not merely its lethality, but rather its tendency to exist in swarms. The emergence of one may herald the arrival of hundreds, even thousands. Although Xiao Fan and his companions were battle sovereigns, facing such a multitude of 2nd-grade soul beasts would leave them with little choice but to retreat, lest they be devoured to the last bone by the black spiders. What are we to do about the black spiders? Upon hearing the fatty's alarm, the little demonish trembled, swiftly darting behind Xiao Fan. Her worry evident as she was aware of the fearsome reputation of such soul beasts. Xiao Fan's soul power swept the surroundings, imprinting the sight of hundreds of black spiders in his mind. The deeper they ventured, the more numerous the spiders became. Attempting to eliminate them swiftly was impractical. Yet, if they chose to retreat, they would inevitably encounter the 6 formidable battle sovereigns waiting behind, making a confrontation unavoidable. Let us depart from here and engage those individuals outside. The fatty suggested, his brow furrowed as he gazed into the depths of the cave, revealing for the first time a hint of trepidation. Do you still wish to leave? Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed from behind them, accompanied by flickering flames illuminating the cavernous passageway. 6 figures danced in the light, exuding a formidable aura. It was none other than Sun Ju and his companions. The atmosphere in the corridor became exceedingly oppressive, with neither side uttering a word. The gentle drip of water from the cliff resonated in a rhythmic cadence, lingering in the air. Ah, you do not know me, Sun Ju broke the silence, a sinister grin spreading across his face. I am Sun Ju, the brother of Sun Zi. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan and the others stiffened. It was common knowledge in Yin City that Sun Zi had met his demise at Xiao Fan's hands. Yet, how could Sun Ju, known as one of Yin City's notorious ruffians, evoke such an air of inscrutability? After all, he is still Sun Zi's brother, the plump one muttered softly. Sun Ju's gaze turned icy, and he coldly remarked, I admire your audacity in speaking so boldly at this moment. I hope you can still muster a smile afterward. With that, he suddenly produced a crystal-clear vial, revealing a large black spider within, its size several times greater than the spiders lurking in the cave. The Spider King. The plump one gasped, staring in horror at the creature within the vial, feeling as though he had swallowed a dead rat. The Spider King. Monarch of the Black Spider clan, could command all lesser black spiders. With the Spider King at Sun Ju's disposal, what would that entail? Before Xiao Fan and the others could recover from their shock, a cacophony of chittering erupted as countless shadows surged toward them. We're doomed, the plump one shouted, retreating several steps in fright. In an open area, they would not have feared the second-tier black spider species. They could simply flee if overwhelmed. However, in this confined space, with Sun Ju and his companions watching them like hawks, escape was impossible. It would be too merciful to kill you, Sun Ju sneered cruelly. Enjoy this feast. Leave the black spiders to me. But just then, a cold laugh rang out, followed by a figure soaring towards the swarm of hundreds of black spiders. Boss, be careful, the plump one cried. That's a horde of hundreds of black spiders. Ling Feng is strong, but he cannot possibly annihilate them all at once. If they close in on him, he will be in peril. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes, turning to face Sun Ju and his 6 companions, choosing to trust Ling Feng as he turned his back to them. Observing Xiao Fan's unwavering confidence, Sun Ju's smile faltered momentarily but quickly returned to a calm sneer. Let us see how long you can hold out. No sooner had he spoken than anguish cries echoed from the passage ahead. With a hint of soul power, they sensed Ling Feng hovering above, a colossal flaming phoenix suspended above him, forming a blazing wall that barred the path of all the black spiders. Upon contact with the wall of flames, every black spider plummeted, incinerated into charred remnants. In that moment, Ling Feng resembled a god of slaughter, radiating an overwhelming intent to kill. You have some skill, he acknowledged, but you shall meet your end as well. Sun Ju's expression was cold and detached. He had finally begun to acknowledge the formidable prowess of Xiao Fan and his companions. The ability to slay Huang Tianxin and Li Ziyan could hardly be attributed to mere fortune. With a decisive wave of his hand, he commanded, eliminate them. At the sound of Sun Ju's voice, the 5 individuals beside him sprang into action, darting towards Xiao Fan and his 3 companions like 5 bolts of lightning. Boom! A powerful surge of energy erupted from the front, causing the walls of the passage to tremble, and debris to swirl violently as it hurtled towards Xiao Fan and his allies. 3 of them were at the peak of the battle sovereign realm, while 2 were in the later stages, having previously faced opponents at the later stage and peak of the battle sovereign realm. Xiao Fan quickly assessed the strength of the 5 based on their soul energy. Fatty, Little Demonis, Little Jean, can you hold them off? Xiao Fan inquired, pointing at 3 of the attackers. At most, half a tea's time, Fatty replied, narrowing his eyes. He recognized the strength of the 3 and, although still in the early stages of the battle sovereign realm, he possessed a 9th-grade battle spirit, the Iron Bull of Strength, and was but a step away from the mid-stage, making it feasible for him to stall the 3 alongside Little Demonis and Little Jean. I can manage as well. Little Demonis nodded in agreement. Roar. Little Jean let out a low growl, his eyes gleaming with ferocity as he fixed his gaze on the 3 adversaries. Do you really think you 3, in the early stages of the battle sovereign realm, can hold us off? One of them sneered derisively. We are at the peak of the battle sovereign realm, and you dare to boast about stalling us for half a tea's time? Let us see who meets their end first, another retorted angrily, feeling deeply insulted by Xiao Fan and Fatty's words. Who dies first is yet to be determined, Fatty bellowed, summoning the Iron Bull of Strength and launching a domineering punch forward. Binding. Simultaneously, Little Demonis made her move, although the narrow confines of the space restricted her capabilities. It also rendered it difficult for the opponents to evade her assault. 9th-grade battle spirit? 8th-grade battle spirit? Sun Ju was already aware, yet witnessing it firsthand left him astounded. His gaze shifted to Little Demonis, filled with lascivious intent. My dear, if you become my woman, I shall spare their lives. Get lost, was the only response from Little Demonis, her stubborn nature rendering her impervious to coercion. Upon hearing her reply, Sun Ju's expression turned increasingly frigid. I relish the thrill of forcefully bending the unwilling, to ensure that my dear does not come to harm. As for those 3 men and that beast, dispose of them without hesitation. I shall reward each of you with a 5th-grade soul crystal upon my return. Haha, we are grateful, second young master. One of Sun Ju's subordinates chuckled, displaying no hesitation as they launched a fierce assault aimed at exterminating Xiao Fan, Fatty, and Little Jean. Xiao Fan remained calm, unleashing a ferocious punch that surged forward with an overwhelming might, the howling winds of his attack locking onto the two battle sovereign realm practitioners in the later stages. The force of the punch. The two men were taken aback, a sensation of tingling dread coursing through them. They dared not confront him head-on and swiftly sidestepped. With a 5th-grade battle technique combined with the punch's momentum, even those at the peak of the battle sovereign realm could be vanquished. At that moment, a peculiar smile curled at the corners of Xiao Fan's mouth. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from sight, only to reappear directly in front of one of the attackers. Kill. Xiao Fan coldly uttered a single word, unleashing the dominant heaven fist with a furious force that struck directly at the man's chest, causing his entire body to collapse. The man crashed heavily against the cliff, spewing several mouthfuls of blood, and instantly lost consciousness, barely clinging to life. The 2nd-rank battle technique, mysterious steps? Impossible. How could the mysterious steps be executed with such swiftness? In the distance, Sun Ju's pupils constricted sharply. Little did he know that Xiao Fan, now a battle sovereign, had not only mastered the mysterious steps to its zenith but had also gained new insights. In terms of explosive power and speed, this strike was undoubtedly on par with the pinnacle of the battle sovereign realm. Dominant heaven fist. Yet, Xiao Fan granted no respite to his opponent. He needed to swiftly eliminate both adversaries. At that point, it would be 4 against 4, significantly increasing their chances of victory. Get lost. With a roar of fury at the peak of the battle sovereign realm against the little demoness, he disregarded Sun Ju's words and hurled a punch at her. For the individual opposing Xiao Fan was his brother. Bind. The little demoness Silver Emperor Vine Battle Spirit transformed into countless tendrils, blocking the passage ahead and isolating Xiao Fan from that area. Just then, Xiao Fan clashed fists with the late-stage battle sovereign, and curiously, the latter was forced back 5 steps, while Xiao Fan only retreated 1, with the man's arm utterly shattered. Endless sword. Xiao Fan exhibited no mercy. The unparalleled sharpness of his sword intent erupted, manifesting as innumerable soul power swords that ruthlessly struck in all directions, sending stones and dust flying throughout the passage. The torches extinguished, leaving everyone reliant on their soul power to perceive their opponents. The soul power sword pierced through the man's chest, spilling his internal. Xiao Fan's expression remained icy, unchanged throughout the ordeal. A killer is consistently hunted by others. In the reborn battle soul continent, this was not his first act of murder. Yet inexplicably, this sensation filled him with exhilaration. Murder is not my pursuit. Living freely is. Xiao Fan snapped back from his bloodlust, almost succumbing to a terrifying state. What are you still hesitating for? Kill them. Each will be rewarded with 2 5th-rank soul crystals. Sun Ju roared, no longer content to observe, and actively launched an attack, locking onto Xiao Fan. Behind him appeared a massive tiger, its body shimmering with lightning, adorned with intricate patterns. A 6th-rank battle spirit, the Thunder Pattern Tiger. A flicker of astonishment crossed Xiao Fan's eyes. The rumors of Sun Ju being merely a debauched scion were utterly unfounded. With a 6th-rank battle spirit, Sun Ju could undoubtedly secure a position on the academy ranking, and the aura he emanated was also that of a peak battle sovereign, which astonished Xiao Fan the most. Are you afraid now? Sun Ju laughed maniacally. Having secretly learned my family's dominant heaven fist, let us see how much you've truly grasped. As soon as his words fell, Sun Ju unleashed his dominant heaven fist with fury, while Xiao Fan, without hesitation, executed the 5th-rank battle technique, Dominant Heaven Fist. Boom. Dominant Heaven Fist clashed against Dominant Heaven Fist. A torrential wave of energy surged outward, wreaking havoc within the passage. The cliff walls crumbled, and massive stones tumbled down, causing the narrow passage to begin collapsing. Sun Ju retreated 3 steps, while Xiao Fan was forced back 7 steps before he could stabilize himself. A trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Is the taste pleasant? Sun Ju's sinister smile vanished, his eyes growing frigid, stirring a flicker of emotion within him. He possessed unwavering confidence in his own strength, having always embraced the persona of a rogue, a mere guise to conceal his true prowess. Xiao Fan's face flushed crimson. As he comprehended the full extent of Sun Ju's capabilities, he stood at the pinnacle of the battle sovereign realm. Could such power truly belong to a mere scoundrel? This strength far surpassed that of his brother, Sun Zi, to the extent that even executing a punch left him at a disadvantage. He understood that the disparity in realms could not be bridged merely by comprehending a fighting technique. To confront Sun Ju, he must identify his weaknesses and avoid a direct clash. With that, Xiao Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression returning to tranquility. His gaze resolute. Though his strength was inferior, a weakling was not devoid of the ability to fight back. Was that not true? Sun Ju's smile faded once more, replaced by an icy demeanor. I shall make you understand the true meaning of despair. Upon finishing his words, the 6th grade battle soul, the thunder-patterned tiger, roared forth, propelled by an indomitable spirit, charging at Xiao Fan. Observing this, a strange smirk graced Xiao Fan's lips. With a flourish, the phantom battle soul manifested, exuding an even more formidable and savage aura than when confronting Sun Ju previously. Dark mist flickered erratically, coalescing into an enveloping shroud around the thunder-patterned tiger. Another attempt at this technique? I have heard tales of your formidable battle soul. Today, I shall personally test its mettle and reveal to you the true gulf between the peak of the battle sovereign realm and its nascent stage. Sun Ju, aware of the peculiar nature of Xiao Fan's battle soul, noted that it appeared to be merely a 4th grade soul, yet even his brother's 6th grade battle soul, the Crimson Flame Sky Bear, proved inadequate against it. Thunderstorm. Sun Ju's chilling laughter erupted as the thunder-patterned tiger's battle soul surged with fury. White lightning crackling through the air, dazzling and overwhelming, spreading over several yards. Retreat, Xiao Fan shouted, fear evident in his eyes. Sun Ju was far more powerful than he had anticipated. The little Demoness, the Fatty, and Little Jean swiftly dispatched the 3 formidable opponents at the peak of the battle sovereign realm before them. In the instant they retreated, the ground they had occupied was obliterated by the thunderstorm. Had they lingered just a moment longer, they might have suffered grievous injuries. Xiao Fan's gaze turned frigid, pain etched across his face. Yet, he dared not retreat a single step. He summoned the phantom battle soul to shield him, knowing that should it falter, he would be the next casualty. He could not guarantee survival beneath such a tempest of fury. Yet, if he chose not to retreat, the phantom battle soul would have to endure the onslaught of lightning. He could distinctly feel the essence of the phantom battle soul waning, the countless tendrils of black mist dissipating. This was the soul power of the phantom battle soul. At last, Xiao Fan recognized that even within the same realm, strengths varied significantly, and the discrepancies could be vast. Take Di Han, for instance, although he and Sun Zi both stood at the late stage of the battle sovereign realm. The former was undeniably stronger. Now, facing Sun Ju, it was evident that he surpassed the ordinary battle sovereign practitioners. Perhaps he was among the elite beneath the battle sage realm. With his 6th grade battle soul, should Sun Ju ascend to the battle sage realm, his combat prowess would reach new heights, likely rendering him nearly unmatched among his peers. I am still far too weak, Xiao Fan sighed, yet his gaze remained resolute. He had once believed he could challenge higher tiers and claim a place among the formidable. However, he now comprehends that at the early stage of the martial sovereign realm, regardless of his prowess, he remains merely at that initial level. In the face of formidable geniuses who have reached the mid, late, or even pinnacle stages of the martial sovereign realm, he might not stand a chance. If he were at the pinnacle himself, someone like Sun Ju would undoubtedly regard him with disdain. At this moment, Xiao Fan's heart brimmed with an insatiable desire for strength. With the Autumn Hunt tournament in Yin City approaching, as one of the mere 4 students from the Divine Wind Academy, he was certain to participate, inevitably crossing paths with many experts from the War King Academy, such as Luo Chun and Yun Luoxue, whose strengths were not to be underestimated. Third brother, there is still a path within the cave. We must retreat. Just as Xiao Fan was engulfed in myriad thoughts, Ling Feng's voice resonated. He had nearly dispatched countless second-tier soul beasts, leaving only a few hundred scattered remnants. At this moment, those creatures harbored a profound terror towards Ling Feng. Even with the Spider King's orders, they dared not attack him recklessly. Thinking of retreating now? It's too late. Sun Ju sneered, his body and battle soul following suit as Thunderous might surge forth. The 5th grade battle technique, Thunderstorm, was one of his trump cards. Although he had yet to master it fully, when combined with the thunder-patterned tiger battle soul, it exuded an ominous power that hinted at surpassing the limits of the pinnacle martial sovereign realm. How could a mere early-stage martial sovereign withstand such force? In his quest to eliminate Xiao Fan, Sun Ju was willing to reveal his hidden strengths. Boom, boom, boom. The cave reverberated with explosive sounds, illuminating the previously dark space. The ghostly battle soul was struck by several bolts of lightning and was retracted back into Xiao Fan's dantian. His body was battered and bruised, crashing heavily against the cliff wall, yet Xiao Fan did not utter a single groan and immediately turned to flee. Sun Ju's power was overwhelmingly formidable. Unless Ling Feng advanced further to breach the late stage of the martial sovereign realm, perhaps he would have a fighting chance. Staying any longer could result in their demise. Is he still alive? Sun Ju's subordinates gazed at him in astonishment, their eyes filled with reverence. They understood all too well that, as one of the three notorious rascals, Sun Ju was an even more powerful genius than Sun Zi. Second young master, should we pursue? One of them boldly inquired. Chase. Sun Ju bellowed, a fleeting glimmer of urgency flashing in his eyes. Without waiting for a response, he dashed deeper into the cave. The other three peak martial sovereigns exchanged glances and hurriedly followed suit, neglecting the two corpses on the ground. Just as they departed, a shadow appeared in the passage, its chilling gaze sweeping across the surroundings. It murmured, Sun Ju's expression is indeed anxious. It seems he has been here. Suddenly, a weak scream echoed from the ground. Puff! Before the words could fully escape, the shadow silenced the voice with a sword to the throat, plunging the cave into utter silence. The shadow lingered for a moment before continuing deeper into the cavern. Xiao Fan, are you all right? Don't frighten me, the little demoness exclaimed, her face devoid of color as she looked at Xiao Fan, who was coughing up blood. Third brother, Ling Feng, and the stout companion supported Xiao Fan, their expressions filled with concern, while Xiao Jin beside them growled in anger, worry etched in its eyes. I'm fine, I just need to rest for a moment. Xiao Fan's voice was exceedingly weak. In order to spare the others from worry, he refrained from revealing his true condition. Struck by Sun Ju's fifth-grade combat technique, Thunderstorm, his phantom battle soul had suffered severe damage, resulting in significant loss of soul power, which in turn had compromised his dantian. It was estimated that complete recovery would not be possible for quite some time. However, he found solace in the fact that the mysterious white stone within his dantian was emanating wisps of enigmatic mist, beginning to mend both the phantom battle soul and the dantian, with both visibly recovering at a remarkable pace. At this rate, it was anticipated that full restoration would occur within 2 hours, and Xiao Fan once again appreciated the stone's extraordinary properties. There's no way out. Suddenly, the voice of the plump one rang out, his expression fraught with worry. No way out? Ling Feng, the little witch, and Xiao Jin abruptly halted, on high alert as they scanned their surroundings. They were situated in a narrow space measuring 10 meters across, entirely encircled by cliff walls, making it a sealed environment where even the air was stagnant, a realm of utter silence. Xiao Fan slowly raised his head. After sprinting for an hour, his injuries had healed significantly. He released his soul power, meticulously surveying every corner of the area without overlooking a single detail. There's water, Xiao Fan exclaimed, parting his parched lips as he gazed at the wall beside him. You've been running for an hour and are now deep underground. It's not unusual to find water, the little witch remarked dismissively, though her expression was still one of deep concern. If Sun Ju and the others were to catch up, their chances of survival would plummet. Take another look, Xiao Fan urged. There is no water above the cliff, it's only below, which is indeed peculiar. The plump one discerned the unusual aspect of their situation. Plump one, use all your strength to strike upwards and see, Xiao Fan squinted, harboring a hypothesis that he was not yet prepared to fully confirm. The plump one nodded, summoning the mighty Vajra bull, and with all his might, he struck the cliff wall. Boom! The massive stones tumbled, the cliff collapsed, and cracks spread in all directions. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through the cliff, blinding them momentarily. Light! The little witch exclaimed in surprise, while Ling Feng and the plump one were equally exhilarated. Only Xiao Fan maintained his composure, inwardly affirming his suspicion. Seeing this, the plump one did not hesitate. He unleashed a flurry of punches. Moments later, the cliff had completely collapsed, bathing the area in gentle light, followed by a wave of warmth. Before them lay a white waterfall cascading onto the stones, creating a myriad of splashes, which evidently came from the water seeping into the cliff. Stepping aside from the waterfall, they beheld a verdant valley, flourishing with life, shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial paradise. In the heart of the valley, a magnificent small lake lay, its emerald waters rippling with light. In the center of the lake was a small island, upon which stood a courtyard. Surrounding the courtyard were densely packed flowering trees, resplendent in hues of purple and red, a breathtaking sight to behold. What is this? The plump one and the little witch were utterly transfixed, their gazes fixed intently on the distant scene. Even Xiao Fan and Ling Feng could no longer maintain their tranquility. At merely 16 or 17 years of age, encountering such a splendid place would surely thrill even the mightiest of warriors. This is where you shall find your final resting place. At that moment, a faint voice echoed from behind, unmistakably signaling that Sun Ju and his companions were in pursuit. This sent Xiao Fan and the others into a state of panic, prompting them to flee towards the valley, heedless of the sheer cliff. Remaining in that spot would only lead to their demise at the hands of Sun Ju. However, venturing into the valley would render it considerably more challenging for Sun Ju to locate them, let alone pursue them. Our Sun family has tried countless methods to gain entry. What can you mere warriors of the battle sovereign realm achieve? Sun Ju scoffed, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Xiao Fan, along with 3 companions and a beast, leaped into the air, but their bodies abruptly rebounded. To be precise, only 3 of them and the beast rebounded. Boss. The voice from below the valley is that of the fatty, came the startled cry, revealing that the one who had vanished was indeed the fatty, who alone had successfully navigated past the waterfall's barrier. How is that possible? Sun Ju's smile froze. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed ahead. He had been aware of this place for several months. Even formidable Battle King warriors had been unable to breach it, all being repelled by the waterfall. How could the fatty possibly pass through? The Soul Realm. Ling Feng's expression darkened as he warily regarded Sun Ju. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow, having thought he glimpsed a glimmer of hope for survival, only to realize that escape remained elusive. He was well aware of the Soul Realm, a form of prohibition set by powerful beings, typically arranged posthumously by their battle souls to guard their resting places. In other words, the Soul Realm contained the lifetime achievements and legacies of these formidable individuals. However, entry into the Soul Realm was contingent upon meeting specific conditions established by the deceased before their demise. Otherwise, one could only force their way in. Yet, those capable of such brute force would disdain to do so, as it would entail desecrating another's resting place and severing their legacy, thereby inviting the same fate upon their own afterlife. I shall not slay you, yet my heart's wrath shall remain unquenched. Sun Ju suddenly turned his gaze toward Xiao Fan and his companions, his fury palpable. It was no wonder he was enraged. The Sun family had discovered this stronghold for months but yielded nothing, losing far more than they gained. Sun Ju had long fantasized about acquiring the legacies within the stronghold. But now the fatty had breached it, shattering his dreams into mere illusions, leaving him unable to maintain his composure. Kill. With Sun Ju's command, the 3-peak battle sovereign warriors surged forward without hesitation. Among those slain by Xiao Fan were 2 of their brothers. If not now, when would they seek vengeance? Kill. Xiao Fan's expression twisted into a fierce snarl. The situation had escalated to a point where only a desperate fight remained, a stark reality of either his demise or theirs. He mounted the back of little Jean, his body engulfed in golden flames, the ghostly battle soul hovering above him. Compared to before, the ghostly battle soul flickered erratically, as if teetering on the brink of instability. Defiant to the end, Sun Ju sneered, the thunder-patterned tiger reappearing, unleashing a ferocious tempest of thunder that roared in all directions, a domineering fist aimed directly at Xiao Fan. A lethal strike, unstoppable in its momentum. Soul-shattering palm. A cruel smile crept across Xiao Fan's face as a black palm energy blossomed before him, surging towards the thunder-patterned tiger. Sun Ju never anticipated that Xiao Fan would dare to challenge his battle soul, a look of disdain etched on his face. The 6th-grade battle soul, the thunder-patterned tiger, was equally formidable compared to his own. How could someone in the early stages of the battle sovereign realm like Xiao Fan possibly confront it head-on? Was this not akin to courting death? Nevertheless, Sun Ju was determined not to let such an opportunity slip by. He intensified the might of his dominant fist, unleashing a ferocious assault. Die. Sun Ju laughed maniacally, swiftly closing the distance and delivering a powerful punch to Xiao Fan's chest, causing a jet of blood to erupt from Xiao Fan's mouth. The sheer force propelled both Xiao Fan and little Jean away, akin to cannonballs hurtling towards the waterfall. Come back. Sun Ju sneered, fixating on their trajectory, convinced that the moment they collided with the waterfall, the rebound force from the Soul Realm would send them back. However, the smile on his face instantly froze. Xiao Fan and little Jean did not rebound, but instead passed straight through the waterfall, descending into the valley below. How could this be? Sun Ju stood dumbfounded, while the 3-peak battle sovereign cultivators were equally astonished. None of the Sun family members had managed to pass through until now, so how had 2 of them done so easily today? With a soft thud, The palm strike that Sun Ju had overlooked suddenly landed on his thunder-patterned tiger battle soul, nearly causing it to explode, scattering soul stones in every direction as its vitality plummeted. Fool! Sun Ju spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale as he half-kneeled on the ground. His battle soul was injured, and he had suffered collateral damage. Little did he know that Xiao Fan's shattered soul palm was specifically designed to target battle souls. Even if it could not shatter his battle soul in one blow, it could still inflict severe harm. Have they passed? Ling Feng and the little demoness expressed their astonishment. Boss, little demoness, unleash your battle souls. We can traverse the soul realm. Just then, Xiao Fan's voice echoed from the valley below, followed by the sound of splashes as they landed in the water. None shall escape. Sun Ju roared, rising only to cough up several more mouthfuls of blood. Unsteady on his feet, he fell flat on his face. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's call, Ling Feng and the little demoness hesitated no longer. Both unleashed their battle souls and charged towards the waterfall. Sun Ju was consumed by fury, but alas, the thunder-patterned tiger had been wounded by the shattered soul palm, leaving him feeling powerless. He could only pin his hopes on his subordinates. Yet, no matter how swift they were, they could not possibly intercept Ling Feng and the little demoness at the edge of the waterfall. With a leap, they soared through the soul realm's restrictions and descended into the valley below. Second young master. The three subordinates bowed their heads, unable to meet Sun Ju's gaze. With a furious cough, Sun Ju spat blood again, his eyes bloodshot, glaring fiercely at the misty depths below the waterfall, where visibility was utterly obscured. He felt a tumult of emotions, unwillingness, rage, and above all, confusion. The Sun family had attempted countless methods over the past 3 months to breach the soul realm's restrictions, including unleashing battle souls, yet had ultimately failed. Why were Xiao Fan and his companions able to enter when he could not? Battle soul? Sun Ju's pupils constricted as realization dawned upon him. He turned to 2 of his subordinates and commanded, "You two, hurry and inform my father. He must come as swiftly as possible." "Yes, second young master." 2 among them were perplexed, yet dared not defy Sun Ju's command. Sun Ju's decision not to reproach them was, in itself, an act of immense mercy. Under ordinary circumstances, given Sun Ju's temperament, they would have faced severe consequences. Peering through the cascading waterfall towards the distant courtyard, a peculiar smile graced Sun Ju's lips as he mused to himself, "It seems I must extend my gratitude to you all for securing the Battle Emperor's legacy for the Sun family." Just as Sun Ju had surmised, the reason the rotund companions were able to enter was due to their exceptionally high battle soul ranks, with the weakest among them being an impressive 8th rank. What puzzled him, however, was why Xiao Fan, possessing only a 4th rank battle soul, could bypass the soul realm's restrictions. Xiao Fan and the others plummeted into the pool, struggling to swim to the shore. Lying on the ground, Xiao Fan gasped for breath, having been forcefully propelled by Sun Ju, which only exacerbated his injuries. "You rascal, how are you?" The little enchantress inquired anxiously, her gaze fixed on Xiao Fan. "I won't perish just yet," Xiao Fan replied with a bitter smile, realizing he had truly suffered a significant setback. Not only were his meridians damaged, but his phantom battle soul had also sustained grievous injuries. Generally speaking, when a battle soul is severely harmed, restoration necessitates numerous rare treasures, with no guarantee of complete recovery. Nevertheless, Xiao Fan felt fortunate to possess the white stone, which could not only mend physical wounds, but also heal battle souls. Although the process was slow, he could genuinely sense the gradual repair of his phantom battle soul. After resting for a brief while, the group rose and made their way towards the valley. Towering ancient trees loomed above, shrouded in mist, and the ethereal aura of spiritual energy enveloped the surroundings, marking this as an undeniable sanctuary for cultivation. However, their thoughts were solely fixated on the courtyard at the heart of the small lake. Sun Ju could conceive this, and naturally, so could Xiao Fan and the others. If this truly was the resting place of a battle emperor, it would be an extraordinary stroke of fortune. After an hour's journey, the quartet finally arrived at the lakeside. Not due to a lack of desire to proceed, but rather the absence of a path forward. The lake's depths were unfathomable. A thin veil of mist hovered above the surface, creating an otherworldly spectacle. "Let me give it a try." Ling Feng stepped forward, unleashing his infernal phoenix battle soul. Behind him, a pair of black wings materialized, and with a powerful flap, Ling Feng soared into the sky, akin to a great rock, ascending rapidly. Xiao Fan and the others felt a surge of anxiety and excitement, hoping Ling Feng could land on the central island. Yet, they too yearned for the legacy for themselves. Suddenly, with a splash, Ling Feng stumbled and plunged directly into the lake. What just happened? The rotund companion exclaimed incredulously, staring at Ling Feng, who emerged resembling a drenched chicken. Xiao Fan and the little enchantress furrowed their brows in concern, questioning whether flight was an option. Ling Feng, dripping wet, crawled ashore. His expression grim as he gazed at the center of the lake, stating, "The gravitational force in the water is several times greater than on land. Relying solely on the power of the battle soul is insufficient. What about using agility techniques?" The little enchantress insisted, unwilling to concede as the battle emperor level legacy lay tantalizingly close. "That likely won't work either." Xiao Fan shook his head, gazing at the surface of the lake as he elucidated, "The distance from the shore to the central island is approximately 300 meters. The consumption of soul power during the execution of martial techniques is substantial, rendering prolonged flight impossible. Moreover, the gravitational force here is several times greater than that on land, exacerbating the depletion of soul energy." Ling Feng and the others nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment at Xiao Fan's analysis. "I have conceived of two potential methods," Xiao Fan suddenly remarked, narrowing his eyes as he fixed his gaze on the lake. "What methods?" the stout fellow blurted out. "The first is to swim across. But, my friend, how formidable is the gravity of the water?" Xiao Fan turned to Ling Feng. "The gravitational pull in the water exceeds that of the air. The gravity in the air is about 5 times that of land, while in the lake, it is 10-fold. Ling Feng responded, taking a deep breath. "It seems that swimming across poses quite a challenge," the stout fellow lamented. Xiao Fan nodded. Though swimming appeared arduous, it was not entirely beyond the realm of possibility. He continued, "The second option may be feasible, but we must find a piece of wood capable of withstanding 10 times the gravitational force to construct a small boat. On the way here, I observed that such wood is lacking." "That's akin to saying nothing at all," the little witch scoffed. Xiao Fan, however, remained unfazed. He promptly shed his outer garment and began to wade into the lake. "Old 3, you're not actually considering swimming over, are you?" the stout fellow exclaimed, astonished. A sentiment echoed by Ling Feng, the little witch, and Xiao Jin. Withstanding 10-fold gravity and traversing 300 meters in the lake was no trivial feat. It was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. "I'll give it a try," Xiao Fan smiled, believing this was the only method that still held a glimmer of hope for reaching the central island. "Impulsive fool. What will you do if you run out of strength halfway?" the little witch worriedly cautioned. "Don't worry, I'll give it a shot," Xiao Fan assured, though he too was uncertain. Yet, with the presence of the ghostly battle soul, he retained a sliver of hope. After the group speculated that this place might harbor the legacy of a battle emperor, or even a battle saint, they realized they might easily miss such an opportunity. With a splash, Xiao Fan plunged into the water, and in the next moment, the little witch and the others gaped in disbelief as they beheld Xiao Fan swimming towards the center of the lake with astonishing speed, akin to a swift arrow. "Boss, you're not deliberately deceiving us, are you?" The stout fellow gazed at Ling Feng with an odd expression, while the little witch displayed a look of skepticism. "If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself," Ling Feng replied coldly, showing gentleness only in the presence of the little witch. The stout fellow gritted his teeth and mustered the courage to leap into the lake, only to find himself sinking straight down into the water. Had Ling Feng not pulled him back, he would have surely met his demise beneath the surface. "Damn it, this is not just 10-fold gravity. It's at least 15 times. The stout fellow sputtered angrily, expelling water from his mouth. "You ought to lose some weight," Ling Feng remarked nonchalantly, as the gazes of the 3 companions and the beast once again turned towards Xiao Fan.